Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 1187 to Chapter 1252. The light grew brighter and brightened up the silent sky. Even Babota's pale skin glowed under the light. This sudden light also attracted their attention. When they looked up, they saw an arc in the sky. A white light with a long tail descended from the sky. It looked like a meteor falling from the sky. And it just so happened to land on the barren mountain where they were. Angor's eyes widened in fear. Whatever it was definitely not something good. Especially when they were still under the influence of Toby's curse of disaster. Run! Angor turned around and grabbed Gregory from the ground. His night speeder glowed with black and gold runes as he dashed toward the plain in the distance. As soon as he left the barren mountain, he heard a loud noise coming from behind. The shockwave turned into a ripple that even affected Angor, who was already out of the range of the barren mountain. Angor spun several times in the air before he finally stabilized himself. When he looked back, he saw the barren mountain covered in dust and smoke. Countless broken rocks were flying out of the smoke like a volcanic eruption. However, unlike volcanic eruptions that spewed out lava, this place was filled with rocks. What the hell happened? Could it be that an extraterrestrial meteorite had been affected by the curse of calamity and had smashed down? Angor looked at the distant mountain covered in smoke with a puzzled look. Suddenly, he felt his heart palpitating all of a sudden. His heart was pounding like a drum, and his blood seemed to have frozen. He was planning to check on Babota, but now, he had no intention of doing so. He simply turned around and ran away. But this time, before he could run far, an unparalleled pressure spread out from the center of the smoke. Angor tried to use the sequence of gravity in his soul to escape, but he didn't even have time to use Soul Whisper before he was trapped by the pressure. As if time had stopped, Angor's movement was frozen in place. In the next second, he fell from the sky. Fortunately, Angor didn't fly too high. He only kicked up a cloud of dust when he fell. He didn't suffer any serious injuries. Since Gregory was on Angor's back, he did not get hit directly. However, his damaged internal organs were showing signs of worsening under the pressure. Angor still couldn't move after falling. He could only lie on the ground, paralyzed by the unprecedented pressure. This feeling. It can't be wrong. It's him. Gregory's voice came from behind. Angor gasped for air. You know him? Gregory's eyes flashed with fear. He hesitated for a moment, but he still didn't dare to call out the name of the great being in such a close distance. Gregory didn't answer, but Angor could tell from Gregory's trembling voice that he was afraid of the newcomer. Perhaps only a demon lord could have such an effect on an existence that even a brat like Gregory would be afraid of. Could it be that Lord Galil from before had chased after them? Previously, Lord Galil's aura had a bone-chilling feeling, but now, it was majestic, and there was even a faint burning feeling. It didn't seem like Lord Galil's aura. Then who could it be? Angor wondered. But he knew that no matter who it was, he wouldn't be able to escape today. It was very likely that the newcomer was influenced by Toby's curse of disaster. If that was the case, Angor's future was bleak. If he couldn't escape, that was the only way he could do. Angor's heart sank as he sensed the path of Soul Link. All of a sudden, a figure shot out of the smoke like a cannon and smashed into the ground nearby. Not only did it create a deep crater, but it also created a crack in the ground. The glowing orange lava slowly flowed towards the point of impact. It didn't take long for the crater to become a pool of lava, which completely surrounded the fallen figure. That figure was, that monster from before, Babota? Gregory asked in surprise. Angor didn't see the figure clearly, but judging from the green, viscous liquid on the ground, he was sure that it was Babota who was knocked out from the smoke. If even Babota was knocked out of the smoke, the white light that fell like a meteor must be an invincible opponent. As Angor pondered, the smoke in front of him slowly settled down. When the smoke and dust settled, the first thing he saw was a flat land. The barren mountain, or rather, the small hill, was gone after the meteor fell. Then, a figure appeared from the thin smoke. The figure gave Angor a sense of familiarity. Before he could figure out who it was, the figure slowly walked out of the smoke. From a human's point of view, the newcomer had an extremely handsome face. However, the most attractive thing about him was his pair of dark green eyes. It was as if there were flames burning within them. The figure was wearing a set of silver and blue armor. The design of the armor was complicated, and there were strange runes flashing on it. On the other hand, the body that was covered by the armor was completely white, just like the finest white porcelain. Not only did it have a streamlined feel, but it was also filled with elegance and charm. The appearance reminded Angor of the first time he saw Arusha in Fantasy Hut. Arusha was also wearing the same outfit. The only difference was that Arusha was wearing a white porcelain mask, while the figure showed its face. Even so, Angor could still tell that the figure looked exactly like Arusha. Yes, they looked exactly the same, but it was definitely not Arusha. In Angor's words, Arusha was still a human in a way. She might not have much emotion, but she could still feel something. But the one in front of Angor had a pair of cold eyes, as if she was looking down on everything. This was the attitude of a god when facing all living beings. Lady Arusha? Gregory called out in surprise when he saw the newcomer. But soon, he showed a confused look. No, it's not Lady Arusha. As soon as Gregory finished speaking, the smoke in the distance dissipated completely. As the dust settled, Gregory saw a figure floating in the air behind the newcomer. It was Arusha, who was still unconscious. Of course, Angor knew that Alucia was the one who was brought here by the falling meteor. So who was she? He didn't ask Gregory about it, but he already had a terrifying thought in his mind. The newcomer slowly scanned the area and completely ignored Angor and Gregory. One was a young demon, while the other was an apprentice who wasn't even a wizard yet. They were no different than ants to the monster. Finally, the monster fixed its gaze on the lava pool that was created by the meteor earlier. According to my estimation, with the physical strength of this body, it shouldn't be able to cause any fatal damage to you. Are you not planning to come out? Are you planning to play dead in the lava pool? Angor didn't get any response from the monster. It sneered coldly, and the boulders that had fallen from the barren mountain earlier rose into the air without any warning and smashed into the lava pool. As the boulder fell, lava splashed everywhere, and the center of the lava pool began to bubble. Soon, a figure slowly rose from the lava pool. It was Boboda, who was knocked down by the meteor earlier. Boboda was surrounded by the shadow of a total solar eclipse, which offset the horrifying pressure and allowed him to move freely. At the same time, it also isolated him from the hot lava. Boboda landed on the ground and looked at the monster with a cautious look. The newcomer looked back at the sleeping Alucia and smiled emotionlessly. Although my own child likes to go against me, which makes me very annoyed, even if I plan to let it die, I won't allow outsiders to interfere. With that, the monster turned into a flash of light and dashed toward Boboda. Facing such a powerful enemy, Boboda could only clench his fists and fight back. The shadow of a meteor flashed by. No, it's the Lord of Flameless? Angor asked in a low voice as they fought against each other. As a matter of fact, Angor already had an idea when he saw the monster's face that looked exactly like Arusha's. When the monster called Arusha his child, Angor was almost certain that the monster was the legendary Lord Flameless. Due to the pressure, Gregory could only lie on Angor's back without being able to move. The only consolation was that Boboda and Lord Flameless were fighting in the opposite direction, so they were not caught in the crossfire yet. Yes, he's Lord Flameless. But I don't think he's here in person. He's using a clone. I once heard Lady Alucia say that the Flameless Lord has many doppelgangers created using his own bloodline. Actually. Gregory paused and hesitated for a moment before continuing. Actually, Lady Alucia was originally one of the doppelgangers. Angor was surprised. But Arusha is a descendant of the Lord Flameless? The clone also has the Lord Flameless bloodline, so it's not wrong to call her a descendant. Angor was confused. If Arusha was a clone of the Lord Flameless, why did she have her own consciousness? Gregory didn't know the answer either. It's complicated. I don't know. Maybe Steward Tanding knows, but he's not here right now. Gregory's answer reminded Angor of Fafnir's words. Fafnir also mentioned something about the demon's descendants, which meant the relationship between them was complicated. It seemed he was wrong to think that Arusha was the descendant of the Lord Flameless. Gregory paused and looked at Lord Flameless, who was fighting Boboda, with some doubt in his eyes. I heard from Lady Arusha that the avatar created by Lord Flameless can reach the level of a demon lord. If combined with the demon god's authority, it can even defeat a demon lord. However, this demon god's avatar seems to be much weaker. Why is that? Could it be that he encountered an accident in the void like us? Gregory muttered softly. Gregory was only venting about the series of unfortunate events that he had encountered in the void, but he did not know that to a certain extent, he had guessed correctly. However, Lord Flameless didn't run into an accident in the void. Instead, it was the aftermath of the curse of disaster. It didn't matter whether it was the avatar or the avatar, Angor and Gregory had no right to say anything about it. To them, it was all the same. Both were insurmountable mountains. Currently, Babota was the only one who could fight against the mountain. Babota, on the other hand, was completely outclassed. Angor's mood was getting worse and worse. He looked at Arusha in the distance. As a matter of fact, Babota was the one who took Arusha away. If Babota only took away Arusha's origin fire, he might be able to avoid this disaster. However, Babota must have already planned to sacrifice Alucia to the Deep Lord, so there was no if to speak of. Even without Toby's curse of disaster, Arusha's current situation would still happen. While thinking about this, Angor suddenly saw Arusha's fingers moving. Origin fire is the key that leads the endless void to the old days. The glory buried in Asgard shall be revealed. The voice that reached his ears was an invitation from the divine family of the past to the Tao seekers of the future. Thus, Alucia activated the relic of the familial flame that she had accidentally obtained, and her soul fell into this lost world. Arusha knew that the situation outside was very dangerous, but she had to take a risk. She hoped that the awakening of her true soul could buy her some time. The so-called lost world was actually a fragment of the old days left behind in a space-time crack. The old days referred to the time before the fall of the gods. It was a great era when many demons rose together and pushed the abyss plane to an unimaginable height. But at the same time, it was an era of ignorance. And ignorance meant that it would eventually be erased. And it was true. The only thing left behind was the image and the space-time crack. Even so, Arusha still looked forward to that era. That was because it was an era where even the lowliest insect could become a god. Arusha also wanted to find her own way out of this place. When her soul was brought here by the relic of the origin fire, Arusha didn't think that this place was too big. Perhaps it was just like the resting place of the resurrected witch, Balalaika. It was just a fragment of the past frozen in time. However, when Alucia began to explore, she discovered that this world was extremely large. He reproduced the glorious journey to the land of gods, Asgard, and reproduced it all. Right now, Glory Front was just a vast ruin in the inner layer of the abyss that was comparable to a domain. However, the station of glory in front of her was as prosperous as it used to be. There was a strange civilization, the Fire Tribe, and a huge city. There wasn't a single city in the plane of barrenness that could compare to the station of glory in the past. Even in the other planes that Alucia had been to before, such as the plane of pride, plane of greed, and plane of sin, there wasn't a single city that could be as prosperous as this one. And this was only Arusha's land of glory. It wasn't the true land of glory. However, no matter how prosperous it was still a world of the past. Just like Balalaika's Andy, the time here was also frozen. All the magnificence was preserved in that moment. There was no wind or rain, and the air seemed to be stagnant. In such a large world, it was very difficult for Arusha to find the way to Asgard. Moreover, there were many restrictions in Arusha's land of glory. Although there were no guards, she had to find a way to break through them. In other words, Arusha had to search for all kinds of information in this boundless Arusha's land of glory. She had to break through countless restrictions to find the way to Asgard. This wasn't an easy task. Even at Arusha's level, it would take a lot of time. Fortunately, Alucia knew that there was a difference between the flow of time here and the flow of time in the outside world. However, Arusha didn't have any tools to communicate with the outside world. She couldn't measure the difference. The only thing she had that was connected to the outside world was the relic of the origin fire between her eyebrows. However, the relic could only sense the state of the origin fire in the outside world. It couldn't tell Arusha how long had passed. Arusha thought that once the origin fire in the outside world disappeared, the origin fire would be stolen, and the true soul would be destroyed. Thus, she had to find the way to Asgard and leave this place before the origin fire disappeared. Time slowly passed just like that. Arusha kept searching in this old world. After half a month, she finally found an Asgard symbol. Following this symbol, Arusha spent another few months opening all kinds of restrictions and mechanisms. In an inconspicuous hole in Arusha's land of glory, she found the path that the relic of the origin fire led her to. Arusha was very excited. When she found this path, a new set of coordinates appeared in the mark between her eyebrows. That was the location of the lost city of Asgard. It was also the place that Arusha wanted to go. The goal of this trip was to be a complete success. All that was left was to leave. As long as she stepped into this path in the old world, she would return to the real world. Arusha could sense that the origin fire was still there. This meant that even though she had spent a long time here, only a short time had passed in the outside world. Perhaps her true soul hadn't been destroyed yet. Arusha stepped into the path with this beautiful vision. Arusha's soul walked alone in the dark path. She knew that the exit was in front of her. However, the closer she walked, the more she felt that something was wrong. A familiar pressure made her soul faintly feel it. This pressure, it seems to be, his? When Arusha came to this conclusion, her heart skipped a beat. Before taking the risk to open the relic of the origin fire, Tanding had suggested that she wait for Galil to come before leaving. However, Arusha knew that even though Galil had a good relationship with her on the surface, he was still the servant of the Lord of the Flameless. Everything was decided by the Lord of the Flameless. If she wanted to leave the path of the Lord of the Flameless, this would be a kind of betrayal to him. If Galil came, he might stop her. Thus, Arusha didn't follow Tanding's suggestion and chose to go her own way. But now, she didn't feel Galil's pressure. Instead, she felt the pressure of him, the Lord of the Flameless? Could it be that the Lord of the Flameless came personally? Arusha didn't know what to do. If the Lord of the Flameless really came, would her plan still work? She couldn't just stand there and do nothing, so she slowly walked toward the exit. When her soul was about to return to her body, she heard some rustling noises coming from outside. It sounded like Gregory and the human shop owner who pretended to be a native in the hallucination hut. Alucia didn't know how Gregory and that shop owner got together, but from their conversation, Alucia could tell that they were talking about the Flameless Lord. Their voices were filled with helplessness, caution, and a trace of despair. Arusha's heart sank. So the Lord of the Flameless really did come? The Lord of the Flameless said that he's going to die, Arusha. What does that mean? Die? Arusha didn't know what to say. Not only did the Lord of the Flameless come, but he also said something like that. After a moment of silence, Gregory said, returning to silence is to let the soul die out. I don't know why the Lord of the Flameless wants to do that. But I heard from Steward Tanding that the Lord of the Flameless and Lady Arusha aren't very close. Otherwise, Lady Arusha wouldn't have sealed her true form, true soul, and true name. Gregory's words were filled with self-blame. He was too playful in the past and didn't know a lot of things. However, Gregory's words proved that Angor was telling the truth. The Lord of the Flameless was really going to die. Alucia felt her soul waver, and the joy of finding Asgard's coordinates disappeared in an instant. If the Lord of the Flameless wants to hurt Arusha too, will Arusha resist when she wakes up? Arusha heard Angor's voice. Alucia knew he was talking to Greywood, but it felt like Angor was standing right in front of it and asking questions. Do you dare to resist the Lord of the Flameless, do you? Arusha didn't answer. She quietly walked toward the exit. When her soul reconnected with her body, she heard Gregory's answer. Lady Arusha will. There was no hesitation, no doubt, and no hesitation. I think he's awake, said Angor. Baboda, covered in flames, was knocked down from the sky like a meteor. A huge crater was created in the ground. Lying in the center of the crater, Baboda was covered in blood and couldn't move for a while. The Lord of Flameless, who was completely unharmed, leisurely descended. This clone of the Lord of Flameless was actually on par with Baboda in terms of strength. However, he was able to perfectly suppress Baboda without taking any damage. This was the difference in battle awareness. This was a huge gap that Baboda couldn't make up for in his current situation. Strength that's forcefully increased is like an illusory castle in the air. It looks beautiful, but it collapses with a single touch. The Lord of Flameless voice was calm and emotionless, as if he was commenting on Bobota's battle. However, in Bobota's ears, it sounded more like mockery. The Lord of Flameless looked at Bobota, who was struggling at death's door, with a hint of pity in his eyes. To him, Origin worshippers were very cute. If he had met Bobota first instead of the Lord of Depths, perhaps he would have taken Bobota as a follower and used him to research a new clone. Unfortunately, Bobota's perfect physical body had been reduced to this state. Although it looked strong, it was just as the Lord of Depths had said. It was all an illusion. The price was that Bobota had used up all of his potential and value. Even if Bobota still clung to some sort of obsession, he had been completely changed from the very core of his being. The Lord of Flameless didn't pay any more attention to Bobota. With Bobota's current unbalanced state, even if he didn't do anything, Bobota would gradually collapse. The Lord of Flameless looked back at Olucia. "Since you're already awake, why are you still pretending to be asleep?" Olucia didn't respond. Her eyes were still closed, and she didn't move. The Lord of Flameless slowly walked to Olucia's side and sighed emotionlessly. "Naughty child." The Flameless Lord extended his hand towards Olucia, but just as his hand was about to touch her, Olucia suddenly opened her eyes. A scarlet light flashed, and her figure appeared behind the Flameless Lord. A fierce attack containing a terrifying amount of energy was launched, hoping to destroy the Flameless Lord's doppelganger from both inside and outside. However, just as her attack was about to land on Lord Flameless' back, Olucia's arm was suddenly restrained by a strange power. The energy contained in her palm also dissipated. "It's not cute to attack your own father." The Flameless Lord turned around and looked at Olucia with disapproval, "But you're better off than that Bayuan guy, because he can't be saved. But you can be reborn." Olucia's pupils shrank, and she gathered all her strength in her arm. With a boom, the two separated. Olucia quickly retreated, pulling away from Lord Flameless. Since Lord Flameless mentioned rebirth, Orusha knew that Angor wasn't lying when he said return to silence. The Flameless Lord was really going to attack her. Perhaps that was why the Flameless Lord sent his doppelganger here from the bottomless abyss. "I don't like that look in your eyes. I gave you life, so you should always be grateful to me instead of looking at me with hatred." Lord Flameless' words were full of condemnation, but his eyes showed no emotion at all. "If someone wants to kill you, will you be grateful to them?" Olucia mocked. "Oh, wait. Maybe you've already forgotten what gratitude is?" The Flameless Lord said calmly, "I won't kill you. I'll just put you to rest. When you wake up, you'll become a better person. After my soul dies, I'll no longer be myself." Olucia's eyes flickered. "Better? It's more in line with your wishes, right?" The Flameless Lord replied, "Your birth is a continuation of my will. It should be your duty to serve my will." "Duty? I have my own path." "No, you don't. Your so-called path is just an illusion you created to escape from me. You won't be able to walk down it." "Asgard will give me an answer," Olucia said. "Asgard will give you an answer? That's what the Scholar of Cruelty told you, right? That's why you're looking for the flame relic. You want to find Asgard?" The Flameless Lord suddenly laughed, but his eyes were still as cold as ever. "The Scholar of Cruelty is a master of words. Why don't you think about it carefully? His words might not necessarily give you hope. Perhaps it might even bring you despair." Olucia was stunned. She thought back to when she had asked the Scholar of Cruelty. The Scholar of Cruelty had said to her with a profound expression, "You want to find your own path? Go find Asgard. You'll get an answer there." But whether this answer was good or bad, the Scholar of Cruelty hadn't said. Olucia naturally believed that she would find her own path in Asgard. But what if it was a bad answer? It wasn't that Olucia didn't know, but she didn't dare think about it. Now that the Flameless Lord had cruelly pointed it out, Olucia began to hesitate. "My path is your path. Asgard is a place that has been lost for a long time. Searching for it was a mistake from the start." Was it a mistake? Olucia's heart was faintly shaken. She didn't notice that when the Flameless Lord mentioned Asgard, her eyelids drooped slightly. Tap tap tap, the Flameless Lord walked towards Olucia step by step. Your future will be created by me. No matter if it's for you or for me, this is the best result. Xianxia was a bit confused as she watched the flameless lord walk towards her. The death of your soul doesn't mean that you will disappear. Instead, there will be a better you that will be reborn in your body. Seeing the flameless lord walk towards Xianxia step by step, but Xianxia didn't react at all. Gregory, who was watching from afar, was extremely anxious. Especially when the flameless lord had already gathered energy while Xianxia was still unconscious. Gregory couldn't help but yell, "Lord Xianxia, be careful." Gregory's voice awakened Xianxia, who was tangled up in her heart. When she woke up and saw the flameless lord, who had already gathered energy, she subconsciously moved her body and dodged the flameless lord's attack. The flameless lord glanced at Gregory, then looked back at Xianxia. Using a faint voice, he said regretfully, "Why? I thought you'd become obedient. Isn't it good for you to obediently return to your original state?" The flameless lord moved again. He seemed slow, but he moved quickly towards Xianxia. Xianxia's heart wavered again. Her feelings towards the flameless lord had always been very complicated. There was both admiration and fear. However, when she heard the flameless lord's natural words, Xianxia's heart sank even more. She didn't even know how she should react. No. Xianxia heard Gregory's yell again. She raised her head and discovered that the flameless lord had already arrived in front of her. The flameless lord's clone looked exactly the same as her, both in terms of appearance and height. But for some reason, Xianxia felt as if she was looking down on her from above. She heard Gregory's yell and saw the flameless lord's attack. She suddenly remembered Angwar's question. "If Xianxia wakes up, will you fight against the flameless lord?" Xianxia didn't know how to answer this question. However, Gregory answered without hesitation and certainty, "Yes, I will. I'll definitely fight back." When Gregory's voice echoed in her ears, Xianxia's dazed eyes finally regained their focus. "Yes, I'll fight back." Xianxia suddenly remembered her previous decision. She would not let Griwood down, because this was her own wish. Moreover, it had already made up its mind to resist, and had even taken action before, so why was it hesitating now? With this in mind, Xianxia no longer hesitated. Instead, she unleashed a great amount of power to resist the flameless lord's attack. After a dazzling flash of light, both Xianxia and the flameless lord took several steps back. Sigh. Why are children so stubborn? Lord Flameless sighed. Return to your original state and get back on the right track. That's the choice you should make. Xianxia looked up with a determined look. I have my own path. Even if I can't find it in Asgard, there must be a place that will give me a satisfactory answer. I will never walk with you. With that, Xianxia unleashed a great amount of power and attacked Lord Flameless. The Flameless Lord was stunned for a moment before he sighed softly. It seems that my attempt back then was a failure. Even though a soul has been born, there are too many uncontrollable factors to allow my bloodline to mature from infancy. I guess it's better to go back to the furnace. Two identical figures clashed against each other in the dark sky. Unlike Babota, Xianxia's power could be mastered gradually, and her battle instincts could even buff her own strength. Thus, Xianxia and Lord Flameless Demon God Avatar were evenly matched for the time being. Moreover, Xianxia was glad that they weren't in Lesutran. Although she didn't know how they got here and why the others weren't here, this gave her a very good space. At least she could focus on dealing with the Flameless Lord without worrying about anyone sneaking up on her. Fafnir once warned him that he shouldn't watch a high-level battle with his current strength. If he really wanted to watch, he would need an indirect medium, such as the wisp of wind that Fafnir used as a medium. There were two reasons why Fafnir warned him. Firstly, Angor was too weak to learn anything by simply watching high-level battles. Secondly, it might affect his future decisions, which might even affect his own energy flow. At first, he didn't think much of it. He already watched some high-level battles from above the Void Tower, and he didn't find it strange at all. But now, when he went to watch the battle between Arusha and Lord Flameless, he couldn't see them at all. The more he watched, the more uncomfortable he felt. It was as if there was an unknown flame burning in his chest, disrupting his energy circulation. Angor quickly closed his eyes and tried his best to suppress the discomfort. However, the discomfort kept following him and was getting worse. Angor knew that the energy flow inside his body was affected. In fact, this was a small probability event, but Toby's frozen spell had been unsealed. Under the influence of the curse of disaster, this small probability event became infinitely large. It wasn't hard to solve this problem. He just needed to find a soundproof room and meditate to adjust his mana circulation. But now, he couldn't move under the pressure. He couldn't find a soundproof room at all. Besides, the noise from the battle was too loud for him to calm down and meditate. The discomfort was getting worse and worse. He couldn't even circulate his blood properly. He even began to wonder if he would be burned to death because the energy did not work properly. Considering Toby's horrible curse, he didn't think it was a bad idea. Just as he was about to lose his mind, he suddenly sensed a stream of energy entering his body from his back. This energy was like a warm flame, illuminating and dispelling the filth in his body. By the time the flame finished circulating around his body, the discomfort in his chest was gone. "Thank you." Angor exhaled deeply. Judging from the nature of the energy and its source, he knew it came from Gregory. However, Angor did not get any response even after waiting for a long time. When he thought Gregory might have fainted because of his injuries, he heard a strange voice coming from behind him. "Are you a human, mister?" Back in Hallucination Hut, Orusha saw through his disguise at first glance, which was why he thought Gregory knew that he was a human too. Angor didn't try to hide his identity when he talked to Boboda. However, Gregory didn't seem to recognize him. Humans and abyssal natives had the same body shape, but their internal organs were different. Gregory scanned Angor's body with his energy and noticed something. Angor didn't know what to do when he thought about the natural hostility between demons and humans. "Yes, I'm a human," said Angor after a while. "Then are you in cahoots with those people from before?" "As a human, I've naturally heard of their names, but I'm not in cahoots with them. Besides, do you think I'm strong enough to work with them?" Angor carefully chose his words. "You're right. He's too weak," said Gregory after a while. Angor didn't know what to say. "Do you hate humans?" Angor suddenly asked. "I don't know. But I hate those people." After some thought, Gregory's voice slowly calmed down from the sharp questioning tone. Angor didn't say anything else. Demons and humans had different worldviews, so he wouldn't force his own opinions on Gregory. When it began to think about likes and dislikes, it had already established its own view of right and wrong, and that was enough. Angor didn't know whether Gregory was thinking or watching the battle. Angor calmed his mind and used Soul Link to communicate with his soul space. When Angor was recovering his soul energy, Gregory suddenly spoke again. "I hate humans, but I don't hate you, mister." Angor chuckled. "Of course. I promised you that I'll let you experience Rhythmic Journey once we get out of here safely. You won't get the chance if you hate me." Gregory also chuckled. While the atmosphere calmed down, the air on the other side of the battlefield became stagnant. Olucia was bathed in blood. Her eyes were swollen, and her body was covered in bruises. Even her porcelain mask was broken. She looked terrible. On the other hand, the other Olucia looked like a mirror. The Olucia outside the mirror was badly injured, but the Olucia inside the mirror was still as clean as ever. It wasn't that there weren't any changes. Only a sizzling sound could be heard. Olucia suddenly grinned and let out a series of unbridled laughter. However, the Flameless Lord's expression was even colder than before. This was because there was a shallow cut on his face, and some blood was seeping out. This was a small wound caused by Olucia's trick during the previous exchange. In comparison, Lord Flameless was only a small wound, while Olucia's injuries were very serious. However, she was laughing arrogantly, as if she had already won. "Ahahaha." After laughing, Olucia's aura slowly grew stronger. The Flameless Lord looked at Olucia calmly and said coldly, "I almost forgot that the junior leopard also has claws. Looks like I need to get serious." Following the Lord of the Flameless words, the porcelain white shell covering his body emitted a lustrous glow and turned into a strange fluid. This porcelain white fluid was piling up and modifying the Lord of the Flameless body. In just a few seconds, Lord Flameless body underwent a drastic change. His body grew several times larger, and a pair of porcelain white wings appeared on his back. His tail was connected to his abdomen, making him look like some kind of mantis. However, his skin was extremely white, and he didn't look menacing at all. Instead, he looked elegant and beautiful. Release your true form? Olucia was surprised. I've never sealed my true form. What do you mean release? Lord Flameless explained, as far as I'm concerned, this is my true form. As Lord Flameless revealed his true form, the pressure around them suddenly disappeared, and so did the terrifying aura. Angor and Gregory could finally move again. However, they didn't dare to make any big movements. They could only quietly move away from the center of the battle. As the pressure disappeared, Olucia's expression became even more vigilant than before. Without any sound, Lord Flameless suddenly appeared on the other side of Olucia and gently swung his scythe-like arm. The movement was completely silent. There wasn't even any energy fluctuation. But with such a light wave, it directly cut a crack in the space. A terrifying suction force came out of the crack and caused the surrounding space to collapse. After restraining all of his energy, the Flameless Lord's movements didn't cause any sound or ripple. Even though Olucia had been very cautious, she was still affected by this kind of attack that didn't even cause a ripple. There was a penetrating wound on its right shoulder, and the bones inside were almost immediately shattered. The reason why its right hand was not broken was because it was still hanging on by a thin layer of skin. Olucia tore off her almost crippled right arm. With a series of scratching sounds, a new arm grew out from the broken part. However, after regrowing her severed limb, Olucia's face became even paler. Aurelia was being completely suppressed. Faced with this situation, Olucia also planned to release her seal. When Olucia returned from the old world, she already sensed that her true form was destroyed and her true spirit was destroyed. Only the power of her true name remained unharmed. Therefore, its only choice now was to unseal its true name, but when she tried to do so, the power of her true name suddenly disappeared. Olucia didn't know what her true name was. In that instant, Lord Flameless appeared behind him without a single ripple. He swung his arm. Angor and Gregory were carefully moving toward the edge of the battlefield. He didn't dare to leave because he didn't want to attract Lord Flameless' attention. Angor already knew how fast Lord Flameless was. Even if he fully activated the sequence of gravity, he still wouldn't be able to catch up. Also, Angor had a feeling that Gregory was right. There was something strange about this place. Angor had an indescribable feeling that he was being watched by someone in the darkness. It was an ominous feeling that was as dangerous as the one he was facing right now. Angor glanced at Toby, who was still breathing steadily. Even if a disaster was coming, at least he wouldn't be targeted alone. After walking for a while, Angor sensed that the sound behind him was almost gone. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Gregory suddenly exclaimed, "No!" Due to what happened earlier, Angor did not pay attention to the battle until he saw Gregory's shocked expression. Olucia was currently facing them. Angor didn't notice anything strange at first. But all of a sudden, blood spurted out from Olucia's waist. Olucia's body was split into two, but the Flameless Lord had cut her in the middle. She was cut in half. Gregory's pupils reflected the scene. Orusha's waist was dislocated. Blood splattered everywhere as her body was split into two halves and fell to the ground. The dust had settled. Orusha was facing her own creator, or rather, an insignificant clone of her creator. Olucia was still defeated, and she had lost miserably. Lady Orusha. Gregory suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face filled with helplessness and despondency. The Flameless Lord lowered his head and looked at the two halves of Olucia. Olucia wasn't dead. She was still trying her best to make the severed part of her body grow granules, trying to reconnect the two parts. Don't waste your energy. With how much energy you have left, it's almost impossible for you to recover, Lord Flameless said. Orusha looked up and glared at Lord Flameless with her blood-stained face. Orusha's forehead suddenly glowed, and the mark of the legacy of kindred reappeared. Following the appearance of the imprint, the growth of granulation on Olucia's waist sped up. Oh, I almost forgot. You still have a way to borrow external power. But still, it's impossible for you to recover. Do you think I'll give you time? Lord Flameless looked down at the pieces of meat in the dust. A white flame flickered in his palm. Just as the flames flickered more and more, an ancient and complicated evil aura spread out from the distance. Lord Flameless quickly turned around and stared at the source of the aura. It was the pit. Or rather, the pit was created when Lord Flameless smashed Boboda into the ground. That ancient evil aura was spreading out from the deep pit. Angor and Gregory also sensed the aura from afar. The aura was not as oppressive as the aura, but it was filled with evil and evil. Anyone who fell into the aura would feel like drowning and suffocating. Why does this feel so familiar? Angor muttered to himself. Inside the pit, a burning red chain slowly reached out. As the chain rose, Boboda, whose body was starting to rot, struggled to stand up. I won't die. The glory of the originators is waiting for me to recover. And my sister is waiting for me to meet her. I won't die. I can't die. As Boboda muttered, the end of the red chain began to release a thick blood aura. The symbol of a total solar eclipse could also be seen. An artifact? Lord Flameless stared at the chain. Such a large amount of demon blood aura. You must have consumed at least hundreds of demons to create this artifact. Boboda viciously glared at Lord Flameless, his eyes flashing with madness. Lord Flameless calmly said, "Do you know what a demon god hates to see the most? Something belonging to another demon god, be it a mark or an artifact." Lord Flameless suddenly raised his voice. The flame he prepared to deal with Arusha were now aimed at the chain. Boboda's battle with Lord Flameless had been a complete failure. Lying in the pit, he could feel his body collapsing, but he didn't want to die like this. The only way he could think of to survive was to activate the object summoning ritual and borrow the power of the Lord of the Deep Abyss to rebuild his physical body and kill the Lord of the Flameless doppelganger. However, the ritual caused too much of a commotion. As soon as it was activated, the evil aura immediately attracted Lord Flameless' attention. Before the ceremony was complete, Lord Flameless' flame on hit the chains. With a crisp sound, the total solar eclipse symbol on the chain shattered into countless specks of light. As the emblem shattered, Boboda was hit by the backlash. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground again. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. Tears of blood flowed out of Boboda's eyes. He didn't want to die. Seeing this, Lord Flameless said coldly, "Although I don't like the artifacts of other demon gods, I can tell you one thing. When the ritual was activated, the demon god you prayed to already sensed it." The Flameless Lord's words were a fact. The Abyss Lord had already sensed the situation here, but he didn't choose to descend. In other words, the Abyss Lord had already given up on Boboda. Right now, the only thing of value to Boboda was his soul. Since he worshipped the Abyss Lord, his soul would definitely be taken by the Abyss Lord after his death. Since the Abyss Lord had already guaranteed his only benefit, why would he fight with another demon god when he knew that Boboda was going to die, even though the Deep Abyss Master was much stronger than the Flameless Master? However, a battle without benefits was meaningless to him. When Lord Flameless pointed out the truth, Boboda's face turned ashen. Lord Flameless wasn't interested in what Boboda was thinking. He didn't even continue attacking. Instead, he turned around and walked back to Arusha's side. To him, getting rid of the naughty child was the most important thing. When Lord Flameless started walking towards Xianxia, Gregory finally regained his senses and repeatedly muttered, "No." Then, he frantically and anxiously staggered towards Xianxia. Angor saw this and stopped Gregory without hesitation. The confused Gregory was successfully stopped by Angor. In fact, Gregory knew that it would be useless for him to rush over. But even if it was useless, Gregory didn't want to watch Xianxia die just like that. Gregory looked at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia also raised her head and looked at him. When Xianxia saw Gregory rushing over, her eyes flashed with relief, but more of it was filled with anxiety. Arusha sighed in relief when she saw Angor blocking Gregory's path. For the first time, Arusha looked at Gregory with pleading eyes. She didn't want Gregory to come. Because if Gregory rushed over, he would only be courting death. Perhaps the Lord of Flameless would not attack anyone else after killing Angor. After all, both Angor and Gregory were mere ants to him. Even if he had to live like an ant, Aurelia only hoped that Gregory would survive. Lord Flameless approached Arusha. Arusha didn't give up when he tried to destroy the item. The flesh on her waist was already reconnecting with the other part of her body. If Lord Flameless came a little later, Arusha's body would have been healed already. Don't be so hasty. Once your soul dies, I'll fix your body and make it even better than before. Lord Flameless glanced at the mark between Arusha's eyebrows. After all, you're the first body that can carry a flame's remnant. A flame's remnant? Arusha felt that something was wrong. Is he after me not because of betrayal, but because of the flame's remnant? Arusha felt that something was off, but she didn't have the chance to ask, because the Flameless Lord's hand once again lit up with flames. Just at that moment, a sonic boom streaked across the sky, interrupting Lord Flameless' actions. It was an elemental arrow made of raging flames that flew over from afar. However, before the raging flame arrow could reach Lord Flameless, it stopped in midair. The Flameless Lord turned his head and looked at where the flame arrow came from, only to see Gregory's hands pointing at him. There was still visible scorching energy in his palms. Obviously, Gregory was the one who fired the arrow. Angor stopped Gregory, but Gregory was stronger than Angor to begin with. He only stopped because of Arusha's gaze. Arusha didn't want him to do that, so Gregory didn't move forward. However, when he saw Lord Flameless returning to Arusha's body, many images flashed in Gregory's mind, all of which were related to Arusha. Gregory was always frustrated because he couldn't mature. He had been suppressing himself in his clan, trying to find a way to make himself mature faster. After following Xianxia, although maturity was still Grievous's goal, Xianxia did not give him pressure like the other demons in her race. Instead, she allowed him to grow freely. The reason why Gregory became so stubborn was because of Arusha's indulgence. During the time he spent with Arusha, Gregory completely let go of his natural instincts. The depression in his heart was also gone. It was the most comfortable moment in his life. Because of this, Xianxia had an extraordinary meaning to Gregory. When he saw that Xianxia was about to be killed by the Flameless Lord, Gregory felt as if he had seen all the beautiful memories of the past turn to dust and disappear. This was something that Gregory couldn't accept. Even if Xianxia used her gaze to stop him, even if the shopkeeper repeatedly told him to restrain himself, in the end, Gregory still released that flame arrow. Even though Gregory knew that the flame arrow might not be of any use and might even bring him harm, he still didn't dare to do anything. But sometimes, his rational mind couldn't keep up with the impulse and emotion of a moment. And it was proven that the arrow couldn't hurt Lord Flameless at all. It couldn't even get close to him. When Lord Flameless looked at Gregory, Gregory's expression was filled with fear, but there was also a flash of hatred in his eyes. Using fire against me? Ignorant fool. As soon as Lord Flameless said that, the flame arrow that had stopped in midair suddenly turned around and shot back at Gregory. The arrow moved even faster than before. There was no way to stop it. No. Arusha mumbled as blood dripped from her mouth. The flames from the inferno arrow illuminated Gregory's eyes that were filled with fear and despair. After a loud explosion, a deep, burning pit appeared where Gregory stood. The fire was burning fiercely. However, when the wind blew by, they could clearly see that there was no one inside the crater. Back to a moment ago. The flaming arrow illuminated Gregory's fear. It knew that it could not dodge it. It felt despair in its heart, but there was also a calmness toward death. However, at the most crucial moment, gravity felt a strong force coming from behind. It froze for a second before it heard the sound of wind blowing by its ears. Gravity's vision went dark, and gravity disappeared from the spot. When it came back to its senses, it was already on the other side of the battlefield. At the same time, it heard heavy breathing behind it. It looked back and saw a shadow crawling into Angor's body. It seemed to be Angor's soul. Soul ejection? Gravity was puzzled when it suddenly felt a sharp pain spreading from its body. When he looked down, all he saw was a patch of bright red. Earlier, Gravity did escape the fatal attack by using Angor's soul. However, this flame arrow was strengthened by Lord Flameless. Its burning power alone created a huge danger zone. Even if Angor and Gravity managed to dodge the arrow, Gravity was still affected by the fire. With just a scratch, a huge hole appeared on Gregory's chest and abdomen. Blood was gushing out of the wound. Even though Gregory had dodged the fatal attack, the graze almost took its life. Angor was behind gravity. He was also affected by the impact, but gravity took all the brunt of it, so Angor only suffered some superficial wounds. Angor looked at the wounds on Gregory's body and grew anxious. Gravity saved Toby's life. That was a fact. Even if Gregory's injuries were self-inflicted, he could not bear to see Gregory die just like that. He quickly took out a bottle of glowing velvet potion from his bracelet and dripped it on Gravity's wound. However, before the potion could reach the wound, it suddenly turned into steam and disappeared. Angor was surprised. He used his spirit feelers to check and found that there was a flame around Gravity's wound. It couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but it was always there. It kept burning Gravity's wound like a maggot, and it was even spreading out from the wound. The wound was big, and it was being corroded by the flame. It didn't take long for Gravity's eyes to slowly lose their light. Angor checked the potions in his bracelet and found that there was nothing that could help Gravity's condition. He considered and took out a dark green potion from his bracelet. The dark green potion looked ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one would feel a strange sense of profoundness. It was an intermediate potion, one of the few that Angor had. It was called Withering Watch. Angor found the potion in the ship graveyard hidden in the dead space of Silver Palm Isle. He found it among the belongings of a wizard named Husker. Withering Watch was originally used to prolong one's life. Moreover, the effect was outstanding. Even if it was put in an auction, the price would definitely be high. However, Angor didn't use the potion because it could prolong one's life. Withering Watch had another special effect: it greatly reduced one's life force consumption. The only way Angor could think of to save Gravity was to use Withering Watch to prolong Gravity's life and activate its potential. Then, he could figure out a way to heal Gravity's injury. Angor picked up the potion and poured it into Gravity's mouth. Gregory, who had already sunk into an unconscious state, finally felt his chaotic thoughts under the effects of the potion. He slowly began to clear up, and his confused gaze became clear again. Gregory saw Angor pouring some kind of potion into the bird's mouth. That must be what made the bird feel so comfortable. Gravity wanted to thank Angor, but before it could say anything, its pupils shrank. Back, back. Gravity used all its strength to yell out the short word from its dry throat. Angor was using a level 2 cantrip called Potion Guidance to quickly spread the potion's effect. Angor was surprised to hear Gravity's voice. Back. Angor looked back in confusion. A scorching shadow blocked his sight. Angor saw a giant white hand in front of him. The structure of this palm was very similar to the mana hand, it had some kind of illusory nature. The only difference was that this white porcelain palm was burning with raging flames. Angor didn't have time to dodge and was caught by the hand. Angor was still confused. He didn't know what was going on. In the next second, he felt something pressing against his chest, waist, and abdomen. It was so strong that Angor felt like all his organs were crushed into pieces and mixed with sticky blood. The unbearable torture made Angor's eyes roll back. The pain kept pushing Angor's limit. He couldn't think or move. He could only endure the pain of his body being squeezed and his skin being burned. In Angor's mind, the pain lasted for a long time. But in reality, it only lasted for a brief moment. Angor heard a disgusted "huh?" The white hand suddenly loosened its grip, and he fell headfirst to the maroon ground. At that moment, his body was in a twisted state. Especially his 4 limbs, they were practically broken into several pieces. Wisps of white smoke were rising from his skin that had been burnt to charcoal. Angor collapsed on the ground and gasped for air. Every time he breathed, blood and pieces of unknown flesh would flow out of his body. He could feel that although his internal organs were not completely shattered, they were not far away. Furthermore, not only were his internal organs damaged, every inch of his bones felt as if they had been broken. The pain didn't lessen at all. Angor tried his best to look up while enduring the pain. The white hand above his head suddenly turned into a beam of white light and entered Lord Flameless' body. Lord Flameless was looking at Angor with disgust. To be more precise, he was looking at a gray seabird that was scattered around Angor's body. The white hand was created by Lord Flameless, but he didn't do it to kill the pathetic human. He only did it because the human had a small statue in his pocket when saving the young demon. Lord Flameless looked at the statue and felt that it looked familiar, so he attacked. Since he was already attacking, he didn't hold back. He was going to crush the human into a meat patty. However, when he was about to use more force, he suddenly sensed a disgusting aura coming from the human. Lord Flameless quickly realized what was going on and let go of Angor. At the same time, he found the source of the disgusting aura, the seabird. So it's the Pilgrim of Misfortune's curse. No wonder I ran into all kinds of obstacles when chasing after you from the void. Lord Flameless looked at Angor in disgust. The Flameless Lord now understood why all sorts of bad luck had happened along the way. The bad luck wasn't actually affecting him. He was only passively affected by the aftermath of the curse of disaster. Angor didn't expect that it wasn't Lord Flameless' mercy that saved his life. It was Toby's curse of misfortune. Panting heavily, Angor looked at Toby, who was still lying on the ground, and felt lucky. He was glad that he managed to survive the curse of misfortune, and that Toby wasn't affected by the white hand. Lord Flameless didn't mind that Angor was still alive. He slowly moved his gaze away from Toby. There was something strange about Toby, but that wasn't important right now. Lord Flameless looked at the other item that fell from Angor's body. It was this item that attracted Lord Flameless' attention. On the brown-red ground, there was a delicate statue. It's actually a natural descendant? Lord Flameless looked at the statue and muttered. That exquisite appearance immediately reminded Lord Flameless of the demon god. It was the Scholar of Cruelty. A natural descendant? So you're one of the Scholar of Cruelty's followers? Lord Flameless looked at Angor in surprise. This descendant was different from Babota's chain. That chain was an artificial one, but this one was born with a demon god. It was a natural descendant. Only the most trusted followers of a demon god would be given such a thing. Angor didn't answer. He didn't even have the strength to do so. Lord Flameless didn't mind. He only glanced at Angor. You don't have the mark of the Scholar of Cruelty? Why would he give you a natural descendant then? Lord Flameless muttered, interesting. Very interesting. Lord Flameless suddenly became interested in this human. But he could put this matter aside for now. There would be plenty of time to study it in the future. Right now, he had to deal with Arusha first. Lord Flameless' gaze returned to Alucia. Angor saw that Lord Flameless was no longer looking at him. While enduring the excruciating pain, he used his spirit feelers to take out the elixir of life from his bracelet. It was something Iron Granny gave him before he came to the Abyss Plane. According to Iron Granny, the elixir of life could save him from fatal injuries. Angor wasn't sure if Iron Granny was telling the truth, but he knew his own condition. Most of his organs were broken. If the elixir of life couldn't save him, he wouldn't be able to survive. Angor drank the elixir of life with great hope. As the cool liquid flowed down his throat, Angor's eyes glowed. He could feel a powerful life force quickly repairing his injuries. His broken organs and bones were all recovering at a visible speed. As he waited for his body to recover, he suddenly heard someone speaking in a weak voice. A natural descendant is the only way to survive. Use a natural object to expel the avatar of the Lord of Flameless. That's our only chance. A weak yet familiar voice traveled through the barrier of space and reached Angor's ears. Angor looked up and saw Babota lying on the ground, quietly looking at him. His face was covered in blood, but Angor could see that his eyes were shining brightly. A natural object is different from a man-made one. It doesn't require a complicated ritual. All you need to do is stain it with your blood and sincerely call its master's name, and it will answer you. This is our last chance, Babota said. Babota had a hopeful look on his face. You should know that only another demon god can defeat a demon god. Earlier, Babota tried to use a natural object to summon the Lord of Abyss, but he failed in the end. At that moment, Babota believed that his fate was sealed. He allowed his body to slowly crumble and his consciousness to fall into the abyss of darkness. Until Babota saw the object that fell from Angor's body. Hope rekindled in Babota's heart. The exquisite statue of the Scholar of Cruelty was not a man-made object. It was a natural one. A natural object could directly contact a demon god and even invite the demon god's consciousness to come to them. Babota quickly realized that this was their only chance. Without hesitation, he contacted Angor. In his mind, Angor was already suffering so much pain that he almost died at the hands of the Lord of Flameless. Surely, Angor would jump at the chance to survive. Angor was not in a good condition right now. His bones were dislocated, his body was twisted, and his organs were severely damaged. Without outside help, he would not live for long. Therefore, Angor should use a natural object to save himself. But to Babota's surprise, Angor did not do anything. Angor's eyes, expression, and every inch of his body seemed to be saying no. Why? That's our only chance. Don't you want to save yourself? Or, do you wish that stupid young flame demon to die here? Angor lowered his head in silence. Alright, even if the Flameless Lord won't act against an ant, he might not kill you in the end. But as you can see, he's already interested in you. Even if he doesn't kill you, he won't let you go. Do you understand? The interest of a demon god isn't something that can be eliminated so easily. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, once you fall into his hands, you will realize that perhaps it is better to die than to live like this. Use the subjugation. It's the last and only chance for you, me, and the young fire demon you want to save. The speaker was earnest, but the listener was indifferent. It wasn't that he didn't want to be careful. He just knew that he wouldn't end up well if he used the weapon. When the scholar of cruelty gave him the statue, he mentioned in a meaningful tone that he could use the statue to make some kind of exchange with him. Although it sounded like a trade, it was not an equivalent exchange. Moreover, the content of the so-called exchange was unknown. When one side was in a hurry to initiate an unequal exchange, it was inevitable that the price would be sky-high. According to Sunder's analysis, if he used the statue, he would lose not only his freedom but also his soul. Angor's soul was special. The scholar of cruelty didn't dare to, or even couldn't, imprint his true name on it. However, if he used the power of laws, such as the subjugation, to initiate an unequal exchange, the scholar of cruelty could bypass the surface mechanism and directly make Angor's soul belong to him. Don't ever use it. Sunders advised. Don't use it. If you really want to use it, you must think about the consequences and bear the price of eternity. Angor knew that the subjugation might save his life, but he didn't want to use it. Angor's mind was filled with rejection, but Babota didn't give up on persuading him. My body is breaking down. I don't know how long I can hold on. Maybe I won't be able to see Flower Sparrow. But I hope you don't die. You have to at least leave this place alive and help me see Flower Sparrow. Besides, don't you want to see your family and friends? They're waiting for you, and your teacher, Sunders. Flora. When Babota mentioned his family and friends, Angor was a little surprised. John, Leon, Nausicaa, Xylem, and many others flashed in his mind. It was as if he could hear them calling out his name one after another. Angor hesitated for a moment. It's over. Naughty children will receive their deserved punishment. The Lord of Flameless spoke in a calm and unperturbed voice. With that, a small flame appeared in his hand and he pressed it toward Alucia's forehead. Far away, Gregory's small face was covered in tears. He opened his eyes wide and mumbled, "No, no." No matter how many times Gregory prayed in his heart, the final outcome still came. When the pale flames fell, Alucia turned her head and looked at Gregory for the last time. Her eyes seemed to have many meanings to convey to Gregory, but in the end, Alucia only raised her eyebrows and smiled at Gregory. After the smile, Gregory didn't even have time to decipher the meaning behind the smile before he saw the flames engulfing Alucia's head. The raging fire completely blocked Gregory's sight. Gregory's sobs suddenly stopped. He stared blankly at the burning fire in the distance as if he didn't expect something like this to happen. When Alucia's soul turned into a fist-sized ball of light and was held by the Lord of Flameless, Gregory finally came back to his senses. He no longer cried or mumbled. Tears flowed down his cheeks quietly. Maybe Gregory didn't even know that he was crying. He only felt that his eyes were stinging, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart that was slowly growing. The Flameless Lord didn't immediately destroy Alucia's soul consciousness. Instead, he took out a pale blue ice flame from the burning body on the ground. It emitted a thick white frost aura. This was the relic of the familial flame. The Lord of Flameless never thought that there would be a flame that could make him recognize someone as his master. Lord of Flameless looked at the pale blue flame and an undetectable light flashed through his eyes. He slowly placed it into Alucia's soul. The reason why Lord of Flameless didn't destroy Alucia's soul was because he needed it to carry the relic of the familial flame. A pale blue flame appeared in the ball of light in his palm. Lord of Flameless looked at the ball of light in his palm with fascination. After the relic of the familial flame merged with the ball of light, it looked like an eye of light with blue flames. It was dreamy and beautiful. Lord of Flameless admired it for a while. Then, he took out the purple and white origin flame that Alucia had painstakingly obtained from the soulless body on the ground. The Flameless Lord lightly tossed the origin flames into the air. The two origin flames seemed to become two different colored fish. With the eye of light as the core, they began to swim in a circle. Lord of Flameless removed the restraints on the eye of light. Instead of landing on the ground, the eye of light simply floated beside Lord of Flameless. The origin flame fish was the source of energy for the eye of light, and it was also marked by Lord of Flameless. No matter where Lord of Flameless went, the origin flame fish would follow. Lord of Flameless looked at the eye of light with satisfaction. Then, he slowly looked away. Now that he had finished his business, it was time to leave. There was something in this world that made him uncomfortable. However, before leaving, Lord of Flameless decided to study the strange human. Lord Flameless slowly approached Angor, one step at a time. Babota was the first to notice Lord of Flameless' movement. He tried to talk to Angor using voice transmissions, but Angor didn't respond. When he mentioned Angor's family and friends, Angor finally showed a hesitant expression. Babota thought he had a chance, so he kept talking. But no matter what he said, Angor didn't respond. Babota even thought that Angor might have already blocked his voice transmissions. Seeing that Lord Flameless was already approaching Angor, Babota clenched his teeth and yelled, "Angor, the only way out is to use a subdued object. Don't hesitate anymore." Lord of Flameless was surprised by Babota's words. He then looked at the human in the distance. Or rather, the statue next to the human. Previously, he had used the flameless hand to pinch the human, causing the statue to fall. However, the human's body was too weak. Just a light pinch had caused great damage to the human, causing him to spurt out blood. Some of the blood also landed on the statue. According to the rules of nature, as long as the human sincerely called out to the scholar of cruelty in his mind, the scholar of cruelty's consciousness would descend. Even the Flameless Lord couldn't stop the speed of thought on the level of consciousness. So, would he do it? Lord of Flameless looked at Angor again. Although the Flameless Lord didn't know why the scholar of cruelty didn't leave an imprint on the human and instead left the descendant for him, the Flameless Lord faintly felt that the scholar of cruelty might have encountered some kind of obstacle and temporarily couldn't leave an imprint on the human. As long as the human used the descendant, the Flameless Lord could bypass the obstacle and leave an imprint on the human. Although these so-called obstacles were very rare, they were not non-existent. For example, certain items, abilities, or even mystery items could cause such obstacles. The Lord of the Flameless saw through this at a glance. Therefore, he was actually quite curious. Did this human know how to use subjugation? For the Lord of Flameless, it didn't really care if it could get its hands on this human. Even if the human used the subjugation skill, it was just the scholar of cruelty's will. Even if the Lord of Flameless faced the scholar of cruelty head-on, it wouldn't be at a disadvantage. In fact, the Lord of Flameless could use this opportunity to negotiate with the scholar of cruelty and gain some benefits. As for Babota's assumption that only another demon god could defeat a demon god, it wasn't correct. It was because Babota didn't know much about high-level combatants. Demon gods rarely fought each other. Even a powerful demon god like the Lord of Depths would avoid unnecessary conflicts, let alone both the Lord of Brutality and the Scholar of Cruelty. Therefore, the Lord of Flameless didn't care whether the human would use the subjugation skill or not. The Lord of Brutality was planning to teleport to Angor's side, but after hearing Babota's words, the Lord of Brutality slowed down. It gave Angor enough time to decide. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. On the other side, Gravy's expression was as still as a bucket of stagnant water. But when he heard Babota's words, his ears twitched a little. Use the subjugation skill? Gravy's eyes suddenly brightened up as if he had thought of something. If the Scholar of Cruelty arrived, it would mean that he could banish or even kill the avatar of the Lord of Flameless. Even though Grievous hated Boboda, it was still a way to survive. With this method, he might even be able to return Lady Urusha's soul to her rightful place. With this in mind, Gravy couldn't wait to speak. But just as Gregory opened his mouth, he looked at the motionless shop owner and suddenly hesitated. If using the subjugation skill could solve everything, why didn't the shop owner want to do it? Gravy didn't think as deeply as the Lord of Flameless, so he couldn't figure out what was wrong with the shop owner. However, Gravy could tell that the shop owner didn't want to use the subjugation skill. Could it be that the subjugation skill posed a danger to the shop owner? Gregory thought about how the shop owner had pulled him away from the range of the fiery arrow without any regard for his own safety. He thought about how the shop owner had fed him medicine that could slow down the deterioration of his injuries while he was still in a daze. He thought about how the shop owner had smilingly agreed to let him participate in the experience. Gravy hesitated. This was probably the first time the brat Gregory had considered the feelings of others. Or perhaps, after experiencing the previous ups and downs, Gregory had also started to grow slowly. Although Gregory did not say anything, his expectant gaze had already explained everything. However, neither Boboda's calm nor Gravu's hopeful look made Angor move. Angor even lowered his head. They couldn't find any clues from Angor's expression. The Lord of Flameless could see Angor's expression, but to his surprise, the human did not show any expression. It was unusually calm. If it was any other time, perhaps this expression would not have any meaning, but at this time, it was somewhat strange for him to be able to maintain such a calm expression. Regardless of whether it was the human whose body was about to collapse or the young fire demon, they had placed their hopes of nothingness on him. Even the Flameless Lord himself was walking towards him. In such a situation, if it were anyone else, they might hesitate, be terrified, or even go hysterical, or even go crazy, but Angor remained calm, as if he did not care about his surroundings at all. The Lord of Flameless narrowed his eyes. It was not seemed. He really did not care about his surroundings. Because he did not seem to be paying attention to the outside world. Instead, he was closing his eyes and mumbling something. The Lord of Flameless raised an eyebrow and heard the subtle ripples in the air. Praise. Shava. Some vague words fell into the Lord of Flameless' ears, but most of them were words that he did not understand. Was it the whispers of a demon god? No, it did not seem so. The Lord of Flameless did not sense any energy ripples. Or was it some kind of strange ritual? The Lord of Flameless knew that certain supernatural beings would perform certain rituals that originated from the end of darkness. These rituals required long and complicated prayers, or perhaps incantations. Then, they would use these rituals to achieve certain goals. However, after taking a closer look, the Lord of Flameless realized that it was not such a ritual. There were many rules to follow in a ritual, such as the casting materials, the casting location, the casting action, the casting pattern, the offering, and the completion of the ritual. Even if it was a simple ritual or a simple prayer, there would still be a corresponding energy cycle involved. But there was no energy ripple coming from this human being. He looked like some random worshippers who chanted empty slogans but did not do anything. But this human was too calm. He did not look like one of those random worshippers. Interesting. The Lord of Flameless was even more intrigued by this human's performance. If the human did not choose to use the summoning object, the Lord of Flameless could take him away and study him. With this in mind, the Lord of Flameless slowly walked toward Angor. He was already halfway there and was only a few dozen meters away from Angor. But Angor still did not do anything. Boboda, who was watching this from afar, began to feel despair. Greywood was also disappointed. But he already had a hunch that Angor would not do anything. No one believed that Angor would use the summoning object at this moment. Even the Lord of Flameless believed that the human had given up on resisting. However, something happened when the Lord of Flameless was only a short distance away from Angor. The Lord of Flameless was now less than 10 meters away from Angor. But at that moment, Lord Flameless suddenly stopped. Angor, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, was now struggling to get up from the ground. In the middle of the distance between the two of them, a strong gust of wind passed through, bringing with it a strong and pungent smell of sulfur, as well as some floating sparks. This scene was like a frozen image. The pitch-black and deathly still sky, the ground that was as red as blood, and the bubbling magma in the crevices, were the background of the scene. The Lord of Flameless and Angor each stood in a different direction, becoming the main characters of the picture. Angor struggled to stand up. His broken limbs were not fully healed even after using the elixir of life. Therefore, when he stood up, he looked very strange, like a marionette with a crooked neck. The Lord of Flameless looked at the human in front of him. He was curious. What was this human trying to do? Even Baboda and Greywood did not understand why Angor was trying so hard to stand up. If he wanted to use the summoning object, he did not need to stand up. He only needed to sincerely call out the name of the Scholar of Cruelty. So what was Angor trying to do? Baboda even had a ridiculous thought in his mind. Is Angor going to fight the Lord of Flameless himself? Baboda shook his head and tried to get rid of the ridiculous thought. Angor was going to fight the Lord of Flameless? It was like a baby wrestling with an adult. No, it was Tyrannosaurus trying to shake the world tree. That was impossible. The difference was too big. However, as soon as Baboda gave up on the idea, Angor suddenly looked up from the ground. A fierce aura shot out from Angor's eyes like an arrow. Was that fighting spirit? Baboda was stunned. What he thought was the most ridiculous thing actually happened. Was Angor really going to challenge the Lord of Flameless? As a bystander, Baboda thought the whole thing was ridiculous. However, he didn't notice that Lord Flameless, the other main character of the confrontation, was slowly calming down. Baboda didn't sense it directly, so he didn't know how powerful Angor's aura was. Even Lord Flameless felt a prickling sensation on his skin. This was something Lord of Flameless never felt when he fought Baboda before. Lord of Flameless felt that this human was becoming strange. Strange things were unpredictable variables. Lord of Flameless would never underestimate the unknown. This was one of the reasons why he was able to become a grand demon god. Lord of Flameless flicked his finger, and a strand of flameless fire appeared on his fingertip. The flameless fire was enough to completely surround the human. Once the human was invaded by the flameless fire could kill him or kill him with a single thought. This was one of the methods Lord of Flameless used to restrict his followers in other worlds. In other words, flameless fire was both a bone-corroding curse and the mark of Lord of Flameless' true name. The flame was aimed at the human. The temperature in the air suddenly increased. A strong sense of danger descended from the sky. Both Angor and Baboda sensed the danger as well. Angor, if you really want to fight him, don't hesitate. Use subjugation now. That's our only chance. Baboda shouted in an anxious voice. Gregory finally spoke up. Mister, you need to think this through. Angor still did not answer. Suddenly, a bright green rune appeared on his back and grew in the wind. The moment Lord Flameless saw the green rune, the strange feeling in his heart rose to the peak. He didn't hesitate to release his flameless fire. But in that instant, Lord Flameless suddenly paused. This was because a pair of eyes filled with coldness had suddenly pierced through the boundaries of time and space from a distant place and looked straight at them. A beautiful library stood alone in the middle of a dark, barren land. Inside the library, a tiny demon suddenly looked up at the boundless void. He can see through space and time with his mind. How terrifying. The demon's voice was trembling. I was right not to leave a mark on him. The tiny demon was none other than the Scholar of Cruelty. The Scholar of Cruelty already sensed it when his statue was drenched in Angor's blood. He thought Angor was going to use the statue, so he placed his mind on it first. Later, he even tried to lure Baboda into persuading Angor to use the statue. However, Angor still didn't do anything to the statue, let alone activate it. While the Scholar of Cruelty lamented, Angor and Lord Flameless clone clashed. Next, the Scholar of Cruelty sensed the terrifying gaze coming at him. Even though Angor was still far away, the powerful mind already reached him. Even the Lord of the Flameless didn't notice that he had attached his thoughts to the descending object. As a result, the Lord of the Flameless looked over. The gaze of the Scholar of Cruelty forced his mind back from the statue. It felt like he was forced out of his own home by an outsider. And he did not dare to have any objections. Even now, When he wanted to cast his gaze towards that world, he was covered by a barrier that seemed to be there and not there. Such energy! What a miracle, the scholar of cruelty muttered. The scholar of cruelty muttered to himself. His face was filled with fear. Fortunately, he did not pressure the human forcefully. The scholar of cruelty stared at the blurry world behind the barrier, waiting for the moment when the veil would be lifted. He wanted to know what would happen to Lord Flameless Clone in the end. It would affect how the scholar of cruelty would re-evaluate Angor's value in the future. The scholar of cruelty stared at the world covered by the barrier while wagging his tail, trying to find information about that world from the stacks of books. It was a world that even the scholar of cruelty couldn't tell where it was. He felt something was off. Lord Flameless felt as if he was dragged into an endless space filled with chaos and darkness. They were surrounded by the primal chaos void. The only thing he could feel was the pair of eyes with endless cruelty and coldness in the distant space and time. That pair of eyes stared straight at the Lord of the Flameless. They were so calm that not a single ripple could be seen. However, the coldness in those eyes made him break out in a cold sweat. Just being stared at made Lord Flameless feel an intense pressure on his mind. What's going on? Could it be caused by that human? The Lord of Flameless did not believe that a human who had not even reached the level of a wizard could cause such great pressure to him. Could it be some kind of mysterious object? The only thing the Lord of the Flameless could think of was that this human was using the mysterious item to pressure him. If that was the case, then the only way was to kill that human first. Thinking of this, he endured the terrifying oppression brought about by the gaze and gently flicked the flameless fire at the tip of his finger. He felt like he was in the primal chaos void, but he guessed that this was a special illusion. He recalled the flameless fire at the tip of his finger and flicked it without hesitation. For some reason, the Lord of the Flameless heard a sneer in his ears. Before he could figure it out, he saw one of the eyes in the darkness. It seemed to have turned into a star that illuminated countless worlds. A figure jumped out from the star and traveled through the endless space and time to arrive in front of the Lord of the Flameless in an instant. The Lord of the Flameless did not see the face of the figure clearly. He only felt a long strand of golden hair brushing past him, and then a bright white light exploded in front of his eyes. After the white light disappeared, the primal chaos void slowly receded like the curtain of a stage play. The Lord of the Flameless was surprised at first, but he quickly relaxed his tense mind. In his mind, the flameless fire he flicked out earlier must have done something. However, when he raised his head to look at the opposite side, his eyes suddenly froze. The flameless fire did not corrode the human as he expected. Instead, it just hovered in front of the human. It did not really hover. The Lord of the Flameless saw a large amount of strange green patterns appear on the human's back. These green patterns were like vines that blocked his flameless fire. These green patterns are the power of the mysterious object? The Lord of the Flameless thought to himself. But I don't feel the aura of the mysterious object. Or could it be that this human is actually the owner of the mysterious object? When the Lord of the Flameless went to the face of gluttony, he encountered a muddy demon that had been killed by the nameless fog. This muddy demon's spine was the mysterious object. The birth of mysterious objects sometimes did not follow the laws of nature. Even the body of a living being could become a breeding ground for mysterious objects. Just as the Lord of the Flameless was guessing, the green patterns that blocked the flameless fire suddenly shattered. Gregory thought that the shop owner was going to use a subdued object. Otherwise, why would he dare to release his battle intent towards the Lord of the Flameless? But what he did not expect was that the shop owner had no intention of using a subdued object. Instead, a strange green pattern appeared on his back and blocked the flames released by the Lord of the Flameless. From Gregory's perspective, the flameless fire was a casual attack by the Lord of the Flameless. But he did not know that the Lord of the Flameless consciousness had been dragged into the void world by the gaze from outer space. The flameless fire was released by the Lord of the Flameless as he had no choice. When the green pattern shattered, Gregory thought to himself, "It's over." But the Lord of the Flameless on the other side frowned. Because the moment the green pattern shattered, he suddenly could not sense the flameless fire. "Shop owner, be careful!" Gregory shouted. Just as his voice fell, Gregory felt its vision blur. It seemed to have vaguely seen a shadow descending from the broken green pattern. Gregory shook his head and looked over again. He did not see any light. But the shop owner did not move at all. Could it be that the flames have already corroded the shop owner's body? Just as Gregory's face was filled with worry, Lord Flameless suddenly took the initiative to attack. Gregory thought that the light was an illusion. But he did not know that the Lord of the Flameless clearly saw the light falling into the human's body. The Lord of the Flameless did not know what the light was, but he saw a strand of long golden hair. As the light fell, the flameless fire died without a trace. Angor stood still and lowered his head without saying anything. He did not seem to be in a bad situation. But the Lord of the Flameless heart began to race. This was probably the first time he felt something like this in thousands of years. The Lord of the Flameless had not felt this for a long time. But now, it suddenly appeared. And it was against a human who was as weak as an ant. This made him a little angry. Under the influence of certain emotions, the Lord of the Flameless attacked first. At this time, he did not realize that the long-lost emotion that controlled his behavior was called uneasiness. Or, it was the instinctive fear of a living creature's natural enemy. Gregory saw the Lord of the Flameless attacking the shop owner and jumped in fright. At the same time, a sour feeling spread from his heart to his nose. In his mind, the shop owner would not be able to escape this time. However, Gregory did not think about it. With the status of the Lord of Flameless, why would he take the initiative to attack a human who was so much weaker than him? The Lord of the Flameless used 3 moves at the same time: pressure, energy, and physical strength. Using the terrifying pressure to intimidate, using the flameless fire to burn, and finally, using his powerful physical strength to make the final judgment. The Lord of the Flameless did not realize that he would use such a serious attack against a human who he usually did not take seriously. Moreover, the attacked human was still in a completely defenseless state. However, the attack that the Lord of the Flameless thought would be a sure success was a little off. The pressure did not cause any discomfort to the human. The Lord of the Flameless wondered if there was something wrong with him. But when he saw the young flame demon behind the human, he was sure that the pressure was fine. The young flame demon's face was already turning red due to the pressure. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his veins and blood vessels were bulging. Then why was the human not affected? The pressure did not have much effect. The second attack, the flameless fire, reached the human first. However, when the fire touched him, the Lord of the Flameless expression changed. Once again, he could not feel the existence of the flameless fire. The first time could be a coincidence. But if it happened again, it meant that the human knew how to deal with the flameless fire. The Lord of the Flameless was alarmed. But since he had already attacked, there was no reason for him to back off. However, the Lord of the Flameless became even more cautious. When he reached Angor's side with his strong body, Angor, who had been silent all this time, finally looked up. The moment Angor looked up, the Lord of the Flameless felt an unprecedented fear. The human in front of him. No, the Lord of the Flameless could no longer sense the human's aura. The human's face seemed to have changed as well. It was covered by a layer of shadow that prevented him from seeing anything. The only thing that gave the Lord of the Flameless a sense of familiarity was the bright golden hair. Previously, his golden hair was only a short layer. But now, behind the short layer of hair, there was a faint shadow with long hair. The Lord of the Flameless forced himself to calm down. He reached out his hand like a blade and tried to slice the human's head in half. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up on the face that was originally covered by the shadows. It was a pair of bright but cold eyes. A dazzling white light was reflected in Lord Flameless' eyes. Boom! Boom! Following the loud explosion, a gust of wind swept up dust and flames. Both Grievous and Boboda quickly covered their eyes due to the stress. When the energy storm subsided a little, they slowly opened their eyes. Grievous looked at the shop owner first. When Gregory saw the tall figure, he heaved a sigh of relief. The shop owner was still standing in front of Grievous. He didn't move at all after the explosion. As for Lord Flameless, Grievous didn't see him. On the other hand, Boboda witnessed everything. He opened his eyes earlier than Grievous, so he clearly saw Lord Flameless' porcelain body being blown away by the explosion and falling into Grievous' blind spot. In Boboda's vision, Lord Flameless didn't seem to be injured. However, this was probably the worst situation Lord Flameless had ever been in since he showed up. Even the porcelain white armor had cracks that looked like a net. Babota's eyes widened. What the hell just happened? How did Angor manage to force Lord Flameless away? It was as if Angor had become a different person. Did Angor already use subduing object? Babota quickly denied this possibility. His body was collapsing, and his strength was also declining. However, he could still sense the aura of the scene. He didn't sense any aura of a demon other than Lord Flameless. In fact, Angor's aura was still Angor's. How did Angor do it? Babota looked at Angor in shock. Angor was still standing there quietly as if nothing happened. The only thing that changed was that Babota saw a faint shadow behind Angor. Lord Flameless, who had been sent flying, lost control of his body for a few seconds before he barely managed to stop a few dozen meters away. As Babota said, Lord Flameless didn't seem to be injured. However, only the Flameless Lord himself knew what he had lost. He glanced at the porcelain white armor in front of his chest. Cracks had appeared there, but the most important thing was that within the cracks, he saw a few green runes that were slowly disappearing. That's right, it was a green pattern. Earlier, Lord Flameless launched a powerful attack at Angor, but Angor didn't react at all. He only looked at Angor with a cold glare. Just when he thought that he could tear the other party in half with one blow, his attack was suddenly blocked. Mysterious green runes suddenly appeared in his eyes. Every green pattern looked different. After they were born in the eyes, they jumped and spun, happily intertwining and arranging themselves into layers of dense green stripes. These green stripes were like vines, directly blocking Lord Flameless' attack. Lord Flameless was using the power of his main body, which was his sickle-like hands, to chop down. Therefore, he clearly felt how tough the vine was. According to Lord Flameless' understanding of power, if this attack landed on the ground, it could even create a huge crater tens of meters wide. This was only a clash of power. Of course, Lord Flameless' attack also carried the property of a domain, Flameless Fire. Due to the limitations of this clone, Lord Flameless couldn't fully summon his domain. However, he was still able to unleash the full potential of this body's power and domain. Even so, his attack was still blocked. This was unimaginable for Lord Flameless. It was like an ant lifting a giant demon that was as tall as a mountain with its thin forelimbs. It was absurd and preposterous. Even if Angor used a subdued object to summon the consciousness of the Scholar of Cruelty, Lord Flameless would still feel better. At least they were at the same level. But on second thought, if the Scholar of Cruelty really did summon his consciousness, they wouldn't be able to fight. Even if they did, how much power could a single subdued object contain? It wasn't even certain if it could withstand Angor's previous attack. This made Lord Flameless feel even more uneasy about Angor. Who are you? Lord Flameless spoke in a serious tone for the first time. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was just a simple human. As for his guess of a mysterious item, Lord Flameless completely dispelled it. If it really was a mysterious item, then its mysterious aura would definitely have been emitted. Thus, the only guess Lord Flameless had was that golden-haired silhouette. Perhaps the shadow had really descended from a distant space and time and possessed the human in front of him. But if it really was a possession, Lord Flameless would be able to detect it. The degree of harmony between the physical body and the spirit attachment could be easily determined. But this human didn't show any signs of possession. His body and soul were in perfect harmony. In other words, there was no such thing as a possession. If it really wasn't a possession, then what was the silhouette behind Angor? Or perhaps, this human was also a clone of a great being like Lord Flameless. Otherwise, there was no way his body and soul could be in perfect harmony. Lord Flameless had a lot to think about. But in reality, only a short time had passed. After hearing Lord Flameless' question, Angor slowly looked up. His face was still covered in shadows, and his facial features couldn't be seen clearly. Only his right eye shone brightly. Angor didn't respond to Lord Flameless' question. On the other hand, Lord Flameless' words attracted his attention. A new green rune appeared in his eyes, which looked even more complicated than the previous one. For people like Gregory and Babota, they could only see vines made of green lines. However, Lord Flameless could observe in detail that these vines looked the same as before, but the green lines that formed them had actually changed. These green patterns had strange shapes, and they also contained extremely profound meanings. Lord Flameless tried to decipher them using some kind of detection method, but it didn't work. This meant that these green patterns were a very advanced way of expressing energy. Also, the energy ripples caused by these green patterns were very small. They would only spread over a large area when they were used for physical attacks. This meant that the green patterns were a very versatile way of channeling energy. They wouldn't easily break the planar laws and could be used in countless planes. While Lord Flameless pondered, the green patterns had already formed a new structure. They looked like a green ring that slowly rose from Angor's hand. Lord Flameless put on a serious expression and waited for the attack. After the previous probing, Lord Flameless no longer looked down on the humans in front of him. The reason why Lord Flameless didn't attack first was that he wanted to use the green patterns to test Angor's attack methods. However, what surprised the Flameless Lord was that the ring formed by the green runes wasn't an offensive energy. The green ring floated in the air. Before Lord Flameless could figure out what was going on, the green ring suddenly expanded several times in size. One of the green patterns floated in the air, while the rest of the green patterns looked like a cover that covered everything from above. Both Lord Flameless and Angor were trapped inside the giant green ring. Behind the Flameless Lord was the green patterned wall. The green patterns on the wall were very active. He used a tail blade to test it. The tail blade used all its strength, but it couldn't break through the green patterned wall. Lord Flameless frowned. He thought he was going to suffer a powerful counterattack, but this human didn't do that. Instead, the human limited his range of movement first. Or rather, the human limited his escape. "You're so confident that you can stop me here?" Lord Flameless looked at Angor with a cold expression. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying shadow slowly rose from behind Lord Flameless. The shadow seemed to extend all the way to the depths of the abyss. A terrifying roar that seemed to come from a bottomless abyss caused a crack to appear in the middle of the shadow. A pair of cold green eyes suddenly appeared behind Lord Flameless. Outside the green ring, Grava stared at the shadow in horror. His lips trembled as he spoke. "That's a demon's true spirit." Unlike Alushia's unsealed true spirit, this was a true demon's true spirit. For a demon, their true body was used to hide in the abyss, their true name was used to spread, and their true spirit was used to intimidate. Previously, when Lord Flameless fought against Aurelia, he had used his true body. In fact, this was a false true body that was activated using the bloodline of this avatar of Lord Flameless. Lord Flameless demon god true body was actually hiding in the bottomless abyss. But now, Lord Flameless true spirit wasn't a false true spirit. It was a true spirit that came from the abyss. A demon's true spirit wouldn't show up at this time unless it was absolutely furious. "Let's see how you're going to keep me here." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon's true spirit inside the green ring began to expand and expand. The shadow turned into countless tentacles that reached for Angor. Green runes flickered under Angor's feet. He wasn't afraid of the shadow at all. Using the runes, he leaped into the air. The shadow that came into contact with the runes hissed as the energy inside the shadow began to clash with the runes. In the end, the green runes disappeared. However, the shadow consumed twice as much energy as the runes. Lord Flameless' expression darkened. He pointed a finger at Angor, and more shadows rushed at him. Angor kept dodging in the air with graceful steps. The shadows were incredibly fast, but none of them could touch him. It looked like Lord Flameless was attacking while Angor was dodging, but that wasn't the case. As Angor dodged the shadows, more green runes appeared on his body like fireflies. These green runes were also trying to invade the shadows. A single green rune was enough to eliminate a large number of shadows. Under Lord Flameless' cold stare, Angor stepped forward gracefully until he was less than 10 meters away from the Lord Flameless. Angor's shadowy face suddenly glowed. Lord Flameless only heard a mocking chuckle before his eyes were covered by the light. The dark shadow behind Lord Flameless opened its cold green eyes and looked at the sky. The only thing Lord Flameless could see was the countless green runes coming out of Angor's eyes. The runes were arranged neatly like creeds, which then turned into vines that rushed toward the shadow of Angor's true soul. Lord Flameless gritted his teeth and leaped forward to meet him. He wanted to know what Angor's attack was like. At this moment, the green silhouette and the enormous black silhouette entered into close contact for the first time, the wind howled, and the shadows danced. There was no explosion, nor was there any collapse caused by the gathering of energy. However, in the instant that the black shadow and the green pattern collided, Lord Flameless' pupils fiercely shrank. The true spirit that he was so proud of was being rapidly disintegrated by the green patterns. Previously, he already knew that each green pattern could eliminate at least twice as many black shadows. But now, he realized that it was just a piece of cake. After the green runes were arranged in a unique way, they could destroy the demon's soul even faster than before. Lord Flameless finally understood why he heard a mocking voice when he tried to fight Angor. The result was completely within Angor's expectations. Lord Flameless sensed his soul energy quickly leaving his body and made up his mind. After fighting against Angor's green runes for less than a second, Lord Flameless put his hands together and created a high-energy shockwave. The shockwave didn't affect Angor at all. It was just that the shockwave was too large and forced Angor to take a few steps back. However, Lord Flameless suffered irreparable damage. Not only did he lose 10% of his demon's soul, but his face also turned pale at a visible rate. Lord Flameless felt his blood boiling inside his chest. He tried to suppress it, but it only felt like pouring oil on fire. The boiling blood instantly shot up from his chest, and he coughed up a large amount of blood. After spitting out the blood, the Flameless Lord's chest tightened, but his body withered at a visible speed. He was using his body to heal his soul. But this was only an insignificant avatar. Even if he could heal his soul, the avatar wouldn't benefit much. On the other hand, Angor was still floating in the air as if nothing happened. This was in stark contrast to Lord Flameless' injuries. Both Baboda and Grava couldn't believe their eyes. To deal with the demon god's avatar, one not only had to deal with a powerful opponent with at least the strength of a half-step legendary, but also had to deal with his infinite background and countless combat experience. Take Baboda for example. He had forcefully raised his strength. Even though he was on the same level as Lord Flameless' avatar in a certain sense, Baboda still couldn't fight back in a real fight and was crushed without being able to retaliate. This was a huge gap in both knowledge and battle experience. It was impossible to make up for it in a short time. To Lord Flameless, Baboda's strength was no different from a baby with a knife. Even if he had a sharp weapon, it would be useless if he couldn't wield it. Baboda found it even harder to believe that Angor was able to suppress the avatar even when the avatar summoned a demon spirit. How did Angor manage to win the fight? Not only was he not injured, he even made the Flameless Master vomit blood. This was the result of knowledge, experience, and strength. This was definitely not something the original Angor could do. So, who was this Angor? The question in Baboda's heart was also a mystery for Gregory and the Flameless Lord right now. Still, Gravu accepted it better. Before Angor's identity was exposed, Shopkeeper was still a mystery to Gravu. He could help a half-blood demon break through his bottleneck and awaken a succubus like Panis. These were not things a normal person could do. Now that Angor thought about it, it wasn't strange that Shopkeeper was hiding his strength. However, this Shopkeeper was so strong that even a demon avatar couldn't do anything to him. Lord Flameless knew that it wasn't Angor's body that was fighting against him. It was that phantom. He didn't see the face of the phantom, but he knew that the golden hair and strange eyes didn't belong to the human avatar. More importantly, the phantom came from a faraway place. It wasn't inside the human avatar at all. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to pinch this human half to death with just a flameless hand without even using his strength. Now that the situation had developed to this point, Lord Flameless already had thoughts of retreating. It looked like he was facing off against Angor, but the shadow that reached the edge of the space was actually trying to figure out the nature of the green ring so that it could break through it. However, the green ring looked soft, but it was extremely tough. Even if the energy was compressed in a small area, it couldn't damage the green rune at all. If it was a normal space, the energy would have collapsed or even caused an energy storm. However, nothing happened to the green rune. Once again, Lord Flameless was shocked by the power of the green rune. This wasn't something that could be done by someone at the common level. Lord Flameless even suspected that even a great demon avatar wouldn't be able to see through the secret of the green rune. Who are you? This was the second time Lord Flameless asked this question. He already heard Baboda and the baby demons calling this human shopkeeper and Angor. However, that wasn't what he wanted to know. He wanted to know about the phantom whose face he couldn't see clearly. Angor's response was indifference. Lord Flameless' heart sank. The green rune was suppressing the demon avatar's soul, and he couldn't see any chance of winning. The green ring couldn't break through either. If he used his true body hiding in the abyss, summoning the demon avatar back was the best choice. However, Lord Flameless wasn't willing to give up. Once he summoned the avatar back, he would have to give up on this avatar. He had many avatars, but only a few of them could reach the level of half-legendary. Giving up on this avatar also meant giving up on Alucia's soul and her relic. Alucia wanted to go to the paradise to find her own path. Lord Flameless also wanted to go there and find the key to the great demon avatar. This was why he sent his avatar and Galil here. Continuing the fight would cause irreparable damage to the demon avatar's soul, while leaving meant giving up on his future. Lord Flameless thought about it carefully. Perhaps someone like Alucia would disregard everything for the sake of the so-called future. She would even go against her father and even turn against him. However, Lord Flameless was already at the peak of his power. Instead of worrying about his future, he believed that he should restrain himself. Lord Flameless made up his mind. However, when he was about to carry out his decision, he suddenly stopped because he noticed something on Angor's body from the corner of his eye. There were cracks on Angor's arms. Blood was seeping out from the cracks. A dark light flashed through the Lord of the Flameless eyes. Previously, when they had made contact, he hadn't hurt the other party at all. So what was going on with this wound that had suddenly burst open? He quickly came up with an answer. Even if the phantom came, his body was too weak. Lord Flameless recalled what he did before. When he knew he couldn't win, he used high-energy wave to reduce his losses. In his mind, high-energy wave was only a means to escape. But now that he thought about it, maybe he was caught off guard and got hurt. Maybe he was strong, but his weak body was his limit. Thinking of this, Lord Flameless began to calculate his gains and losses. He once again weighed the pros and cons of leaving or staying. When the high-energy wave finally calmed down, Lord Flameless had already made his decision. Countless brilliant lights and endless flames rose from behind Lord Flameless. Along with the arrival of his domain, the black shadow and the flames rushed toward Angor with an unstoppable momentum, as if they were a combination of light and darkness. Meanwhile, new green runes appeared in Angor's eyes. As the light and shadow intertwined, the black shadow and the green runes quickly cancelled each other out. The green runes also blocked the flames. However, these were all superficial attacks. What Lord Flameless really wanted to do was, without the protection of the green runes, Angor's weak body was his real target. Lord Flameless risked losing his true spirit power and waited for an opportunity. At a certain moment, he saw an opening. His eyes brightened, and the energy torrent he had prepared beforehand was released from his palm. Compared to the slow ripples of the high-energy wave, the Flameless Lord chose the most basic method of using energy torrents. Although this method of using energy was very basic, the range of the energy torrents was much larger, and its speed could surpass the upper limit of the rules. As soon as the energy torrent appeared, Lord Flameless clearly saw Angor's eyes turn gloomy. The energy torrent was so fast that it was already in front of Angor's eyes. Angor reached out a hand. A green light flashed, and the energy torrent was temporarily stopped. Lord Flameless was surprised to see that there were already some green runes on Angor's right hand. These green runes could provide temporary protection. It was only for a moment, but it gave Lord Flameless enough time to summon more green runes to stop the energy torrent. Even so, he was still affected by the physical impact of the energy torrent. A loud crack came from Angor's hand. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the wound was so deep that Angor's bones could be seen. Lord Flameless knew he had found the right method. When Angor's blood splashed everywhere, Lord Flameless cast a demon whisper curse on the blood in an attempt to damage Angor's body directly. However, just as Lord Flameless had guessed, the demon god's ravings were blocked by a green mark. Lord Flameless only wanted to harass Angor. His real attack came later. When the Lord of Flameless believed that he had figured out Angor's weakness, he began to attack even more fiercely. Even though the Lord of Flameless himself was injured more severely in the process. However, his eyes were filled with a burning desire. He believed that once he defeated Angor, he would be able to gain something from this human. Even if the shadow returned to the outside world, the green patterns would be more than enough to make up for his loss. The sounds of battle did not stop, and the black and green shadows continued to clash. There was a loud rumbling sound, but the energy within the green ring did not leak out at all. Baboda and Gravu believed that Angor had the upper hand, while Lord of Flameless' face was getting paler and paler because of the constant consumption of his true soul. And they were right. Lord of Flameless was the one who suffered the most damage. However, the Lord of Flameless had a much higher endurance limit than Angor, so they could not make a final judgment based on the current situation. In the process of fighting to the death, Lord Flameless also obtained some additional information. Angor's weak body was his biggest weakness. However, the Lord of Flameless also found a pattern. There were not many green patterns jumping out of Angor's cold eyes. There were only 3 to 5 effects, such as melting one's true soul, restricting range, and so on. As long as the Lord of Flameless grasped the pattern of the green patterns, he or she could effectively avoid taking more damage. Yes, the Lord of Flameless could only avoid taking more damage, but he could not completely eliminate it. He also could not see through the green patterns that seemed to have only a few effects. The green patterns' effects were simple, but they were almost flawless. For example, the green defensive patterns did not only provide all-around protection, but they could also block special effects such as curses and runes. Furthermore, an overloaded attack could even be combined with the restriction-type green pattern, causing the attack to be reflected. Under these circumstances, Lord Flameless couldn't find an effective way to break through the green vein. This made him even more envious of the green patterns. The way of using energy had already surpassed his knowledge. Perhaps only a peerless great demon god or an energy life form of an even higher level would be able to circulate energy so perfectly. After a series of battles, the Lord of Flameless body finally showed its limit. He was the first one to show signs of fatigue despite the severe injuries he sustained. Even though he was covered in green runes, Lord Flameless' steps were already starting to falter. Once again, he chose to use the green runes to block the incoming attack. The Lord of Flameless, who was only a few meters away from Angor, suddenly opened his mouth and began to vibrate at a strange frequency. The frequency did not cause any disturbance to the surrounding space or elements. However, when the frequency spread out, Angor's eyes suddenly turned dark. A burst of Poochie sounds could be heard. He felt his body trembling violently from inside out, and his flesh was about to explode. Without any warning, he fell to the ground from the sky. This sudden scene made Gregory cover its mouth in shock. In its mind, Lord Flameless was already in such a sorry state that his flesh and blood were flying everywhere and his bones were exposed. The shop owner should be able to continue crushing him gently. But all of a sudden, the situation seemed to have reversed. Gregory didn't even see clearly what the Flameless Lord had done. Baboda, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. Is that sound? The Lord of Flameless did use sound as a means of attack. He used energy torrents and high-energy waves to hurt Angor many times before, which were all part of the preparation for this attack. Normally, using sound to attack wouldn't cause so much damage. However, Angor was already injured several times in a row. Moreover, the Lord of Flameless sound was buffed by the demon's ravings. Even if it only broke through the green runes for a split second, Angor would still be injured. I don't know who you are, but I will be the victor. Lord Flameless, who was covered in blood, couldn't help but laugh loudly as he looked at the human body lying on the ground in the distance. The bones in his hands were almost exposed. Step by step, the Lord of Flameless walked toward Angor, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Some of the bones in the ground were even broken by his movements. From the looks of it, the Lord of Flameless injuries were worse than Angor's. However, the demon spirit's foundation was not damaged. It would take at most a few thousand years to recover. Even if the clone was abandoned, it would only be a material loss. If the Lord of Flameless could use this chance to capture Angor, the benefits would be far greater than the loss. Smoke and sparks danced in the air. Gregory panicked when he saw the Lord of Flameless getting closer and closer to Angor. Shopkeeper! Shopkeeper, stand up! What's wrong? No matter how hard Gravu yelled, Angor remained motionless on the ground. Even the shadow on his face prevented him from seeing any flicker of light in his eyes. Everything was still. Suddenly, they heard a cracking sound coming from the wind. The green ring that was supposed to limit the range of the explosion suddenly shattered. The green runes turned into floating specks of light that drifted away along with the black wind carrying the smell of sulfur. When the green ring disappeared, the Lord of Flameless was overjoyed. He knew he had won. Baboda, on the other hand, sighed softly with despair written all over his face. Angor's sudden rise was too sudden for him. But so was his downfall. The ups and downs made him look even more defeated. In the land of darkness far away from the battlefield, a figure wearing a strange totem mask was sitting on a tall throne made of bones. Not far away, a lonely lamp was burning on top of a pile of bones. The dim light could only illuminate a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Anything further than that was not clear. Even the throne could only see a dim image. The light swayed, and the air was filled with a rotten smell. Suddenly, a hoarse and withered crow's caw echoed in the land of darkness. Following the crow's caw, a flapping sound followed. The flame on the bone lamp flickered, and a new figure appeared beside the throne in the distance. The figure was also wearing a mask. However, it was a crow mask that hid his face. The lower half of his body was covered in chaotic black fog, while the upper half was covered in a tattered black cloak. It looked very mysterious. After the raven mask appeared, there was a sense of lethargy in the air. The Lord of Flameless wins. The figure wearing the totem mask on the throne spoke. His voice sounded distant and ancient, as if it came from an ancient era. Of course. The crow mask made a sound, but his voice was as cold as the wind from the abyss of death. It was interesting to be able to see this battle before I fell, even though the outcome was not what I expected. The totem mask said softly, "This continent should have collapsed long ago. I should have retreated from this rotten throne. Kurando, can I still see my old friend?" "Maybe." The figure on the throne laughed, but it was followed by a long sigh. His voice was filled with helplessness, powerlessness, and a trace of guilt. "The glory of the Holy Land is gone. What's the point of leaving me alone?" After a long sigh, the flame on the lamp flickered. The crow mask did not reply. The air was silent. After a long while, the raven-masked man still used the same cold tone as before to speak. "When you die, I will personally come to pick you up." After saying that, the crow mask turned into a flock of black crows and flew out of the black abyss. Not long after the crow mask left, the totem mask raised his head again and looked into the distance. The green pattern gave him a strange feeling. He wanted to see the final result of this battle. When he raised his head and looked over, his murky eyes under the mask suddenly showed a moment of surprise. The cries were intense, and the horizon was dark. The floating sparks intertwined with the green fluorescent light, creating a beautiful scene in the wind. When the green circle disappeared, Grievous and Baboda were already in despair. Meanwhile, the Lord of Flameless was walking toward Angor step by step with joy. The excitement spread from the avatar all the way to the bottomless abyss. The movement of the avatar in the abyss was immediately noticed by countless believers in the general plains. It could be said that the excitement spread to countless creatures. Some of the believers didn't even have time to understand this sudden inspiration before they began to praise the great Flameless Lord. Their praises traveled across countless worlds and reached the bottomless abyss, attracting the attention of some ancient beings. Apart from the scholar of cruelty, no one could guess why the Lord of Flameless suddenly moved. However, the Lord of Flameless excitement did not last for long. When the Lord of Flameless was less than 10 meters away from Angor, he suddenly heard a sigh. The sigh seemed to come from beyond the sky, but also right in front of him. The Lord of Flameless suddenly froze. Or rather, it was as if time had stopped at this moment. Not only did the wind stop blowing, but the dust also stopped moving. The sparks and fluorescent lights were also frozen in the air. The only thing that did not stop was his mind. Angor, who everyone thought had lost, or even died, suddenly moved. It was not his body that moved. It was the phantom attached to his back that moved. The phantom detached itself from Angor's body and stood up. The phantom was much taller than Angor, and its face could not be seen clearly. However, its long golden hair was extremely dazzling. After leaving Angor's body, the phantom slowly looked up and slowly looked at the Lord of Flameless. The moment the phantom looked at him, the Lord of Flameless excitement was suddenly replaced by an unprecedented fear. Panic? The Lord Flameless didn't know why he would have such an absurd and laughable feeling. However, the throbbing between his brows and the sudden palpitations in his heart seemed to indicate that some kind of disaster was about to descend. No matter who he is, there is no doubt that he has descended from a distant spacetime. The Lord Flameless forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart as he tried to convince himself. Moreover, it's not his main body that has descended. It's just a wisp of his consciousness. No matter how powerful his main body is, the amount of energy his consciousness can bring is definitely not much. Therefore, nothing will happen to him. Although that was what the Lord Flameless said, his appearance had caused even spacetime to stop. Moreover, this stagnation had even implicated him. His clone was still unable to form a complete law domain. Therefore, it was still reasonable for him to be unable to break free from the spacetime freeze. However, his demon god True Spirit had truly descended from the bottomless abyss. Even his demon god True Spirit couldn't move. This was somewhat inconceivable. The Lord Flameless didn't dare to think too deeply about it. This would only worsen his already panicked state. It's just a moment. The world will definitely won't sit by and do nothing if it affects the origin laws. The Lord Flameless comforted himself. However, he had forgotten that when he was fighting against the enemy, he was already showing weakness by placing his hopes on the will of the world. Just as the Lord Flameless thought, the feeling of time being frozen only lasted for an instant. In the blink of an eye, the wind continued to howl. Sparks and fluorescent light also continued to move with the wind. Just as the Lord Flameless breathed a sigh of relief, the figure on the other side suddenly moved. The Lord Flameless hesitated for a moment before he began to react. He was hesitating because he was analyzing his previous panic and hesitating on whether he should immediately summon his demon god True Spirit back to the bottomless abyss. However, in the end, he didn't choose to recall his demon god True Spirit. Instead, he wanted to test the golden-haired figure's attack power. If its attack power was similar to before, he could actually stay and fight. While the Lord Flameless was thinking, the golden-haired figure suddenly disappeared. As if it had teleported, it suddenly appeared in front of the Lord Flameless without any warning. Not good. The Lord Flameless cried out in his heart. He immediately activated Flameless Fire. Strange fire runes appeared around him as he collided with the golden-haired figure. The other party was too fast. It was too late to activate a defense. Therefore, he could only use offense as defense, the Lord Flameless. If the other party's attack. Of course. But if the other party dodged his attack, the opportunity he created to attack. Goods. His idea was very good, but when he attacked with the fire pattern, he found that he didn't touch anything. It was as if he had hit the air. Flameless. The moment the red mist appeared, the sound of the wind suddenly became very soft. Time seemed to have slowed down, and everything was incomparably quiet. However, the Flameless Lord's thoughts were not affected. Even his 5 senses had become clearer. He could hear the howling of the wind, the squirming of Gregory's intestines, and the sound of Bobota's body crumbling. All sorts of sounds, smells, and images were being analyzed at a high level. When his attention returned to the red mist, he finally discovered the truth of the red mist. This was an illusion caused by the blood gushing out of the wound. Blood? Why was there blood? The Lord Flameless suddenly thought of something. He lowered his head to look. There was a huge penetrating wound on her porcelain-white chest. This wound was connected from the front to the back, and there was nothing inside. The heart inside had already disappeared. When the Lord of the Flameless returned to his senses, the delayed pain instantly invaded his thoughts. Time, which had slowed down, also returned to normal at this moment. So fast. It was so fast that the Lord Flameless had an illusion that time had slowed down. It was so fast that before he could react, everything had already ended. He thought the other party would use green runes. But they didn't. Simple and violent speed. A terrifying burst of energy. It instantly broke through the defense of the real body. In fact, the battle had ended before Lord Flameless even sensed anything. The energy source of this clone was the heart. When the heart disappeared, the demon god's avatar would be completely useless. The Lord Flameless sighs went from chaos to clarity. From panic to calmness. Finally, it slowly became ruthless. Since the clone had lost its function, he decided to make one last counterattack while his brain could still control it. Using his body as a medium and his bloodline as a flame, he would detonate all of his flesh and blood, as well as the remaining energy. The Lord Flameless made such a decisive decision. He didn't think of heavily injuring the golden-haired figure. He knew it was impossible. The reason why he made his body explode was to hide the information of his bloodline. However, before Lord Flameless could even move, he felt his scalp go numb. He didn't realize where the numbness came from. He felt his mind fall into endless darkness. The Lord Flameless didn't know what happened, but Gregory saw it clearly. The golden-haired figure passed through the Lord Flameless' body and slowly reached out his hand. His palm was aimed at the Lord Flameless' head. There was a loud explosion. Gregory's eyes were pierced by the intense white light. He couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the Lord Flameless' head had already exploded into pieces. A large amount of red and white liquid, as well as shattered bones, shot out. In the backlight, the headless body of the demon's clone bent its knees. After a thump, it slowly knelt down. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Then, it fell heavily to the ground. The demon's clone died just like that? Just 2 strikes, or rather, just 1 strike, and he couldn't turn the situation around? Gregory was stunned. A second ago, he was still in despair. But in a short moment, the situation was reversed again. And this time, the reversal was an absolute suppression. It was so easy that it didn't seem like he was fighting with the demon's clone. Instead, it was like he was crushing an insignificant ant. Gregory looked at the golden-haired figure in the backlight. His eyes were filled with fear, but at the same time, it was filled with longing and respect from the bottom of his heart. This scene was like a deep imprint in Gregory's mind. It would never be erased. When the demon's clone fell, in the dark void of the bottomless abyss, a furious roar suddenly sounded. And the source of the roar was the true body of the Lord Flameless. Following the Lord Flameless roar, countless believers in different worlds knelt down in front of the Flameless Flame's imprint, trembling. His roar attracted the attention of many again. Some of them were even ancient existences. They were very confused. What happened to the Lord Flameless? Just a moment ago, he had been overjoyed as he spread the gospel to his believers. But in the blink of an eye, he flew into a rage. As for the demon gods, their emotions had long been slowly worn away by the endless passage of time. The Flameless Lord's great joy and anger naturally made them curious. At this moment, in the library where the Scholar of Cruelty was, a conversation was happening because of the Lord Flameless' change in mood. The Mirror of Desire told me that you might know something. A voice entered the Scholar of Cruelty's ears. The voice was extremely gentle, like a feather falling on one's heart, making one's heart itch for some reason. I was wondering who would find me at this time. So it's the Desire Demon God. The Desire Demon God was also known as the ominous wicked play. He was best at playing with desires and people's hearts. The Scholar of Cruelty didn't raise his head when he replied. He knew that the other party's voice was only transmitted through the void, and was actually extremely far away from him. After a low, heart-wrenching laugh, the ominous wicked play continued, "You should know what's going on with the Lord Flameless, right?" The Scholar of Cruelty looked back and glanced at the bottomless abyss where the Lord Flameless was. His eyes had a trace of seriousness. The time it took for the Lord Flameless to go from joy to anger was actually very short. Previously, the Scholar of Cruelty thought that the Lord Flameless might have defeated an existence outside of time and space and obtained some benefits from it. But now, it seemed that he guessed wrong? Since the Mirror of Desire told you to find me, why didn't you directly ask about the Lord Flameless? The Scholar of Cruelty asked. It couldn't sense it. It said that it was blocked by a strange energy. The ominous wicked play's tone had a strong sense of curiosity. To be able to block the Mirror of Desire's senses, I'm very curious about what happened to the Lord Flameless. After a moment of silence, the Scholar of Cruelty said lightly, I don't know the specifics. However, I believe that not long after, your Mirror of Desire should tell you the answer. The Scholar of Cruelty was currently unable to send his will into the fallen, so what he said was correct. He didn't know the specifics. Right, since you're here, I also want to ask a question. Look at these coordinates. It should belong to the outermost layer of the abyss, right? While the scholar of cruelty and the ominous wicked play were talking, the Lord Flameless, who was being watched by the ancient gaze, slowly calmed down from his rage. Since the doppelganger had died, it meant that the path to Asgard was once again sealed. However, this wasn't important. At most, he could wait for that terrifying existence to leave before looking for Alucia's soul. Right now, the most important thing was to immediately let the demon god's true spirit return. After all, the true spirit was his origin. It shouldn't be difficult to call it back. However, under that person's obstruction, there might be some loss. However, loss was loss. At least it was better than disappearing. However, just as he was about to call back the demon god's true spirit, he suddenly realized that he couldn't feel where the true spirit was. After a while, a torrent of emotions came from the bottomless abyss. Anger, fear, regret, and despair. The reason why the Lord of Flameless could not sense his true soul was because his true soul was currently imprisoned. The moment the demon god's clone was completely destroyed, Gregory heard a rustling sound in his ears. He took a closer look and saw a large number of green patterns appearing around the blonde figure. These green patterns were like living little fairies, moving rhythmically. Although Gregory did not know the meaning of these green patterns, it did not stop him from admiring them. These green patterns contained strange laws. After they appeared, they were like dancing notes in a music score, forming a band of light that emitted a lustrous green light. This band of light turned into a green light chain. With a flash, it bound the giant shadow, the demon god's true soul, on the spot. From afar, it looked like a huge and empty black mountain wrapped in layers of green light chains. Even the cold eye in the middle of the black shadow was covered and bound by tiny green lines. This binding not only limited the range of the demon god's true soul, but also blocked all energy channels to the outside world. This also meant that the Lord of Flameless in the bottomless abyss could not summon his true soul. After doing all this, Gregory saw the blonde figure suddenly walking toward the black mountain step by step. His steps were slow and elegant, as if he was taking a stroll in the garden. However, Gregory and Boboda were feeling a little frightened. They had vaguely sensed the intention of the blonde figure. At the thought of that, apart from fear, they also felt a sense of excitement as if they were about to witness history. When the blonde figure walked to the front of the black mountain, the cold green eyes looked around and stared straight at him. If the true soul is destroyed, the aftermath of the demon god's destruction will be unimaginable. A spirit wave came from the green eyes. This was the remnant consciousness of the Lord of Flameless. Just like before, there was no response. However, a chuckle suddenly escaped from the blonde figure's mouth. There was no emotion in the chuckle, but the green eyes felt a sense of mockery. The aftermath will even affect that human, the human called Angor. Are you really going to do this? Before the spirit wave was blown away by the wind, the human in front of him reached out his hand, which was surrounded by a strange shining green pattern. The moment the remnant consciousness of the Lord of Flameless sensed the green pattern, it showed a state of fear. It tried its best to use words to stop the blonde figure. However, words were useless against an existence that did not communicate with you, or even know if the other party could communicate with you. There was no obstruction, no sound, not even a ripple. The golden-haired figure's hand plunged straight into the black shadow. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. In the dark and deathly still sky, a hurricane with a scorching aura blew over. The ground suddenly began to tremble, and countless amounts of lava directly shot up into the sky, turning into a fire tornado that pierced straight into the horizon. You. In the giant green eyes, disbelief, panic, and confusion, the blonde figure's size. The blonde figure slowly pulled his hand out. However, the green pattern was no longer around his hand. Instead, it landed on the black figure's wound. Nothing seemed to have changed, but only the true spirit of the demon god knew that the power of the true spirit in his body was rapidly being converted and drained by the green lines around his wound. At this rate, in a few seconds at most, the power of the true spirit in his body, which could overturn seas and sink lands, would be completely dissipated. It could not return to the bottomless abyss, and it could not sense its true body. The power of true spirit kept flowing out of its body. At this moment, the demon god's true soul finally realized that it might be disappearing soon. The natural phenomenon around it also seemed to mean something. Feeling the change of power inside its body, the demon god's true soul stared at the blonde figure. Looks like I made the wrong choice in the beginning. I shouldn't have tested your strength. Can you tell me who you are? This was the third time the demon god's true soul asked. Unfortunately, it still did not receive any response. However, when the aura of death spread to the dark green eyes and the pupils started to become lifeless, a gentle breeze blew. A corner of the golden hair of the figure in front of it was suddenly lifted. At the last moment, it faintly saw his face. It wanted to say something, but before it could finish, its pupils became completely unfocused. What it saw and what it wanted to say were all annihilated in the darkness. As for the remnant consciousness that Lord Flameless had left in the demon god's true spirit, it was completely destroyed by the green runes. All the answers were gone with the wind. No one knew. When the dark green eyes slowly closed, Gregory and Boboda, who were far away, were shocked. The demon god's true soul had fallen. This was probably the first demon god's true soul to fall in the abyss in thousands of years. This also meant that the Lord of Flameless would face the risk of losing his true soul for countless years. It was even possible that the Lord of Flameless would be completely erased from his position as a demon god. Because a demon god without a true soul would lose at least half of its power. For those who coveted it, this was a great opportunity. Shopkeeper, you're amazing. After a long time, Gregory had countless emotions in its heart that it wanted to express, but in the end, it only said one sentence. To Gregory, it did not know who the golden-haired figure was, but it knew who made the golden-haired figure appear, the shopkeeper. The fact that the shopkeeper could awaken the demon god had already put a layer of mystery in Gregory's heart. Now, the golden-haired figure that came out of the shopkeeper's body had even crushed the demon god's avatar and demon god's true soul. This made Gregory feel that the shopkeeper was even more mysterious. It looked at the shopkeeper with eyes full of admiration. As for Boboda, after being stunned for a long time, his ugly face showed a kind of relief. Feeling the body that was gradually collapsing, Boboda no longer had the mood to investigate. He just looked at the silent sky and sighed deeply. When the demon god's true soul fell, Gregory and Boboda both thought that it was over. However, perhaps this was the beginning of everything. The green pattern that landed on the black figure suddenly disappeared. Then, a green light spread out from the black figure's body. As if a seed had been thrown and the black figure was the soil, a tree emitting green light grew out of the wound. This tree emitting green light instantly grew from a small sapling into a towering tree. The tree trunk was tall, the branches twisted, and the countless sparkling light spots on the tree trunk seemed to bear the weight of the stars in the sky. It was bright and dazzling. From afar, it looked like the tree of life that the fairies described. It was full of surging vitality and endless energy. Gregory stared blankly at the towering tree emitting green light. The shock in its heart could not be expressed with words. It could feel a terrifying power hidden in the tree. This power made it feel both desire and fear. This is true soul power? In the distant land of darkness, the person wearing the totem mask exclaimed. His voice was filled with shock, fear, and a hint of excitement. How much true soul power did a great demon god possess? If the energy particles were compared to the ocean, perhaps this ocean would be boundless. The demon god's true soul had fallen, and such majestic energy could not naturally dissipate. If they could obtain this energy, would it be possible for this continent that was about to collapse to grow again? However, the totem mask suddenly let out a long sigh. If they wanted to obtain this energy, they would have to face that terrifying person. His palms, which were placed on both sides of the throne, were still sweating profusely. This was because he was scared out of his wits when he saw that person instantly kill the demon god's true soul. Until now, his back was still covered in cold sweat. Instantly killing the great demon god's true soul was something that even a peerless great demon god could not do, but that person had done it. Even if the totem mask coveted such a terrifying existence, he did not dare to do anything. He could only tremble and look at the giant green tree that seemed to be able to illuminate countless worlds in the distant land of darkness. The giant tree was still growing. As it grew, the black shadow on the other side shrank at a visible speed. The giant tree formed by true soul power stopped growing when it reached a certain stage. However, a beam of green light shot up from the ground without limit. It broke through the dead silent sky and came to the void. The green light turned into the illusion of a giant tree that seemed to be able to cover the entire continent. Although it was just an illusion, it alarmed the entire abyss. Countless gazes were cast in this direction. Although they couldn't see clearly what was going on inside the dusty continent, they recognized the magnificent tree that was emitting green light outside the continent. An incomparably powerful true soul force. What did this mean? It was very likely that a demon god true soul had fallen on this continent. After coming to this conclusion, countless gazes became scorching hot. To them, such pure true spirit energy was something they could directly plunder. However, even if they coveted it, no one dared to approach the tree's shadow at this time. Even a demon god true soul had fallen. No one knew what had happened on the dusty continent, and what dangers were hidden there, within the pitch-black and quiet resting place. Balalaika, who was originally immersed in the illusion of the monument loop, suddenly raised her head. She looked into the void as if she had passed through the endless darkness and arrived at a somewhat unfamiliar lost continent. When she saw the shadow of the huge tree that covered the sky, she was stunned. She recognized the truth of the tree's shadow. Although there was greed in his heart, he was more overwhelmed with shock. She had seen the past in her memories. At that time, even real demon gods would fall from time to time, let alone true souls. However, that was a chaotic era where the gods coexisted. There were also high-grade sorcerers as external enemies, so the fall of demon gods was not a big deal. However, now, thousands of years had passed, and this was the first time a true soul had fallen. This made Balalaika feel slightly uneasy. A gust of wind blew from an unknown place, causing the door of the tavern to creak. It also blew the candles on the bar counter. The grave knight, who was sitting on a round chair outside the bar counter, held a wine glass filled with bright red liquid in his hand. The flames in his eyes were filled with doubt. Is there a wind? Balalaika raised her head, then lowered her eyebrows. She spoke in a calm and emotionless voice. Yes, there is a wind. The wind blew from the dusty continent. As for where it would blow to, Balalaika did not know. She took a deep puff from her long-handled pipe, and the turbid smoke that she exhaled gradually blurred her eyes. Because of this unreasonable wind, some kind of emotion was gradually brewing in the cruel scholar's library. The cruel scholar, who was sitting at the table, was holding the feather notebook to write something, but at this time, his hands were trembling, and his eyes were full of uneasiness and an indescribable panic. He didn't even notice that the blood ink dripping from the quill had soaked the parchment on the table into a pool of blood. Compared to the others, the scholar of cruelty did not know the specific details before the tree's shadow appeared, but he could vaguely guess what had happened. In particular, the Lord of the Flameless sudden rage had already given him a premonition. But at that time, cruel scholar didn't know the consequences would be so serious. He only thought that the Lord of Flameless might lose against that existence. But who would have thought that the Lord of the Flameless would lose so thoroughly, and in the blink of an eye, his demon god true spirit would fall just like that? The scholar of cruelty thought to himself. Even if it was a peerless great demon god like the Deep Abyss Lord, if he was determined to deal with the Flameless Lord, it would still be a long and drawn-out battle. But now, the Lord of the Flameless Lord's demon god true spirit died in less than half a day. That existence hadn't even shown up yet. The scholar of cruelty felt even more uneasy. He was the one who gave the item to that human, and that human named Angor was the source of this tragedy, if that existence followed the item to this place. The scholar of cruelty's heart began to beat faster. Your emotions are very interesting, a low and numbing voice spoke into the scholar of cruelty's ears. You're still here? The scholar of cruelty looked up into the void after a while. He knew that it was still Ominous who spoke to him. I'm just curious, so here I am again. The ominous voice was constantly lingering, but at this moment, it suddenly became cautious. You just asked me about the coordinates of that place, but now a true spirit has fallen there. I'm very curious about what happened there. Who is that fallen true spirit? Don't tell me it's yours. What do you think? The scholar of cruelty humphed and summoned a giant shadow behind him. As the shadow appeared, the entire void began to change. Ominous evil play, you know, I was just joking. Put away your true spirit. Otherwise, I won't be able to deliver my message in time due to the energy fluctuation. It's better if you can't deliver it. Despite that, the scholar of cruelty still cancelled the shadow behind him. You haven't answered my question. You asked me about the coordinates, and your expression told me that you know the inside story. The scholar of cruelty lowered his eyebrows, hiding the nervousness in his eyes. He said lightly, "Didn't you want an answer before? Now, the answer is already there without using the mirror of desire." The air suddenly fell into a dead silence. After a long time, the scholar of cruelty spoke in disbelief. "You're saying that the true spirit came from the Lord of the Flameless?" "I only know that the Lord of the Flameless true spirit arrived at that continent not long ago." As soon as he finished speaking, the answer was already there. The Lord of the Flameless true spirit has fallen. It's going to be chaotic again. After the scholar of cruelty said this, the voice in the library gradually faded away. After the scholar of cruelty left, he looked up. His eyes seemed to still reflect the swaying shadow of the tree. It was as if the shadow of the tree was not only swaying in the void, but it had also traveled through endless time and space to reach his uneasy eyes before finally taking root in his heart. Other than the resting ground and the scholar of cruelty's library, there were similar responses in various places in the abyss. Even the void outside the ruins of Razudran looked at the shadow of the tree. Razudran was already destroyed, but this void was not lonely. The demons outside the birdcage swarmed over. They did not know what was happening inside the birdcage, but their interests drove them to attack the remaining humans. In the chaos, Demon Lord Galo turned the surrounding void into a forbidden area, making it impossible for humans to leave. They could only fight these demons. Not far from Galo stood the newly promoted Fire Monarch, Night. Pledging allegiance to the great Lord of the Flameless will be the best decision you can make. Galo lowered his head and looked at Night, who was not even as tall as his waist. "I never said who I would pledge allegiance to," Night replied coldly. Galo's lips curled into a smile that reached the ends of his eyes. He looked frightening and evil. "Pledging allegiance to someone is not up to you. When you perfect your domain, don't forget to go to the bottomless abyss and find the Lord of the Flameless." A trace of darkness flashed through Night's eyes, but he did not refute. When the Lord of the Flameless left, he had personally said that he would go find him. Even if Night did not want to go deep in his heart, and even had thoughts of leaving the abyss to avoid the Lord of the Flameless, he could not say it out loud. Night's behavior, in Galo's eyes, was admitting defeat. He did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at the humans trapped in the void. Before the Lord of the Flameless left, he had asked him to play with these humans. If he wanted to play, he naturally couldn't break them so quickly. When the Lord of the Flameless returned, he would get rid of these humans in front of him. It could be considered as helping Xianxia vent her anger. Galo knew that the Lord of the Flameless target this time was most likely Xianxia. However, this did not mean that the Lord of the Flameless hated Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was a descendant of his bloodline. The Lord of the Flameless did not hate her. In fact, he admired some of her actions. Otherwise, with the Lord of the Flameless personality, why would he send Galo to deal with these humans? It was because they had offended Xianxia before. While Galo was observing the humans, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura coming from the distant void. Although this aura was very faint, Galo was very familiar with it because it came from the Lord of the Flameless. Galo thought that the Lord of the Flameless had returned. However, when he raised his head to look at the source of the aura, he was stunned. At first, his eyes were filled with confusion, but it slowly turned into shock, and disbelief. Galo stared blankly into the distance, even forgetting to maintain the seal on the void. In the distance, the humans led by Manchi saw this and thought, "Chance." He immediately released the coordinates he had previously anchored. The surrounding humans instantly disappeared. When the humans were far away from Razudran, Manchi said with a gloomy expression, "Immediately return to Sky Island." Although he didn't know why Galo was suddenly stunned, in order to prevent Galo from chasing after them, he had to immediately bring the humans away. However, what Manchi didn't know was that after they left, Galo didn't even think about chasing after them. Because at this moment, he was completely stunned. He had followed the Lord of the Flameless for so many years. How could he not recognize the Lord of the Flameless true soul? The enormous tree shadow outside the continent was releasing energy from the Lord of the Flameless True Soul. Moreover, looking at the tree shadow, the True Soul's true soul was slowly leaking out. How could Galil not know what this meant? The Lord of the Flameless True Soul had fallen. Knight was a bit confused as to why Galil had suddenly let the humans leave. Thus, he followed his gaze. Knight was stunned by what he saw. After a while, Knight turned to look at Galil and softly asked, "Is that the Lord of the Flameless True Soul?" Galil didn't reply, but his unsightly expression showed the answer. Knight's lips suddenly curled into a smile. Previously, he was still worried that he might face the Lord of the Flameless in the future and even become his servant. But now, this worry had vanished into thin air. The Lord of the Flameless True Soul had fallen. This meant that for countless years, he wouldn't dare to appear in a high-profile manner. After all, there were many people who coveted his position. Even if the Lord of the Flameless True Soul recovered, Knight was confident that it would reach a level where the Lord of the Flameless wouldn't dare to act rashly. It might even reach the Lord of the Flameless True Soul. After his problem was solved, Knight began to think. Why did the Lord of the Flameless True Soul fall? Knight naturally didn't think that Boboda and the others could deal with the Lord of the Flameless. In his mind, perhaps the Lord of the Flameless met with an accident, and the one who caused this accident was very likely Feng. Perhaps this is all part of Feng's plan? At the same time, in an orphanage of the church, a blonde woman carrying drawing tools suddenly raised her head and looked at the blue sky in a daze. Until her skirt was pulled by a chubby little fist, the woman came back to her senses. She squatted down with a smile and looked at the little girl who was not even 5 years old. "Yi, what's wrong?" "Sister Feng, Chigafei can't hold on any longer." The soft and tender voice, as well as the coy action, and the pleading eyes, fell into the eyes of the woman, and she immediately smiled like a flower. The woman hugged Yi and rubbed Yi's soft face with all her strength. After a while, she let go of her. Then she looked at the other side, at Chigafei who was standing on the side of the fountain. Chigafei was the same age as Yi. Because he had been standing in the same position for a long time, his face was red, and there were tears in his eyes. He looked like he was wronged. However, no matter how wronged he was, he could not cry. Grandpa Dean said that boys should not cry, not to mention Yi was beside him. It was not easy for him to pose in this position in front of Yi to show his manliness, so he must not embarrass himself. However, perhaps because he had been standing for too long and the sun was scorching, his face was red, and the steam from his sweat was surging up. Siegfried felt dizzy for a while, and after a black light flashed, he fell into the fountain, raising a splash. After a while, Chigafei, who was diagnosed with heat stroke, was brought back to the dormitory by a nun. Chigafei's face was gloomy. Not only did he not show his manliness in front of Yi, but he also embarrassed himself. His heart was filled with sadness. The nun thought that Chigafei was sad because he did not get the painting, so she gently comforted him. "It's okay that you did not get the chance to paint this time. I have asked, Painter Feng will come again next week. At that time, when you are better, it will not be too late to paint." Siegfried hummed in response unhappily. On the other side, the blonde woman who kissed Yi's little face and sent Yi away, Painter Feng, suddenly felt her ear stud move. "You, don't talk first." Feng interrupted the voice beside him and jumped onto the statue in the middle of the fountain. "Tell me what you want." A teasing voice came from the earring. "My dear old friend Mirafiel, I never knew that you were so interested in women's clothing." The blonde woman was none other than magic painter Mirafiel Feng. She shrugged and said, "There's nothing I can do about it. This church only allows pure and flawless girls to enter. Besides, as an artist, it's very interesting to experience art from a woman's perspective. I don't understand this art of yours. I remember that your target is the third princess of the Okaleg royal family, the kingdom of the heart in the shell world, right? How did you end up in the kingdom of Saint Elsa?" Feng replied. "I got the mysterious item from Tasia half a day ago. But when I was about to return, I heard some rumors about the kingdom of Saint Elisa. That's why I came here." "Some rumors?" "I can't tell you the details yet. But the whole kingdom is shrouded in a strange atmosphere. I have a feeling that I will encounter something incredible here." Feng looked at the fountain below him. The strange atmosphere would not spread to the water. That was why he chose to stand on the statue in the middle of the fountain. Another mysterious item? There was an exclamation from the earring. At the same time, it was accompanied by a strong sense of jealousy. A remote world in the age of chaos can give birth to two mysterious items? I don't know if it's a mysterious item. I need some time to investigate. After all, mysterious items bring not only opportunities, but also unknown dangers. Feng recalled that he spent 15 years to get the curate's lament from Tasia. He just wanted to observe Tasia and prevent any danger from happening. But the curate's lament on Tasia's body originated from a part of her bones. That was why he spent a long time observing it. If the mysterious item here existed alone, then he did not need to wait for so long. After pausing for a while, Feng said, I will tell you about this in the future when I have accurate information. Renekton, why are you looking for me? Suddenly, there was a crackling sound from the earring. It seemed to be the sound of an explosion and a long hissing sound of air leaking. After a while, Renekton panted and said in a sad tone, My old friend, I have an extremely unfortunate news to tell you. My experiment failed again. Ever since you wanted to artificially create a mysterious item, when have your alchemy experiments ever succeeded? Feng complained. And, what does this have to do with me? Renekton said, You are my closest friend. You can't empathize with me. I am so disappointed. Sigh, if I can get the dark magic of the Odoro's death faction, I might be able to come into contact with the mysterious realm. Okay, I know what you mean. Next time when I go back, I will find a way to apply for the right to use the Book of Kale and help you find the dark magic. Feng said in a bad mood. Then he said, Don't tell me. You are looking for me because of this? Of course not. After getting Feng's promise, Renekton immediately smiled and talked about the serious matter. I just received the latest news. According to the surveillance, not long ago, in the barren plain of the Abyss world, a demon god's true spirit fell. Renekton said, I know you hate the demon gods. Also, the barren plain is connected to the southern region sorcerer world. So, after receiving the news, I came to tell you immediately. After Renekton finished speaking, he did not get a response from Feng. Hey, what's wrong? After a while, Feng's voice came. I know. Just now, when my agreement with the Book of Kale suddenly disappeared, I felt it. Your agreement with the Book of Kale? The fall of this demon god's true spirit is related to you? After Renekton finished speaking, he suddenly reacted. That's right. You hate the demon gods so much. It makes sense that you would do something like this. Renekton remembered that he had seen a book in Feng's bookshelf by chance. The name seemed to be Expedition into the Plain. It was a publication produced by a sorcerer alliance in the southern region called Frost Moon. On the title page of the book, there was a drawing by Feng, Doomsday. It described the scene of the end of the world after the demon god of the rising sun descended. Feng's hatred for the demon gods was obvious. Renekton guessed that it might be related to Feng's experience in his early years. However, for a sorcerer to reach his level, there would always be some snow in his life. When the snow melted, other than the sorcerer himself, no one would know. Feng was not willing to talk about the snow in his life. Renekton also respected him as a friend and did not ask about it. Renekton said, All right, since it is your agreement with the Book of Kale, then it seems like the matter has been settled. The demon god's shadow should have disappeared. Feng said calmly. I don't know what's the point of you doing this. Renekton muttered, Since you already know, then I won't say any more. I am prepared to continue trying. Maybe I can succeed without using the legendary dark transformation spell. However, I don't have much money left to rent a safe mystery item. This is so troublesome. When you come back, remember to lend me the mystery item to study for a few days. All right. Renekton's voice gradually disappeared. Feng raised his head and looked at the sky quietly. It was as if he could see the abyss world far away. Artist Feng, why did you climb up there? After a long time, an old priest walked over. Feng blushed and jumped down from the statue in the middle of the fountain. I accidentally spilled ink on the statue. I came up to wipe it off. Is that so? The old priest's eyes were filled with suspicion. However, compared to jumping up the statue, he was more suspicious of another matter. Just 2 hours ago, this artist who called himself Feng came to the orphanage and said that he wanted to draw pictures for the children for free. Once he started drawing, he would continue for half a year. This was supposed to be a good thing. However, he heard from the nuns that Feng was asking them about something. I heard from the nuns that you were asking about the Saint Selection Association? Not long ago, the abyss, the barren plain. The sealed continent under the tree's shadow. Gregory would probably never forget this scene for the rest of his life. The tall figure with long blonde hair stood quietly under the tall and lustrous green tree. The dark and silent sky, the trembling brownish-red land, and the fire tornado rising from the ground were the background of this scene. It was deeply engraved in Gregory's mind. After an unknown period of time, when Gregory was still immersed in whitewashing the memories in his heart, a voice suddenly sounded. What a mess. It was not the owner's voice, nor did it come from Bobota. This voice was very special. It did not enter the medium of air. Instead, it was like a spiritual ripple that directly entered his mind. Gregory did not know what language it was speaking, but he understood the meaning behind it. However, it was different from spiritual ripples because it had the texture of a voice. It was hard to tell if it was male or female. It was very cold, like a drop of water falling on a smooth and cold porcelain surface. When Gregory heard this voice, he felt as if he had arrived in a world of ice and snow. Who was speaking? Gregory turned his head and finally fixed his gaze on the golden-haired figure. There was no one else here. The owner seemed to have fainted. Bobota was also lying on the ground without moving. The only one who could speak was him. As a new worshipper, Gregory suddenly felt a little excited. After all, the demon god's true spirit had asked him many times before, but he had never spoken. This was the first time he had spoken, right? What did he say just now? Mess? What mess? While Gregory was puzzled, he saw the blonde figure suddenly reach out his hand. Light spots slowly poured down from the tree formed by the true spirit's power. It was like fireflies flying around, or like stars falling from the sky like water. Finally, these green light spots gathered in the blonde figure's hand. The gathered green light spots floated above his palm. At this moment, he reached out with his other hand and gently touched these green dots of light. A ripple seemed to appear in the air. When the ripple touched the green light spots, it seemed to shatter a layer of their outer shell. The light spots suddenly shrank and shone brighter. These specks of light were actually the purest true spirit energy in the green tree. After they shrank, although the total amount of true spirit energy was reduced, the pure and transparent feeling became even more obvious. So, the heterogeneous energy he mentioned refers to the heterogeneous energy of the true spirit? At this moment, Gregory finally understood what he meant when he said it's really heterogeneous. But after understanding it, Gregory fell into a new state of confusion. From what he knew, the energy of this giant tree formed from the power of the true spirit was so pure that it could be directly absorbed. The energy in Gregory's body was probably not as pure as the power of the true spirit, but in the eyes of the golden-haired figure, this energy was actually mixed, Grava thought to himself. There's a reason why he's so strong. While Grava was still thinking, the blonde figure suddenly turned around and looked at him. The figure's eyes were calm and silent, but Grava lowered his head subconsciously. The sound of light footsteps could be heard. Gregory knew that it was the golden-haired figure who had walked over. There was a trace of excitement in its heart, but also a kind of fear of the unknown. What did he want to do by walking over? What's his reason for judging me as an enemy? I'm a demon too. Will he kill me too? Just as Gregory was feeling uneasy, he suddenly heard the footsteps stop. He looked up and saw that the blonde figure did not stop in front of him. Instead, he stood beside Angor. Grava tried his best to see the figure's face, but because of the backlight, he could only see the glowing eyes and the thick shadow that poured down. Grava could not see the figure's face, but he noticed something after observing for a while. The figure looked like a soul, but also like an illusion without enough energy. It looked like it would disappear at any time. As Grava wondered, the blonde figure covered the pure true spirit energy in his hand with a layer of strange green runes and slowly pushed it into the shop owner's body. When Angor fought Lord Flameless in the Green Ring, he was severely injured. His hands were torn apart, revealing his bones. Some of his internal organs were also damaged. It was a terrible sight to behold. However, when the purest essence of the tree, the power of true spirit that Grava coveted so much, fell into Angwar's body, the green runes wrapped around Angwar's body. His bone-deep wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His pale and lifeless face became rosy again. The true spirit energy was of a very high level, which should not be absorbed by Angwar. However, the blonde figure did something and allowed Angwar to absorb it perfectly. When the faint layer of true spirit energy covered Angwar's body, Grava even felt threatened. It was the first time Grava felt pressure from the shop owner. It didn't take long for Angwar's injuries to be completely healed. It even caused some positive changes in his body. When Angwar fully recovered, the blonde figure stood beside Angwar and stared at him with a thoughtful expression. There was a complicated emotion in his eyes. Behind him was a green tree swaying in the wind. Due to the fact that the energy contained within the green tree was far too powerful, and the fact that this continent needed this high-grade energy to save itself, these violent winds were actually more of a manifestation of the subconscious consciousness of the continent itself, and it was a phenomenon created to save itself. The subconsciousness of the continent hoped to use the wind to slowly spread the true spirit energy from the tree to every inch of the land so that the continent could be reborn. However, the tree's birth came from the blonde figure. Before he released the shackles, the true spirit energy contained in the tree was unshakable. Even the subconsciousness of the continent could not take away a single bit of it. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. After a long time, the blonde figure finally stopped looking at Angwar and crouched down. He slowly placed his hand on Angwar's cheek. Following a blinding green light, his hand disintegrated into countless tiny, dancing green patterns, which all flowed into Angwar's right eye. As the green patterns appeared, the blonde figure became blurry. In the end, even his silhouette gradually disappeared, leaving only a bright, star-like light in his eyes. However, the light did not linger in the air for too long. Instead, it directly entered Angwar's right eye. The blonde figure completely disappeared from the spot, leaving only Angwar, who was still sleeping. He's gone. Although he had expected it, his new admirer, Gregory, was still a little disappointed. A moment later, Grava suddenly thought of something and looked at the tree in the distance, which was rustling in the wind. He's gone. What should I do with this tree? Gregory wanted to get close to the tree and plunder the true spirit force, but it could still vaguely feel the green patterns around the tree. The green patterns were restraining the tree, preventing the wind from taking away even a tiny bit of its energy. Grava knew that even if he approached the tree, he would not be able to take the true spirit energy if he could not remove the green patterns on the tree. And the person who could do that was gone. Grava sighed and decided not to think about it anymore. Instead, he tried his best to stand up. He wanted to see Lady Urusha's soul and her body. However, as Grava struggled to sit up, Angwar suddenly opened his eyes. Angwar felt pain all over his body. At first, it was the intense pain in his hands and organs. This pain lasted for a long time. Later, he felt an extremely large amount of energy pouring into his body. Along with this energy, there were also some strange green patterns. These green patterns seemed to have a purifying effect. They removed the explosive fire attribute and the chaotic energy from the abyss, which made the energy extremely gentle and easy to absorb. When the energy was completely purified, the green patterns also disappeared. The energy spread to every part of his body, especially his hands and internal organs, which felt like they were being reborn. His body felt numb and itchy at the same time. However, the comfortable feeling did not last long. When Angwar felt his entire body being immersed in the warm water, he suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his right eye. He could no longer tell where the pain came from. All he could feel was that his right eye was glowing with a bright green light. Angwar did not know how long the pain lasted. Every second felt like years to him. When the pain finally subsided and Angwar thought it was over, an even brighter beam of light fell into his right eye. The light did not bring any pain. However, it brought a drop of blood. Drop was not an accurate measurement. It was more like an extension of one's bloodline. Still, Angwar felt that a drop of blood was absorbed into his body. And the feeling he got from this drop of blood was all too familiar. This was Shava, or rather, Shava's projected bloodline, as soon as he thought about projecting his bloodline, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. He knew this was a necessary process for bloodline fusion. He had experienced it before. But this time, the pain was on a whole new level. This pain caused almost every part of his body to spasm. Besides, it was not too long ago when he fused with his right forearm. His body had just digested the change in his right forearm, and now there was a new projected bloodline. That guy was seizing every chance he got to get some fresh air. Angor gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to swallow the pain. After all, he was the one who let that guy out. The intense pain lasted for a long time without stopping. Moreover, because it hadn't been long since the last time he fused with the bloodline, the consumption of his physical foundation this time was even faster. Angor estimated that he could accept the new bloodline peacefully if he could become a wizard. But there was still a long way to go before he became a wizard. Less than 1/10 of the drop of blood was absorbed, and Angor already felt like his body could not take it anymore. Maybe his body would collapse in the next second. If Angor could make an expression right now, it would be one of bitterness and helplessness. Looks like I'm really done for this time. This thought flashed through Angor's mind amidst the pain. However, he was comforted by the fact that he had some vague memories. He knew that the Flameless Lord was no longer a threat to him. At the very least, he had tried his best to flip the table, and in the end, he really did flip the table. He would still die in the end, but it was better than being killed by a demon. Even his soul would not be able to escape. Besides, there were many cases of people dying from bloodline fusion in the wizarding world. Maybe this was not a bad way to die. As Angor thought about it, a gentle stream of energy suddenly began to repair his body, which was on the verge of collapse. He was surprised. The energy was the same as the huge amount of energy that went into his body before. It did not consume much energy to repair his hand and organs. The remaining energy stayed in his body. But now, because his body was about to collapse, or rather, it was already collapsing, the energy was reactivated and began to repair his broken body. Now, Angor finally understood how terrifying the energy was. His body crumbled again and again. Every time he thought he would never be saved again, but the energy still pulled him back from the abyss of death. He lost count of how many times this happened. He was both surprised by the power of the new drop of blood and the energy contained inside his body. It was as if two giants who were countless times stronger than him were fighting against each other inside his body. After it collapsed, it would immediately repair itself. This cycle repeated many times. Every time, Angor felt like he was being tortured by something John once told him, death by 1,000 cuts. Time after time, he cut off his own flesh. After that, he felt the itchiness caused by the energy. After it was repaired, he continued with the dismemberment. The excruciating pain made him feel like he would rather die. However, every time he thought about it, he would think of many people who had died in his mind. John, Leon, Sunders, Toby, Nausicaa. There were so many of them, including Shadow Diablo, who was his enemy in the beginning. Viking, who lost all 4 of his limbs when the Purification Garden was first opened. Vice Captain Helen, who went with Swan to Summerdew Ridge. Angor might have known these people for a long time, or maybe he only met them once. The world was vast, and the universe was full of mysteries. Everyone was alive. Angor was fascinated by these things. He did not want to end his life so quickly. Besides, he still had a lot of unfinished business. John's body had not recovered yet. He had not fulfilled his promise to Mara. There were so many things he wanted to do. How could he just give up like this? With these thoughts in mind, Angor went through the pain again and again. On the 9th or 10th time, the pain of collapsing and recovering slowly lessened. At the same time, the powerful energy he felt before was also decreasing at an obvious speed. Now, he finally found something useful. The collapse of his body was caused by an imbalance of energy inside. The gentle energy from outside not only fixed the imbalance, but also merged some of the energy's characteristics into Angor's body. It was a transformation of the nature of energy. Since he was learning singularity dispersive meditation, his mana was already purer than ordinary meditation methods. Now, his mana was even purer than before, and it even contained the strange properties of the foreign energy. The change in his energy was already great, but the biggest change was still in his physical body. The continuous collapse and reconstruction were like the repeated tempering in alchemy, which removed all the impurities and hidden injuries inside his body. It was not only the reconstruction but also the enhancement of his bloodline. He couldn't even begin to imagine how strong his body would become if he was lucky enough to survive the ordeal. When his body collapsed again, Angor was already numb to the pain. He quietly waited for the energy to recover. This time, Angor could clearly feel that the energy from outside had run out. This was probably the last time. And there was only a tiny drop of blood left. If nothing went wrong, this would be the last time. As expected, when the blood completely merged with Angor's body, the foreign energy also disappeared. The two giants returned their swords to their scabbards. It was only a drop of blood on one side, while the other side contained a terrifying amount of energy. The two sides cancelled each other out, but in essence, the projected bloodline was still superior. When the blood disappeared, Angor finally knew where the projection came from. His right eye. Apart from this, Angor had experienced two other bloodline projections, both of which brought him great changes. The first one was his right palm in the Nightmare Realm Witch Town. The second one was his right forearm outside the Dream Wasteland. Both of them were on his right hand, so they could be classified as the same type. According to the properties of the green tattoos, his left hand could release nightmare aura on its own. This time, the location of his left eye changed. Furthermore, the fusion process was extremely difficult. If not for the external energy, he would have probably died countless times. Angor wondered what would happen to his right eye this time. Angor opened his eyes. As soon as he opened them, a green light flashed in his right eye. His vision went blank for a second as countless tiny green tattoos were imprinted in his mind. Some of them were already on his right hand, while others were new. He could understand the meaning of the new patterns on the surface, but he did not know the deeper structure of the runes. The so-called surface meaning was the most basic effect of the tattoos. For example, there was a tattoo that looked like a 16th note on his right hand. Its surface meaning was release, which allowed him to continuously release nightmare aura. But if he continued to study it, he would find that there was a deeper structure to the tattoo. Apart from release, there were also passage and door. He could only understand the outermost meaning of these new green patterns. It would take him a lot of time to study the deeper meaning. It seems that these green lines are the effect of my right eye? Angor was about to check the new tattoos when another piece of information popped up in his mind. This time, it wasn't about the tattoos. It was a long piece of memory. It wasn't Angor's memory. It was that person's memory. The memories of Angor coming from the Nightmare Realm, fighting Lord Flameless, leaving Angor's body, and killing the demon god's true spirit with a single strike flooded into his mind. Angor stared at the memories in his mind in bewilderment. He once saw how that person repelled the terrifying beasts outside the Dream Wasteland. Angor already knew how strong that person was. But now, he realized that this person was not only strong, but also infinitely strong. It was beyond Angor's imagination. Angor still had no idea who that person was. He could only assume that it was Shava, a projection of himself in the Nightmare Realm. Angor did not know who that person was, but he did know that it was not his real body that came from the Nightmare Realm. It was just a clone. A mere clone was able to destroy a demon god's soul. Angor could not even begin to imagine how strong this person was. Perhaps, this person had reached a certain level that could not be seen or heard. After going through the memories, Angor finally understood what happened. Back then, Boboda kept persuading him to use his summon. However, Angor didn't want to be controlled by a demon god. But if he didn't do that, how was he going to face Lord Flameless? Angor thought about how he flipped the table back at Midnight Sovereign. This was the Abyss Plane anyway. Even if the Nightmare Queen came, she wouldn't destroy the wizarding world. He wanted to repeat what happened last time. If he could flip the table, he might have a chance to survive. However, the incident at Midnight Sovereign and the Nightmare Domain had been a coincidence. That was the perfect timing for the Nightmare Domain. It wasn't easy for Angor to do that again. Also, judging from the Nightmare Queen's attitude, she didn't seem to be friendly to him. Even if he flipped the table, he wouldn't be able to escape death. What should he do if he couldn't use this trick? then he remembered what happened back at Windwhisper Valley. Back at Windwhisper Valley, Fafnir was very worried about the green vine behind Angor. Angor also felt that if he allowed the vine to grow, it would eventually become a door that would allow that person to travel through time and space to come here. Angor knew who was behind the door. Back then, Angor restrained the growth of his green tattoos because he didn't know what would happen. Also, Sunders reminded him more than once to be careful of Shava. Shava wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. She would definitely ask for something in return. This time, Angor didn't hold back. Thus, a series of subsequent events occurred. Angor was already unconscious when Shava fought against Lord Flameless, but the memories told him what happened back then. Angor remained silent for a long time. He was shocked by Shava's power, but at the same time, he also felt a sense of fear. He slowly reached out a hand and covered his right eye. His right hand changed, and so did his right eye. Perhaps one day, his entire body would no longer belong to him. Instead, it would belong to someone else. When that happened, would Angor's consciousness disappear as well? He remained silent for a long time until he heard Gregory's slightly probing voice, which brought him back to reality. "Shopkeeper, you." Gregory wanted to ask if the shopkeeper knew what was going on, but he didn't. But when Angor looked at him, Gregory's eyes showed a hint of fear. Those cold eyes were exactly the same as that person's. In fact, the chilling pressure was exactly the same as the one before. Could it be that the golden-haired figure did not disappear, but instead entered the shopkeeper's body and replaced him? Angor stood up while Gregory was still trying to figure out what was going on. He could feel that his physical body had become incomparably powerful, to the point where he was unable to control it. He could also feel the changes in his right eye. Because when he looked at Gregory, Gregory was so scared that his cheeks turned pale. He lowered his head and shivered. However, Angor didn't care about that right now. There was something else he needed to do. Almost all of the memories that the person had left him were memories. The only thing that had a subjective opinion was this matter. With that in mind, Angor turned around and looked at the tree that was swaying in the wind. When he looked at the tree again, he realized something was wrong. The wind inexplicably became stronger. Grava's eyes were blinded by the howling wind, which stirred up sparks and dust in the air. In the strong wind, Grava squinted his eyes and looked at the shop owner not far away. He began to move, walking towards the green tree. His steps were firm and slow. The swaying branches and leaves, as well as the faint green light, outlined the outline of a tall figure. When the wind blew up the shop owner's slightly messy blonde hair, for some reason, Gregory vaguely saw the imposing figure from before. Grava rubbed his eyes and looked again. The shop owner's hair was not long, which was obviously different from that person's. Then why did he see it wrongly? Did that person really take over the shop owner's soul? As Grava mumbled to himself, Angor was already less than 10 meters away from the tree. Seeing this scene, Gregory's previous absent-mindedness was replaced by another bigger question: what is the shop owner planning to do? The green tree was formed by the accumulation of all the power of true spirit of a great demon god, and the power it contained was enough to overturn the sea and sink the land. Even though it looked like an inconspicuous tree now, Gregory believed that any life in the abyss would go crazy if they had the chance to see this tree. Grava did not know that many people in the abyss plane were already looking at this place. It was just that they did not do anything for now due to certain reasons. Watching the shop owner walk towards the tree, Gregory thought to himself, perhaps the shop owner intends to take the power of the tree for himself. Gregory shook his head. It couldn't be said that he was taking it for himself. The Lord of the Flameless True Spirit was killed by that person, and that person had most likely possessed the shop owner. Therefore, he was only taking his own spoils of war. Although Gregory was greedy for the power of the True Spirit, he did not dare to have extravagant hopes after witnessing the previous scene. Even the true spirit of the demon god had been killed in an instant. If it were him, he would probably be wiped out countless times with just a breath of air, right? Grava quietly waited for Angor's next move. But Angor suddenly stopped. He was not far from the tree, but the reason why he stopped was because every organ in his body was screaming for him to stop. Angor knew that this was the side effect of fusing with his right eye and repeatedly breaking down and rebuilding his body. Actually, it wasn't right to call it an illness. It was just that his physical fitness had improved too quickly, resulting in some problems with his mental consciousness, physical habits, and balance. If he looked back, he would see marks on the ground that were sometimes shallow and sometimes deep. These were all proof that he could not control his power properly. At that moment, not only was there a mark beneath his feet, there was even a crack in the ground. He could feel that if he used a little more strength, he could create a deep hole. He didn't want any accidents to happen because he couldn't control the strength of his feet properly when he got close to the green tree. For example, the tree falling down. Of course, he did not think that was possible. The tree did not really take root in the ground, so it would not fall down even if there was a crack on the ground. The tree might not fall, but it was very likely that he would embarrass himself when he released the green vein because he did not control the strength under his feet well. There were not many people here, so it was not a big deal. However, a slight slip could lead to an accident. After all, the tree was built with the power of a demon god's soul. Angor could not bear the consequences if something went wrong. Angor quietly stopped and focused his mind, trying his best to control and adapt to the power of his feet. While he was adjusting himself, Baboda looked up from afar. Baboda did not expect his body to break down so quickly. His plan was to take away the primordial fire origin and ignite the primordial altar, leaving behind a torch for the clan that could be passed on. But now, after being half-killed by Lord Flameless, Baboda's body was rapidly crumbling. Although he was as ugly as a xenomorph before, at least he still had the outline of a human. But in the blink of an eye, Baboda was practically a pile of rotten meat. He looked like the weakest mud monster. He only used a little bit of force to lift his head, but the flesh on his face melted like rotten green liquid. He tried his best to look in Angor's direction and tried to say something, but most of his vocal organs were damaged, so he could only make hoarse noises. Angor. Baboda gave up on using his mouth and used his spirit ripples instead. Help me. Tinder, Sparrow, and Future, serves you right. Grievous also sensed Baboda's mental fluctuations. It glared at Baboda angrily, but Baboda had no energy to deal with Grievous at this time. His soul was about to fall into the abyss, and he only hoped that he could do something for his people before he died. Angor was the only one Baboda could ask for. After a while, Angor finally looked back at Baboda. When their eyes met, Baboda saw a pair of cold eyes staring back at him. His mind went blank, and he felt a great pressure pressing down on him. Baboda lowered his head and swallowed the words he wanted to say. He narrowed his eyes and looked away. In a place where no one could see, he sighed softly. He could now control the power under his feet a little. But his eyes. He did not know what was wrong. Both Gregory and Baboda felt uncomfortable after making eye contact with him. It seemed that it would take a long time for Baboda to fully digest all the changes in his body this time. Although Baboda didn't say anything, Angor could guess what he was trying to say. Angor did not feel sorry for Baboda. Baboda made his own choice, and he had to bear all the consequences behind it. Besides, Baboda dragged him into this, which was something Angor could not forgive. But when he looked at Baboda, he couldn't help but sigh as he recalled the innocent little sparrow he saw in the graveyard of Dark Castle. When Angor was in desperate need of a soul orb to save Toby, Florid Sparrow generously offered a soul orb to Angor, even though she needed one herself. From this, it could be seen that Hua Keke was a very kind-hearted girl in nature. This was why Angor spent a lot of effort to set up an illusion for Sparrow Flower in the well. Sparrow Flower was already in a terrible condition. She suffered misfortune when she was young, and now she had to wait for the darkness to pass. Angor looked at Baboda's miserable state. Although Baboda brought this upon himself, Angor now understood why Baboda was called the most unfortunate of all blessed races in the book. Angor cleared his mind and looked at the tree again. He stepped forward. Faint footprints were left on the maroon ground. They were still unbalanced, but at least Angor did not use too much strength. He did not need to use his strength as easily as he usually did. He only needed to try his best to avoid any accidents. Under Baboda and Gravu's watchful eyes, Angor slowly approached the tree. Angor carefully observed the tree made of spiritual energy and felt its magnificence. At the same time, he also discovered that the true spirit energy emitted by the tree was very similar to the energy that had entered his body before. They should be of the same origin. the tree branches swayed in the wind. It seemed to be welcoming Angor's arrival. When Angor approached the tree, he felt something burning in his right eye. A green pattern appeared in his pupil. It was as if the pattern was urging him to touch the tree's trunk. On the other side, the tree itself was also giving out an attractive force that made him want to get closer to it. Angor knew that it was the resonance of the green pattern. The green patterns in his eyes were one with the green patterns that had shackled his true spirit energy and turned him into a green tree. That was why such a situation had occurred. And the person who caused this to happen was naturally the person who suspected to be Shava. Most of the memories he left for Angor were about the fight against Lord Flameless. Some of them were Angor's, but Angor didn't feel like participating in them at all. Instead, he viewed them as a first-person movie. However, there was something else that was not a memory. It was a message left by that person. It was a simple message: frowny face, liberate the green pattern on the tree. Although it was only a simple message, the release of the green mark was an extremely important matter. In the message he left behind, there were also some images. These images showed that the shadow of a tree that almost covered the entire continent had appeared in the sky above the continent. The shadow of the tree was the illusion of the green tree. It looked like a world illusion, but it was not meant to teach Angor illusions. Instead, it was meant to remind Angor of something. The appearance of the tree's shadow was extremely eye-catching. Countless gazes had already been cast in this direction. That was why he left a message about liberating the green pattern. When the green runes that shackled the power of the true spirit were released, the tree would turn into pure true spirit power and spread to every inch of land on the continent, along with the wind created by the subconsciousness of the continent. This continent was already on the brink of destruction. When the spiritual energy covered the entire continent, the energy contained in it would bring the continent back to life. The rebirth of a new continent was a good thing for the Abyss world. The collective consciousness of the Abyss world would also help. At that time, no life form from the outside world would be able to set foot on this continent. In other words, for the time being, Angor would not be discovered by other powerful beings. After all, anyone who dared to cast their greedy eyes on the spiritual energy was not to be underestimated. That was the message the person left for Angor. Of course, it was up to Angor whether he wanted to do it or not. If he was strong enough, he could take all the spiritual energy in one fell swoop. However, he would have to face threats from the outside world later. Angor considered for a moment and decided to follow the message. After all, he had no way to obtain the power of true spirits. Even if he did obtain this power, the subsequent waves would definitely attract countless people. Perhaps even demon god-level existences might come to snatch it. Most importantly, only the Lord of the Flameless True Spirit had fallen. His main body hadn't died yet. It was very likely that he had his eyes on this true spirit energy. No matter what, Angor believed that liberating the green pattern was the best choice. But he still had a question. Why didn't that person release the green pattern himself? Or rather, why didn't he just let the spiritual energy return to the ground instead of keeping it in the shape of a tree? He didn't know why, but he didn't want to know either. He didn't have any better options. Angor didn't want those powerful beings who were looking at him to notice something wrong. Without hesitation, he looked up and released a green rune from his eyes, which wrapped around his right hand. The rune on his palm pressed down on the tree trunk. When he tried to touch the tree with his hand, the wind suddenly grew stronger. The consciousness of the continent already considered the tree as its life-saving medicine. It wouldn't allow Angor to touch it. The strong wind caused a sharp pain on Angor's skin. Gregory, who was not far away, was even blown away by this sudden hurricane. Enduring the pain of his wound tearing open again, Gregory forcefully rooted himself a few dozen meters away. Although Gregory was injured, his physical strength was comparable to an official magus. In other words, he was slightly stronger than an official magus who did not have a bloodline. After all, he was a demon. If Gregory was right, he would be blown away by the wind. And the shop owner would be blown away as well. After all, even if the shop owner's core was replaced, his body was still weak. However, when Gregory looked at Angor, he was surprised to see that Angor wasn't blown away at all. His body didn't even move. He was as firm as a rock. Angor could feel the gale pushing him away. He even thought that he might be shaken by the wind. As he considered whether he should use a cantrip to strengthen himself, he noticed that the wind didn't seem to be as strong as he thought. No, it was still strong. It was just that Angor's body had undergone some changes, which made it easier for him to stand in the wind. Comparing Angor with Gregory, one could see that Angor's body was much stronger than Angor expected. However, he didn't have time to think about what happened to his body right now. He kept reaching for the tree with his hand. The closer he got, the stronger the wind became. In the end, the wind didn't blow him away. The green rune on his palm touched the bark of the tree. In an instant, the entire green tree emitted an astonishing light. The light shot into the sky and pierced through the void. Inside the light, tiny green runes connected to Angor's palm emerged and circled around the tree. News of what happened here also reached the land of darkness. The stooped figure with a totem mask sitting on the throne suddenly stood up. He agilely waved his bone scepter and fiercely slammed it into the ground, causing a terrifying ripple to spread out. As the ripple spread, he released a long, guttural sound from his throat. If Angor was here, he would notice that the totem mask was saying, "Don't stop me." And it wasn't the demon language. It was the language of the abyss. His hand was still touching the tree bark, and the green runes kept coming back to him. The tree that was restraining his true spirit began to crumble. Angor put on a serious look. He knew that the continent's consciousness didn't have any real thoughts. It didn't know that what he was doing was actually beneficial to the continent. It only thought that Angor was trying to take away its hope. Therefore, before the tree collapsed and Angor's power fully merged with the continent, he still had to face the hostility of the continent's consciousness. Since the wind couldn't blow him away, something else might happen. For example, the underground lava. Angor already saw the lava pool not far away from him rising. He could even feel the temperature rising under his feet. He didn't dare to underestimate the power of nature. To his surprise, the wind suddenly stopped when he was about to face the coming storm with extreme caution. Angor had only seen sudden gusts of wind before. He had never seen a natural hurricane suddenly vanish when it was right in front of him. Not only did the wind stop, but the fire snakes in the lava pool and the underground lava were also receding. All natural phenomena that could threaten Angor's safety were gone. Even the dust and flames that were stirred up by the wind earlier all moved away from Angor's position. It was as if he was in an absolute safe zone. It was as if the continent's consciousness was protecting him. Angor chuckled. "So you know what I'm doing now." Earlier, Angor felt that it was a waste to spread his power across the continent. But it was better than leaving it for others. Besides, he had no other choice. That was why he followed the message left behind by that person and spread his power across the continent. But now, when he felt the protection of the continent's consciousness, Angor felt that his efforts weren't in vain. Although he was very clear that the continent's subconsciousness would not bring him any benefits, was that not normal? Be it the continent's subconsciousness or the world will, they were all aggregations of consciousness, and would not have so-called human emotions in themselves. With the help of the continent's consciousness, Angor could control the green patterns to destroy the tree without worrying about anything else. Because there was no external force to disturb him, he was able to concentrate even more on comprehending this green pattern. Both the runes on the tree and the one Angor just released were single-use spells. In other words, they didn't belong to Angor or his right eye. Instead, they were something left behind by the person who looked like Shava. Once he used them up, they would disappear for good. He hoped that he could study the green rune before it disappeared. While he was immersed in his research, the continent's consciousness marked out a forbidden area around the tree. Not even Gravis's voice could reach this place. Greywood couldn't even send his voice into the Eye of Light. It glanced at Angor helplessly, then at the Eye of Light, which was surrounded by purple-white flames. Inside the Eye of Light were Alicia's soul and her relic. When Angor sensed that the green pattern on his palm had disappeared, he opened his eyes again. He studied the green pattern and found that it had the same meaning as one of the green patterns on his right hand. They both had the effect of binding. However, when he continued to study the binding model, he found that the second data was different. The green pattern on his right hand had been researched into a total of 5 sets of data, which were bind, dispel, merge, channel, and door. The green pattern on his right hand was the foundation for Angor to acquire the right to enter the dream wasteland. However, the one-use green pattern left behind by the mysterious person meant binding on the surface. But the second property was different. It wasn't dispelling. Instead, it was a new structure that Angor had never seen before. Since he didn't have enough time, Angor couldn't identify the specific property of the structure. But he could roughly conclude that it meant stability or toughness. Angor guessed that it was used to stabilize energy. If he had more time to study it, he might be able to reverse engineer the pattern in the future. However, in retrospect, if he had chosen not to use this green pattern and instead spent his time researching it, by the time he finished researching it, there would probably be countless almighty beings entering this continent. At that time, he would have to worry about his own safety. As the green pattern on Angor's palm disappeared, the other green patterns around the tree also began to disperse. At the same time, every branch of the green tree became a flowing outlet, and the true spirit energy within began to gradually flow out. Green spots of light flickered and flickered like stars hanging on the branches, giving off a dreamy glow. The lustrous green tree was undergoing its final transformation. It was like a summer cicada that hid in the ground for years, only to sing with its life on a certain summer day. As for the green tree's transformation, it meant that it was consuming its own life, using its life as the price to bloom. The transformation officially began when the spiritual energy gushed out of the branches. This true spirit energy was like a green cloud lingering around the tree trunk. It was thick and dense, and with the addition of the flickering light, its beauty was indescribable with words. A gentle gust of wind blew over. The clouds, which looked like they could drip water, were carried away by the wind. The process was slow and peaceful. But somehow, when Grava saw this scene, he felt a kind of brilliance that bloomed quietly in the silence. The gentle wind sounded like a beautiful hymn. It was writing and singing about the passing years and the desire for new life. The wind carried away the spiritual energy clouds and drifted to an unknown distance. Meanwhile, the dense light spots fell from the branches. When the light spots brushed across the ground, the previous anomalies or cracks caused by the battle were all healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the light spots fell on Grava's body, the wounds on his body healed instantly. His pale face also turned red. Gregory felt that he had never felt so good before. Also, Grava noticed that the potion given to him by the shop owner seemed to have triggered some kind of dormant power inside his body. This time, when the light spots fell, the dormant power seemed to be showing signs of waking up. Grava was changing, and so was Boboda. He was already a pile of mud, but when the light spots merged with his body, which was on the verge of collapse, underwent a strange reversal. Even his consciousness, which was about to fall into the abyss, was pulled back from the darkness. Boboda tried his best to look up, trying to find out the reason. When he saw Angor's tall figure standing beside the bright tree in the distance, he was stunned. The emotions in his eyes were deep and complicated. In the dark, bottomless abyss, a huge and deep shadow suddenly swept across the void and flew rapidly in an unknown direction. After an unknown amount of time, the shadow finally arrived at its destination, the Abyss Touch. The Abyssal Touch was a place that all abyssal lifeforms feared. This was because it was the place in the abyss where the laws of space were the most unstable. Space-time cracks could appear at any time. It was very possible that one could be peacefully living 1 second and be torn in half the next. After this shadow arrived at the Abyss Touch, it suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Its voice carried a trace of joy and luck. However, it was quickly followed by anger and ruthlessness. Its emotions were changeable and extreme. This shadow was the Lord of the Flameless who had snuck away from his territory. He was happy because he had successfully escaped before the other demon gods knew that it was his true spirit that had fallen. Although the Abyss Touch was very dangerous, the Lord of the Flameless could still survive the space-time cracks with his true body. However, if he stayed in his territory without moving, the Lord of the Flameless knew that those greedy demon gods would definitely sneak attack him while his true spirit had fallen. After all, after losing his true spirit, his strength had greatly decreased. However, his position had not changed. Those demon gods who coveted his position would definitely make a move. As long as he could hold on for a while and prevent the other demon gods from focusing on him, he would have a chance to temporarily leave the barren face and go to some unformed small worlds to hide. However, the anger after the joy was because the Lord of the Flameless thought of his own situation. Clearly, not long ago, he was still a supreme god. However, now, not only had he fallen from his pedestal, his strength had also been halved. The huge difference made it very difficult for the Lord of the Flameless to accept this strong contrast. The Lord of the Flameless was already very pitiful. In order to not be schemed against by the other demon gods, he even hid in the dangerous abyss touch. He had no choice but to temporarily cut off contact with his thousands of followers. Because the faith of his followers would also expose his position. This meant that he had lost all of his eyes and could only drag out his life in the dangerous and dark abyss touch. How could he not be angry? Moreover, the fall of his true spirit did not only weaken his strength, it also dealt a devastating blow to his arrogant self-confidence. Everything is because of you. Everything is because of you. The giant green eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and an angry roar spread through the darkness of the touch of abyss. Lord Flameless thought of the person who had killed his true spirit, and his heart was filled with anger. But suddenly, Lord Flameless cowered. Although he did not know exactly how his true spirit had died, he could sense that the other party had only used an instant to get rid of his true spirit. Previously, the other party had only used an instant to kill his demon god avatar. He died in an instant. Even a peerless great demon god would not be able to achieve such speed. Miracle, it's definitely a miraculous existence. Thinking to this point, although Lord Flameless couldn't hide his hatred, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The Lord of the Flameless was very clear that if that person really appeared in front of him, he probably wouldn't have any thoughts of resisting. Because this was the difference between energy levels, an insurmountable chasm. After Lord Flameless' emotions changed, he sighed deeply. Finally, a figure appeared in his mind. Now that he was in such a situation, it was all because of this person. He finally understood why the cruel scholar had only secretly left a subdued item on him but did not dare to leave a mark on him. Perhaps it was because the cruel scholar already knew that there was something strange about this person. Lord Flameless remembered that person's name was Angor. Lord Flameless whispered this name in his mind. The hatred and violence in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. In the void above the abyss plain, a group of humans was flying toward Sky Island. This group of humans was a group of magi led by Manchi. Their mission was interrupted halfway, and they failed on the verge of success. Monkey's vortex of low pressure enveloped the entire team. Moreover, too many magi had died this time, and there was nothing to be gained. This was the first time Monkey suffered such a great loss after becoming a Truthfinder wizard. Not only did he fail personally, but the reputation of the Moonfrost Union was also greatly damaged. Although they had successfully escaped, this was not what Ming-Chi wanted at all. Monkey's mind was filled with the image of the abomination that dragged Alucia into the portal. His eyes were filled with hatred. He was only one step away. He did not die in the hands of a demon or a lord. Instead, he died in the hands of a human. How could he feel good? Because of Ming-Chi's resentment, the atmosphere of the entire returning team was very oppressive. However, because the floating ice had already evaporated in Razudran, they had to use their own flying vehicles on the way back. Some of the flying vehicles were fully equipped, so they didn't have to endure the pressure outside. For example, the atmosphere in a giant steam-powered room was much better. The owner of this room was Tongwich from the Nocturnal Forest. As a new wizard from the Nocturnal Forest, Tongwich came here with Olivita as a bystander who did not contribute anything. Even though this battle had started with a grand start and ended with them fleeing with their tails between their legs, Tongwich wasn't too disappointed. On the contrary, this experience had opened her eyes to a whole new world. She was currently sitting in front of the bar in the steam-powered room, whispering to Olivita, who was sitting across from her. Due to the wine, the atmosphere in the steam-powered room was much more relaxed than the outside world. Olivita took a sip of the red wine. Her cheeks were slightly red. She glanced at the two figures standing by the window and asked Tongwich, speaking of which, why did you bring them along? Her question attracted the attention of a stooped figure in front of the window. With the dim candlelight on the bar, one could clearly see that this stooped old man had white eyebrows that reached his chest. He wore an iconic black adept's hat embroidered with flowers. It was Eventide Cantor from Lilith's house. Cantor nodded at Tongwich with a smile. Tongwich returned the gesture with a polite smile, but her gaze couldn't help but move to the figure beside Cantor. The man's black gentleman's clothes made him seem even taller and larger. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her eyes. Tongwich paused for a moment and noticed that Olavida was looking at her with interest. "I think I know why you invited them to the steam-powered room," Olavida teased. Witches blushed and quickly waved her hand. "You misunderstand. I invited Mr. Nocturnal and Mr. Phantom here because I have a good relationship with Leona. I don't mean anything else." Rose Crown Leona, a level 1 wizard from Brood Cavern who was an expert in alchemy. She was also a master of perfumery. "What does your relationship with Leona have to do with them?" Olavida asked. "I heard a lot about Mr. Phantom from Leona. She admires Mr. Phantom a lot." Tongwich stole a glance at Sunders, who was standing beside Cantor. Unfortunately, Sunders didn't even look back. "I don't believe it's just admiration." Olavida shrugged. She was a little afraid of Sunders, but she had to admit that Sunders was handsome, mature, and powerful. He was popular among the witches. Sunders was often mentioned during tea parties or perfumery parties. He was always one of the most popular male wizards. Thinking of this, Olavida suddenly paused. She recalled that the next tea party would be held by Leona. When the witches gathered at Brute Cavern, Sunders would probably become the center of attention again. "Nothing else, only worship," Tongwich said anxiously. Even her own voice had become extremely soft at the end of her sentence. Olavida stopped teasing. She knew Tongwich had just become a wizard not long ago, and she was still shy. She might feel awkward if she kept asking. Olavida changed the topic. She flipped through the notebook in her hand, which was filled with important information. Among them, there was one name that appeared the most frequently. Speaking of which, Mr. Phantom's student really shined this time. Levita sighed emotionally. Ever since the very beginning of the records, his name has been mentioned non-stop, and he's always at the center of the maelstrom of news. Olavida looked through the notebook and saw a note she wrote before. "So, Angor is the owner of Mystery Shop who stirred up trouble in Resudran." "That's right." Tongwich agreed. "That's right." Just like Tongwich, Angor was an onlooker. However, almost everything that happened in Resudran was related to Angor. In fact, Angor was the one who provided Monkey with important information. Everything here is enough to push his reputation to an extremely high position. Olavida knew that even if Firefly's Tales of Night didn't report about it, Angor's name would still be spread far and wide. "Yeah. But I'm afraid he's already..." Tongwich didn't finish her sentence, but everyone knew what she was trying to say. Angor was dragged into the void by that monster. There was no way he could survive. Not only Tongwich and Olavida, but Cantor also knew the same thing. Angor's chances of survival were very slim. Whether it was Baboda or the demon god chasing after him, Angor would have a hard time surviving. Cantor was planning to make Angor and Keely a couple, but unfortunately, Angor did not. Just as Cantor was sighing with emotion, a low and hoarse voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. "Angor is still alive." The voice attracted everyone's attention. Olavida looked at the window with a glint in her eyes. "Why do you say that, Your Excellency Phantom?" It was Sunders who spoke just now. Sunders quietly stared at the transparent window. Outside the window was a dark void, which reflected the scene inside the room. After a while, Sunders spoke again. "I can feel it. He's not dead." The thick green mist was carried to every corner of the continent by the gentle wind. The light spots fell down from the sky. Everything was being repaired. Even Baboda's body, which was on the verge of collapsing, was barely hanging on by a thread. The only thing Angor regretted was that the light spots did not do him any good even though he was standing closest to the light spots. In fact, the light spots did not even touch him. Even if he tried to stop them, the light spots would always go around him. Angor sighed in his mind. Maybe it was because the light spots only worked on injured people. Angor was not injured at all. In fact, he could clearly feel that his body had reached its peak condition ever since he was born. All the old and dead cells in his body had been removed from his body. Angor felt that every drop of his blood and every cell in his body was filled with energy like never before. Thanks to his powerful body, he even felt that he could beat up a formal wizard without any problems. Angor lowered his head and clenched his fists. The feedback from his bones and muscles, as well as the sound of his clenched fists, told him that his body had undergone a tremendous change. Maybe it was not an illusion that his body was stronger than a wizard's. Angor did not know how strong his body was now. Since the light spots did not do him any good, Angor began to think about his own power. Time slowly passed while Angor was meditating. A long time passed. Maybe half a day, or maybe a day, or two, the falling light spots were gone, and the cracks on the ground were all mended. As for the floating mist of light, it also disappeared at this moment. Even the wind had stopped blowing. Only the bare green tree trunk was left in its place. At this moment, the last tree trunk erupted with a dazzling light. Following the light was a torrent of energy, which stirred up tens of thousands of strands of white mist. Even Gregory had no choice but to forcefully interrupt the aperture that was attempting to activate the hidden power in the torrent of energy and fly into the distance. Thanks to the healing of the light spots, Boboda managed to stop his body from collapsing for the time being. However, the energy in his body that did not belong to him in the first place had almost completely dissipated. Unable to escape, Boboda could only press down on the ground to create a hole and hide inside. This torrent of energy was extremely terrifying. It was like light energy bullets that were sputtering in all directions. At an extremely fast speed, it carried out the last bit of energy back to the continent. However, to Boboda and Gravu's surprise, the torrent of energy that could easily kill them did not affect Angor at all. Angor stood in the bright light. The light and shadow were clearly crossing each other, but he did not move at all. The light disappeared as quickly as it came. When the light disappeared, so did the tree trunk. Only Angor was still standing in front of the empty space. If someone looked at the sealed continent from the void, they would see that the shadow of the tree that shook the entire abyss had turned into countless beams of green light and covered the entire continent. The powerful beings in the void who already had their greedy gazes on the continent felt their hearts skip a beat. Shit. The spirit energy is going to be taken away by the continent's consciousness. As soon as this thought popped up in their minds, all those who were watching in the dark began to move. They thought that the unknown powerhouse who killed the demon god's soul would take away the spirit energy, so they did not dare to do anything. But now, when they saw the spirit energy returning to the continent, they realized that the unknown powerhouse had already left. Otherwise, why would he leave such a huge amount of energy to the dying continent? Since it was a continent that was about to collapse, it meant that the subconsciousness of the continent was not very strong. When facing that unknown powerhouse, it was impossible for it to seize the power of the true spirit. But now, the spirit energy was scattered all over the continent, which meant the unknown powerhouse had already left. Judging others by their own standards, if it were them, they would definitely not leave their true spirit force to the continent's consciousness. With this in mind, these beings who were watching in the dark could not help but want to go to the continent and steal the spirit energy. Countless figures flew towards the continent shrouded in green light. Each of them represented the most powerful forces in the abyss, and there were even a large number of demon lords among them. However, when these figures broke through space and tried to land on the continent, they found that they had already been beaten to it. And the first to arrive was an existence that they could not afford to offend, nor did they dare to offend. The spirit energy is gone? Grava sensed the surroundings in a daze. There were still faint spirit energy ripples in the air, but they were almost gone. Grava finally realized that Angor's actions were to scatter the spirit energy to the continent. Grava did not know much about the continent, so he had no idea why Angor did this. Grava only felt that it was a pity. That little bit of true spirit chi fell into its body and healed its injuries, almost drawing out the hidden power in its body. If it could obtain even more true spirit energy, wouldn't it be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step? Grava's fantasy was perfect, but he also knew that he could not contain more energy with his current strength. Although Gregory felt that it was a pity, since things had already developed this way, it was fine. Besides, he did not have the right to distribute the spirit energy anyway. Thinking of this, Gregory stopped thinking about it. Instead, he lifted his head and looked into the distance. Since all the spirit energy was gone, did it mean this place was peaceful? Grava glanced at Alucia's soul in the distance and wondered if he should go and take it now. However, before Grava could do anything, something else happened. Dark clouds came out of nowhere and filled the sky with rumbling noises. A bolt of lightning illuminated the sky. A magnificent aura of the heavens enveloped the continent. This feeling. It's the consciousness of the abyss. Grava looked up at the dark clouds in the sky with fear in his eyes. Why did the consciousness of the abyss suddenly come here? As far as Grava knew, the consciousness of the abyss would only appear when something big happened. For example, when the Lord's throne was granted, when a new demon god was born, and so on, the consciousness of the abyss would appear. But now, there were no new demon gods or lords. Why would the consciousness of the abyss show up? Angor was the only one who could explain Grava's confusion. Feeling the majestic aura, Angor's tense nerves finally loosened up. Just as the message left behind by that person said, the consciousness of the abyss showed up when he spread his spirit energy across the continent. Since the consciousness of the abyss showed up, Angor was safe for now. For the world's consciousness, it meant something positive when the continent was about to collapse. The consciousness of the world would not disperse until the continent recovered. During this time, no one would come in, so Angor did not have to worry about external threats. Angor looked around. The land was still brown and barren. It did not seem to have changed at all. He thought the continent would be filled with plants, flowers, and waterfalls. But it seemed that he was wrong. It seemed that the vitality of a continent was not determined by its natural features. Pitter, pitter, pitter. After another bolt of lightning, rain began to pour down. The rain turned into a white curtain. Smoke rose from the lava pool in the distance. The smell of sulfur slowly turned into the fresh scent of rain. Angor looked up at the sky. Dark clouds were rolling in the sky, and lightning bolts were flashing everywhere. But for some reason, he felt the deathly stillness in the sky was gone. Angor did not feel uncomfortable in the rain. Instead, he felt a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. Especially when the rain fell on the ground, which made Angor even happier. He pondered for a moment and found the source of the pleasure. It was not the rain. It was the land under his feet. Unknowingly, he seemed to have formed a strange connection with this world. It felt very close. Could it be that this miraculous connection had appeared because he had released his true spirit to nourish the earth? If he treated the continent as a living creature, in a way, he had saved it from the brink of death. That's why the consciousness of this continent felt so close to him. Angor had a feeling that this was the reason why that person did not unseal the tree himself. Instead, he gave the task to Angor. Perhaps this was the truth. But Angor still did not understand. Was there any other benefit to being close to this continent? He soon found the answer to his question. Angor soon discovered the first benefit of being close to the continent's consciousness. When he was on this continent, he was not affected by the consciousness of abyss. When the consciousness of abyss descended, all living creatures on this continent could feel its power. Angor could feel it too. However, he was only shocked by the consciousness of abyss. He did not suffer any other negative effects. Both Gregory and Boboda looked completely different from Angor. Under the influence of the abyss consciousness, Gregory lowered his head and trembled, but he could still move. Boboda, on the other hand, had it worse. As an otherworldly being, he was forced to lie on the ground and couldn't move his limbs at all. To the consciousness of abyss, Angor was also an otherworldly being. But he was not affected at all. Looks like this is a good thing, Angor muttered to himself and walked toward Toby. Shopkeeper, ugh. Greywood, who was not far away, saw Angor walking toward Toby and called out in a low voice. But the bird quickly covered its mouth with its hand. Gregory wasn't sure if the shopkeeper's inner core was still the shopkeeper himself, or if he was already possessed by that powerful being. If it was that powerful being who noticed him because of his call, Gregory wouldn't even be able to cry if he wanted to. Of course, Angor heard Gregory's voice, but he didn't care. He already noticed that Gregory and Boboda were looking at his right eye with fear. Angor didn't know what happened to his right eye, so he didn't check it just in case. She even controlled a gust of wind to let her hair fall down and cover her eyes. Angor quickly walked to Toby's side. Angor saw Toby lying on the ground when fighting Lord Flameless, which was why he didn't notice Toby's body at all. Toby didn't seem to be hurt. Angor carefully held Toby in his hand. Toby's warm body temperature and slow but steady heartbeat all told him that Toby was doing better than expected. Angor sighed in relief after making sure Toby was fine. Gregory was intimidated by the consciousness of abyss, but that didn't stop him from secretly observing Angor. Looking at Toby, who was being held in the palm of the shop owner's hand, doubt flashed through Gregory's mind. With how much the shop owner valued Toby, there was a high possibility that the shop owner was still the shop owner. He wasn't possessed by that powerful being. Just as Gregory was guessing, he suddenly realized that a familiar green pattern had leaped out from the shop owner's face. Angor was facing Gregory sideways with his head lowered, and his hair covered his eyes, so Gregory couldn't see where the green mark came from. But judging from its direction, it probably came from Toby's eyes. This green pattern was already familiar to Gregory. If it were to jump out from his eyes, Gregory would immediately think of the powerful existence that had killed Lord Flameless in an instant. Was Gregory wrong? Was the shopkeeper still possessed by that powerful being? Gregory wouldn't dare to go to Lady Lucia's soul without knowing the exact owner of the shopkeeper's soul, even though he couldn't move right now. Gregory was still unable to find any information, so it could only shift its gaze to the familiar green pattern. Due to the strange nature of the green mark, Gregory couldn't remember what it looked like. However, he felt that he saw something similar on that powerful being before. Was it used for defense? Gregory remembered that when Lord Flameless clone first attacked that powerful being, the blonde figure was still inside the shopkeeper's body. Lord Flameless' attack was blocked by the golden-haired expert using a special green rune. That green rune looked very similar to the one on the shopkeeper's hand. If it's a defensive green mark, why did the shopkeeper take it out now? Gregory wondered in his heart. Next, he attached the unique, glowing rune onto Toby's body. Toby slowly floated up, and the green rune revolved around Toby's body. Something dawned on Gregory. The shop owner had used the defensive green pattern on Toby because he was worried that Toby would be injured. Gregory, who thought he was enlightened, couldn't help but think more highly of Toby. At the mention of Toby, Gregory couldn't help but recall the words of Lord Flameless. From Lord Flameless' explanation, both Gregory and Boboda understood why they encountered so many obstacles along the way, especially when traveling through the void tunnels. Every time they chose a new path, they would run into a different disaster. It turned out that Toby's curse of calamity was the cause of it all. Boboda had personally witnessed the terror of the curse of disaster in the Overwatch Bastion. As a creature of the abyss, Gravu naturally understood the curse of disaster very well. According to what Gravu knew, even a demon lord would have a headache when faced with the curse of disaster. When they learned that Toby had curse of calamity, they blamed the shopkeeper for it at first. But now, they didn't feel that way anymore. If it weren't for Angor, they would have all died here. No. One could defeat the demon lord. Lord Flameless would have taken away Lucia's soul as well. Angor saved them all, and the bird was his most treasured possession, so they didn't dare to blame him. Gregory was even glad that he had saved Toby's life back in the void. Angor made another move while Gravis was busy thinking about his plan. After making sure Toby was fine, Angor considered for a moment and a green mark appeared in his right eye. This was a new mark he obtained after fusing with his right eye. Angor didn't know what it meant yet, but from what he could tell, the green mark was called Force Field. Just as Gravu predicted, the Force Field did have a defensive effect in Angor's memory. But there was one more thing he remembered. The green force field was used by someone to block Lord Flameless' attack and curse. If the force field could resist the curse, could it also prevent the curse from spreading? So, Angor decided to place the force field around Toby's body. First, he wanted to see if the force field could stop Curse of Calamity from spreading like freeze. Second, the force field would protect Toby. Angor carefully put Toby into his chest pocket and stood up. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the other two survivors. Boboda was still lying on the ground, while Gregory kept glancing around, seemingly thinking about something. Angor noticed that Gregory was looking at an eye of light surrounded by a purple-white flame. It was Lucia's soul. Coincidentally, the headless body of the demon lord's avatar was also near Lucia's soul. Angor considered for a moment and decided to put the eye of light away. He left footprints of varying depths on the ground, which meant he wasn't as calm as he looked. This was a demon lord's avatar, which meant it was extremely valuable. Why did Mr. Monkey stay in the Abyss Plane for so many years? To get the bloodline of a demon lord, right? And now, Monkey's greatest treasure was right in front of Angor's eyes. Moreover, the density of the demonic god's bloodline in this avatar was definitely much higher than Aurelia's. Even Mr. Monkey was eager to get his hands on it. How could Angor not be excited? Unfortunately, the avatar's head was shattered, so he couldn't get a complete body. But even so, this corpse was still extremely valuable. It was not wrong to say that it was a priceless treasure. Angor carefully inspected the avatar and used his spirit feelers to circle around it. Fire. The avatar's body was like a furnace filled with flames. It was scorching hot. These flames were all powerful flames that Angor couldn't touch. Some of them even contained a special fire seed. Angor's spirit feelers didn't dare to touch them, so he could only stay away from them. But even so, due to the intense heat, his spiritual tentacles were damaged. Although it had lost both its soul and its head, the avatar was still very active. He had already made a judgment in his heart. There was some condensed high-level energy in this avatar, but there was no remnant of consciousness. In addition, the outer shell of the demon god's avatar could seal the internal flames, so it should be safe and could be collected. With that in mind, Angor took out a purifying amalgamation of nether floating water and sprinkled it evenly on the avatar, which then froze it into an ice coffin. Next, Angor placed the beautiful, porcelain white body inside the crystal coffin and stored it inside his bracelet. While doing this, Angor was wondering what he should do with the avatar. The avatar's blood, bones, and flesh were all top-tier materials. However, Angor couldn't put them to good use with his current alchemy skills. Apart from that, the avatar also contained a lot of high-energy flames, including some special fire seeds. If Angor could extract them, he could use them as a fire source for alchemy. As for bloodline purification, Angor wasn't a bloodline wizard, so he didn't know how to do it. As for organ transplants, it could be done as well. However, just like bloodline fusion, such transplants came with risks. Angor could use all kinds of supplementary materials and other methods to reduce the risk. However, transplanting an avatar like this was unheard of in the entire wizarding world, let alone reducing the risk. It seemed he couldn't use the avatar for the time being. After putting away the avatar, Angor continued to scan the area. In the distance, Gregory swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with apprehension. When the shop owner went to collect the demon god's avatar, he had already noticed it. He wasn't greedy for the demon god's avatar, and it was impossible for the demon god's avatar to belong to him. Gregory didn't find anything wrong with the shop owner collecting it. However, after the shop owner was done with the demon god's avatar, would the next one be Master Alucia's soul? What would Angor think of Lady Alucia's soul? Gregory tried to recall the conversation between Alucia and Angor. They only went to the hallucination hut once and didn't fight after that. Would Angor just let Lady Alucia's soul go? Angor moved again. This time, he didn't go for the Eye of Light. Instead, he went to the other side. There was another body here. The owner of this body was none other than Alucia. Angor looked at Alucia's body. It was covered in wounds, and the armor engraved with abyssal runes was completely destroyed. Alucia's head was the most damaged part, which was burned beyond recognition by Lord Flameless Fire. Even the brain inside was giving off a charred smell. Alucia's body was covered in white smoke in the rain. Angor crouched down and was about to touch the body when he heard someone begging in a hoarse voice. "Don't. Mister." Angor's hand froze in the air. He slowly lowered his hand. He looked around and saw Greywood looking at him with a pleading look. "Its body is already dead." Angor sighed. Greywood was a little surprised when he heard Angor's words. Could it be? Greywood quickly realized that Angor was still the owner. He wasn't possessed. Thinking of this, the haze in Gregory's heart cleared. If Angor's core was replaced, Greywood didn't know what to do. But Greywood was still confused. If Angor's core wasn't replaced, did that mean he was just imagining things? This was the only thought that flashed through Gregory's mind, but he did not dwell on it any further. But Lady Alucia needs a host body. Even if the body was dead, as long as Alucia's soul could return, there would be a solution. That was what Greywood was thinking. No. Angor shook his head. The light in Greywood's eyes dimmed. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Since he couldn't move, Greywood could only rely on Angor. But Angor refused. Tears began to gather in Greywood's eyes, and his chubby cheeks shriveled up. Angor frowned and muttered to himself, as expected, I hate naughty children the most. Greywood continued to sob and mumble something like Lady Olucia was so nice to me, I don't want you to die, and Mr. never offended Mr. Just like what he did to the Avatar, he checked Arusha's body to make sure there was no consciousness left inside. Then, he created a second ice coffin and placed Arusha inside. When he was done, he turned around and walked toward Gregory. Gregory was still immersed in his own emotions when suddenly, a ray of light landed in front of him. Gregory paused for a moment before realizing that floating in front of it was the eye of light that was sealed by the purple-white Origin's fire. The bird looked up and saw Angor looking down at it from above. The golden hair covered Angor's right eye, but gravity still felt something and lowered its head subconsciously. You're right. There's no enmity between Olucia and me. Arusha is a friendly intimacy to you, so you will advocate saving her. But to me, although it has no enmity with me, its strength is too strong. It can crush me with a single finger, so I can't take the risk to release it, and even more so, I can't return the body to it. Angor paused to make sure Gregory's mind was following his words before he continued. Arusha's soul is right in front of you. I can give her to you. But before we part ways, I don't want you to release the Origin fire on her. That will bring me trouble. Giving Arusha's soul to Gregory was a decision Angor made after careful consideration. For example, he didn't know much about souls, so the soul wouldn't be of much use to him. Also, Arusha's soul was a ticking time bomb. However, his various considerations could actually be resolved. But in the end, what really made him make the decision to hand his soul over to Gregory was because Gregory had once saved Toby in the void. Neither Angor nor Toby had a close relationship with Gregory. Angor even kicked Gregory out of his shop because of the bear. However, Gregory was willing to reach out and grab Toby without hesitation. And that was enough. Angor couldn't imagine what would have happened to Toby if Gregory didn't do that. Therefore, this reason alone was the basis for all other considerations. As for not letting Gregory release the Origin fire on the Eye of Light, it was just a precaution. He had prelude to undead to deal with souls, but he wasn't sure if he could really destroy Arusha's soul. That was why when he returned it to Gregory, he also set a restriction. After hearing the shopkeeper's words, Gregory understood the shopkeeper's concerns. Angor thought about it from Angor's point of view. However, Gregory knew Arusha very well, so he naturally sided with her. Lady Arusha won't hurt Mr. Angor, Gregory said firmly. Gregory said resolutely. Furthermore, the shop owner even helped Lady Olucia kill the true spirit of Lord Flameless. Lady Olucia will definitely not deal with the shop owner. You're not it, Angor said after a moment of silence. You're not Arusha, so you can't predict what others will do. Gregory didn't know what to say. He wanted to say something else, but a voice suddenly interrupted him. Gregory, agree with him. This voice was abnormally weak, but it was very calm and gentle. Angor raised an eyebrow and looked at the Eye of Light. The voice was familiar. It was Arusha's voice. Master Olucia, is that you? Gregory's eyes lit up as he looked at the Eye of Light. Are you all right? I'm fine, Arusha replied. Although she said she was fine, Olucia's voice was extremely weak. This made Gregory's eyes turn red again. He sniffled a few times before saying in a hurried tone, My lord, the Lord of Flameless has been killed. He won't come to find trouble with my lord anymore, I know. Arusha paused. I saw everything. Her voice was calm, but Angor could tell that her voice was much weaker than before. Some of her words were even trembling. Arusha was trapped inside the purple-white Origin flame, but her consciousness was still there. She could still see what happened outside. Not only did she witness the death of Lord Flameless, but she also saw it when Lord Flameless fell into the darkness of chaos and was watched by a pair of eyes from another dimension. That was why she knew that the existence from another dimension was only a projection. But a mere projection was enough to instantly kill Lord Flameless. Even Olucia was wary of Angor because it was Angor who summoned the projection. Mister, if I agree to the shop owner's conditions, that body of mine would have already died before my soul was extracted from it. It doesn't matter if I accept it or not. Arusha remained silent for a while. Besides, that body is also a restraint to me. No matter how I use it, I can't avoid its shadow. I don't want to repeat the same mistake, so it's better to end it like this. Gregory finally nodded in agreement. Angor wasn't sure if Arusha was being sincere or not, but it didn't matter as long as the problem was solved. Gregory returned the Eye of Light to Angor and said, "Thank you." Angor nodded and looked at Baboda. The only thing left to do now was to take care of him. Angor was about to walk to Baboda when he heard Arusha's voice coming from the Eye of Light again. "When I saw you in Razudran, I already had a feeling. I don't believe in coincidences, and I believed that you would play a role in the drama at Razudran. I even thought that you would play an indispensable role, and Fafnir was by your side. Perhaps your role would lead to my downfall. But I didn't expect that your stage wasn't in the disappearing city of doom. I don't know what happened to that stage, but I do know that you played the role of my savior in my life. No matter what, thank you." Angor paused. Arusha's words reminded him of his recent experiences. In the end, he saw a painting in his mind. It was a painting called Night. Author, Mirafil Fong. Angor tilted his head. His eyes glinted as he said, "The stage has its boundaries, and the play has its script. You and I are both characters." Without waiting for Arusha's response, Angor walked toward Baboda. Baboda was lying in a deep pit several hundred meters away. Angor could already smell a horrible stench. It was something that even the rain couldn't wash away. Angor stood at the edge of the pit and looked at the pile of rotten flesh inside. To be more precise, there was a strange, twisted figure in the middle of a pile of rotten flesh. It was Baboda. Thanks to Angor's astral energy, Baboda managed to survive the destruction of his body. However, everything that didn't belong to Baboda had been drained out of his body, leaving him with only a thin layer of skin and flesh. It looked terrible, but Angor believed that Baboda's last breath was better than death. "Baboda," Angor called in a soft voice. Baboda felt that he was as weak as could be. The consciousness of the abyss kept him from moving, while the endless rain washed away his filthy body. His mana pool was also cracking, and all the energy inside it was leaking out. Baboda smiled bitterly. His previous strength seemed to be just a dream that lasted for a few days. After waking up, he was faced with the cruelest reality. Baboda clenched his fists. He was so strong not long ago, but now, he was so weak. His mind, his body, and his soul. The endless emptiness made him realize one thing. Everything was over. His people, the Flame of Provenance, and his sister. "I'm sorry," Baboda muttered. Baboda murmured to himself. Images flashed through his mind, and his eyes became misty after the memories broke through. Baboda. At this moment, a voice with a sigh resounded in his ears. Angor didn't expect to hear Baboda crying right after he finished talking to a baby demon. Baboda heard Angor's voice and looked up with tears in his eyes. "It's over," he mumbled. "It's your choice. You should know what's going to happen." Angor sighed. Hearing Angor's words, Baboda slowly woke up from his daze. He glanced at Angor with a sad look. "I knew I was going to die. I just wanted to buy myself some time by sacrificing Xianxia. But I didn't think I'd end up like this. I knew this would happen, but I was too arrogant to think that I could control the situation. However, I didn't actually do anything." Baboda's biggest misconception in his life was that he could control the situation. Angor raised an eyebrow when Baboda mentioned Xianxia's body. "You still want to sacrifice Xianxia's body?" Baboda shook his head with a bitter smile. He already knew what was going on when he tried to summon the Lord of Deep Space, but the Lord of Deep Space simply ignored him. From the beginning to the end, he had actually been toyed with by the Deep Abyss Lord. Even if he obtained Xianxia's body and sacrificed it to the Lord of Deep Space, he still wouldn't get what he wanted. Besides, Xianxia's body was already taken away by Angor. Making a deal with a demon god is no different from working with a tiger, Angor said calmly. "I heard my sister's prophecy, and I thought I could turn from a pawn to a chess player. But now I realize that I can't do anything when I pray to a demon god." Baboda looked up at Angor with his murky eyes. "You made the right choice. Don't ever trust a demon god, and don't ever use a summoning object. Tears of blood and viscous liquid flowed out of Babota's eyes. Angor looked at him in silence. "Can you do me a favor, Angor?" Babota asked after a long pause. "No." Angor refused without hesitation. Babota was surprised. He didn't think Angor would reject him so quickly. In his mind, there must be a reason why Angor came to find him. If he wanted to refuse, why did he come here, or did Angor just come here to laugh at him like a winner? "You're still alive now. The abnormal energy has disappeared, and the bubble dream that brought you has ended. Come back to reality. At least you're not dead. If you want to do something, you can do it yourself. I'm a cripple now. My mana pool is cracked, and I can't heal it anymore. And my essence fire." Babota glanced at Gregory, who rolled his eyes at him. "My essence fire is gone. It's all over." "Is essence fire important to a primordial worshipper?" Angor asked. "It's the only thing that can ignite the altar of primordial worshipper, which can be passed on to our people. According to the prophecy, only when the flame of primordial worshipper is reignited can we regain our glory. That's why essence fire is the spiritual pillar of our race." Angor nodded as if he was considering something. "I can give you the essence fire." Angor pointed at his earlobe. The purple-white essence fire sealed Alucia's soul, so he couldn't give it to Babota. However, the flame imprint in his earlobe still contained an origin fire. Babota stared at Angor in shock. Why would Angor give him the essence fire when he said he wasn't going to help him? Angor didn't explain. "Since you have the essence fire, you should live and ignite the altar of primordial worshipper. Also, you need to find your sister yourself." Of course, Babota knew that he had misunderstood Angor. Angor wasn't here to mock him. He was here to encourage him to live. Babota's eyes were filled with tears. This time it was because he was touched. If he was still in Brute Cavern, he might be able to befriend Angor. But now, thank you. Babota looked sad. "But even if I choose to ignite the altar of primordial worshipper, I'll still die." Angor looked at Babota and waited for an explanation. This matter was related to the core secrets of the Bayuan people. Babota hesitated, not knowing if he should say it or not. Babota sighed. "I'm going to die soon anyway, and I can only bury these secrets in my grave. I might as well tell Angor that he's trustworthy." With that in mind, Babota revealed a secret about the Bayuan people. The so-called ancestral altar did not exist in the real world. Babota himself did not know where it was. It existed in the mind of every origin worshipper. As long as one calmed down and sensed it, all origin worshippers would be able to sense the ancestral altar that existed in the void. He read in a book that there must be a primordial fire in a Bayuan settlement, which was why some wizards wanted to hunt down Bayuan people. However, the origin worshippers were slaughtered, and not a single magus managed to find this so-called origin fire. It turned out that the altar that held the primordial flame origin was not in reality. Ever since the fire in the ancestral altar has gradually disappeared. It's getting harder and harder for origin worshippers to sense the altar. According to the books left by our ancestors, we can see the altar as long as we close our eyes when it's still burning. But now, we need to use an auxiliary ritual to sense the primordial altar. The auxiliary ritual takes at least 2 days. That's why I didn't ignite the primordial flame origin as soon as I arrived in this world." Babota's eyes were gloomy. The auxiliary ritual could help origin worshippers find their ancestral altar again. Would they be able to light it up with primordial flame origin? No. To send the primordial flame origin into the ancestral altar would require a large amount of energy. The amount of energy needed to do such a thing was so great that it had to reach the level of a wizard. This was why Babota contacted the Abyss Lord and forced himself to become stronger. For one thing, he wanted to disrupt Razudran's plan. For another, igniting the primordial flame origin required great power. This was something that could not be replaced by others, because only Bayuan people could sense their ancestral altar. "My mana pool is already damaged. It's irreversible. I don't have enough energy to ignite the ancestral altar. The only way is to sacrifice myself and use the flesh of origin worshippers to ignite the ancestral altar." In other words, Babota would still die. Babota looked at Angor and said, "Thank you for fulfilling my last wish. I'm the only one left in my clan, so I have to do this. Furthermore, although the collapse of my physical body has temporarily stopped, it will collapse again one day. Even if I survive, I can only live for a year or two at most. So I'll sacrifice myself. The only one I'm sorry for is my sister. Can you go and see her for me? Tell her that I'm still. Before Babota could finish, Angor cut him off with an emotionless face. No. I'm not giving you the primordial flame origin either. Babota didn't know what to say. Wasn't everything fine just now? There were two reasons why Angor decided to give Babota the primordial flame origin. First, the primordial flame origin was very important to origin worshippers. According to Babota, the primordial flame origin was the key to the survival of origin worshippers. Dodoro was also a worshipper, so Babota's primordial flame origin would benefit Dodoro as well. Second, Angor didn't want Babota to die, at least not anytime soon. It wasn't because Angor was touched by Babota's story. He already told Babota that he had to bear the consequences of his decision. Besides, Babota was the one who kidnapped him. Angor didn't like Babota from the very beginning. Even so, he didn't want Babota to die. Once Babota died, as a follower of the Lord of Depths, his soul would return to the abyss and be controlled by the Lord of Depths. Once Babota's soul was under the Lord of Depths' control, the Lord of Depths would know everything that happened here. When that happened, Angor would inevitably attract the attention of the Lord of Depths, which was a very dangerous thing to do. This was why Angor didn't want Babota to die. At least, before returning to the wizarding world, Babota had to stay alive. Otherwise, there would be no end to his troubles. As for killing Babota and destroying his soul, Angor couldn't do it. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that part of Babota's soul was already in the hands of the Lord of Depths. Once Babota died, his soul would be transferred directly to the abyss from the void. There was no way Angor could destroy Babota's soul. Since that was the case, Angor had to make sure Babota lived. Of course, Angor refused without hesitation when he heard that Babota would die if he ignited the altar. Why? Babota asked in a stuttering voice. Why did you give me hope? And then, Angor looked at Babota's blank face. I told you, you better live. But lighting the primordial flame origin is my only wish. Babota yelled. Is it really your only wish? Babota paused. An image flashed through his mind, and he seemed to hear his sister's innocent laughter. Lighting the primordial flame origin was his only wish. But protecting his sister was also his only wish. Don't think you can erase everything you've done by sacrificing yourself to light the primordial flame origin, Angor said. Besides, you're not the last member of your clan. Save your life so that you can meet Sparrow in person. You're not the last survivor of your race. Yes. Babota heard Angor's words again and again. It took him a while to figure out what Angor meant. Are there any other Bayuan survivors? Babota's lips trembled as he asked in an agitated tone. Did you know that Lady Maya, the Maestro of Stars, recently accepted a new student? Angor asked. Babota considered for a moment. Yes, I did. And Lady Maya took him to the Starliege Church for further study. His name is very unique, just like how my people usually give names. So I remember it. His name is Dodoro. Babota suddenly realized something. You mean Dodoro, the Bayuan man? Angor only chuckled. Babota believed that it was very likely to happen. Lady Maya was a prophet, so her student must have the gift of prophecy. Lady Maya even gave Dodoro a chance to study at the Starliege Church. Even White Bear, Maya's other student, didn't have such a chance. Dodoro must have a great gift of prophecy. Many wizards coveted the progenitors because of their gift of prophecy. Although the naming was not concrete proof, it was enough to convince Babota of his theory. Mr. Tree Spirit confirmed Dodoro's identity as a progenitor. Moreover, he has already stepped onto the path of a magus. One day, he will become an official magus. At that time, I will give him the origin fire and let him light up the ancestral altar. So, don't think about sacrificing yourself. While you still have a few years left, think about what you will say when you see Huake Quebec. Angor's words brought Babota back from his despair. So he wasn't alone in this world. There were other progenitors living somewhere in the world. Babota suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter pierced through the curtain of rain and attracted Gravur's attention. Angor looked at him quietly. Baboda looked like he was laughing, but under the cover of the rain, it looked more like he was crying. Angor could understand the feeling of "I'm not alone." It was like a lonely star in the dark universe that found another star billions of light years away, which was also resonating with it. Baboda laughed. Or rather, he cried for a long time. Finally, his voice slowly faded away until it was completely gone. After the initial excitement, Baboda sank into his own thoughts. If Dodora was really a progenitor, then he didn't need to worry anymore. He already heard that Dodora was Angor's student when he was in Brute Cavern. He believed that Angor would give the origin flame to Dodoro. However, other than joy, Baboda also felt an inexplicable sense of loss and sadness. He had used his life to search for an opportunity, but in the end, he was not the one who ignited the ancestral altar. However, despite his disappointment, Baboda knew that this was probably the best choice he could make right now. If he could live a little longer to see his sister, the origin flame altar would no longer be a wasteland. Baboda nodded at Angor. "Thank you." Angor didn't deny Baboda's gratitude. He only muttered in his mind, "I'm doing this for myself." The pressure from the abyss consciousness didn't last long. Soon, the will of the abyss had taken up residence in the void outside the continent, quietly waiting for the continent to slowly recover from its collapse. At the same time, Gravure and Baboda were finally able to move. As soon as Gravure could move, he glanced at Angor, who was walking to the other side. With a grim look in his eyes, he quietly gathered his fire energy and rushed toward Baboda without hesitation. He turned into a fireball in the air while accumulating more and more energy. Even if he couldn't kill Baboda in one hit, Gravure still wanted to teach him a lesson. When the attack was about to reach Baboda, sparks suddenly scattered. Gravure was surprised when he saw a flash of green light in front of him. When he looked closer, he saw the shop owner, who was standing dozens of meters away, suddenly standing in front of him. Gravure's full-powered attack was blocked by the shop owner's right hand. The green runes on the shop owner's right hand were still flickering. All the fire energy dissipated in the green runes, revealing the shop owner's flawless arm. At this moment, Gregory felt a cold gaze staring at him. It raised its head and saw that the originally scattered hair on the shopkeeper's forehead was lifted by the wind. Those cold and indifferent eyes were staring at it with displeasure. Gravure felt as if the gaze could see through his soul, and a chill ran up his spine. Gravure's heart skipped a beat, and his hand went limp. In the next second, Gravure was sent flying by a great force. After several seconds of weightlessness, he regained control of his body and landed 10 meters away. Gravure lowered his head and shivered. He didn't dare to look into the shop owner's eyes. That was why Gravure didn't notice the flash of surprise in Angor's eyes. When Angor saw Gravure attacking Baboda, he didn't think about anything else and rushed forward to stop him. When he had blocked Gregory's attack, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to break through the barrier and was still an apprentice. Gregory was a natural demon. Although he was an imp, he was a noble among the demons. Even though he was still in his infancy, his strength was at least at the level of an official magus. But he just took Gravure's attack head-on? And Angor didn't use any other power. He only used his body to block the attack. Not only that, but his reaction speed was also faster than he expected. His reaction speed was at least twice as fast as before. In other words, he could react faster when facing an enemy's attack. And this was only the initial effect of Angor's strengthened body. He couldn't imagine how strong his body would become if he went through more systematic training in the future. When he looked at Gravure's shivering shoulder, he narrowed his right eye. Just now, he sensed something strange in his right eye. Was it his right eye that caused Gravure's fear? So it wasn't just his body. The change in his right eye was also mysterious. Angor didn't think about it for now. He tucked his fringe back and covered his right eye. "He can't die now," Angor said in a calm voice. He knew how much Greywood hated Baboda, but he couldn't allow Baboda's soul to fall into the hands of the Abyss Lord. "Whatever it is, I don't want to deal with it now." Angor considered. The anomaly on this continent must have been noticed by others. "We need to leave as soon as possible. We'll deal with the rest later." His words finally calmed Gregory down a little. "I didn't mean to kill him." I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Gravure didn't dare to look up. All right, I understand. Gravure took Angwar's words as an order. However, it ignored the doubt in its heart from before. With the owner's strength, how could he withstand its attack? Alucia noticed this as well. However, since it was sealed by the origin flame, it would consume its soul energy to transmit its voice. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Angwar had plenty of secrets, so Alucia didn't want to remind Gravure. Besides, Alucia was also a little afraid of Angwar. Angwar sighed in relief after receiving Gravure's promise. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. Baboda slowly stood up as well. Compared to his hideous alien form, he was now in human form. His eyes were no longer confused, and his mind was clear. However, his organs were still twisted, and he didn't look as handsome as he used to be. Since Baboda wasn't wearing anything, Angwar tossed a black cloak to him. Baboda accepted it and put it on after thanking Angwar. With the cloak covering his body, he looked much more normal. Also, the immaculate rune on the cloak could dispel Baboda's foul smell. Baboda put on the cloak and stood behind Angwar. Why are you still holding that? Angwar? Baboda looked at Angwar's hand through the cloak. Angwar was holding a delicate statue in his hand. It was the scholar of cruelty's subjugation. Angwar went to pick up the statue, which gave Gravure the chance to attack Baboda. It's a promise. I have to take it. Angwar sighed and put the statue away. With the green runes on it, the scholar of cruelty couldn't sense him. Let's not talk about unimportant stuff. The most important thing right now is to get out of here. Once the abyss consciousness was removed, a large number of giants would show up, and they wouldn't be able to escape. Angwar looked at Baboda. You brought us here. You should know where we are, right? Both Angwar and Gravu were looking at Baboda. Baboda smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know. Back then, there were so many disasters in the void that I could only follow the coordinates given to me by the Deep Lord. I don't know much about this place. The reason I built the altar was not only to sacrifice Alucia, but also to get information from the Deep Lord. Baboda wouldn't lie. He really didn't know anything about this place. Now that he had no other clue, he had to look at Gravu. Gravure was still angry about Baboda mentioning sacrificing Arusha. When he noticed Angwar's gaze, he realized something. I'll ask Lady Arusha. She should know. Arusha's answer was the same as Baboda's. According to Arusha, Arusha had been fighting since she woke up and didn't pay attention to her surroundings. If they wanted to find her location, they had to let her out and fly to outer space before they could do so. Not to mention the danger of letting Arusha out, they couldn't just fly to outer space to find Arusha's location. The consciousness of the abyss plane was still hovering in the sky, and countless eyes were watching them. Flying to outer space would be suicide. How were they supposed to find a way out if they couldn't find their location? They were at a loss. How about we leave this place first? Maybe we can find some landmarks somewhere else to find our location. Gregory glanced at the shop owner and suggested. Gregory's suggestion was the only solution they could think of. However, they might run into danger if they wandered around without knowing the situation. Also, Angwar had another concern. It was important to find their location, but it was also important to find a way out of this place. But as far as he knew, the Demon Eye of Abyss did a good job of building infrastructure in the Abyss Plane. Basically, every continent and every level of the world had a gate of crossing, or rather, a gate of crossing. Even if there wasn't a portal, there should be other ways to leave this place. However, how to find a way out of this vast and boundless continent was the problem that they were currently facing. Then let's do as Gregory said. Let's get out of here first, Angwar said. Angwar took out his gondola and asked Gregory and Baboda to get on. Gregory was very curious about gondola, and his eyes were filled with amazement. As he stroked it, he sighed. I've heard Lady Alucia mention that humans pursue art. This ship is the so-called art, right? Baboda snickered as if mocking Gregory for being a country bumpkin. Gregory angrily threw out a ball of fire. Angwar reached out a hand to grab the flame and extinguish it. Smoke rose, but Angwar's hand remained unharmed. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's find a direction and get ready to leave, Angor said calmly as if he didn't care about the flame at all. They began to argue about which direction to go. As long as it was Babota's suggestion, Gregory would definitely disagree. Angor wanted to listen to their opinions, but he ended up in a mess. Stop. Both Greywood and Babota stopped at the same time. He looked around and saw dark clouds and heavy rain. There was nothing around him except for the occasional glowing red light, which was the lava that had reached the ground. No matter which direction he went, it didn't seem to matter. He frowned and looked to the southeast. Smoke was everywhere, and it looked no different from other places. But for some reason, something seemed to be calling out to him from that direction. Also, he felt a sense of familiarity from the call. Something was strange. He considered for a moment and began to sense. After he released the green mark and returned his true spirit energy to the earth, he had a faint connection with this world. He wanted to use this connection to see if he could find anything useful. As a result, when he was immersed in the connection with this continent, he felt an even stronger call. He felt a sense of familiarity, but he wasn't sure if it was a trap or not. The whispers of some evil gods had a similar effect. It seemed harmless, but it was actually dangerous. While Angor was wondering if he should go in the opposite direction, Babota spoke up, "What's wrong? You look confused." He considered for a moment and decided not to hide his feeling. "You have a close connection with this continent, mister?" "That's right. You released so much true spirit energy, and the continent's consciousness must be happy. If that's the case, perhaps this call is the continent's subconsciousness reminding you to leave." "I don't think the continent's subconsciousness will harm you," Gregory said. "You're thinking from the perspective of an intelligent creature. The collective consciousness will never try to harm or save people," Babota said in a flat tone. Angor nodded. It wasn't that Babota was trying to disagree with Gregory. The subconsciousness of the continent did not have any subjective thoughts, which was why Angor felt that the friendly call was unreal. It felt like someone was manipulating it. Angor decided to stay as far away from the center of the call as possible. "If you haven't decided yet, how about I test it for you with a good luck spell?" Babota suddenly asked. "Good luck spell? You mean good luck choice?" Babota shook his head. "Not good luck choice. Good luck choice. Good luck choice, also known as good luck spell, worked by analyzing a large amount of information and data to find a suitable choice for oneself. In the end, good luck was a kind of summarization and processing of information and data. It did not involve the true level of prophecy. However, good luck choice was different. This was a real prophecy spell. Through the spellcaster's personal good or bad, it could make a prophecy judgment and make the most advantageous choice. However, the only pity was that it could only be used on the spellcaster and could not be used on others. "You know prophecy?" Angor looked at Babota in surprise. It would be fine if Babota only knew good luck choice. Actually, Angor already had a similar cantrip he could use to analyze big data, such as Alchemy Eye. Good luck choice, on the other hand, was a prophecy spell. Without talent, it would be very difficult to succeed. "I don't have the gift of prophecy, but I learned a thing or two about prophecy because I read the books left by my ancestors when I was young. After joining Brute Cavern, I studied some prophecy spells, but the only one I learned was good luck choice," Babota explained. "It's already amazing that you can learn prophecy." Angor heard that an elementalist once asked Maya for help, but he failed to learn a single prophecy cantrip in 10 years. "I learned good luck choice because I inherited one of my father's talents, seek fortune and avoid misfortune." "Seek fortune and avoid misfortune?" "It's a weak talent. If you can avoid all dangers with it, my father wouldn't have died. Actually, I don't think I have such a talent. I don't think I'm lucky. But my sister told me that I have such a talent, so I believed her." Babota continued in a self-deprecating tone, "Maybe it was this talent that helped me leave home and join the Royal Knights when my sister went missing. That's how I got away from those men in black." In terms of results, seeking good fortune and avoiding calamity were actually very similar to making a choice based on good luck. Therefore, Babota's ability to learn good luck choice might really have something to do with it. If Babota could really make good luck choice, Angor could give it a try. Babota nodded. Alright, I'll give it a try. Boboda's mana pool was already cracking, but there was still some energy left. He could still use good luck choice for one more time. A moment later, Boboda came out with a pale face and gasped for air. This prophecy had almost used up all the mana in his mana pool. Although Boboda didn't feel too good about it, he did get some good news. Using myself as the coordinates and the southeast as the destination, I performed a prophecy. In the end, the result was good. But I'm sure you know about good luck choice. It's only for myself. It won't affect anyone else. Angor understood the limitations of good luck choice. Boboda was the weakest among them. If Boboda's result was good, then the others should have the same result. Let's go southeast then. Angor pondered for a moment before he made up his mind. No matter what it was, Angor didn't think there was a safe place in this strange world. Since Boboda had the talent of seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune, Angor didn't see any reason to refuse. After flying for over an hour on gondola, the sky was still filled with dark clouds, and it was still raining heavily. Angor even suspected that every inch of the continent was covered by rain clouds. The scenery didn't change much. The land was still red and barren, without any signs of life. The only thing that changed was that instead of lava pools, the land was now filled with volcanoes with black smoke billowing out of them. Gregory looked down from the boat and mumbled, "It's all the same. How do we know where we are? So many volcanoes. Is this the base of the lava trolls? If it's the lava trolls' base, where are they going?" Boboda asked. Boboda's question hit the nail on the head. They didn't see any living creatures along the way. According to Angor, this continent was about to collapse. Perhaps that was why this place was a forbidden zone. Gregory pursed his lips and looked into the distance. There was a gigantic volcano that was bigger than all the volcanoes he had seen before. Gregory pointed at the mouth of the volcano. "Maybe there's a lava troll over there." As soon as Gregory finished his words, they heard a terrifying roar coming from the rain. Furthermore, it came from the giant volcanic crater that Gregory had mentioned. "Shut up." Boboda gave Gregory a dirty look. "Enough talking. Get ready to go around." Angor quickly ordered Gondola to move as soon as he noticed something was wrong. However, at this moment, a huge white worm suddenly jumped out from the crater and rushed toward Gondola. The maggots opened their mouths, revealing the sharp teeth inside that were enough to drive a trypophobe crazy. That's a mature Mandy worm. Its defense is extremely strong, and even a middle-ranked demon won't be able to break through it in a short time. Gregory immediately recognized the truth of this worm. However, as soon as Gregory finished speaking, the earth trembled. The earth suddenly trembled, and the originally calm volcano suddenly spewed out a large amount of lava, coincidentally hitting the body of the ancient Mandy worm. The ancient Mandy bug was directly pierced through by the power of the magma. It then rolled on the ground, dead as can be. "Is this what you mean by super strong defense?" Boboda asked. Gregory didn't know what to say. This dramatic change stopped Angor from thinking about taking a detour. Gregory held on to the edge of the boat and looked down at the corpse of the Mandy bug, which was slowly being covered by lava. With Boboda's mocking voice still ringing in his ears, Gregory quietly said, "Although the ancient Mandy worm lives near volcanoes, it is actually not a fire attribute magical creature. It is only active near volcanoes because it needs certain substances that escape from volcanoes, and it is also very afraid of heat and fire. However, even if the ancient Mandy bug was afraid of fire, it was still unexpected that it could be pierced through in one strike." What was even more surprising was that the volcano only erupted for a split second. Why did it stop now? It was as if the eruption was meant to kill the Mandy bug. In the end, Angor decided to call it a coincidence. There were many reasons for a volcano to erupt. Something as small as a dust particle or as big as the movement of the Earth's crust could cause a volcano to erupt. Perhaps the ancient Mandy bug's roar had caused an avalanche-like chain reaction, which ultimately led to the eruption of the volcano, thus ending its life. However, one incident could be considered a coincidence. But if there was another coincidence like this, there would be something fishy going on. Just as they continued to fly forward, they encountered something very similar to the Mandy bug incident. In this pitch-black world, the brightest light was probably the light emitted by lava. There was a lava pool right in front of me. Calling it a lava pool was probably too small of a limitation. That endless orange world could be considered a large-scale lava lake, or rather, a lava sea. After they passed through the volcanic area, they saw such a scene. If it was a calm lava lake, there wouldn't be any danger. However, this area was filled with violent hurricanes. The black wind was so strong that it could be seen with the naked eye. Inside the hurricanes, there were numerous lava snakes reaching for the sky. Moreover, it was like a fire tornado, swaying left and right, completely blocking the road ahead. The lava snakes blocked their path. Hearing those terrifying sounds, one could imagine how powerful the impact was. If a true sorcerer were to come into contact with it, it would be quite difficult for them to survive. Looks like we'll have to take a detour this time. Gregory suddenly yelled from the side of the boat, "Get out of the way, mister." In the magma pool below them, a newborn fiery snake was rising. Blown by the hurricane, it shook its hideous head and soared to the sky. Gondola just so happened to be in the path of the fire serpent. Angor reacted quickly. After determining the direction of the wind, the coordinates, and the best way to escape, Gondola followed the wind and flew forward for several dozen meters. After successfully dodging the snake, Angor planned to take a detour. However, he would have to go against the wind. There were too many lava snakes around, and they were swaying rapidly. It would not be easy to move against the wind. As Angor's decision was made, one of the lava snakes was getting closer to Gondola. He could not go against the wind. Seeing this, Angor flew forward without hesitation. However, just as they were about to fly away, a hurricane suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blew the approaching fire snakes to the other side. Then, a strange scene occurred. Even though Gondola was very close to the fiery serpents and the thunderous boos were ringing out right next to their ears, the fiery serpents would be blown away in the end, and the danger would be averted. It looked dangerous, but it was actually a perfectly normal operation. Gondola flew out of the lava pool without any problems. At this time, everyone saw that something was wrong. "You didn't use a scroll that increases luck, did you?" Baboda turned around and looked at the countless lava snakes in the lava sea. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could such a terrifying fire snake fly out so peacefully? Even the flying vehicle wasn't damaged in the slightest. "I'll be so happy if there's really a scroll that increases luck," Angor replied. He had been looking for such a scroll for a long time to prepare for the new power of the Dream Wasteland. Baboda asked, "Then why is this happening?" "I keep having the feeling that there is an external force helping us. The same thing happened to the Mandy worm. When we were in danger, the volcano erupted. When the lava snake approached us, the gust of wind came. Maybe it's because you're close to the continent's consciousness?" Gregory guessed. Angor shook his head. He did not know the exact reason. But he was sure that it was not a coincidence. There had to be some kind of power involved. Was it the continent's consciousness, or was it the calling from afar, or could it be that the two were actually the same thing? Angor had no idea. But he believed that the calling from afar was the work of someone who was calling him and helping him get rid of all the obstacles. So who was calling him? About half a day had passed since they set off. Angor took out Toby from his chest pocket. When Gregory and Baboda saw Toby, they both showed fear in their eyes. Gregory even pressed himself against the wall of the boat. This was completely different from when he didn't know about Toby's curse. "Yes, sir, why did you take Toby out?" Gregory asked in a trembling voice. Angor didn't answer. Instead, he was thinking about whether the curse worked or not. Most of the disasters caused by a curse were unexpected accidents. The Mandy worm was an accident, but the fire serpent in the lava sea was not. Angor had a chance to escape. But after walking for half a day, they had only encountered a single ancient Mandy worm. Did that mean that the curse of disaster had not taken effect? Or was it that most of the disaster was suppressed by the green runes on his force field? Angor decided to ask someone who knew about this. He looked at Gregory, who immediately panicked. "Sir, put Toby down first. We need to talk. Can you ask Arusha if she can still feel the curse on Toby?" Gregory was stunned for a second before he whispered to Alucia. After a while, a gentle but clearly tired voice sounded from the Eye of Light. "The curse of disaster on Toby's body should have been suppressed, But the effect doesn't seem to be as good as the curse of ice because I can occasionally detect an obscure aura of disaster. Of course it wasn't as effective as freeze. Angor didn't know how to use the green runes on his force field yet. Once he fully digested them, the effect would improve significantly. In other words, the curse of disaster won't trigger? It's still leaking out, but not much. Something bad will happen occasionally, but it won't happen so often. Urusha's voice grew softer and softer. I'm sorry. I've used too much of my soul energy. I'll need to sleep for a while. Soon, the Eye of Light went completely silent. Lady Urusha needs to break the seal on her origin flame to sense the curse on Toby. That's going to cost her a lot of soul energy, Gregory said while sneaking a glance at Angor. Sir, should we remove the seal? When Urusha wakes up, please say thank you for me. The meaning was self-evident. Gregory pursed his lips and could only accept it. However, Olucia had already confirmed that the curse on Toby's body had decreased a lot. This was a good thing. Although he would occasionally encounter bad things, it was better than constantly encountering bad things. Angor put Toby back into his chest pocket and continued heading southeast on his gondola. Without the curse, they didn't run into anything dangerous along the way. Even if they did, they always managed to escape unscathed in the end. This made everyone on gondola feel a little more relaxed. Boboda also took the chance to ask Angor about Dodoro. Angor didn't tell Boboda much about Dodoro's background. He only told Boboda that he found Dodoro in Fairy World and that Dodoro lost his memories. Angor didn't hide anything about Dodoro's arrival in Brute Cavern. While Boboda was asking about Dodoro, Angor was also secretly asking about something. For example, the bones of Bayuan people. Yes, Dodoro was probably a Bayuan person, and his tone was similar to Boboda's. However, there was one thing that made Dodoro different from Boboda and Floret Sparrow different. Dodoro had 3 extra segments on his tailbone. Boboda replied, I don't want to admit it, but Bayuan people belong to the category of humans. In other words, humans. That's why I don't see any strange bones. Bayuan people didn't have extra tailbones? Then what about Dodoro? Angor pondered for a moment and created a small illusion of a silver bowl with the insignia of Black Serpent on the inside. Have you seen this bowl before? Boboda glanced at it. What's wrong with it? I don't see anything special about it, but I think it's the emblem of the Serpent Kingdom, the former ruler of Zeal Dominion. The silver bowl belonged to Dodoro. According to Dodoro, the bowl was extremely important to him, so he left it in Angor's care. At this moment, the bowl was lying quietly in his bracelet. Angor didn't see anything special about it. But he couldn't understand why Dodoro valued it so much. Since Boboda didn't see it before, Angor snapped his fingers and removed the illusion. However, the moment the illusion disappeared, Boboda had a flash of inspiration in his mind. When he regained his senses, Boboda couldn't tell what it was anymore. At the same time, Gregory pointed to a spot in the distance. Hey, there's something in the shadows. Is it a man-made structure? On top of the barren mountain, there was a cluster of buildings made of black lava. The monotonous colors and the barren mountainous terrain made the buildings appear dead silent. Even from afar, they could tell that the place was an abandoned building. Broken stones were everywhere, and the mottled walls were covered with cracks. All the painted buildings were covered by floating volcanic ash. Gondola hovered in the sky for a while. After making sure there was no danger, Angor and the others jumped down. The buildings stretched from the waist of the mountain all the way to the top. Compared to a city in Gold's Pink Empire, this place was probably the size of an ordinary village. Just like what they saw before, the buildings were dilapidated, weathered, and dead. As the fire elements in the air were very active, juvenile fire demon Gregory quickly used these jumping flames to explore more than half of the area. No signs of life. But there are many skeletons, Gravu explained as he led Angor to a long, winding street that led to the top of the mountain. The street that was covered in volcanic ash was filled with skeletons. They were in different postures and had died in different ways. Some of them fell on their heads, some had their skulls caved in, and some had their bones separated. The spine of one of the skeletons near him was completely shattered, as if it fell from the sky and broke into pieces. They all died in different years. This one is at least 500 years old, but this one is about 200 years old. Bobota casually pointed at the two skeletons in front of him. They seemed to be close friends who had died at the same time. Most of them are Abyss natives. Only a small number of them are half-blood demons, Gravu added. Angor didn't know much about the Abyss, so he didn't see too many clues. But as a traditional noble, he had to learn how to appreciate art. Architecture was also a subject of study. The buildings here were obviously different from those in Demon City. They were full of curved lines and reliefs. These reliefs rarely had any religious meaning. Most of them were decorative patterns. They weren't as delicate as human countries, but they were much more detailed than those in Demon City. Besides, the buildings here were small, and the gates were similar to those of ordinary people. Therefore, all the signs indicated that this place was probably a town of Aboriginals before it was abandoned. If this is the place where the Aboriginals of the Abyss lived, then why are the skeletons here so strange? Not only did they die in different ways, but they also died at different times. It's as if they died somewhere else and were moved here. Because these skeletons had been dead for too long, many clues had already disappeared. It was hard to determine if this was the first scene of death. Did you find anything about this place? Angor asked. Gregory said, some of the carvings say that this place is called Manotan. However, I've never heard of this name. As for other clues, I don't have any. Looks like we didn't find anything even if we found a man-made structure. Bobota sighed. How could he leave without knowing where it was? Well, it's not like we didn't find anything. At least we can confirm that this place used to belong to Abyss natives. He paused and looked at Gregory. I read in a book that the natives of the Abyss lived on the surface of the Abyss, right? Gregory nodded. Yes, there are some powerful natives who occasionally appear in the inner layer, but I've never heard of natives building settlements in the inner layer. Furthermore, according to the records of the Abyss Freezing Treaty, the natives' residences are basically limited to the surface layer of the Abyss, or even the outermost region. The Abyss Freezing Treaty? The Abyss Freezing I drafted the treaty, which mainly restricts the offense and defense of demons and aboriginals. However, not many demons would abide by it, Gregory explained. The Abyss Freezing I again? He sure has a lot of free time. It was Bobota who spoke. Since the Abyss Lord wanted to take over the Abyss Freezing Eye's power, Bobota knew something about the Abyss Lord. Gregory rolled his eyes at Bobota and looked at Angor. You asked about the settlement of the natives. Are you saying this place is the surface of the Abyss? Angor nodded. That's possible. But I don't know much about the surface of the Abyss. Lady Arusha might know something, but she's not awake yet. It's fine. Let's keep going. Maybe we'll find something later. Since he didn't find anything useful here, he didn't linger around. Instead, he drove his gondola to the southeast. They didn't see any volcanoes or lava along the way. Perhaps it was because they had entered a former civilized area. They only saw rolling hills or endless wilderness. Those skeletons in that town. I think it's a bit strange. Wouldn't it be too troublesome if someone moved those skeletons there? If it wasn't an outsider, did they appear there on their own? Bobota was confused. No one could answer Bobota's question. Half an hour later, they saw a second town built around a hill. However, just like Manotan, this small town named Shuetan was also abandoned and covered with a large number of skeletons. They didn't find anything else. Next, they encountered a few more deserted Aboriginal settlements, but they were basically the same as before. The only difference was the type of skeletons. What surprised them the most was that they saw human skeletons. And there were more than one. Judging from the bones, these human skeletons weren't very strong when they were alive. Most of the skeletons didn't contain any energy, which meant they were probably low-level apprentices when they were alive. Of course, they could be mortals as well. But mortals rarely showed up in the Abyss. Also, this place had to be somewhere on the surface of the Abyss. Low-level apprentices wouldn't go to the inner layer of the Abyss. In fact, they rarely went to the second layer of the Abyss. Most of them only wandered around the surface of the Abyss. Which meant this place might be a subsidiary space on the surface of the Abyss. Or a void continent. As he pondered, they saw another abandoned city in front of them. Maybe it was his curiosity that got the better of him. Angor didn't expect to find any of these cities since he didn't know where they were. But this time, Gregory brought them a pleasant surprise. A skeleton wearing a tattered wizard robe was lying in front of him. This was what Gregory found in this city called Gistan. There are some human skeletons inside, but this skeleton has an iconic emblem. I thought you might recognize it, so I brought it out. Gregory pointed to the side of his wizard robe, where there was a very unique emblem. It was a golden witch's flower. Witch's flower was an alchemy material that looked like a rose. Its color was black and red, which made it look like a seductive witch. Potions and perfumes that used it as the main ingredient were mostly used to fix the skin. Witch's flower was a must for some potions that maintained one's appearance. Since it was highly sought after by witches and was mostly used by females, it was called witch's flower. Angor knew about witch's flower. However, he never heard of an organization that used a golden witch's flower as their emblem. Angor looked at Babota. Babota had spent a lot more time in the wizarding world than he did, so he might find something useful. Babota looked at the emblem for a while and said with uncertainty, I think I've seen this emblem somewhere before. It seems to be the symbol of an adept organization, but I don't think it's from the southern region. Not from the southern wizarding region? Angor looked at Babota. Are you sure? Babota shook his head. I just have an impression. I can't be sure. Angor frowned and looked at Gregory. Are there any abyssal natives in other phase planes? Gregory nodded. Yes. But just like the barren plane, according to the Abyss Freezing Treaty, these natives live on the surface of the abyss. Angor rubbed his forehead. If there are natives in other phase planes, we're not in another one, are we? Babota didn't know what a phase plane was, so he gave Angor a confused look. Angor briefly explained the layout of the abyss and looked at Gregory, hoping to get an answer from the demon noble. Gregory hesitated and shook his head. I don't think so. The only way to go to another phase plane is through a phase gate. The phase gates are all guarded by demon lords, so we should still be in the barren plane. If he hadn't gone to another phase plane, then could the skeleton have come from another phase plane, but how did he pass through the phase plane to come here? Angor couldn't figure it out. He had no choice but to keep going. This time, they flew for almost an hour before they saw a new cluster of buildings. Like before, Gregory went to explore excitedly. Angor frowned and looked at the town on the wasteland. It wasn't the largest building they saw, but it still gave Angor a strange feeling. What's wrong? Babota looked at Angor. Angor looked at the edge of the wasteland through the rain. I just feel that the calling is getting closer. Maybe it's right here in the wasteland. Mister. I found 2 corpses. He suddenly heard Gregory's voice. You're right, Master. Angor didn't think much of it at first. But soon, he heard Gregory's second voice. Fresh corpses. And they're human. Angor exchanged a look with Babota and jumped off the boat without hesitation. As soon as he landed from gondola, he suddenly stopped and looked at the grey wasteland in front of him with a puzzled look. The rain was still pouring, and he couldn't see anything clearly in the distance. Angor? Babota had already reached the roof of an old stone building and looked back at Angor. Angor frowned and followed behind Babota. Meanwhile, in the middle of the endless wasteland, there was a lone, withered tree that had been dead for a long time. There was a black crow perched on the tree. Its eyes were dead and still as it gazed at the distant city from the crow's pupils. Kulang Duo, did you see anything? An ancient voice sounded. The crow flapped its wings a few times and slowly turned into a shadow. In the end, a figure wearing a black cloak and a crow mask was revealed. I think he found me, said a cold, eerie voice that sounded as if it came from the abyss of death. He's a special human. It makes sense that he has some miraculous abilities, said Crando. Crando also recalled the scene he saw not long ago. A demon god's soul was destroyed in a single strike. Such power could only be described as miraculous. I thought I would take you to your death soon. But it seems you're in luck, Your Highness Wardell. Ha ha ha, I haven't heard that name for a long time. You're probably the only one who still remembers my name. The old voice sighed. The Yuan-Tan continent may have found salvation, but it's still not up to me to decide whether it can return to the right path. So you summoned him from afar, said Crando calmly. The one favored by miracles may be able to open this box of miracles. Kurando was silent for a while and did not continue on this topic. Instead, he changed the topic. This place has already been noticed by others, including many lords and demon gods. I hope that the next time we meet, it won't be so soon. Guide of Death, Crando. Can I understand that you're worried about me? Kurando didn't reply. Instead, he said indifferently, I'm really leaving this time. Take care of yourself. With that, Crando turned into a black crow and flew away into the rain. A long time after Kurando left, a shadow wearing a primitive totem mask suddenly appeared beside the withered tree. The shadow stood beside the withered tree, letting the rain continue to pour down. The lonely tree and the lonely figure looked like a gray-toned painting in the rain. After a while, the figure glanced at the direction of the wasteland city and disappeared. Angor soon arrived at the place where Grava called him. Grava was standing on a round roof with two corpses in front of him. Unlike the skeletons he saw before, these two corpses didn't start rotting. They still looked human, as if they just died. I saw this corpse in a ditch, so I brought him here. Gregory pointed at the man in golden armor on the left. As for the other one, he was on this roof. Both corpses belonged to humans. There were still energy ripples on them, which meant they died not long ago. 'Cause of death. Damaged internal organs. Thanks to the energy, they didn't rot too much. But they must have been dead for more than a month. I didn't find any soul ripples. Boboda rummaged through the man's body and found a knight's sword and a single-use space capsule. The space pouch is filled with food and water, as well as a few bottles of healing ointment. Boboda swung the sword, which created a loud noise in the air. Nice weapon. I think I can sell it for a few dozen magic crystals. An apprentice alchemist must have made it. The impurities are removed well, and it's strong enough. But it's not tiered yet. As an alchemist, Angor didn't even need Narda's vision to see the nature of the sword. His armor is probably made by a mortal blacksmith. It can only resist minor physical attacks to a certain extent. Angor explained the details of the armor to Boboda. If Angor wanted to know more, he could tell that the armor was a standard one. There were some dark patterns on the armor, which indicated that this person was either a knight hired by a noble or a royal family. However, there was nothing special about this information, so Angor didn't bother to explain. Can you find something to prove his identity? Angor asked. Boboda nodded and crushed a one-use space capsule. He then took out a green leaf with clear veins from a pile of food. He's from Gravity Forest. Boboda saw Angor's confusion and explained, this leaf is an identification card from Gravity Forest, just like the bone cards in Brute Cavern. There should be information about this person inside. But the leaf is sealed by some special energy, so we can't open it by force. Gravity Forest. Angor glanced at the food and water on the ground. It's normal for an apprentice who hasn't learned any gourmet cantrips to bring food. But this means he hasn't learned any low-level water-type cantrips yet. The first cantrip Angor learned was Cleanse. Cleanse only needed to slightly change its elemental structure to become Create Water. Therefore, Angor never brought any water with him during his travels. So he's a beginner or intermediate apprentice. Angor knew that many apprentices went to the surface of the Abyss Plane to train themselves. Nausicaa and Siloam once went there together. Even David once hired Hercules to hunt iron hedgehogs in the Abyss Plane so that he could fuse his bloodline with it. You're right. Also, this place should be an affiliated space at the first level of the Abyss Plane. Otherwise, these apprentices wouldn't be here, Boboda agreed. Now that they had a general idea of how he died, they couldn't help but wonder how he died. His internal organs were badly damaged, but his armor was still intact. Perhaps it was some kind of energy attack that targeted his body? Was there a creature that could attack him using energy here? After failing to get any more information from the golden armored knight, they turned their attention to the other corpse. It was someone wearing a purple wizard robe. When Boboda lifted the hood, they saw a young face. Looks like he's younger than 30, Boboda muttered and began to inspect the corpse. I think I've seen him before, Angor suddenly said. Boboda quickly turned around. Angor frowned. Some images popped up in his mind. Inside a dark underground cave, there was a skinny young apprentice in an old, purple robe. His face was contorted, and his hands were covering his ears as he screamed and shook his head. Angor took a closer look and saw that this young man looked exactly the same as the one lying on the ground. Even the sorcerer's robe he was wearing was the same. His name is Xianxia, from the Nocturnal Forest. Not long after Angor entered the Abyss Plain, the human settlement known as Cinder Rock was destroyed. Under Sennefer's guidance, they left the Abyss Plain and headed toward the Grey Lamination Zone. Along the way, something strange happened. While passing through frigid ruins, one of the apprentices suddenly became hysterical. He said that someone kept whispering in his ears, which annoyed him so much that he began to scream hysterically. Even Sennefer paid attention to his condition and ordered someone to keep an eye on him. Angor was curious as well, so he kept an eye on the apprentice. However, in the blink of an eye, the apprentice disappeared without a trace. Sennefer told Angor not to look for the apprentice. She wouldn't be able to find him. He looked at the dead apprentice on the ground and said, "The missing apprentice is him, Xianxia." Baboda looked at Xianxia and then at the dark world around them. "You're saying Xianxia disappeared in frigid ruins? Then how did he end up here?" Baboda paused for a moment and muttered to himself, "Could it be that there's a portal to an affiliated world in the frozen ruins, and Xianxia accidentally touched it and came here?" Gregory, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly spoke up. "Mister, you reminded me of something Steward Tanding told me about the Frigid Age." Gregory said, "Butler Tanding told me that the ancient cold period was 100,000 years ago. That was the era when the natives were at their peak. It was said that many natives appeared in the abyss, and some of them even occupied some worlds in the abyss. But as time went on, the natives grew weaker and weaker, and the Frigid Age became a thing of the past. Also, many demons lost their living space because of the natives. Once the natives became weak, they went on a rampage and killed many of them. After that, the barren face was almost completely devoid of natives. But the natives weren't wiped out. It's said that the survivors of the Frigid Age went to a sealed continent. But later, something seemed to have happened to that continent, and the natives migrated out. Since then, they have been living on the surface ever since. And that sealed continent became what the natives called the Frigid Ruins. So, I think this must be the sealed land. In other words, this is the real Frigid Ruin. According to Madeline, the frozen ruins in the outside world did not contain any traces of buildings. Someone even dug deep into the ground and did not find the so-called frozen ruins. Back then, Angor wondered why there were no traces of such a place. Could it have been completely eroded by the power of time? Now, it seemed that Gregory's words were correct, considering Xianxia's body and the numerous native cities they saw along the way. This place was probably the real frozen ruins that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. The so-called frozen ruins in the outside world was only a platform that led to this place. The real frozen ruins were inside this sealed continent. Now that they knew the general location, they had to figure out how to leave this place. Angor looked at Gregory. If the frozen ruins in the outside world was only a platform, there must be a way out. Gregory shook his head. "I never thought I'd end up in a frozen ruins, nor did I ask about the exit. But there must be a way out for the natives to leave this place." There was a way out, but they did not know where it was. Since there was nothing they could do, they looked back at Xianxia's body and hoped to find some clues. After all, Xianxia came from the outside world. Baboda began inspecting Xianxia's body. "Nothing's missing. The 1U space capsule is still there. There are some valuables and healing potions inside. Looks like Xianxia came here prepared. Too bad something happened to him." Baboda sighed and continued to examine the body with his energy. Judging from the level of energy consumption and some general traces, the time of death should be around 2 months ago. His internal organs are damaged, but that shouldn't be the cause of death. Maybe he didn't have enough energy to protect his body. Wait, there's a wound on his skull. It's not caused by energy. It looks like it was pecked by something. Baboda looked back at Angor. Xianxia didn't have such a wound before he went missing, right? Angor nodded. Baboda stood up. There's nothing else apart from the wound on his skull. It should be a fatal wound. Both Angor and Gregory frowned. If the wound was not caused by someone outside, it meant that there was an unknown creature in this place that killed Xianxia. The unknown creatures made them very worried. However, Xianxia's corpse also gave some other clues. From the time of Xianxia's death, it could be roughly inferred that he died not long after entering this place. In other words, the entrance to the ancient cold ruins from the outside world might be near this area. Baboda said, "You said that Xianxia was suffering from hysteria and had auditory hallucinations. He felt that someone was calling him, and then he disappeared. Could the person who called out to him be the one who killed him? It's hard to say." When Baboda mentioned hysteria, Angor recalled something else. After Xianxia disappeared, Brofen and I talked about the ancient frigid ruins. He said at least 1,000 people have disappeared in the ancient frigid ruins in the past few hundred years. The frequency is not high, but the accumulated number is quite high. Later, the Moon Frost Alliance did some research and found a common point. All the people who disappeared in the ancient cold ruins had a kind of hysterical hallucination before they disappeared. Other than feeling someone calling their ears, they could also see a figure. Brofen said, later, they confirmed that the figure was someone wearing a black raven cloak. According to some records, this person was the guide of death from the bottomless abyss, Kurando. Gregory quickly added. That's right. You know that too? Gregory nodded. Kurando is the god of death, the servant of an ancient who mastered the law of death. An ancient? What's that? People who lived before the twilight of the gods. We call them ancients. There are demon gods, demons, and even natives. Kurando himself seems to be an ancient. Due to his limited vision, Gregory did not know much. The only thing he knew was that Kurando was a person who specialized in guiding the souls of the dead. The natives called him the guide of death, but in the eyes of the demons, he was the grim reaper. If he's the guide of death, could he be the one who killed Xianxia? Baboda asked. Gregory glanced at Baboda and didn't want to answer. But he still shook his head in annoyance. I don't know. Kurando's story has nothing to do with my life. Another clue seemed to have been cut off. Or rather, they couldn't connect all the clues together. Whether Kurando killed Xianxia or not, the most important thing right now is to find a way out, Angor said. Let's keep looking around and see if we can find anything. If not, let's head to the wasteland. I think we're not far from the place that called me. Maybe we can find the answer there. There were still many corpses in the town, but they didn't find anything useful. There were some human corpses, but most of them were apprentices. In the end, they still found nothing. Since there are no clues, let's just keep moving forward. They didn't use gondola this time because Angor already sensed that they were very close to the place where they were being called. Their group of figures walked into the gloomy rain and mist, disappearing without a trace. Angor left a deep footprint on the ground. Soon, a puddle of water gathered around the footprint. The puddle of water extended all the way to the depths of the wasteland. Angor didn't have enough control over his strength, so he accidentally created another hole in the ground. Gregory and Baboda kept moving forward as if they didn't see anything. This eased Angor's awkwardness a little. Can you tell who's calling you, mister? Gregory suddenly asked. Angor shook his head. He only felt that he was getting closer and closer to the place, but he still couldn't tell who was calling him. Was it a living being? Or was it being guided by the consciousness of the continent? Angor still didn't know. They kept moving forward for several more kilometers. The further he went, the more familiar the place felt to him. Back then, Xianxia had also disappeared because she felt that someone was calling her. At first, Angor thought Xianxia's situation was similar to his. But now that he thought about it, there was still a difference. When Xianxia heard someone calling him, he felt like he was going crazy, which was completely different from Angor's situation. Despite that, Angor still remained cautious. After all, he knew how to confuse people's senses as well. Perhaps this sense of intimacy was just a facade that was deliberately created. There's a shadow over there? Baboda pointed ahead. He looked into the distance and saw a silhouette standing still in the distance. It wasn't very tall, but it looked quite tall. They were in a wasteland. They didn't even see a single big rock along the way. The sudden appearance of the shadow was a bit out of place. The shadow didn't move at all. They carefully approached it. When they got closer, they realized that the shadow wasn't actually a living thing. It was a withered tree. It stood alone in the wasteland and bathed in the rain. I thought there wouldn't be any plants on this land. I didn't expect to see a tree here. It's withered, but at least this place used to be covered by plants, Baboda commented as he walked toward the tree. Angor tried to follow him but was stopped by Gregory. Baboda had already reached the tree. He walked around it several times and didn't see Angor's group following him. When Baboda stood in front of Gregory, a hint of doubt flashed in Gregory's eyes. That shouldn't be the case. I sensed something wrong with that tree. There seems to be a lingering sense of danger. How? You're fine? Now he understood why gravity stopped him. Gravity must have sensed danger ahead, and Baboda was used as a tool to explore the path. Baboda ignored Gregory's question. They weren't from the same race anyway. Angor shook his head and walked toward the tree. Since Angor had already stepped forward, Gravwood followed suit. When Gregory reached the tree, he saw Angor taking something from the tree and putting it on his hand. It leaned forward curiously. What is this, a feather? It was a black feather in Angor's hand. The feather was a little hard, and its color was similar to the color of the void. Baboda also joined them and was surprised to see the feather. Where did you find it? Angor pointed at the withered tree branch. Baboda frowned. I checked it carefully when I came here. I didn't see anything. Are you sure? Angor looked at Baboda. This tree isn't that tall. I've checked it carefully, and there's nothing there. Baboda said in a firm tone. Baboda wouldn't lie about something like this. So the feather was new? I saw this feather first when I came here. It's really eye-catching. Angor looked at the feather in his hand. Is there a creature nearby that we didn't notice? This was the only answer that could explain the current situation. For a moment, they didn't speak. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in their ears. This is a gift from Crando. Please accept it, savior of Yuantan continent. This was a distant and ancient voice. Along with the ancient tone, everyone felt as if they could feel an ancient aura. When he finally realized who it was, he saw a figure standing on the other side of the tree. It was a person wearing a gray robe. He was taller than a normal human. Angor estimated that the person only reached his ribs. The newcomer was leaning on a bone crutch and wearing a primitive totem wind mask. His entire person was filled with a kind of simple and unadorned oddity. As soon as he saw the old man, the calling in his heart suddenly disappeared. Angor had an idea. You're the one who spoke? Who are you? Angor looked at the totem mask. I'm a remnant of ancient winter who was on the brink of extinction but was saved by Mr. Savior. You may call me Wardell. The totemic mask man bowed deeply to Angor. Wardell's voice was filled with warmth, and his actions were kind. Angor felt a sense of familiarity from the bottom of his heart. I kept feeling that someone was calling out to me. Did you do it? The savior you're talking about, is it me? Angor asked calmly. He didn't let his guard down because of the familiarity. Instead, he became even more cautious. That's right. I guided you here, Mr. Savior. Wardell lowered his head. I couldn't leave the land of darkness. I could only summon you through the subconsciousness of the continent. Why do you call me Savior? Mr. Savior, you gave the Yuantan continent your true spirit energy and saved it from destruction. You didn't just save the continent. You saved me as well. Angor frowned. It wasn't strange that someone called Wardell knew that he released his true spirit energy into the continent. But Angor didn't understand why Wardell said that he saved him. I know what you're here for. The passage out of the Yuantan continent is in the land of darkness. You can follow me. After saying that, Wardell suddenly tore open a dark spatial rift and took the lead to walk in. The opening of the spatial rift was constantly changing. It was like a void behemoth opening its ferocious mouth, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. Are we going in? Gregory asked timidly. Angor glanced at Baboda, who shook his head. I can't tell if it's good or bad. But my luck spell told me that we're safe. However, an existence that can tear space apart at will might be able to block or even modify the results of the lucky spell. Boboda gave Angor both answers. No one knew what the path ahead was. The current known information was still unable to dispel the fog of the unknown. Therefore, whether or not he wanted to go in depended on his thoughts. Let's go inside. Just as Boboda had said, there was no need for an existence that could tear through space to kill them. On top of that, this man named Wardell accurately pointed out their thoughts. This meant that Wardell was most likely watching them. Didn't Angor come all the way here just to leave this continent? If he wanted to obtain benefits, he couldn't hesitate. He had to face unknown risks. With that in mind, he stepped into the space fisher first, followed by Boboda. After hesitating for a moment, Grava stepped in with Arusha's soul in his arms. They were in a pitch-black wasteland. It was no different from the outside world. The only difference was that it was dimmer here, and it wasn't raining. The air was damp, and the occasional breeze carried a bone-chilling chill. Wardell was standing in front of Angor. When he saw Angor, he pointed a skinny finger into the distance. "Mr. Savior, please come this way." Wardell walked to the front and led the way. Somehow, a broken oil lamp appeared in Wardell's hand. The dim light could only illuminate a distance of 3 meters, which made the place even more gloomy. "You don't have to call me Savior. My name is Angor." Wardell paused for a moment before continuing, "There are too many ancients in the Abyss Plane. If they know your name, they'll follow it and come after you. So, it's best if you don't tell them your real name." Wardell's pace was neither fast nor slow, and his tone was just right, which made everyone feel comfortable. Angor was about to ask more questions when he suddenly heard someone sobbing in the darkness. Angor looked at the source of the sound and saw a faint figure emitting a green glow slowly emerging from the darkness. It was a woman wearing a long, blood-red dress. However, the woman's face was covered in blue veins, and her eyes were completely white. Her expression was extremely hideous. As soon as she saw them, her sobbing turned into an ear-piercing hell. Horrifying ripples came at them along with gusts of chilling wind. Undead hell? Angor's eyes widened in surprise. Because of his nightmare form, he was immune to undead attacks. However, Boboda was no different from a mortal and could easily be affected. The only thing Angor could think of was to use the green domain rune to block the incoming attack. However, just as his fringe was lifted and the green tattoo in his eyes had yet to jump out, Wardell tapped the ground with his white bone scepter. After a crisp sound, the surrounding ripples disappeared in an instant, and the female undead in the blood-red dress screamed miserably as she was blown into the depths of the dark wasteland by a gust of wind that blew for no reason. When the undead woman was gone, Angor's aura slowly dissipated. His fringe drooped down and covered his right eye. Wardell watched the flash of green light with a strange look in his eyes. When everything calmed down, Angor looked at Wardell with caution. Wardell didn't seem to notice. "That undead creature has been wandering around the dark wasteland. Kurendo tried to take her away many times, but I refused every time. Because she was my wife when she was alive." Angor was surprised by the sudden turn of events. The reason why he looked at Wardell so cautiously was because the undead creature's appearance was too coincidental. Besides, Wardell was strong enough to tear through space, so it should be easy for him to deal with an undead creature. However, Wardell allowed the undead creature to show up, which made Angor wonder if Wardell did it on purpose. But when Wardell told Angor about the relationship between him and the undead creature, Angor found an answer. "My wife didn't tell me when she was about to die. She secretly signed a vow with an ancient so that she could stay by my side forever. But the ancient wouldn't let her go so easily. In the end, she became an undead creature and wandered the dark wasteland forever." Wardell briefly explained the undead creature's origin. There should be more details, but Wardell didn't mention them on purpose. Angor didn't know if Wardell was telling the truth or not, but he didn't see the need to lie. At this time, Gregory suddenly said, "Is this female undead called Naya?" "You know?" Angor looked at Gregory. Gregory said, "Master Alucia once went to meet the Scholar of Cruelty, and I went with her. I stayed in the library there for a few years. Butler Tanding read me many stories, and one of them was similar to this." Grava looked at Wardell with a puzzled look. "The Scholar of Cruelty recorded this?" "That's right. After all, the one who signed the vow with Naya was the abomination of desire, and he was quite close to the scholar of cruelty. Wardell paused. Yes, my wife was Naya. Although he had guessed it, when Wardell admitted it, Gregory's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Grava couldn't remember the exact time of the story, but he was sure that it happened before the fall of the old gods. In other words, you're an ancient too? Wardell didn't answer right away. Instead, he picked up his lamp and continued walking forward. After a long time, Wardell spoke again. I'm still alive because I'm bound to this continent. If the continent lives, I live. If the continent dies, I die. I'm nothing but a withered consciousness left behind. I don't have freedom or the right to live. I'm not really an ancient. No one knew how to respond to Wardell's words. However, they managed to deduce some details from Wardell's words. Earlier, Wardell mentioned that Angor saved him. Angor didn't know what Wardell meant back then. But now, it seemed that Wardell meant that he was bound to this continent for good or ill. After a moment of silence, Angor broke the silence. You mentioned Crando. What's with him? What's the meaning of this gift? Angor rubbed the feather in his hand. He didn't feel anything strange about it. Crando was also born on this continent. Wardell's first sentence was a shocking piece of news. This guide of death who made the demons and natives tremble in fear was actually born here. Crando's origin is closely related to this continent. You saved the Yuan-Tan continent. Even if he didn't say it out loud, I'm sure he's grateful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you this feather. This is a raven feather? Angor looked at the feather. That's right. This feather contains the aura of death. It's the symbol of Crando. Here we are. Before Angor could ask more about the feather, Wardell suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. This is our destination. The land of darkness. There was nothing but darkness in front of him. Suddenly, Wardell tossed the oil lamp in his hand into the air. The oil lamp finally landed in the center of a small mountain of white bones. Through the dim yellow light, one could vaguely see a tall throne not far away. So this is the land of darkness? A pile of skeletons and a broken throne. Wardell tapped the air with his bone scepter, and a gust of cold wind blew the flame of the lamp away. The flame swept across the sky, burning a hole in the darkness. As the light faded away, Angor saw the silhouettes of man-made structures in the darkness. Just as he was puzzled, the seemingly flickering dim fire suddenly shone brightly. It was like a sun, illuminating the darkness of a region. The light chased away the deep darkness, and what appeared in front of them was a magnificent city that made everyone jump in shock. The style of this city was similar to some of the towns he had seen outside, but the buildings here were not dilapidated. Layers upon layers of tall buildings were densely arranged. The streets were very narrow, but the floor tiles were very flat. Every street was lined with lifelike statues. The carvings on the details were also matched with various colors. There were also primitive towers and tall walls that seemed to be connected to the darkness in the distance. The city was piled with white bones. Countless undead souls were moving between the tall buildings, but this was not the magnificent part. What shocked Angor the most was the sky above the city. Floating in the air was a magnificent and gigantic door made of white bones. It was at least 50 meters tall. The door was tightly shut, and there were all kinds of mysterious carvings on it. On the door frame, there were piles of bones of different shapes and sizes. From afar, things were falling down from the door frame. Taking a closer look, it was the white bones that were clinging to the pillars of the gate. It was as if it was snowing, falling down one after another. The white bones looked like snow in the middle of winter. One of the bones fell not far from them. It was the skeleton of an abyssal crocodile. After landing, the abyssal crocodile's white eye sockets glowed with a chilling red light. It glared at Angor's group with hatred. However, when the abyssal crocodile saw Wardell, it stopped moving. Instead, it turned around and leaped into the air, disappearing into the dark side of the city. The Tongue continent just recovered from its destruction, so this door that lost its function is now anchored to various space coordinates again. Because of this, it caused some vibrations and caused the bones hanging on it to fall down, Wardell explained. While Angor was still in awe of the magnificent undead city and the terrifying bone gate, Gregory suddenly thought of something and pointed at the floating gate. Is that a phase gate? A phase gate? Angor looked at Wardell in surprise. Wardell nodded. That's right. As expected of a demon noble, the descendant of the fire-marked demon. You're very knowledgeable. Gregory, who was still in a daze, was surprised by the sudden compliment. He blushed and said, I'm not a fire-marked demon yet, so I won't be happy if you compliment me now. Angor did not pay attention to Gregory's joyful expression. Instead, he looked at the gate in the sky with glowing eyes. It was the phase gate that Wardell recognized. Fafnir once told him that the Abyss Plane had many different phase planes. Similar to the four realms of the wizarding world, each phase plane had extremely long space-time distances. If one wanted to go to another phase plane, they had to go through a phase gate. A phase gate was an extremely important transportation hub that couldn't be easily controlled by an ordinary demon. Generally speaking, phase gates were guarded by demon lords. Usually, only demon lords who were as powerful as demon gods, or lords with powerful backgrounds could control a phase gate. According to Angor's estimation, he wouldn't be able to touch a phase gate in the near future. But what he didn't expect was that there was actually one here. Could it be that Wardell's identity is a demon lord? Angor suddenly remembered that Wardell didn't tell him his true identity. This was Frigid Ruins, so Angor assumed that Wardell was a local. Maybe he was a demon. Wardell noticed Angor's confusion and explained, I used to be a local of the Abyss Plane. The initial creation of the phase door was actually created by the Abyss Demon Eye, which inherited the will of the Abyss. The first few doors were given to the few overlords of the Abyss at the time. At that time, the other phase planes were monopolized by these few overlords. Later on, some powerful demon gods were able to create phase doors, and this slowly became common. Although it's common, there aren't many of them. A phase plane doesn't have more than 10 doors. This phase gate is called Skeleton. It was created by the Abyss Demon Eye and given to the king of the local Abyss Plane, Kansamovich. This is the first ancient cold emperor. His strength is almost on par with the most powerful demon lords. Kansamovich set up the skeletal door in a stronghold in the inner layer of the Abyss. However, as the ancient cold era gradually came to an end, Kansamovich brought the door to the Yuan-Tan continent before he died. In the end, it remained in the land of darkness. Because of this door, many prying and coveting gazes came in droves with greed and evil intentions. Because of this, many battles broke out, causing countless natives to be forced to leave Yuan-Tan continent. It wasn't until a demon god created a new phase gate that the Abyss Plane slowly became peaceful again. Angor nodded. So you're saying this is a phase gate that only belongs to the natives? Yes. So I have to go through a phase gate to leave this place? If you want to go to another phase plane, I can use a phase gate to send you away. However, the Abyss Plane is recovering, and the space energy is also stabilizing. It might take some time for the phase gate to relocate its coordinates. Angor had considered going to other phase planes before. He could use this chance to visit other wizarding worlds. For example, the Western Continent, the Eastern Border, and the Northern Territory. According to Angor, other wizarding worlds had a chance to reach the Origin World. The Origin World had the most powerful forces in the wizarding world, and it was a place that every wizard wanted to visit. Unfortunately, the passage to the Origin World in the southern wizarding region had been destroyed by someone. Therefore, all legendary wizards in the southern wizarding region had to leave in the end because there was no way to reach the Origin World. Angor wanted to visit other wizarding worlds as well as the Origin World, but now was not the time to leave the southern wizarding region. John's condition was still unstable, and he couldn't leave Toby's curse. Even if Angor could use his force field to cover up the curse of disaster, it didn't mean he was free. He still needed to go to Ice Valley and ask Odurklus for help. More importantly, his journey in the Abyss Plane had taught him the importance of strength. He didn't want to go to any dangerous places before he reached a stable level. Going to another phase plane through a phase gate would lead him to another Abyss Plane. He heard that the Barren Plane was the weakest phase plane in the Abyss Plane. If he went to a more powerful Abyss Plane, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. How could he find a way to another Abyss Plane? Angor considered. I don't want to go to another phase plane for now. Can I go to the frozen ruins from here? The area on the surface of the Abyss Plane. The frozen ruins were very close to Ice Valley. Even without using the sequence of gravity, it would only take him half a day to get there by gondola. It would be best if he could go directly to the frozen ruins from Yuantan continent. If the frozen ruins from the outside world could reach Yuantan continent, there must be a way to leave this place. You want to go to Moliere's land? That place is indeed mistaken for the ancient cold ruins in the outside world. Wardell had a look of understanding. Can I? Wardell considered. It's not a problem. This place is connected to Moliere's land anyway. But we'll have to wait for Galm to wake up first. What's Galm? A guardian beast of the death plane. It's a servant of the Queen of Abyss. Wardell's explanation gave Angor a general idea about Galm. It was a hellhound sleeping in the frozen citadel. Hellhounds weren't rare, but their master was a terrifying existence. The Queen of Abyss was a powerful ancient who controlled the Dark Death prison. Even Crando was her servant. Galm followed the Queen of Abyss for many years, and he was as strong as a half-legendary. However, 2,000 years ago, Galm was sent by the Queen of Abyss to carry out a secret mission and was severely injured when he returned. Thus, Kurando brought Grimm to the Yuantan continent, borrowing the power of darkness here to rest and recuperate. The place Galm chose to rest was the entrance to Moliere's land. So, you're saying that Galm blocked the passage? We have to wait for it to wake up. Wardell nodded. But I remember people coming to Yuantan continent from time to time. Why is that? Angor frowned as he thought about Xianxia's face. Galm is the agent of death. It wakes up quite often, but only for a short moment. Whenever it wakes up, it will release the will of death. Anyone who falls into Yuantan continent from the outside is usually unlucky enough to be affected by the will of death. Angor finally understood that the so-called death aura was actually a kind of death aura marking. Those who were marked by the aura of death would have all their senses affected. They would see some illusions, such as the agents of death. Furthermore, they would also be forced by the whispers of death to fall into endless madness. In the end, they would enter Moliere's entrance and arrive at Yuantan continent under the guidance of the death aura. Angor felt that it sounded too childish. However, what Wardell told him was exactly the same as what happened to Xianxia. If Wardell was telling the truth, Angor could only say that those marked by the death aura were the most unfortunate ones. This was because it was just Galm's natural reaction. Those who came into contact with Galm's death aura all ended up dead. And they would be devoured by Galm and their souls would vanish. If Crando was here, he would do it on behalf of Galm. At least their souls would remain. Why don't we stop Galm? Let it move somewhere else. That way, we can prevent people from dying. It was Gregory who spoke up. It wasn't because he sympathized with the humans. It was just that many demons would be affected by the ancient frozen ruins too. Why should we? It's not necessary. Wardell's tone was as calm as ever. But for some reason, everyone could feel the coldness in his voice. They were thinking from the perspective of the victims, but they didn't consider Galm's strength and background. So what if it could do whatever it wanted? Gregory bit his lips. Could it be that no one can survive? Wardell said, speaking of which, someone really did escape from Grimm's death aura. Who? Let me think. Wardell considered for a moment. It happened 100 years ago. A man who called himself Puzio escaped from Galm's mouth. Puzio? The others didn't know this name, but Angor happened to know who it was. Puzio, the executioner of sins. Angor explained in a low voice when Boboda and Gregory looked at him. In fact, the Moonfrost Alliance had wanted to build the ancient frozen ruins into a stronghold city a long time ago because demons and monsters wouldn't appear there. Although there were rumors of humans disappearing from time to time, the Moonfrost Alliance didn't pay much attention to it. Finally, until 100 years ago, a talented truthfinder wizard known as Sin City Walker Puzio also disappeared from the ancient cold ruins, which attracted the attention of the Frost Moon. Later, they discovered that over 1,000 people had disappeared from this place over the past 1,000 years. This made Moonfrost give up on building the ancient frozen ruins into a stronghold city. Then, where did this human named Puzio go in the end? Gregory asked curiously. According to Angor, Puzio had been missing for 100 years, which meant he never returned to the southern Wizarding region. Wardell didn't answer. Instead, he raised his head and looked through the totem mask at the skeletal door in the sky. Puzio went to the other face planes? Gregory suddenly realized. Wardell nodded. He gave me something in exchange for a chance to go to another phase plane, and I agreed. Angor didn't ask what Puzio gave him. However, when he thought about everything Wardell said along the way, he didn't think Wardell was lying. Even if some of them were lies, Angor believed that at least half of them were true. Angor felt a little uneasy about it. If that's the case, does that mean we can leave after Grimm wakes up? He asked tentatively. Yes. Wardell nodded. Then when will Galm wake up? Won't we get infected by the death aura? Galm only wakes up for a short time, maybe only for a few seconds. But it wakes up quite frequently. Sometimes, it wakes up once every 2 or 3 days, and no later than half a month. Wardell paused for a moment. As for the death aura you're worried about, with Krando's gift, we won't get infected by it. Angor looked at the feather in his hand and didn't say anything else. Baboda, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly asked, "What do we have to pay?" Wardell had been too amiable along the way. Even if they had saved the continent and indirectly saved Wardell, as a powerful ancient, Wardell's attitude made them feel that he was a little too friendly. Especially when Wardell didn't care about the humans who were killed by Galm in the outside world. In comparison, the contrast was too great. Wardell fell silent. In the silence, everyone could feel cold sweat trickling down their backs. After a while, Wardell calmed down and said, "There's no need to pay. This is my reward for saving your life, Mr. Savior." When Gregory heard this, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. But Baboda and Angor weren't so optimistic. "Galm is still asleep. Why don't you rest in the Acropolis for a while?" This was a circular stone room, and the carpet was laid in the middle of the room in the shape of a hexagram. A small, delicate table was placed in the center of the carpet, on which a silver candlestick was placed. The white candle inside the candlestick gave off a faint yellow light. Gregory leaned against the table and looked at the eye of light in his hand. Baboda was sitting a little further away. The candlelight just barely illuminated his silhouette, but it was not enough to make him out clearly. Angor and Gregory sat opposite each other. They both closed their eyes and quietly sensed the changes in their bodies after fusing with the eye of light. This quiet scene lasted for about an hour. Baboda suddenly broke the silence. "I think this Wardell guy has something else up his sleeve. It's strange that he let us go without asking for anything." "Let us go? Strange? Didn't he say that Mr. Angor saved the continent? He's thanking you." Gregory gave him a sidelong glance. Even if Mr. Angor scattered his astral energy across the continent, and Wardell shared the good and bad of Yuan-Tan continent, that shouldn't be the reason why he called Mr. Angor here. He could have just ignored us. But he didn't do that. Instead, he called Mr. Angor to the land of darkness. "He must be up to something," Baboda said. Gregory thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. However, he wouldn't back down in front of Baboda. "Who said we'll be fine if we go this way? You even used some good luck spell to decide. Why don't you trust your good luck spell now?" Baboda remained silent for a moment. "Luck spell might be blocked too. Wardell is an ancient. Why would he do that? If he really wanted to, he could kill us with a single finger." Baboda and Gregory were arguing with each other, and neither of them was willing to back down. Both of them had opposing views, but they both felt that the other side had a point. This, in turn, made the matter even more difficult to grasp. As for Wardell and his people, they had more questions to ask. Angor stood up. "I'm going out for a bit. Keep arguing if you want, but don't fight." The last sentence was a warning to Gregory. Baboda did not linger either. He could not defeat Gregory right now, and Gregory wanted to kill him as much as possible. If Angor was here, he might be able to keep the situation under control. But without Angor, Gregory would be at a huge disadvantage. He didn't care about death, but he still wanted to see his sister before he died. Baboda went to the other side of the stone room, which was his private room. Angor pushed open the door and went outside. When he stepped out of the door, he saw a platform with a railing. He walked to the railing and saw the entire ancient Frost Citadel. According to Wardell, this was the highest point of ancient Frost Citadel, which used to be the residence of the clergy. Under their feet was the prayer church, which was dozens of meters tall. Wardell arranged for them to rest here so that no undead creatures would come to the church. Also, it was said that Grimm was sleeping in the basement of the church. Angor leaned against the railing and looked at ancient Frost Citadel. Ancient Frost Citadel wasn't the most exquisite city Angor had ever seen, but it was built entirely out of stone. There was no wood at all, which made it look grand and primitive. In Angor's opinion, only Cinder Rock could rival ancient Frost Citadel in terms of grandeur. However, Cinder Rock was filled with the ingenuity of wizards. It was located in the clouds, which naturally enhanced its grandeur. Ancient Frost Citadel, on the other hand, was different. Ancient Frost Citadel was built by the natives of the Ancient Frost era who used stone to its fullest potential, which made the city look both simple and exquisite. The number of buildings here was also the largest one Angor had ever seen, which gave the city a completely different feeling from Cinder Rock. Angor couldn't help but admire the city. However, Angor didn't really care about architecture. He looked at the phase gate floating in the sky. Once upon a time, Puzio could go to another phase plane through a phase gate. Then, could he make this deal? Angor considered for a moment and shook his head. It was still too early to think about going to another phase plane. There was no need to think too much about it. Still, Angor believed that other wizards in the southern wizarding region would go crazy if they knew about this phase gate. The entrance to Yuantan continent was located on the surface of the abyss, and Wardell was interested in a local who could make a deal with him. Both the location and the people would attract the attention of all wizards. Someone suddenly showed up beside Angor while he was still thinking about this. Angor turned around and saw Wardell wearing his totem mask. "Your Excellency Savior, there are some things that I would like to discuss with you." "All right." Angor nodded calmly. Angor already knew that Wardell would come looking for him. As Boboda said, Wardell must be up to something. However, Angor didn't know what it was yet. Angor went out alone because he wanted to see if Wardell would show up. As it turned out, he was right. "Come with me," Wardell said. Wardell flew into the distance. The chilly wind in the Acropolis fluttered his robe. Dark speeder glowed with black and gold runes as Angor leaped into the air and followed Wardell into the unknown darkness. Inside the chamber, Grava didn't notice Angor's departure. He was still gazing at Arusha's soul lovingly while murmuring something under his breath. Boboda, on the other hand, looked up at the window through his cloak. When Angor's figure disappeared from sight, Boboda lowered his head again and let out an almost inaudible sigh. Wardell brought Angor to the outskirts of the Acropolis, which was filled with skeletons and undead. It was where the throne and the pile of bones were located. A lone lamp emitting a dim yellow light stood at the top of the small mountain of bones. When the wind blew, the flame swayed, illuminating the already dim area with ghostly shadows. After Wardell came here, he stopped and stood quietly beside the pile of bones, not saying anything for a long time. Angor didn't know what Wardell was up to, so he decided to stay put. He stood aside and waited for Wardell to speak. When he first came here, he was too focused on the phase gate in the sky to pay attention to this place. Now that he looked at it again, he found something strange. Why was the throne placed outside the Acropolis? Shouldn't a throne be placed in the center of the Acropolis since it was the symbol of the highest authority? Also, why would there be such a small mountain of white bones placed outside? Moreover, the lone lamp did not shine on the throne, but instead quietly shone on this small mountain of bones. "You're curious about these bones?" Wardell suddenly asked when he saw Angor looking at the pile of bones. "I'm just curious why they're here," said Angor. Wardell laughed. Although it was a laugh, it was only the sound of laughter coming from under the mask, but there was no emotion of laughter. "This is their wish, as well as mine." Wardell slowly turned around, picked up the lone lamp on the pile of bones, and quietly shone on the mountain of bones. "These skeletons belong to my ancestors, my family, my lovers, and my friends." The light flickered and covered the primitive totem on Wardell's mask with a layer of dim yellow light. Coupled with his faint words, it was as though he had seen an ancient soul slowly stand up from the pile of bones. They were all lives related to Wardell, but now, other than Wardell who was still alive, the others had all disappeared in the long river of time, leaving only a pile of bones. Almost all of them died in battle. They defended ancient cold citadel until the very last moment. And the ones who killed them included the invading demons, the powerhouses of the magical creatures, and even, you humans. I'm sorry, said Angor softly. No need to apologize, Mr. Deliverer. It has nothing to do with you. It's all in the past. It's been a long time, and I've long forgotten all the hatred and resentment. However, among all the invaders, you humans are, at least to us natives, who only care about benefits. As long as there's something to gain, you can even turn against us. Wardell calmly explained, to them, dying in battle was an honor in itself, so that the glory of ancient cold citadel could continue. When they were alive, they guarded the last citadel of the natives. When they died, they still guarded the entrance of the citadel. It was their own choice. As for me, seeing their skeletons made me reflect on myself. So, I placed the lamp on their bones, reminding myself that they were watching over me. Wardell looked at Angor again. Do you want to hear my story? Angor was surprised, but he quickly realized that Wardell was about to get to the point. Sure. Angor nodded. Wardell was silent for a long time before he slowly said, I was once the king of ancient Frost Citadel. But compared to them. Wardell pointed at the pile of bones. I was a coward who feared death, so I thought of a way out long ago. I chose to share the good and the bad with the continent, so that I could become one with it. Because of the phase door, or perhaps because of the competition for other benefits, the cowardly me managed to survive countless battles. At first, I was proud of my success. But when I saw my parents, my lovers, and even my children dying of old age, I began to doubt whether I made the wrong choice. Then, when the ancient cold citadel was over, the few natives left this place, leaving behind this desolate ruin. That was when I realized that I might have made the wrong choice. Once, a wizard asked me to use the phase gate, and I agreed. My condition was that I wanted to know the answer to a question. I asked him, every wizard is pursuing an endless life. What's the point of that? Wardell looked at Angor again. Do you know what he said? We're just searching for the truth, Angor said in a small voice. Wardell nodded. Yes, that's what he said. I asked him what the truth was, and he only smiled. I thought about it for a long time. I don't know if I'm right, but I think the truth is a vision, a motivation that inspires wizards to move forward. It's an unattainable obsession. Wardell looked at Angor again, as if he wanted to hear the answer from Angor. Everyone pursues the truth in different ways, Angor replied. Whether Wardell was right or not had nothing to do with Angor. The truth existed in one's heart. Wardell shook his head and did not continue on the topic of truth. Instead, he returned to the topic at hand. Unfortunately, I no longer have any hope of moving forward. Because you're willing to share the good and the bad with the continent? Wardell gave Angor a thoughtful look. That's right. I destroyed my own hope with my own hands. If the continent collapses, I'll die. If the continent recovers, I'll live a better life. The subconsciousness of the continent is close to you, so I can't attack you. There was no need for Wardell to say that. Was he trying to soothe Angor's mind by pointing it out? Without any hope of moving forward, I could only stay in this lonely world. Until I met you, Mr. Savior. Angor understood that Wardell's next words were probably the reason why Wardell called him here. There had to be something he wanted. Sure enough, after some foreshadowing, Wardell revealed the purpose of this trip. Angor returned to the stone room above the prayer church. When he pushed the door open, Gravwood floated to him. Gregory turned back into a ball of flame, looking like a small fireball. Seeing Angor's confusion, Gravwood explained, there are too many dead souls here. They won't come close, but the cold wind keeps coming in from the door. It's warmer when I return to my true form. You can close the door, said Angor as he closed the door to block the chilling wind from the outside. Gravwood also turned back into a small, dark-skinned boy with a delicate face. Because I don't know when you'll come back. Gravwood suddenly remembered something. Where did you go, mister? Lady Arusha woke up just now. I wanted to find you, but you weren't outside. I went out for a walk. Angor tried to change the topic. Arusha woke up? Yes. But she only woke up for a short while. She said something to me and went back to sleep. The essence flame seal made it difficult for her soul energy to come out. If you can, what did she say? He knew that if he didn't stop Gregory would try to persuade him to release Urusha's soul again. Angor didn't think Urusha would do anything to him after the seal was removed. This was evident from the fact that Urusha was willing to give Gravwood the Eye of Light. Gravwood could have removed the seal while Angor was away, but it didn't. Urusha didn't ask Gravwood to do so either. This kind of mutual trust was a clear indication of Alushia's attitude. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Angor still believed it was better to avoid the seal as much as possible. At the mention of what Alushia had said, Gregory pursed his lips. I told Lady Alushia about our current situation. It was fine at first, but when she found out that this was the Yuan-Tan continent, she stopped talking. However, she told me to tell the owner not to provoke anyone related to the Queen of Deep Hell. Be it Kurando or Galm, try not to get too involved with them. Why? According to Lady Urusha, even the Lord of Flameless said that the Queen of Abyss Prison is a terrifying ancient being who spread the horror of death in the Abyss Plane. She's a self-centered lunatic. Even from Gravu's description. Urusha still felt fear when talking about the Queen of Abyss Prison. I see. Angor considered for a moment. Angor chatted with Gravwood for a while longer before returning to his room. In the dim room, there was only a burning wall lamp and an empty stone bed. All wooden objects in the Acropolis, be it furniture or buildings, had long rotted away after so many years. He had already cleaned up all the rotten items before coming here. He sat on the bed and quietly sensed the power of his right eye. Ever since he fused with his right eye, he did not have time to study it. Now, he finally had some time to check the changes. He did not pay much attention to the new green patterns. Studying them would take a lot of time. His main focus was the nature of his right eye. He could easily create the green patterns in his right eye, but he did not know how it worked yet. Besides, he had never truly activated his right eye. What would happen after activating it? Angor reached out a finger and pointed at the air in front of him. Layers of ripples appeared in the air, which then formed a mercury-like mirror. The mirror was clear, revealing Angor's face clearly. After the strengthening of his physical body, although his body shape did not change, the scholarly frailty that he had in the past had faded a lot. Instead, his spirit had changed from inside to outside. He now looked like a leopard ready to pounce. He looked slim and graceful, but he could unleash great power at any time. His face did not change, but his pale skin became a little smoother. His blonde hair was a little longer. Since his hair was soft, some of it fell down. Angor purposely pulled down his fringe to cover his right eye. He lifted his bangs and checked his right eye. Earlier, he used his spirit feelers to check his right eye. There was no change. Now, he could use mirror to look at it with his naked eye. There was no difference between his left and right eye. However, if he looked closer, he would notice that the pupil of his right eye was glowing with a dim green light. If he looked closer, he would see that the green light was actually circles of green patterns smaller than dust particles. They were rotating around the eyeball. These green patterns were the ones he gained after fusing with his right eye. But did his right eye really not change apart from the green patterns? Angor glanced at his right hand, which was now bigger than his left hand, and felt that this was not the only change. Maybe he could only find out the real effect of his right eye after fully activating it. He also had another question about his right eye. Along the way, whether it was Gregory or Baboda, as long as they met his right eye, they would become very strange, as if they were afraid of something. Even if he covered his right eye with his forehead hair, they still did not dare to meet his eyes. This was also a place he needed to investigate. Before that, he planned to activate his right eye and see what was going on. Baboda caressed the heart-shaped pendant in his hand. He opened the secret compartment of the pendant again and again, even though the painting was no longer there. Recalling the memories of his sister, Baboda's withered face was filled with nostalgia, joy, sadness, and even anger. He was happy that as long as he left the abyss, he would have a chance to see his sister. He was furious because when he thought about how his sister had died not long after being taken away by the group of black-robed men, leaving behind only a wisp of her soul, he was unable to restrain his anger. If only I still had power. Babota's voice slowly turned from depressed to dispirited. The air suddenly became silent. After a while, Babota let out a long sigh and put the pendant away. Babota did not light up the wall lamp in the room. He sat in the dark for a long time before he slowly stood up, calmed down, and walked out of the room. Inside the hall, Gregory was still lying on the table, holding Alucia's soul in his arms as if it was his most precious treasure. When he saw Babota coming out of the room, Gregory humped with a hint of anger in his eyes. Gregory wanted to intimidate Babota with his aura, but as soon as he thought of that, the image of the shop owner appeared in his mind. He seemed to see the coldness and displeasure in the shop owner's eyes, and he immediately suppressed the thought. In the end, Gregory only humped and turned his head away as if Babota did not exist. Babota did not try to provoke Gregory either. Instead, he headed straight to Angwar's room. The door was made of bone, and it was slightly ajar because it was not locked. Babota reached out his hand to knock on the door. But before he could do so, he peeked inside through the crack. Babota was dumbfounded by what he saw. Angwar was still sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. However, something strange was happening to his right eye. A mask covered with strange runes was quickly fading away as if it had turned into a liquid substance and flowed into Angwar's right eye. However, this was not the reason for Babota's surprise. When the mask completely disappeared into Angwar's right eye, a strange aura was released from Angwar's body. This aura felt like an illusion, but it was also different. It was similar to the aura of the Nightmare Stone. As Babota wondered, a blurry shadow slowly appeared behind Angwar. Babota's pupils shrank as fear flashed in his eyes. He could not even see the outline of the shadow clearly, but as someone who had experienced so many things before, Babota knew that it was that person, the one who destroyed the demon god's soul with one hit. How? How did he show up again? Babota subconsciously took a step back in fear. However, this small step caused a small sound, which was immediately noticed by everyone in the room. Angwar's closed eyes suddenly opened. His right eye shone brightly. At the same time, an invisible shockwave spread out from Angwar's body. The shockwave spread from the room to the outside and slowly dissipated after reaching several hundred meters away. Babota, who was affected by the shockwave, knelt down on the ground. The terrifying pressure made him tremble uncontrollably. In the outside world, Gregory had also shrunk into a ball without any warning, his eyes flickering with fear. Even the undead wandering outside the prayer church showed signs of collapsing after being affected by the shockwave. For a moment, half of ancient Frost Citadel was suppressed by the shockwave. Even Wardell, who was outside the city, felt the shockwaves that struck fear into his heart. Perhaps Wardell would not be greatly affected by the invisible airwaves, but this sense of oppression immediately reminded him of the miracle of killing the true spirit of the god-fiend not long ago. Wardell's gaze pierced through the darkness and looked toward the citadel. After a long time, Wardell looked away and lowered his head in silence. However, when he touched the bone scepter, one could tell that Wardell was not as calm as he looked. Babota, the one who caused the commotion, was the one who suffered the most. He felt as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. Not only his physical body, but even his soul and consciousness were suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. In the blink of an eye, Babota felt that his body, which he had painstakingly recovered, was on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, this kind of oppressive feeling did not last for too long and soon dissipated. However, Babota still did not feel relieved. He collapsed on the ground and breathed heavily. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. "Why are you outside?" He looked up and saw Angwar leaning against the door while looking at him with a suspicious look. A moment later, inside Angwar's room, Babota slumped against the wall while Angwar stood by the window. "You said you saw that person behind me?" Babota nodded. He was still panting. "When you opened your eyes, the eyes of the shadow behind you were also shining brightly." Angwar frowned at Babota's words. According to Babota, he came here to ask about Wardell, and he accidentally saw a mask fused into Angwar's right eye through the crack of the door. Then, a shadow appeared. He was startled, which led to a series of subsequent events. Babota was not lying, but Angwar was still confused by some of his descriptions. The mask was real. This was the first time Angwar saw such a phenomenon after he fused with his bloodline. Whenever a wizard fused with a bloodline, he or she would experience some sort of bloodline phenomenon. For example, the wizard would gain some form change, bloodline talent, or even a powerful bloodline power. However, Angor had fused with his bloodline projection 3 times already. This was the first time something like this happened. The mask was the result of his mana activating his right eye. He needed to find out more about its specific effect. What Boboda saw at that time was him withdrawing his mask. After that, Angor tried his second experiment. This time, he used nightmare energy to activate his right eye. He didn't feel anything after activating it. He even thought that he failed to activate it. However, at this moment, he heard a noise coming from outside the door. He opened his eyes and looked over. The remaining nightmare aura in his body was suddenly drained. In just a few seconds, all of it was gone. Angor's right hand had been releasing a lot of nightmare aura all the time. But now, it was all gone. What happened next was exactly what Boboda had described. A very blurry shadow, whose silhouette couldn't even be seen, was standing behind you. As you opened your eyes, the shadow's eyes also emitted an extremely bright light. At that moment, there was only one eye left in your mind. You couldn't move at all. Even your soul was scared. Angor recalled Boboda's description. If it was a bloodline talent that consumed nightmare aura, Angor wouldn't be worried. However, when he saw the shadow of someone behind him, he felt a little uneasy. It was as if someone was following him like a shadow, but he didn't notice them at all. Angor had no idea what was on Waldo's mind. Everything Waldo did not follow any logic Angor knew. Angor was not an ungrateful person. He was grateful for Waldo's kindness. However, he also felt a little uneasy in his mind. It came from his lack of confidence in himself, his fear of evil, and his worry that Waldo would not give him anything in return. Like the time thief, Waldo offered benefits while also peeking into Angor's future. Angor did not know what Waldo wanted. He wasn't sure if he could afford such a price. What was that? Who was that? Boboda had been curious about the shadow for a long time. Now that he finally had the chance, Boboda decided to ask about it even though he was still weak. Angor calmed himself down. He was too weak, and there were many things he could not explain right now. Perhaps, he would only be able to comprehend it when he no longer restricted himself to the state of affairs. Nothing. Just testing something. So, what do you want to ask me? Angor changed the topic. Testing something? Pressuring? Boboda was confused. He wanted to ask more, but Angor clearly did not want to talk about it. Boboda had to hold back his curiosity. I'm just here to ask if Wardle did anything to you when I saw him leaving with you, said Boboda. No. Angor considered. Waldo wants me to do something for him. What is it? Is it dangerous? Boboda quickly asked. I don't know. It doesn't sound dangerous, but it might be troublesome. Angor rubbed his temples and told Boboda about Waldo's request. He wants the natives who left to relocate to Yuan-Tan continent. But Waldo can't leave Yuan-Tan continent, so he wants me to help him. According to Waldo, Angor never considered the possibility of Yuan-Tan continent collapsing one day. Since Yuan-Tan continent had already survived, Angor might as well change it. There must be more to Wardell's story, but Angor didn't want to pry into it. At first, Angor did not find the request too difficult. But when he considered the vast wilderness of Yuan-Tan continent, he suddenly realized what the problem was. Whether it was the reddish-brown land, the lava area, the volcanic area, or the wasteland. He didn't find any place to live, let alone any resources he needed to survive. If he really wanted to convince someone to come to Yuan-Tan continent, he would have to consider a series of survival issues. Moreover, although Wardell did not mention how many natives he wanted to bring to the Yuan-Tan continent, it was definitely impossible to deal with just 2 or 3 of them. At the very least, he needed a large group. But how could such a large race give up the place they lived in and come to the harsh Yuan-Tan continent to cultivate? Of course, he could always trick them into coming here and leave the rest to Wardell. But would this really satisfy Wardell? Angor believed the answer was probably no. If you really want to bring natives to Yuan-Tan continent, there are too many things to consider. Boboda quickly realized the problem. Did you promise Wardell? Angor shook his head. I told him I needed to think about it and came back. Boboda sighed in relief. It's good that he didn't force you. What do you think? Angor looked at Boboda. I think it's going to be very troublesome. Whether or not we can persuade the natives is one thing, but whether they can survive is another. If he didn't force you to agree, we can just buy some time and wait for Galm to wake up so we can leave, Boboda said. Angor already had the same idea. But they were in Wardell's territory, and Wardell deliberately summoned him here. He wouldn't just let him go without asking for something, right? Boboda saw Angor's hesitation and knew what he was thinking. If you really can't, it's fine to agree, Boboda said. It's a troublesome problem, but it's not unsolvable. And it's not too dangerous either. If worst comes to worst, we can teach the natives how to survive. Or we can use some special spells to create a water cycle. Or we can move soil from other places and rebuild the ecosystem. Or we can use illusions to trick them. Boboda's suggestion wasn't very reliable. However, a vague idea popped up in his mind. No matter how troublesome the problem was, there was always a way to solve it. After resting for a day, Angor returned to the outskirts of Acropolis. The chilly wind did not extinguish the bone-illuminating lamp. On his throne, Wardell rested his hand on his forehead and looked through his totem mask at the pile of bones. It was as if he was looking at something from another dimension. When he heard footsteps approaching from afar, he finally looked up. Mr. Savior, Wardell whispered the name of the newcomer. I've thought about your request yesterday, Angor went straight to the point. There are some details that I don't know yet, and I need to ask a few questions. Is that okay? Angor went straight to the point. Please. About the natives you want to bring to Yuantan continent, do they come with sincerity, or do I use other means to bring them here? How many natives do you need? Is there a place for them to live on Yuantan continent? I mean, a place with living resources. I don't care how they come. But if they come with sincerity, that's for the best. As for the number, it doesn't matter. Wardell's voice came to an abrupt halt when he talked about survival and survival resources. He didn't say anything, but the answer was obvious. The situation on Yuantan continent was worse than he thought. Angor sighed in his mind. All right, I understand. I'll agree to your request, but I want to get something in return. Like what? Wardell looked at Angor curiously. If I bring natives here, I want to bring humans as well. Humans? Wardell frowned. You may not know this, Mr. Wardell, but humans have built many footholds on the surface of the abyss. Most of them are natives, and some of them are friendly half-blood demons, Angor explained. You mean, you want humans to come to Yuantan continent and build those footholds? That's just my idea. Yuantan continent is lacking in living resources. Only wizards can gradually improve the environment and allow natives to live here. Angor considered. Footholds are just the beginning. If Yuantan continent becomes more livable in the future, natives will come here voluntarily. By then, it's possible to build a new foothold for natives and restore Yuantan continent to its former glory. Angor's idea was to let humans come to Yuantan continent. There were too few safe places in the abyss. Moonfrost Union tried to build more footholds, but they never succeeded. Even if many stronghold cities were built, as long as they were discovered by the demons, they would inevitably be destroyed, just like the Cinder Rock. Yuantan continent was Wardell's territory after all. He wouldn't just sit around and watch the demons invade, so it was a good place to build a foothold. It might not be the best solution, but at least for now, it was a relatively convenient way to solve the problem. The extraordinary ability of a sorcerer was to improve the environment. Besides, only wizards would willingly build a foothold in such a terrible place. Wardell pondered for a moment, neither agreeing nor refusing. Other than that, what other convenience do you want? I want to use the phase gate, Angor said. You want to use it, or do you plan to let all humans use it? Wardell stared at Angor. I want to use the phase gate to go to other places. As for other humans, they have nothing to do with me. Wardell chuckled. If you want to use the phase gate, of course. The gate is already connected to this continent, and the subconsciousness of the continent is close to you. I won't refuse. You can use the gate whenever you want. That's your right. Angor's eyes lit up. But if it's other humans? I won't open the land of darkness to them even if they build a foothold here, Wardell said in a flat tone. Ancient Frosty Citadel was located in the land of darkness, and it was the glory of the Frosty Citadel. So you agree to build a foothold here, Mr. Wardell? Wardell nodded. I naturally understand your intentions, Your Excellency. This is indeed a very good solution. How can I refuse? Are there any restrictions on who can build a foothold here? You can decide for yourself, Mr. Savior. Is there a time limit? Asked Angor. Wardell shook his head. As long as you don't forget about it. Angor was glad to hear that he could build a foothold here. He didn't like Moonfrost Union, so he planned to ask Brute Cavern to send some wizards here to build a foothold here. However, he didn't expect this news to cause such a huge uproar in the wizarding world. I share the same fate as the continent, and I can't leave. I can only place my hope in you, Mr. Savior. Wardell stood up and bowed slightly. Angor returned the gesture. Then I'll take my leave. Before Angor left, Wardell suddenly said, By the way, here's something I traded with that wizard named Puzio. It's useless to me, so consider it my gift. As he spoke, Wardell tossed an item toward Angor. No need. I've already received a great favor. Angor caught the item and rejected it without checking it. You asked for it to fulfill my request, Mr. Wardell. It doesn't conflict with the gift I gave you. Angor wanted to say something else, but when he sensed the item in his hand, he stopped talking. On his way back to the city, he kept looking down at the item in his hand. It was a strap-type magic pouch. The dark purple strap had mysterious patterns on it, which looked quite delicate. It was a space storage, but one that was usually used by witches. Angor could craft space storage himself, so he didn't really care about it. Besides, it was a feminine one. However, he was very interested in the items stored in the spatial tool. A moment later, Angor returned to the stone room above the prayer church. Inside the room, he took out something from his waist pouch. Or rather, it was the only thing inside the pouch. There were several bottles of potions wrapped in leather parchment. Angor undid the parchment to reveal the contents. There were 3 life-type potions, namely Deep Blue Water, Regeneration Potion, and Blank Song, all of which were intermediate potions. There was also a very valuable advanced potion called Buddha Peach Potion. Deep Blue Water was an advanced version of Light Blue Water. The Light Blue Water could increase one's lifespan by 5 to 15 years, while the Dark Blue Water could increase one's lifespan by 30 to 50 years. Just like the Light Blue Water, there was an upper limit of 5 uses, but the restriction of not being able to use other lifespan-increasing potions was removed. Regeneration Potion, as its name suggested, could regenerate broken limbs. Blank Song was a potion created by the Reformists. It had a similar effect to Irregular Song, which could heal mental wounds. However, Blank Song was at least 100 times more effective than Irregular Song. These were all useful intermediate potions. The only advanced potion, Buddha Peach Potion, was useless to Angor. Buddha Peach Potion was an improved version of Peach Potion, which could purify a person's bloodline by 100%. It was useful for bloodline wizards who often used bloodlines, but not for Angor. However, it was still an advanced potion, and its value was incomparable to other potions. Since it was useless to Angor, he could sell it. Angor was quite satisfied with these potions, but he didn't really care about them. He put the potions into his bracelet and carefully picked up the parchment containing the potions. It was a piece of beast skin parchment. It was as if the surface of the parchment had its own frosted surface. With a light rub, it had the effect of atomizing. This was a type of parchment that could carry magic arrays. However, it didn't mean that the Chaos Drum Beast's parchment could be used to create magic array scrolls. Instead, he said that the parchment could be used to practice drawing magic arrays without exploding. This was because his anti-magic effect was very strong. Therefore, there were no energy fluctuations on the parchment itself. When he took the pouch, he used his spirit feelers to check the space and saw the words written on it. Xing Shuang. When Starfrost was mentioned, many things would come to mind, such as Starfrost potions, Starfrost magic materials, and so on. However, Wardell did mention that the magic waist pouch belonged to Puzio, the vagrant of the city of Sin who disappeared 100 years ago. Puzio was a truthfinder wizard of the Moonfrost Union, and Starfrost was related to the Moonfrost Union, so the first thing that came to mind was definitely the Starfrost meditation technique. This was a famous special channeling method, with a minimum value of about 9, among all the special channeling methods in Brood Cavern. The one with the highest compatibility score, Monta's octahedral channeling, only had a minimum compatibility score of 13. Therefore, Starfrost meditation technique was considered to be above average among all the special channeling methods. It could only be learned by core members of any large wizard organization. When he saw the word Starfrost on the parchment, he immediately thought of Starfrost meditation technique. He didn't lack any channeling methods himself, but he could give it to his brother. Therefore, he did not refuse and directly accepted the magic waste pouch. However, he still needed to confirm whether it was Starfrost meditation technique or not. He spread the parchment on the stone bed and felt disappointed. There was nothing else on the parchment except Starfrost. Looks like I overthought it. Angor sighed. It made sense. Starfrost meditation technique was one of the core channeling methods of Moonfrost Moon. How could it be so easily obtained? Besides, Puzio sold the channeling method to a non-human. That was not possible. Angor was disappointed, but he did not lose anything when he thought about the potions. He picked up the parchment and prepared to put it into his bracelet. However, when he touched the parchment with his fingers, he felt something strange. Angor thought of something. He flattened the parchment again and touched it with his fingers. Originally, he thought that the bumps on the parchment might be hidden words. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the parchment was covered with a large number of strange runes. These runes were not words. They were very complicated, and Angor had never seen them before. They looked like some kind of wizard code. However, it was impossible for him to decipher it on his own. I should ask the professor if I have the chance in the future. Angor muttered to himself. He did not know if this was a code or not, but the strange runes on the parchment were still strange. Maybe he could find a chapter of Starfrost meditation technique. Angor put the parchment away with renewed hope. He planned to test his right eye again. However, he had used up all his nightmare energy yesterday, so he needed more time to gather more. In addition, when he had just returned, Gregory had told him that a terrifying pressure had erupted from his room yesterday. It had affected almost half of the Acropolis, and many undead had almost dissipated. Angor finally realized what he did yesterday. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to postpone the test for now. Although he could use mana to activate his right eye to test the special effects of the mask, no one could guarantee what would happen when the time came. After all, the right eye was obtained from that terrifying existence. Although he could not test his right eye, he still gained a basic understanding of it from the feedback he got yesterday. Activating his right eye with nightmare illusions seemed to release an oppressive aura. It could even affect a little demon like Gregory, who was comparable to an official magus. This was a pretty good skill. Angor stood up. He was about to add some oil to the wall lamp. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, a small dent appeared on the floor. Angor looked at the footprints on the ground and looked around the room. There was more than one footprint. And it extended all the way to the door. After a while, Angor muttered to himself in the dark room, "Looks like I have something to do." It was urgent for him to practice his control over his physical strength. He had been training for less than 3 hours when he suddenly heard Gregory yelling from outside. Covered in sweat, Angor used a cleanse spell and put on his wizard robe. He was surprised when he came out. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was very strange and silent. Gregory and Boboda were standing at the edge of the hall, while Wardell, in his grey robe, was standing in the center of the hall without saying a word. The silence was broken when Angor came out. "Mr. Savior." Wardell bowed to Angor. Angor asked Wardell to change the way he addressed Angor several times, but Wardell did not listen. Angor did not try to persuade him. "What is it, Lord Wardell? I feel that Jarm seems to be waking up." After receiving this news, Gregory and Boboda's eyes instantly lit up with joy. They looked at each other. Gregory's smile instantly disappeared. He snorted and turned his head away, ignoring Boboda. Angor spoke calmly, "Please lead the way, Lord Wardell. Please follow me." They did not stay here for more than a day, so they did not need to pack anything. They followed Wardell to the bottom of the prayer church. Wardell walked in front, Angor in the middle, while Gregory and Bobota followed behind them. While walking down the spiral staircase, Angor's expression remained calm, but his eyes were filled with doubt. Of all times, Gulm woke up right after he agreed to Wardell's conditions. Angor did not believe that this was a coincidence. If he did not agree to Wardell's request, Gulm would probably sleep until he died. That was very likely. Angor did not say it out loud. They were still in Wardell's territory. Soon, they arrived at the main hall of the prayer church. It was a magnificent building with a statue in front of it. The statue depicted a burly man sitting on a throne, holding a broken blade in his hand and pondering something with his head lowered. Even though it was just a statue, it gave them a very wonderful experience. Looking at the statue, they saw a man standing in the wilderness with a blade in his hand, fighting against countless demons all by himself. It took a long time for the image to fade away. Wardell looked at the statue with longing and nostalgia in his eyes. "He's the strongest among us natives, the former emperor of ancient Frost, Kansamovich." No one was surprised when they heard Wardell's name. Only a legendary hero like him could fight against so many demons all by himself. The reason why the prayer church is named Prayer Church is because Kansamovich is the spiritual pillar of the natives. Countless people would come here to pray to him. I wonder if the natives outside still remember him. I spent some time in Immortal Street and interacted with the natives there. During that time, I didn't hear any of them mention his name. When Wardell heard this, he sighed softly and said, "Time really can make people forget everything." Wardell looked a little disappointed. Wardell knew the power of time better than anyone else. As an extraordinary being, Wardell's memory was immensely powerful. Even the last sunset of the Yuan-Tan continent 10,000 years ago and the details of the changing clouds were clearly remembered. But all he could remember was the scene. The feelings that were deeply engraved in his bones had long been washed away by the river of time. If that was the case for Wardell, what about mortals? They can always remember what they've forgotten, Angor spoke in a soft voice. Forget it. He built this statue so that the primordial remnants could use themselves as a pillar of support to survive the long darkness. That era has passed. It doesn't matter whether they remember it or not. Wardell sighed. Let's go. The passage is right in front of the statue. Wardell walked to the bottom of the statue and waved his scepter. He stretched out the scepter in his hand and lightly tapped the ground. The dusty floor emitted a ray of light and turned into a white door on the ground. The door opened, revealing a passage that led to the basement. Wardell stepped into the passage first. Angor gave the statue another meaningful look before following him. The bone burial pit in the depths of the land of darkness can also lead to the basement, but there are many undead there who are unwilling to leave. It's very dangerous to go there, Wardell rambled on about the situation in the basement. They reached the end of the spiral staircase and arrived at a large basement. However, Angor's group was puzzled when they arrived. They couldn't see what was inside because of the thick gray mist. Just as they were curiously exploring the interior, a rumbling sound came from inside, accompanied by the sound of wind whistling. The gray mist began to move. Wisps of gray mist that looked like thin threads were carried to the entrance of the basement by the wind. The first thing they noticed was a foul stench coming from the wind. Next, they sensed something that made their hearts palpitate. It reminded them of the melody of darkness and death. This aura was brought about by the wisps of gray mist. Wardell took out his scepter and swung it at the basement. A terrifying gust of wind blasted into the basement like a shockwave. The gust of wind parted the gray mist in the room, revealing what was inside. Angor turned his head to look at the basement out of instinct. He waited until the gust of wind died down before he looked back. Angor was stunned by what he saw. The basement was huge, and the interior space was comparable to the Ocean Theatre in Waterford. However, in such a huge space, there was a huge figure that filled the entire space. It was a giant black hellhound lying on the ground, every single strand of hair on its body was burning with black flames. The flames were so hot that even the space around it was distorted. Just a single area was already terrifying enough. If it was considered as a whole, it would be even more terrifying. The hellhound's head was lying on the ground with its eyes closed. Its nostrils were letting out loud noises while releasing gray mist. So, that's Jarm. The agent of death, a hellhound who possesses the attributes of darkness and space, Wardell explained. Wardell looked back and saw Angor still standing beside him. Both Greywood and Boboda had taken a few steps back. Even Angor looked calm, but his lips were trembling. The hellhound was simply too terrifying. Not only was its body size terrifying, just its terrifying aura alone was enough to cause them to feel fear. Don't worry. Jarm is still sleeping. Even if it wakes up, it won't attack you as long as you have Krando's black feather. Wardell's words made Angor tighten his grip on Black Feather. After a while, Gregory mustered his courage and asked, Your Highness Wardell, where is the passage you mentioned? It's right below where Jarm is sleeping. It's a natural spatial pattern that connects this continent to the surface of the abyss. Since Jarm has the attribute of space, this place isn't far from the burial pit. That's why it chose to rest here. He looked at the floor and saw a strange pattern. However, more than 80% of it was blocked by Galm's body, which showed how big the creature was. Then, when will it wake up? Every time Galm snored, it would be accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. At the same time, it would release a large amount of death aura. This made Gregory very afraid, and his heart kept beating like a drum. It'll wake up soon, Wardell replied and slowly flew into the basement. Wardell was estimated to be more than 2.5 meters tall, but compared to Grim, he still looked like a small child. Wardell landed in front of Jarm and tapped the ground with his scepter. An invisible ripple of air spread out from where the scepter touched the ground. When the ripple reached Jarm's body, the creature slowly opened its eyes. A dim red light flashed, and the terrifying aura was released again. This time, even Angor had to take a few steps back. However, Jarm only opened its eyes a little before it closed them again. Just when they thought that Grim had fallen asleep again, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. Hey, old man, why aren't you guarding outside? Why are you waking me up? The voice didn't come from Jarm's mouth. Instead, it came from above Jarm's head. A black shadow descended from above Grim's head, swiftly and nimbly arriving before Wardell. Only then did everyone see that the black shadow that spoke was a mini Cerberus. It looked like a miniature version of Jarm, but it wasn't covered in flames. Its black fur was fluffy, and its crimson eyes looked like the finest red rubies. I need to send some people to Moliere's land. The mini Cerberus looked at the door and glanced at everyone. Everyone felt chills running down their spines. Finally, the mini Cerberus stopped at the black feather in Angor's hand. Kurando gave his feather to a human. The mini Cerberus muttered and looked at Wardell. Who are they? Wardell's mouth moved slightly as if he was trying to explain something. As Wardell explained, the mini Cerberus gave Angor a suspicious look. Angor couldn't hear what they were talking about, but he didn't think it would take that long if it was just a simple explanation. Did you notice that? It said wake me up, Boboda said in the common language as he walked to Angor's side. Angor nodded. He knew what Boboda meant. Actually, from this wake-up call, it was obvious that Wardell's excuse of waiting for Grim to wake up before leaving was all a lie. If Wardell could wake Jarm up, then he could wake Jarm up from his slumber at any time. Angor was sure that if he didn't agree to Wardell's request, Wardell would keep Jarm sleeping until the end of time. After a while, Wardell finally finished talking. The mini Cerberus suddenly turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Angor. It stared at Angor curiously for a while before muttering, so weak. You killed a true soul? How did you do that? The mini Cerberus circled around Angor. It didn't release any aura, but Angor still felt a chill down his spine. A moment later, the mini Cerberus suddenly released a jet of black fire at Angor. Angor was about to cast a defensive spell, but before he could do anything, the black fire circled around him and disappeared into the black feather in his hand. The mini Cerberus turned into a shadow and jumped back into Jarm's head. Alright, he can leave at any time. If he wants to come back, just take the feather and go to Moliere's land. I'll be able to sense it. The mini Cerberus yawned and spoke to Wardell in a lazy tone, I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me again. With that, the mini hellhound disappeared, and Galm, who was lying on the ground, started snoring loudly again. Wardle came out of the basement and said, "Jarm has memorized your aura. Take the feather and go inside. The spatial patterns underground will send you to Moliere's land. If you want to come in again, take out the feather from Moliere's land, and Jarm will sense it." Knowing that they could leave, Gregory and Babota were overjoyed. Angor nodded to Wardle. "Thank you. I'm the one who should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, Mr. Savior, I would have gone to join my old friends already." Angor glanced at Wardle and nodded to Gregory and Babota before heading to the basement. But before he could take a step forward, Wardle suddenly said, "Oh, I forgot. There's this." As soon as Wardle finished speaking, a faint ray of light shone on everyone. The light disappeared as soon as it touched their bodies. "What's that?" Angor looked at the spot where the light disappeared but didn't feel anything. "There are many people outside who have noticed Tongue Continent. This can hide your aura for now," Wardle explained. Wardell's words reminded Angor of something. "If we show up in Moliere's land like this, we'll attract suspicion, won't we? Moliere's land is a special place. No one has noticed it yet." At this point, Wardell suddenly looked up as if he was looking into the distant void. After a while, Wardell smiled. "However, Moliere's land is quite lively these days. Sky Island." It had been 4 days, and the entire island was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Monkey had been staying in the council hall ever since he returned to Sky Island. It was obvious that the failure of this hunting plan was a huge blow to him. In the graveyard outside Sky Island, Sunders was standing on top of a cliff, looking at the inverted waterfall in the distance. He had been standing there for almost 2 hours. No one knew what he was thinking. Wizards passing by would give him sympathetic looks when they saw him. After all, Angor's reputation was already at its peak after the incident. But such a potential seed that stood at the heart of the storm had disappeared just like that. Anyone who knew about this matter couldn't help but sigh. Of course, it was hard to tell whether they felt sorry for Angor or happy about it. Angor's only missing. Maybe he's still alive? Several apprentices whispered to each other. They did not participate in the battle, but the news had already spread all over Sky Island. It would not be long before the southern wizarding region learned about it as well. How is that possible? My element class instructor, Zombie Witch, is a good friend of Lady Olivita. According to Lady Olivita, not only was Angor kidnapped, but there was also a terrifying demon behind him. How could he have survived under such circumstances? The apprentices who did not participate in the plan were all interested in the gossip of the higher-ups. There were even some who described the situation vividly after hearing the rumors. However, most of them had their own interpretations, and were far from the real situation. I heard Angor was tagged by the Time Thief. So, even the Time Thief made a mistake this time. A fallen genius is no different from those idiots buried in the graveyard. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Miss Sennifer is nearby. Haven't you heard about the latest rumor? You mean the rumor about Mr. Monkey? Yeah. I heard Mr. Monkey couldn't make any progress because of the Time Thief's mistake. That's why he decided to use the bloodline of a demon's descendant to become a legend. The group of apprentices slowly walked away from the graveyard. Their voices grew softer and softer until they completely disappeared. When they left, a woman with long hair and fiery eyes suddenly appeared in front of them. It was Sennifer, the woman they feared so much. Sennifer had been busy dealing with the aftermath of her plan's failure. She didn't know much about what was going on in the outside world. It wasn't easy for her to find the time to come out. He didn't expect to hear such a rumor. Sennifer snapped her fingers. Birds and trees fluttered in the sky. 2 shadows quickly landed beside her feet and half knelt on the ground. Go find out who spread the rumors about Sir Monchi. Understood. The 2 men in black robes nodded. Also, go arrest those people who started the rumor and lock them in the disciplinary room for half a month. No one is allowed to let them out. After Sennifer gave the order, the 2 shadows disappeared. She looked up at the graveyard in the distance and slowly walked toward it. Sennifer walked to Sunders and followed his gaze. She didn't see anything else apart from the magnificent inverted waterfall. What are you doing here? Sennifer asked. She waited for a long time before she heard the answer. I'm waiting for someone, Sunders answered in a cold tone. Someone? Who? As soon as Sennefer finished her sentence, she saw a hunchbacked old man with a cane slowly walking toward them on a gust of wind. Bosch? Sennefer called out his name. Of course, Sennefer knew Bosch the Soul Walker. They belonged to different organizations, but they were still part of the same wizard alliance. It was said that Bosch stayed on Sky Island hundreds of years ago to deal with the souls of wizards who died in the Abyss Plane. Bosch was the one Sunders was waiting for? Miss Sennefer, Miss Phantom. Bosch bowed to the two of them. Sennefer didn't say anything. She only nodded. Sunders bowed to Bosch in return. Bosch was much weaker than him, but Bosch was still a good friend of Rain's, so Sunders respected him a lot. How is it? Any clues? Sunders returned the gesture and went straight to the point. Bosch didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at Sennefer. Sennefer was wondering what was going on, but when she saw Bosch looking at her, she realized that he was going to kick her out. Sennefer wasn't mad. She didn't want to pry into other people's privacy. Sennefer considered for a moment. I'm here to talk to you about some supplies. Sunders signed a contract with Moonfrost Union when he arrived at the Abyss Plane. His job was to use the Gravity Garden to smuggle in otherworldly creatures and store some supplies. During the war at Rezutran, most wizards didn't have enough space to store all the demon corpses they collected. Sennefer came here to do that. All right. Sunders took out the demon corpses one by one. The demon corpses appeared out of nowhere. The strong smell of blood and the resentment lingering on the corpses turned the area around the cemetery into a forbidden zone. When Sunders stopped, there were more than 1,000 demon corpses in the cemetery. Sennefer was surprised. She waved her hand and summoned a frost rune. The demon corpses were all sucked into the rune. This frost pattern was the famous Eternal Winter Garden. The garden belonged to Monkey, but Sennefer was now using it to deal with the distribution of supplies. Sennefer was about to leave when she suddenly stopped and turned around. Oh, there's something I need to tell you. Lucci asked the Wheel of Time about Angor's whereabouts, and the Wheel of Time told him that the prophecy was blocked. So, maybe Angor isn't dead yet. After the war at Rezutran, they all knew that Angor had an item that could block prophecies. If Angor was dead, then the prophecy wouldn't work. After all, alchemy items needed energy to run. Of course, there was always the possibility that Angor used magic crystals as the energy source, which could keep the item running for a while even if Angor died. But this was unlikely. Anyone who saw these items, even a demon, would take them away after killing Angor. They would not leave them on a dead body. I know Angor won't die so easily, said Sunders. He could sense that the blood he left on Angor's body was still intact. He couldn't tell where Angor was, but there was a good chance that Angor was still alive. You seem to have a lot of faith in Angor. Sennefer chuckled and waved a hand. That's all I need to say. I'll be going now. Oh, by the way, Mr. Monkey seems to care about Angor's life. With that, Sennefer disappeared into the distance. Mr. Monkey cares about Angor's life? That's a problem. Bosch's hoarse voice echoed in Sunders' ears. Once we know where Angor is, we'll find out where Arusha and Primal Flame are. Have you found anything yet? Bosch nodded. He took out a small vial from his pocket and handed it to Sunders. There was a small drop of blood inside, which Sunders collected from Angor's body in the Void Tower. They still couldn't find Angor's location because of the Wheel of Time. But as long as there was blood, they could do a lot of things. It's not blood, Bosch said. The information I got was a bit vague. But the world string told me that Angor is still alive, just like Sennefer said. Sunders could tell for sure whether Angor was still alive or not, so he knew Bosch had more to say. As for Angor's condition. Bosch paused for a second. Maybe he's doing better than you think. Sunders gave Bosch a puzzled look. From what the world string showed me, I saw a strong blood aura. Compared to the blood you gave me, it's at least twice as strong. Bosley's eyes glinted. I can't pinpoint his exact location, but the thick scent of blood on him reminds me of Sennefer when she just became a formal wizard. Sennefer was a bloodline wizard, which meant she was born with a strong blood aura. According to Sunder's estimation, Angor would need to become a truthfinder wizard to reach Sennefer's level. Of course, there were exceptions. Angor's projected bloodline was one of them. Sunder's current research on projected bloodlines was still a blind man trying to cross a river. He could only use Angor as an example for his research. But before this, the projected bloodline only worked as a basic and stable bloodline. Could it be that Angor had absorbed more of his projected bloodline? As Sunders pondered, he suddenly sensed something in his mind. At first, he didn't realize what was going on. But when his blood began to boil, he realized what was going on. He sensed his blood aura. Currently, Angor was the only one who possessed Sunder's remaining blood. Now that he sensed the movement of the blood essence, it meant that Angor's location had been revealed. Sunders couldn't sense the exact location of the blood aura because it was too far away. However, he could sense that the blood aura was at the surface of the abyss. To prevent the blood aura from being blocked again, Sunders turned into a shadow and disappeared from Sky Island. Bosch was left behind. He rubbed his walking stick in confusion. It was a luxuriant forest that was rarely seen in the abyss. The trees were strangely shaped, and their dark green leaves were swaying on the branches. Coupled with the haze in the sky, the forest looked like a ghost forest with monsters lurking in it, as written in a human script. For some reason, a large amount of gray mist began to spread from the center of the forest. Not far away from the mist, 2 gloom butterflies were flapping their wings and scattering a large amount of poisonous powder that looked like colorful stars. The sudden appearance of the gray mist quickly spread and the gloomy demon butterfly was sucked into it without any warning. The butterflies were still flapping their wings when they were trapped in the mist, but they soon fell to the ground without any signs of life. They were as dead as they could be. The gloom butterflies weren't the only ones affected by the mist. The trees and plants nearby were also affected. The trunks of the trees instantly withered, their dark green leaves withered, and the smelly flowers and plants drooped on the ground. Even the fertile land had become barren in an imperceptible manner. The mist continued to spread for about half a minute. Several dark figures suddenly appeared in the forest, and the source of the mist was shut off. Shopkeeper, the ground changed. I can feel some moisture in the ground. We're at our destination, right? It was Gregory, who had just left Yuan-Tan continent. Angor nodded. They were still surrounded by the aura of death, but the connection between them and the earth was gone, which meant they had left Yuan-Tan continent. He just didn't know if they had successfully reached Moliere's land, or the ancient frigid ruins in the outside world. Holding Krando's black feather in his hand, Angor carefully moved forward. Gregory and Babota quickly followed him. The aura of death outside came from Galm's body, and only the feather in Angor's hand was immune to it. Angor only took a few steps before he saw the dead gloom butterfly on the ground. It was a popular abyss bug among the witches, but it was already dead. Soon, they stepped out of the area covered by the aura of death. Angor put away the feather and looked around. They seemed to be in a dense forest. Black and golden runes flashed under their feet as they flew toward the sky. Babota and Grava followed and looked down at the ground from the sky. What a familiar sky. He looked at the gray sky, which he had not seen for a long time, and smelled the fragrance of plants in the air. He felt a little emotional. After a while, he turned to Babota and asked, "Did you see anything? Do you know anything about this place?" Although Gregory was a native resident of the abyss, it had never been to the outermost layer of the abyss and was not familiar with this place. Babota, on the other hand, was familiar with this place since he came here many times for his unspeakable plan. Babota took a look and had an idea. "We should be in the center of the ancient frigid ruins. I remember this forest. There's an underground cavern to the east. It's a common resting spot for those who travel through the ancient frigid ruins. To the northwest is the Sacrificer Ridge, and to the south is the Gray Lamination area." "Babota, where are we going?" Angor considered for a moment. "Come with me. We're going to Ice Valley." There was no way Babota could leave on his own, so Angor had to bring him along in case Babota died on the way. "If it's the Ice Valley, it's not far from here. Just fly north." Babota nodded. He didn't mind where Angor was going, even if it was the cursed Ice Valley. Angor looked at Gregory. "What about you? Where are you going?" Gregory hesitated for a moment. I'm going to take Lady Urusha's soul away and find a safe place to unseal it. After that, I'll be going with Lady Urusha, I see. I hope everything goes well. Angor nodded. After spending several days with Gregory, Angor had a good impression of him. How long will you stay in Ice Valley, mister? Gregory suddenly asked. Should be some time. I need to wait for Toby's curse to be lifted, Angor replied. What's the matter? If time permits, I'll go to Ice Valley to find you in a few days. Gregory paused. You promised me a trip. Angor hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a commotion not far from them. A dozen figures were flying toward them from a low altitude. Get her. She's hiding in the forest. Angor heard someone's voice as they approached. They were all humans, but they were wearing wizard robes of various colors, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. However, judging from the speed of their flight and the energy waves coming from their bodies, they should only be apprentices. Hey, there's a strange gray mist over there. She stopped. The voice came again. Angor saw the group of people hovering in the air not far from them. They're apprentices from small organizations. I recognize some of their robes. Moses family, Breezy Valley, Magic Flute Monastery. Baboda whispered into Angor's ear. Angor nodded. He recalled Wardell's words. The man mentioned that Mori's grief was quite lively these days. Did he mean this group of people? When Angor looked at the newcomers, the apprentices also noticed him. Someone's over there? Ignore him. He's as strong as us. Probably an apprentice from some organization. That's a demon with him, right? That dark-skinned kid? No way. Even an imp is as strong as a wizard. It can't be following an apprentice. Maybe he's a half-blood demon from some foothold city. They stopped looking at Angor after whispering to each other. Angor was glad to be ignored. However, an apprentice in a green robe observed Angor carefully. He seemed to have thought of something. Angor had no idea what these people were doing, and he didn't want to get involved. He planned to leave. However, at this moment, an explosion suddenly sounded from the forest directly below them. Intense flames accompanied by smoke drifted away. A moment later, Angor looked down and saw a hole in the middle of the lush forest. A large number of trees were blown away, revealing the cratered ground below. As the trees fell, Angor could see what happened below. In an open space created by the explosion, there was a barefooted little girl wearing a tattered white dress. Her long black hair covered her face. In front of her, there were 4 or 5 sorcerer apprentices heavily surrounding her. There were still energy ripples on the hands of these sorcerer apprentices. It could be seen that the previous explosion was caused by them working together. At this moment, the dozen or so apprentices in the sky also descended and surrounded the little girl. Gregory saw this and spoke in a low voice. Lady Urusha was right. Humans like to fight among themselves. They won't even let a child go. Gregory looked at the little girl who was about the same size as him with sympathy. Angor didn't feel sorry for her. After all, the little girl survived such a powerful explosion without any injuries. She was not a child who couldn't fight back. Let's see where you're going. We kindly saved you in the Thorns Ridge. Not only did you not repay us, but you even dared to steal magic crystals, potions, and supplies while we were resting. Sure enough, you are an ungrateful wretch. A female apprentice descended from the sky and landed in front of the little girl, her eyes filled with resentment. As the female apprentice cursed, the little girl immediately became the center of attention. Angor finally understood what was going on. It was probably a show where they lost something and tried to catch the thief. As for whether the little girl was a thief or not, Angor didn't know. However, there were several single-use space capsules hanging from her waist, and they all looked different. It didn't seem like they belonged to her. It's not me. I didn't do it, said the little girl in a timid voice. Our space capsules are all on your waist. You dare say you didn't do it? Give us our stuff. Cut the crap. Just kill her. They kept pressing forward, while the little girl trembled and backed away. She was about to be engulfed by the aura of death. Angor shook his head and ignored them. He turned to Gregory, who was enjoying the show. "Boboda and I are leaving." Angor didn't plan to watch the show Wardell mentioned. It didn't matter who was right or wrong. It had nothing to do with him. As for Gregory's care for a child, it didn't work on Angor. In Gregory's eyes, children were just naughty brats. Angor turned to leave. But suddenly, a powerful aura descended from the sky. At the same time, a green vine shot up from the ground and attacked Angor, a wizard-level aura. Angor had been intimidated by such aura many times before. When he sensed this aura, he immediately panicked. But soon, he realized that although the pressure made his mind feel suppressed, it did not seem to have any shackles on his physical body. He could still move. Is it because my body got stronger? That's why I'm not affected by the pressure, he wondered. But it was only a fleeting thought. The most important thing right now was to get away from the danger. The black and golden runes under Angor's feet kept flashing. The vine looked aggressive, but it wasn't as fast as Angor. It swung at Angor several times but failed to touch him. Just as he was about to escape the attack of the vines, countless thorns suddenly grew out of the vines. The thorns were sharp and glowing in a green light. "It's poisonous?" Angor quickly realized what was going on. He stepped forward, grabbed Boboda, who couldn't move, and ran away as fast as he could. At the same time, the thorns scattered everywhere. There were so many of them that it looked like a giant net. It was impossible to escape now. Angor frowned and dragged Boboda down. The ground trembled and kicked up a large amount of dust. Angor landed in the center of the crowd. When the dust settled, the apprentices looked at Angor with shock and confusion in their eyes. This sudden pressure was an indiscriminate attack from all directions. They were also enveloped by it and were unable to move. But this blonde kid was not only unaffected by the pressure, but he was also able to fight against the vines with ease. All the apprentices were curious about Angor's identity. Angor didn't pay attention to the apprentices around him. Instead, he waved his arm with a strange expression. The reason why he had a strange expression was because he hadn't dodged all of the needles from the vines. When they fell, one or two of them pierced into his arm, and he still felt a little stinging pain. Despite the pain, he checked his arm and didn't find any wounds. Even at the place where he was stabbed, only a small white dot appeared. It was not pierced at all. My skin got thicker after I strengthened my body? He could feel how powerful the attack was. Normally, he would be pierced right through by it, not to mention not leaving any wounds on his body. For the first time, Angor truly experienced the changes in his body. He actually survived a wizard-level attack? Angor's uneasiness was quickly replaced by confidence. Of course, no one noticed Angor's change in mood. Angor looked up and saw a figure flying toward them from the east. The source of the pressure that had shaken them was this figure. As the figure approached, everyone except Angor and Gregory felt the pressure getting stronger. He didn't know why he was attacked. At first, he thought someone noticed him, and someone was looking at him. However, when he saw the attacker's face, he quickly realized something. The newcomer was a face that was not unfamiliar to him. It was a middle-aged man with a medium height and a slim body. He wore a dark green checkered suit. His hair was slightly curly, and his face was longer than normal. His cheeks were sunken, and he held a vine cane in his hand. He was the only wizard from Gravity Forest who followed Cenifer when they evacuated from Cinder Rock. His name was Zafara, and he was a level 1 wizard. The fact that Zafara came from Gravity Forest made Angor's expression turn cold. Then he realized something. Angor knew about the relationship between Sunders and Gravity Forest. Back in Razudran, someone from Gravity Forest ambushed Angor. If he didn't fall into the underground tunnel of the Void Tower, he would have died. Angor didn't care much about Gravity Forest before. However, when they threatened his life, Angor immediately put them on his list of enemies. Zafara probably targeted him because of his identity. Since he couldn't deal with Sunders, he decided to go after Sunders' student. But how did Zafara know he was here? Angor glanced at the scene. Not far behind him was the girl who looked timid and was still trembling. In front of him was the group of 10 or so sorcerer apprentices. Among the apprentices, he saw someone wearing a wizard robe with green tree-like patterns on it. Gravity Forest? Angor raised an eyebrow. now he knew why Zafara was here. This was probably the one who leaked the information. Zafara was already floating not far away from Angor. Instead of attacking right away, Zafara gave Angor a suspicious look. He remembered that Angor wasn't affected by the ore earlier. Also, his vines didn't hurt Angor at all. But why? But Angor was still an apprentice, so why was he so weak? Zafara was a cautious man. He didn't choose to act rashly when faced with strange situations. However, Angor, who was in a stalemate with him, took the initiative to attack first. Angor bent his knees and stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack open. A huge crater appeared under Angor's feet as he dashed towards Zafara like an arrow released from a bow. He was so fast that he was already close to Zafara before the latter could react. Zafara was also surprised by Angor's sudden attack. However, he did not underestimate Angor. Angor's aura made him nervous for some reason. Zafara moved his mind, and a spell model he engraved on his spell slot glowed in green. With a thought, a vine-wrapped defensive shield appeared around Zafara's body. Angor did not hesitate at all to face this obviously powerful shield spell. Without slowing down or blinking his eyes, he kept attacking. In a blink of an eye, a series of punches and kicks landed on the shield. At first, Angor felt that the vine shield was tough enough. However, after a few hits, he noticed that the shield was already dented. Zafara was already preparing for the bloody feast of man-eating vines after the shield was set up. He didn't care about Angor's attacks at all. Regardless of whether it was energy attacks or physical attacks, his vine shield was extremely effective in resisting them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set vine shield as his first spell slot after becoming an official adept. What Zafara didn't expect was that Angor's overconfident attacks actually brought him a lot of trouble. Angor moved quickly and completed several attacks in the blink of an eye. It was these few attacks that directly hit the vine shield that caused his perfect defensive shield to begin to cave in, and even cracks to appear on it. Zafara was shocked. How could his vine shield be broken so easily? Zafara knew that his vine shield could hold off attacks from wizards of the same level for a long time. It was precisely because he had the support of the defensive shield that his other attacks were basically all complicated spell models, spells that took a long time to construct, and spells that had a high attack power. This way, he had a good chance of winning against wizards of the same level, unless they were bloodline wizards. As for bloodline wizards, Zafara had his own ways to deal with them. The first spell slot he created when he was an apprentice was a cantrip that boosted his speed. He also had items that could prevent teleportation, so he would never let a bloodline wizard get close to him. However, Angor's attacks were almost as powerful as a bloodline wizard of the same level. Zafara could not react in time, and he could not summon his man-eating vines. The shield was broken. Zafara knew that his strategy had gone wrong. If he saw Angor as a bloodline wizard, he would not be so careless as to stop and create more man-eating vines instead of running away after creating the vine shield. A mistaken strategy would lead to a series of painful consequences. When the shield began to crack, Zafara quickly added several layers of defensive spells and launched several counterattacks at Angor. However, both attacks and defenses were cantrips that could be cast instantly. The strength of a spell cast by an official magus had reached an unimaginable level. At the very least, ordinary apprentice sorcerers, even if they were half-step sorcerers, would probably be injured to a certain extent. But to Zafara's surprise, Angor did not try to resist at all. Instead, Angor kept attacking his defensive spells like phantoms. The non-spell level defensive spells did not even last a second against Angor's attacks. The cantrips that landed on Angor's body did nothing but leave some white marks. In the blink of an eye, Angor's powerful fist appeared in front of Zafara. Zafara reacted quickly. He was also a decisive person. With a flash of energy, the vine cane in his hand suddenly disintegrated. The explosive vines that he had been nurturing in the staff appeared without any warning. When the fist landed, the explosive vines released a powerful energy wave. In an instant, the sky was filled with a red light and a loud boom. Everyone's vision was blinded for a moment. When the light faded, everyone looked up and saw a torn space fissure in the sky. Angor's figure was already gone. As for Zafara, he reappeared dozens of meters away. His forehead was covered in sweat as he looked at the space fissure in the distance with lingering fear. He should be dead, right? There was a trace of luck in Zafara's eyes. He didn't think that he would have to use his trump card against an apprentice. Fortunately, the result was still within his expectations. While Zafara was thinking about this, a crisis signal suddenly flashed in his heart. A cold wind came from behind him. Zafara looked back and saw Angor standing behind him, unscathed. Angor sneered at him. The next second, a black boot landed on Zafara's neck. The powerful force made Zafara's neck creak. In the next second, Zafara turned into a meteor and slammed into the ground. The place where he landed happened to be the area covered in grey mist. After a loud noise, a large amount of death aura spread out. However, some of it still managed to enter Zafara's body. Angor landed on the ground. His face was expressionless, but his blood seemed to be boiling inside his body. Angor had a hunch that his body had reached the standard of a wizard, but he never had a chance to test it out. Now, he realized that his body was much stronger than he thought. Compared to the past, it was like night and day. Angor's landing caused the surrounding apprentices to scatter in all directions. Someone who could defeat Zafara was definitely not an apprentice. He must be a hidden wizard. Without the shackles of the pressure, they all fled outwards, not even bothering with their original target. Angor ignored them and kept looking at Zafara. Zafara was lying in a pool of death aura and looked terrible. However, as an official magus, it was impossible for him to die so easily. The reason why Zafara was defeated so easily was that Zafara did not know about Angor's body condition. Zafara took Angor by surprise and made a mistake in his strategy. If Zafara had enough time to recover, he would have a plan to fight Angor again. Angor would have a hard time. Therefore, Angor planned to kill Zafara while the death aura was eating away at him. However, before Angor could move forward, he heard strange laughter coming from behind him. It was high-pitched, and hair-raising. Angor quickly turned around and saw that it came from the little girl who was being chased by the apprentices. As soon as Angor turned around, the little girl's hand transformed into a giant hand covered in sharp thorns. It quickly extended and reached for Angor's heart. The little girl was very close to Angor, and her attack was as fast as lightning. Even though Angor's reaction speed was greatly improved, it was still not easy for him to dodge the sneak attack at such a close distance. The inhuman hand was about to touch Angor. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. A dark red chain wrapped around the strange hand's wrist, causing sparks to fly out from the friction. It was Babota. However, his power had been reduced to the level of a beginner apprentice, and he was only able to block the chain for a split second before the chain rebounded and sent him flying back. He landed heavily on the ground 10 meters away. However, Babota managed to buy Angor enough time to react. Not only did Angor successfully evade the sneak attack, but he also took the chance to launch a counterattack. The little girl was sent flying and crashed into a tree nearby. The tree snapped in half, and the girl slowly slid down and sat on the ground. "Are you all right?" Angor quickly moved to Babota's side. Babota's cloak was lifted, revealing his bony face and pale skin. "I'm fine," Babota whispered. Angor used Detect Injury to check Babota's condition. After making sure Babota was fine, Angor looked at the culprit in the distance. At this moment, her mutated monstrous hand had turned back into a frail and pale person. She sat paralyzed on the ground, looking somewhat miserable. However, that bone-chilling laughter still came from under her hair. Angor could not see the girl's face because of her messy hair. However, that horrifying laughter and the strange hand that had suddenly appeared cast a veil of terror over her body. Angor looked at her carefully. The little girl was no longer as timid as when she was surrounded by other apprentices. Instead, she looked very strange. Who was this person? And that strange hand? Was it a transplant? Or was it her original face? Angor's eyes narrowed. Level 2 cantrip, Dispel Illusion. A human? Angor frowned. After using Dispel Illusion, he confirmed that the little girl's aura was completely human. There was nothing else unusual about her. However, the changes from before couldn't have been an illusion. Angor looked into the distance. The apprentices had run away, but some of them did not go far. They were still sneaking glances at him. Angor noticed that when they saw the little girl's transformation, their eyes were filled with surprise and even fear, which was completely different from before. It was very difficult to fake one's eyes. Did this mean that when they were facing this little girl, she did not show such a change? As he wondered, the girl on the ground moved. She slowly lifted her head, which caused the black hair covering her face to fall to the sides, revealing a plain, white face. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth curled up, and the sides of her mouth began to split open. The corners of her mouth had split open all the way to her ears. One could clearly see the sharp fangs in her mouth, as well as the mangled flesh. Not only did her face change, but her neck also began to elongate slowly. However, her skin did not seem to be able to adapt to the elongated neck, causing the skin on her neck to split open, revealing the flesh and bones inside. White bone extended its barbs and slithered toward Angor like a snake. Instead of retreating, Angor moved forward and began to fight. Angor's plan was to get rid of her body first. However, the girl's head was like a wriggling snake that kept interfering with him. Also, he noticed that every time they made contact, he could feel a terrifying force coming from the man's body. He did not even feel it from Zafara. This little girl's body was much stronger than Zafara's. Besides, the snake-like neck did not slow her down. Instead, it made her more agile and allowed her to use many unexpected tricks. Angor was careless and got entangled by the girl. Her neck was like a white ribbon that wrapped around his waist and abdomen. He felt like he was going to be strangled if he exerted any force. He only managed to escape by using the green runes of force field. He jumped back and landed several meters away. "Mister, let me help you?" Gregory suddenly came to Angor's side with an eager look. "Not now." Angor slowly stepped forward. His aura grew stronger with each step, and the blonde hair covering his right eye was lifted by the wind. Angor began to channel his nightmare aura into his right eye. He always wanted to use his right eye in a fight, and this was his chance. However, just as her right eye began to flash with a faint brilliance, the little girl seemed to have felt something. An intuition of danger made her suddenly stand up and take a few steps back. At the same time, a thunderous noise echoed in the sky. Angor was surprised when he saw the girl's body elongating. Her legs turned into long bone tails, which made her look like a centipede with 1,000 legs. The centipede's appearance was beyond Angor's imagination. While Angor was still in shock, the girl quickly dived into the ground. Angor quickly raised his guard to prevent the girl from coming out and attacking him. But to his surprise, the girl did not move toward him. Instead, she moved to a spot about 10 meters away from him, which was filled with the aura of death. The ground suddenly loosened, and the hideous girl crawled out of the ground and bit at the silent Zafara. Her small mouth instantly turned into a bloody maw and swallowed Zafara whole. Then she dived into the ground without hesitation. The ground shook, the centipede moved, and many trees were toppled. Finally, she disappeared into the distance. After a while, Gregory turned to Angor and said, "Mister, she left." "I saw her." Angor was puzzled. The girl suddenly attacked him, gave up, ate Zafara, and ran away. What did that mean? Angor did not understand. But he was here to deal with Zafara. Now that Zafara was in the hands of that horrible monster, he would not have a good ending. As for the little girl, she was full of mysteries. Angor did not want to cause trouble, but since she attacked him first, he had to be careful. At least he needed to know where she came from. Angor stomped on the ground and dashed a kilometer away. On the ground, a dozen apprentices were trying to run away. They all panicked when Angor landed in front of them. "I don't have any grudges against you. Don't worry, I just have a few questions that I need you to answer for me." Angor's voice was calm. After witnessing his strength, the apprentices knew that even if they worked together, they would not stand a chance. After looking at each other, they finally calmed down. Mister, what do you want to say?" It was the only female apprentice who stepped forward. She tried to keep a calm face, but the corners of her eyes seemed to be twitching because of the effort. "You saw what happened just now. I want to know, the little girl you were chasing. Who is she?" The female apprentice thought for a moment before explaining, "We also do not know her origins. We met her in the Thorns Ridge." Angor took a moment to get some information about the little girl. They met her at Thorns Ridge. Thorns Ridge was located in the southeast, not far from the frigid ruins. It got its name because it was full of black thorns. These apprentices volunteered to stay in the Abyss Stronghold City to look for opportunities and breakthroughs. They set off from Black Rock City and wandered around the Abyss Stronghold for half a year. Half a month ago, they met the little girl at Thorns Ridge. At that time, she was in the center of Thorns Ridge, bound by countless black thorns. Her blood was almost sucked dry, and she looked very weak. Whatever the reason, they saved the little girl and brought her all the way to the frigid ruins. According to the little girl herself, her name was Aizu. Aizu admitted that she had forgotten a lot of things. She only remembered her name. Due to her young age and the fact that she was a potential bloodline acolyte, everyone took good care of her. Originally, everything had been fine. However, just one day ago, an unforeseen event had occurred. For some reason, they had all fallen asleep last night. When they woke up, all the resources they had on them had disappeared. And the little girl, Aizu, disappeared along with them. At first, they didn't suspect that Aizu stole them until someone found traces of Aizu outside. They also saw their space capsule on her waist, which led to a series of events. Aizu lost her memory. She used to be a nice girl, she changed for some reason, and I don't know what happened to her. It could be seen that they originally had a good impression of Isu. They were all shocked when they saw Aizu's change. Is there anything else you want to add? Angor looked around. Everyone shook their heads. Angor's gaze finally landed on an apprentice wearing a green robe with tree patterns. It was the only apprentice from Gravity Forest here. His forehead was sweating, his face was pale, and his eyes were avoiding Angor's gaze. What about you? Do you have anything to add? Angor approached the apprentice and asked. The apprentice shook his head. I don't know. I don't know anything. The female apprentice who spoke to Angor first spoke up. Mister, he joined our team a few days ago. He didn't know much about Aizu. Angor nodded. It's fine if you don't know anything about Aizu. You can talk about something else. Like Zafara? A moment later, the apprentice from Gravity Forest suddenly dropped to his knees with tears of blood flowing down his cheeks. The other apprentices looked at him in confusion. They didn't know what happened between Angor and the apprentice from Gravity Forest. Why did the apprentice suddenly drop to his knees? You can leave now. As for him, I'll leave him to his own devices. Angor's voice reached everyone's ears. Although they were still a little curious about what had happened during the period of silence, they were still curious about what had happened. However, since a super fighter told them to leave, they didn't dare to say anything. They looked at each other and quickly ran away. Angor glanced at the crying apprentice on the ground and left. Not long after Angor left, the aura of the apprentice from Gravity Forest slowly faded away, and he fell into eternal slumber in Moliere's land. After saying goodbye to Gregory, Angor and Boboda headed to the Ice Valley in the north. Using gondola would attract too much attention. There were countless demons in the Abyss Plain, and Angor didn't want to get involved in unnecessary battles. They weren't far from Ice Valley anyway, so they didn't use a vehicle. Angor maintained a steady speed along the way while he tried to recall what happened earlier. Just as Angor expected, Zafara's information was a coincidence, and the informant was the apprentice from Gravity Forest. According to Zafara's description, the wizards from Gravity Forest all agreed on Sunder's plan. After all, there was an unresolvable grudge between them. However, whether they wanted to spread the grudge to the entire Phantom Island was another matter. There were two factions. The moderate faction didn't want to spread the grudge to the others, which was not only unwise, but would also lead to a full-scale retaliation from Brute Cavern. The radical faction believed that Sunders and Phantom Island were allies, and they should get rid of them all at once. Otherwise, there would be no end to their troubles. Both sides had their own opinions, but in the end, no one reached a consensus. Zafara was a radical, and he happened to be nearby. The apprentice recognized Angor's identity and told Zafara about it, hoping to claim credit for his achievement. This was basically the whole process, which was similar to Angor's initial guess. He didn't really care about Zafara's information. He was more concerned about something else. The method he used to make the Gravity Forest apprentice speak was actually a mental illusion. Through psychological oppression, he could create a psychological illusion space. Angor's questions were all directed at the man's mind. In other people's eyes, it was as if they were acting in a pantomime. He tried this trick before, but he didn't know much about it, so he could only use it when there was a huge gap in power between him and his target. The apprentice from Gravity Forest was about as strong as a level 2 apprentice. Apart from physical strength, he wasn't that much weaker than a level 2 apprentice. He wasn't planning to use mind illusion to control his opponent. He only wanted to use nightmare fear to force the man to speak his mind. However, he didn't expect that the heart illusion technique alone would make him open his mouth, and the art of fear would become his killing move. This time, Angor didn't use his right hand to cast mind illusion technique. Instead, he used his right eye. The effect of mind illusion technique from his right eye was obviously stronger than before. Was this the special effect of his right eye? Angor tried to test it out. The other nightmare illusions he cast through his right eye did not have such an effect. However, mind illusion technique did, including art of fear. Angor tried to recall what Sunders told him about mind illusion technique. Mind illusion technique was an illusion that affected emotions and desires. The prerequisite to learning it was to be proficient in psychology. Due to the complexity of human nature, mind illusion technique required a lot of effort. Affect thoughts, emotions, and desires? Angor mumbled to himself. He suddenly thought of something. Eyes were often used as an outlet for emotions. Most of the time, eyes could express one's emotions and desires. Logically speaking, using the eyes as the channel for casting illusions did seem to have the effect of affecting one's emotions. However, this effect was usually negligible. Coincidentally, there was a huge change in his right eye. Was that why this effect was so obvious? Since he couldn't find any other explanation, Angor could only assume this for now. When he had time, he could use this as a research topic to support his research. Angor, what did they say about the little girl? Babota suddenly asked. Angor didn't hide anything and told Babota everything he knew. Babota spoke in a doubtful tone. Isu's behavior is too different. When those apprentices forced her to hand over the item she stole, Isu kept insisting that she didn't steal it. Also, judging by her strength, there's no way she would be forced to run away by a bunch of apprentices. There's a huge difference between her strength and her personality. If she's been hiding it for half a month, why did she suddenly attack you? Angor was sure that he had never seen Isu before. So why did Isu suddenly attack him? Was Isu in cahoots with Safara? Did she see Safara in trouble and wanted to get revenge? But Isu chewed and swallowed Safara, which didn't look like an accomplice at all. Perhaps only Isu herself could answer this question. However, Angor didn't want to run into Isu again. His trip to the Abyss Plain had already caused so much trouble, and he didn't want another one. They didn't run into any enemies on their way from Moliere's land to Ice Valley. Instead, they ran into a group of patrolling half-blood demons in the forest outside of Ice Valley. However, the half-blood demons quickly ran away when they saw the flame mark on Angor's earlobe. Odurklaz's mark wasn't a big deal in other places, but at least in Ice Valley, it was a great deterrent. They reached the entrance of Ice Valley without any problems. Endless snow and wind were blowing everywhere, so they couldn't see anything clearly. Angor activated his flame mark, and a fiery glow surrounded him and Babota. Let's jump. Angor and Babota jumped into the Ice Valley covered in snow and wind. They couldn't see the way ahead at all. Angor had no choice but to follow the direction he remembered. He didn't forget to remind Babota to stay within the range of the fiery glow at all times. The snow and wind in Ice Valley wasn't normal. It was created by a special energy source. Everyone who came into contact with the wind and snow would be cursed. Apart from the snow and wind, there were many other dangerous places. Even though Angor had the flame mark on him, he still felt a little nervous. After taking many turns, Angor finally saw the silhouette of a palace on a cliff in the distance. He was about to take Babota to the palace when Babota suddenly began to tremble. Babota's legs were shaking, and he quickly pointed behind them. Angor looked back. A giant dragon covered in terrifying red flames suddenly appeared behind them. It didn't emit any aura, nor did it give off any heat. Compared to Angor and Babota, the dragon was dozens of times bigger. Clouds and mist swirled around its ferocious head, while its cold, vertical pupils were quietly staring at Angor. Angor quickly bowed to the dragon. "Mr. Odurklas, I've learned how to make a fire stone, and I've obtained the necessary materials. I'll make it as soon as I can, Mr. Odurklas." Odurklas stared at Angor with his cold eyes for a while. "You've changed a lot." Odurklas was always a straightforward person. He would never say anything he didn't want to. But now, he was talking about something irrelevant, which meant he was very surprised. Angor didn't expect Odurklas to say something like this either. He tried to think of a way to answer, but Odurklas didn't wait for Angor's response. He simply flapped his wings and flew toward the ice palace on the cliff. Angor was a little surprised, but he quickly followed along with Baboda. A moment later, they entered the palace. The interior of the palace was the same as before. It was still empty and quiet. Odurklas had changed from his dragon form to his human form. He stood in front of the painting in front of the palace with his back facing Angor. Angor looked at the painting and couldn't help but think about Fong. Fong didn't make the painting himself, but Angor did ask Odurklas to draw it. Fang's role in this game of chess was too obvious. If Angor returned to the southern wizarding region, he would probably have something to do with Fong. After all, there was still the tidal realm waiting for him to explore. After a while, Odurklas finally turned around and looked at Angor. Odurklas's human form still gave off an indescribable sense of majesty and pressure. His hair looked like red silk with flames dancing on it. His robe was black, but there were bright red patterns on the edges. These patterns were irregular and looked like magma surging under the dark soil. Angor had experienced it before, so he didn't mind it. However, this was the first time for Baboda. His legs were still trembling. "He's my assistant," Angor said in a low voice. Angor wanted to say friend, but he knew that Odurklas wouldn't accept him as a friend, so he simply said that Baboda was his alchemy assistant. However, just like when Angor first entered Ice Valley, Odurklas didn't care about Baboda at all. Odurklas' expression was cold and arrogant, as if he didn't care about anything at all. Odurklas gave Angor a cold glance without saying anything. He raised a hand, and an arc of light appeared in front of Angor's eyes. Before he could understand what was going on, he found himself being sucked into the arc of light without being able to control his body. When he came back to his senses, he found himself in another space. Baboda was also here. He was still in a room made of ice crystals. Angor looked out of the window and saw that he was right above the ice palace. However, this place wasn't as quiet as the ice palace. Angor could see many traces of life here. There were long wooden tables and chairs, porcelain tableware with delicate patterns on them, and candlesticks that were still swaying in the air. There was even a half-eaten piece of black bread on a plate. As Angor looked around, he received a message in his mind. It was a message from Odurklas. The message was simple. It simply told Angor that this room was reserved for him as his alchemy lab. It also mentioned that the previous owner of this room was Fong. Simple, crude, and cold. Just like Odurklas' style. Angor thought Odurklas would ask him some questions, such as how he obtained the fire-relaying stone, or what he encountered on his way here. But Odurklas didn't ask anything. "Is this a manna bread?" While Angor read the message, Baboda observed the half-eaten piece of bread on the plate. Baboda carefully poked the bread on the plate. It was cold and hard. Angor looked at it. According to Odurklas' message, no one came here after Fong left. If I'm not mistaken, this manna bread was left here hundreds of years ago. Do you want to try it? Baboda shook his head. Black manna bread. I don't like it. Who knows what it tastes like? Baboda's words reminded Angor of the manna bread he made, which was also black. As for the taste, it didn't smell like dirty socks. It smelled like fermented cheese. Yep, cheese. You know where we are, Angor? Above the Ice Crystal Palace is a room that Lord Odurklas lent us. By the way, the previous owner of this room was a great legendary wizard. A legendary wizard? Baboda subconsciously withdrew his hand from the bread. According to the books, legendary wizards tended to have strange tempers. Who knew what kind of traps they might leave behind? Angor didn't think that Fong would leave a trap here. This was Odurkla's territory, after all. Odurkla's wouldn't send them here if there was a trap. Next, we should be staying here temporarily. Let's take a look at our future residence. The space here was very large, and there were several rooms. The place where they appeared just so happened to be a place similar to the main hall. Through the corridor outside the door, one could go to other rooms. However, this corridor was exposed to the wind and snow outside, so Bobota could not go out alone. The flame mark on Angor's earlobe released a beam of light that surrounded them. Only then did they pass through the corroded corridor and arrive at the other rooms. There were 2 bedrooms, an art room filled with empty easels, and several other rooms that Angor didn't know what they were used for. They looked like classrooms with no decorations other than tables and chairs. Angor chose one of the rooms that looked like a classroom as his alchemy room. As for Bobota, he stayed in the bedroom next door. Angor planned to let Bobota be his assistant, but since Odurkla's didn't care about Bobota, he didn't need to put on an act. Without wasting any time, Angor began to craft the fire relayer stone. Before doing so, he took out all the materials he had. Most of them were the fire relayer stone fragments that looked like a small mountain. There were also many other auxiliary materials. Angor took out the scroll he got from Balalaika, which recorded the method to synthesize the fire relayer stone. At first, he told Odurkla's that he was an alchemist and should be able to synthesize the fire relayer stone. Angor was actually quite nervous at the time because he didn't know how to do it. Even if he learned how to synthesize the fire relayer stone, he might not succeed. Even the fire relayer demon had a very low success rate. The original method of synthesizing the fire relayer stone was accidentally discovered by the ancestor of the fire relayer demon. The crafting process was very simple, and the amount of materials used was not important. Therefore, the success rate of synthesizing the fire relayer stone was not high. If Angor really went to Nightcrawler and asked him for the method, Nightcrawler might not be able to break the restrictions set by his ancestors and tell him the method. Even if Nightcrawler did tell him, Angor would have to spend a lot of time to redo the calculations of the materials used during the crafting process. That would take an unimaginable amount of time. Luckily, he went to the land of eternal rest and got the scroll from Balalaika. On the back of the scroll, there was a record of how to synthesize the fire relayer stone. Not only was the record written in the common tongue, but the method was also described in alchemy terms. The author had already corrected the measurement of materials and pointed out and corrected the flaws in the fire relayer demon's original crafting method, which greatly increased the success rate of synthesizing the fire relayer stone. Not only that, but the main reason why fire relaying stones were becoming rarer and rarer, and even fire-relaying fiends found it difficult to refine them, was because many of the materials were too special and precious. Even fire-relaying fiends rarely gathered these materials. However, this alchemist ancestor was obviously an excellent researcher. Not only did he analyze the effects of these precious materials during the crafting process, but he also identified common materials that could be replaced. If this scroll was made available to the public, even ordinary alchemists would have a chance to make a fire relayer stone. Of course, they would have to find the irreplaceable materials first: earth vein magma that had been deposited for thousands of years, black gold nightmare's undying bone flame, and ember-dissolving potion made from hell fire. The first 2 were relatively easy to obtain. The last one was the ash fire dissolving agent made from hell fire. This could only be made by the flame relay demon. So for ordinary alchemists, it was just a chance to refine it, but it didn't mean that they could really refine it. Next, Angor began to study the scroll. Time passed slowly. The howling wind and snow outside made it impossible to tell whether it was day or night. Angor did not notice it himself. However, he set an alarm on his tablet so that he could meditate and construct the model of the door from the alien eye every day. 3 days later, Angor finally put down the scroll. In fact, the refining method recorded on the leather scroll wasn't that difficult. After all, it was based on the fire relayer demon's method. Considering the fire relayer demon's knowledge, it was easy to imagine how primitive their crafting method was. Therefore, even if he switched to alchemy, it was not too complicated. However, he only had enough fire relayer stone fragments for 2 attempts. In other words, he only had 2 chances to refine the item. If he failed, he would have to find another way to collect more fire relayer stone fragments. Therefore, he had to be extra careful. After making sure he remembered every step and every detail carefully, Angor finally decided to start crafting. He took out various crafting tools from his bracelet and placed them on a makeshift experiment bench that was modified from a table. Then, he gave Toby, who was still sleeping beside him. Angor exhaled deeply. A small flame slowly appeared in front of him. He had simulated the crafting process countless times in his mind, so when it was time to actually do it, his movements were swift. Several hands of spell appeared in his hands, which looked like shadows, and they did not hesitate at all, no matter whether it was performing delicate operations or collecting materials. The flame flickered in front of his eyes. One precious material after another was combined into a ball of light like flowing water. The time in the hologram tablet changed bit by bit. While Angor was crafting the fire relayer stone, the interlayer gate of the gray lamination zone on the surface of Abyss Plane was slowly pushed open. A figure flew out from the cross-level door. The figure was wearing a black gentleman's suit, which made him look tall and elegant. It was Sunders, who hurried to the surface of Abyss Plane from Sky Island. After arriving at the surface, Sunders stood quietly and sensed the location of the blood essence. Before, he could only vaguely sense that the blood essence was on the surface of Abyss Plane, but he did not know the exact location. However, when he came to the surface, he could clearly sense the blood essence. It's not far. Sunders' eyes lit up as he looked toward the north. According to his estimation, it would take him 1.5 days at most to reach there if he flew at full speed. Compared to the vast surface of Abyss Plane, it was not very far. Sunders quickly calculated Angor's location in his mind. And he found that Angor was in Ice Valley. Angor's appearance in Ice Valley seemed reasonable. After all, Angor told Sunders that he was carrying a mission from Odurklas. But if he thought about it carefully, Angor was kidnapped by Boboda, and then followed by a demon. How did he escape, and it went so smoothly that he reached Ice Valley in such a short time? It was less than a week since Razutran was destroyed. Even if Angor was not kidnapped, it would take Fafnir more than a week to bring him back to Ice Valley from the void. Sunders thought about what Bosch told him. Angor did not encounter any danger this time. Instead, he found a destiny. It doesn't matter if it's an opportunity or not. I just hope they won't cause any more trouble. Sunders sighed and disappeared from sight. He flew toward the Ice Valley. Angor's first attempt ended in failure. And it didn't take long for him to fail. It had nothing to do with his crafting. It was purely his own fault. He made a mistake in controlling his strength, which caused him to break a piece of fire-relaying stone he was about to refine. It was only a small crack, and he could easily replace it with a new one. But he still chose to stop the fire and abandon the materials he had already used. He was so decisive because he didn't want to regret it later. Controlling one's strength was never the most important thing for alchemists. However, it was just like breathing air for humans. It was a basic instinct. It might not seem important, but it was already ingrained in one's bones and was indispensable. So Angor decided to stop. Luckily, he noticed it early and didn't use too many materials. He still had room to do whatever he wanted. He didn't start crafting again. Instead, he began to focus on strength training so that he could control his improved physical strength as soon as possible. Very quickly, 2 days passed. After 2 days of training, Angor was able to control the strength of his hands more or less. Now, he finally realized how much his body strength had improved. Compared to his old self, he couldn't measure his strength at all. Before, his spirit power was stronger than his physical strength, but now, his physical strength was far stronger than his spirit power. In terms of energy level, Angor estimated that he could at least reach the standard of a bloodline wizard. However, he only reached the standard of strength. As for techniques, Angor knew nothing about them. When he thought about his fight with Saphara, he was really reckless. It was only because Saphara was unprepared that Angor was able to attack him at close range. Otherwise, Angor wouldn't have been able to defeat Saphara. Techniques could be learned, but physical strength was not. Being able to reach such a standard meant that Angor already had a higher starting point compared to other apprentices. Most non-bloodline wizards had to reach at least level 2 or Truthfinder in order to achieve the same level of physique as Angor. Angor was still an apprentice, which meant he still had a lot of room for growth and breakthroughs. Angor wrote down some additional information about himself on the page about projected bloodline in his notebook. Then, he looked at the materials on the site again. He had already been delayed for 2 days, and he did not want to continue wasting time here. After making sure he was correct, Angor began crafting the item right away. As the flame soared into the sky, the refinement of the fire-relaying stone officially began. The refinement this time was obviously much smoother than the last time. It was as smooth as flowing water, without any mistakes. However, 3 hours after he started, he suddenly felt Sunder's blood heating up in his pocket. The curse-filled Blizzard Valley was right in front of Sunder's eyes. He did not barge in rashly. Even if he did, based on Odorclass's personality, he would probably ignore him. However, it was not easy to get rid of the curse. He decided to use his blood to contact Angor first. When Fafnir was with Angor, it was very difficult to use blood as a medium to contact Angor. Fafnir thought it would be the same this time. But who would have thought that the blood essence connection would be so smooth? However, he did not get any response from Angor even though he tried several times. Did something happen to Angor? Or maybe his blood is not with Angor, but was taken away by someone else? While Sunders was imagining all kinds of possibilities, he finally received a reply from the blood essence. "I'm doing alchemy. Talk to you later, Professor." Sunders was speechless. Talk to you later? What the hell is that? What kind of word is that? The voice sounded hurried, but Angor's voice was very recognizable. Sunders could tell that it was Angor. His choice of words was strange, but the meaning was clear. He was doing alchemy, and he could not be disturbed. The reason sounded reasonable, but Sunders was not happy about it. He was worried about Angor, so he came here as soon as possible. But this guy only said, "Talk to you later." Sunders rubbed his temples and tried to calm himself down. What could he do? He could not just barge in. Not only would he be cursed, but Angor was also doing alchemy. He would be the one suffering. Sunders believed that one day, he would die of anger because of his students. Especially Angor, who he thought was the least troublesome, but in fact, was the most troublesome one. After a while, Sunders sighed in relief. Fine. At least he's safe for now. Angor didn't know about Sunders' worries. After confirming that Sunders was nearby, Angor's uneasiness was completely gone. He focused more on his alchemy. This time, the crafting process took 3 days. Nothing went wrong along the way, and Angor was about to produce the final product. During the process, Angor sensed the terrifying energy contained in the fire relayer stone. Now he understood why the fire relayer stone was called a legendary treasure in the Abyss Plane, and why it was so famous even in the wizarding world. Judging from the ripples generated by the half-finished fire relayer stone, Angor was sure that it contained the most energy among all his alchemy items. Now that the final product was about to be produced, Angor began to feel anxious. He wondered how powerful the final alchemy omen would be. Angor began to worry that he might not be able to get through the anomaly space. Something strange was already happening in the outside world. Clouds gathered in the sky. Occasionally, some sparks would appear in the wind and snow of Ice Valley. It was only a small spark, but in the Ice Valley, which had been frozen for tens of thousands of years, it was almost impossible to see such a large area of fire elements unless Odorclas did something. At the same time, Odorclas, who was standing in front of Pina Xianxia's painting, slowly turned around and looked outside. A rare trace of surprise appeared on his face that had never changed in 10,000 years. He had always doubted whether Angor could make a fire relayer stone. Odorclas was well aware of how precious the fire-relaying stone was. This kind of pure fire energy was the pursuit of all fire creatures in the abyss. Even the fire monarch, who had broken through that step, could use the fire-relaying stone as energy reserves if he obtained it. That was how valuable the fire-relayer stone was. The deal Odorclas gave Angor was not fair at all, and Odorclas did not believe Angor could complete it. Odorclas only had a tiny bit of hope in his mind. What if a miracle happened, but it seemed Angor really did it? A rare look of joy appeared in Odorclas's eyes. Because of Pina Jonah's situation, Odorclass was unwilling to leave Ice Valley. However, if he stayed in Ice Valley, he would be injured by the cold. After so many years, his strength had been greatly reduced. It was not that Odorclass did not want to improve himself. It was just that the outside world did not allow him to do so. But if he could get the fire relayer stone, he would not only regain his strength, but he would also not have to worry about losing his strength again even if he stayed in Ice Valley. Maybe he could even improve himself further. With this thought in mind, Odorclass's frozen heart slowly began to heat up. Odorclass looked outside for a long time and then turned to look at the painting on the wall. For a moment, he felt as if he saw the scene when he first drew the painting. The human named Feng taught him how to draw, stroke by stroke. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not draw Pina Xianxia more vividly. When Odorclass was about to give up, Feng suddenly said, "I can teach you a way to express your emotions, your longing, your love, and your nostalgia. You can even store her soul in the painting." Feng's words were enough to keep Odorclass in suspense. He then changed the topic, "But I need you to promise me one thing. As long as the humans do not provoke you, you must not kill them." Because of this promise, Odorclass did not harm humans for many years. It was also why he met Angor hundreds of years later. "So, this is the cycle of gain and loss you talked about?" Odorclass looked at the painting again. For the first time in many years, there was a hint of warmth in his cold eyes. When the finished product appeared in the world, a red light flashed. The red light shone brightly, and the wind and snow outside whistled. In a short period of time, the wind and snow turned into flying flames. Both Odorclass and Bobota knew that Angor had succeeded. This legendary treasure had appeared in this world. Odorclass even appeared outside Angor's door. He did not knock. Instead, he waited patiently while bathing in the wind. Meanwhile, Angor was still inside the room with a puzzled look. The alchemy omen he had been waiting for did appear outside, but it was not as grand as he expected. It was not even as grand as the rebirth he created for Prom. Angor also experienced the so-called anomaly space. It was just a test of the will of the Sea of Fire. He had to cross a section of the Sea of Fire and reach the mountain on the other side. The Sea of Fire was not completely burning. There were many empty places. Even a normal person who was not afraid of the heat and had a strong will could pass through. Angor was even more so. When Angor reached the mountain, he thought he would encounter the same thing as when he created the Crimson Night shelter. There was a more difficult test waiting for him. But, the anomaly space disappeared just like that. He stared at the glowing stone in his hand and was completely dumbfounded. That's it? After flashing for a while, the fire-relaying stone slowly calmed down. The fire-relaying stone, which was piled up like a small hill, was now only about the size of a palm. The terrifying energy that could be felt earlier had also disappeared at this moment. Was it a success or a failure? Angor was sure the alchemy was a success the moment he finished it. However, after experiencing the simple phenomenon, he was not so sure anymore. Maybe he made a mistake? Or maybe there was something wrong with the crafting method recorded on the scroll. He did not design the alchemy himself, nor did he put any ideas into it. He was just following the instructions, so he began to doubt himself. Angor considered and began to construct the model of Narda's vision in his mind space. The server was soon set up in his mind and began to search for information about the fire-relaying stone. After a comprehensive analysis, Angor began to appraise the fire-relaying stone in his hand. Angor was shocked again when he saw the result. It's really the fire-relaying stone? Angor read the information from the server and was shocked. He already prepared himself for the possibility that this was an incomplete version. But the result was that he succeeded. Angor looked at the fire-relaying stone in his hand. There were no energy ripples on the surface, but it was only in its natural state. According to the records, the fire-relaying stone contained an endless amount of fire energy. However, Angor still did not feel like he had just created a top-tier spellcasting medium in the wizarding world. The crafting process was too smooth, and the experience in the phenomenon space was too simple. It felt like child's play to him. But the truth was right in front of him. He could not be wrong. Maybe this was the difference between synthesis and crafting? Synthesis was only combining the pieces of the fire-relaying stone. There was not much alchemy involved, so the phenomenon was so simple, Angor could only think of this reason. According to his understanding of the phenomenon space, this might be the truth. Angor wanted to test the fire-relaying stone's effect, but he already sensed a terrifying energy fluctuation outside the door. He hesitated and opened the door with the fire-relaying stone in hand. He opened the door and saw Oderkla standing outside. Her red silk-like hair fluttered in the wind and snow like dancing flames. Oderkla's did not look at Angor. Instead, he looked at Angor's hand. The crimson stone did not give him any energy feedback, but it somehow attracted Oderkla's attention. Oderkla's only looked at Angor after Angor greeted him politely. "You did it?" Although Oderkla's tried his best to maintain the arrogance on his face, his voice, which was lower than usual, betrayed his inner emotions. "Mister, why don't you give it a try?" He didn't say whether he succeeded or not. Narda's vision was telling him the truth, but he still couldn't help feeling a little nervous. If the experiment was successful, then that would be great. If there were really problems, then there would be some buffer space. Oderkla's couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes when he saw the crimson stone. "Come with me," he said to Angor after checking the content of the book carefully. Angor felt a gust of wind blowing snow in front of him. Before he could close his eyes, he found himself in a long, dark tunnel. He could see a faint red light at the end of the tunnel. Oderkla's led the way, and Angor followed closely behind. As they went deeper into the tunnel, they felt a wave of heat coming from the front. When they reached the end of the tunnel, Angor realized that they were in a fire crystal mine. Red crystals were scattered all over the tunnel. When the red light shone on the surface of the crystals, they refracted beautiful rays of light, making the place as bright as day. Fire crystals were a kind of mid-tier fire-type ore, and they were extremely valuable. Logically speaking, it should have appeared in a place where the fire element was most active. Why would it appear here? Was this the outside of Ice Valley? "We're at the bottom of Ice Valley," Oderkla's explained when he saw Angor's confusion. "Inside Ice Valley?" Angor's eyes widened. Perhaps no one could have imagined that there would be such a rich fire crystal mine in the bottom of the Ice Valley where the cold wind was howling. Oderkla's led Angor to the center of the mine. The crystals here were scattered, but it looked spacious, and the fire elements in the air were more active. However, he also sensed a cold aura in the air, which was similar to the aura he sensed from Oderkla's. Angor looked around and came up with an idea. "Is this where Oderkla's real body usually stays?" Angor was right. To prevent himself from being corroded by the frost, Oderkla's usually stayed here after he reverted to his true form. That was why the place was filled with frost energy. Oderkla's was a fire abyss dragon. If not for the fire crystal mine, he would not have lasted this long. This was the best place to test the fire-relaying stone. After all, if something went wrong in the ice palace, the whole place would collapse. The wind and snow would inhibit the fire-relaying stone's power, which was why Oderkla's brought Angor here to test it. At the same time, the fire energy here could also test the fire-relaying stone's self-recovery ability. Angor retreated to the edge of the room. Oderkla slowly activated the fire-relaying stone. With a flash of red light, a terrifying amount of fire energy was released from the fire-relaying stone. In an instant, the red light turned into shadows of flames and engulfed the entire space. These flames were not real. They were just the manifestation of the energy inside the fire-relaying stone. They were extremely pure fire energy, which could be used by a fire wizard to cast a fire spell. And now, Oderkla's was slowly absorbing the terrifying fire energy into his body. At first, Oderkla's kept his eyes closed and slowly absorbed the energy. In the past, he could only rely on the low-level and impure fire energy inside the fire-relaying stone to barely maintain the fire in his body. However, the fire energy released by the fire-relaying stone was not only high-level, but also pure. He could absorb it directly. The fire energy inside Oderkla's body had long dried up. It was now absorbing the energy like it was thirsting for more fire. In the end, Oderkla simply abandoned his reservations and thoroughly enjoyed this sumptuous feast of flames. Oderkla's returned to his dragon form. His entire body was enveloped by the energy released by the fire-relaying stone as if he was soaking in a sea of fire. The pleasant sensation even reminded Odurklas of the legendary world where the origin fire burned brightly in his mind. Angor stood aside and waited in silence. By now, the fire energy in the air was enough to confirm that the fire-relaying stone worked. He could finally put down the anxiety in his heart. 2 hours later, Odurklas returned to his human form, satisfied. He placed the fire-relaying stone inside the fire-relaying stone to absorb and purify the fire energy. Then, he brought Angor back to the ice palace. Odurklas stood below the painting and did not speak right away. Instead, he gave Angor a thoughtful look. Angor's performance surprised him. Compared to Odurklas, Boboda was an insignificant human. Before this, Angor was just an interesting human being who was one step away from being unimportant. However, after this incident, Angor's status in Odurklas' mind skyrocketed. He was now on the same level as Fong. If Fang's painting gave Pina Jonas a chance to recover, then Angor's fire-relaying stone gave Odurklas a chance to improve himself. After a long time, Odurklas looked away and spoke to Angor in a plain tone, "You did well. You kept your promise." After a pause, Odurklas said in a solemn tone, "Human, you can obtain my friendship." Angor bowed slightly. "It's my honor." Earlier, Angor learned from Fafnir that Odurklas once declared that anyone who could bring him a complete fire-relaying stone would earn his friendship. However, fire-relaying stones were so rare that Angor could not fulfill his promise until he arrived. Angor was not surprised by Odurklas' words. In any case, it was still a good idea to gain the friendship of an abyssal dragon. However, compared to the empty title, Angor was more interested in, "Mr. Odurklas, about the curse on Toby." Odurklas nodded. "Of course, I won't forget. However, if I want to remove the curse of disaster, I will need to recover to a certain extent." Odurklas briefly explained his situation. He finally realized that Odurklas wasn't joking when he told him that he had to find the fire-relaying stone if he wanted to break Toby's curse. Odurklas' strength was damaged because he stayed in Ice Valley for too long. He needed to recover to a certain extent before he could remove the curse. Odurklas did not want to tell Angor about this at first. Now that Odurklas told Angor that Odurklas had accepted his friendship, Odurklas did not hesitate to tell Angor the reason behind it. Even though Odurklas was still expressionless, he could feel that the cold and distant attitude he used to have towards him was slowly disappearing. "I see. How long do I need to wait?" Angor leaped into the air and crossed the blizzard. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Ice Valley. Everything was quiet. Angor did not see anyone around. He thought for a moment and rubbed the drop of blood in his hand. Slowly, it began to heat up. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly swept across the sky and disappeared in a flash. Angor heard the crunching of leaves behind him. He quickly turned around and saw the figure slowly walking toward him from the woods. A black buttoned hat, a black cane, a white bow tie, and white gloves. He was dressed meticulously and had a handsome but cold face. It was Sunders. "Professor." Angor's eyes lit up as he ran to greet him. However, as soon as he stepped forward, he saw Sunders turning into a black shadow and attacking Angor's face with a gust of wind. Angor was startled. Before the gust of wind reached his face, he quickly jumped back and retreated to the top of a tree 10 meters away. Sunders' eyes glinted. He only wanted to see how strong Angor's blood essence was. He did not expect to miss. Angor's reaction speed improved a lot. Angor tried to ask Sunders what was going on, but Sunders didn't say a word. The second attack came. This time, the attack was faster and from a more tricky angle. Angor had no choice but to raise his hand to block. When Sunders' cane hit his arm, a surge of energy rushed into Angor's body. It was not strong at first, but it gradually grew stronger when Angor did not react. Angor hesitated for a second before he realized that Sunders' attack was only meant to test him. With that in mind, Angor swung his arm. Instead of dodging, he gathered power and smashed at the cane. Angor's attack was so strong that Sunders almost dropped the cane. Sunders was surprised. He quickly leaped back and used his momentum to offset the terrible force. Angor was also rushing toward him. He was not as fast as when he used the sequence of gravity, but he was still much faster than before. Soon, he reached Sunders. Sunders was still in the air, so he was defenseless. Angor's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he punched and kicked. Of course, Angor did not intend to fight back. Since Sunders was here to test him, he had to give it his all. Moreover, ever since his physical body had been strengthened, he had not truly fought to his heart's content. As for the fight with Safara, he did not enjoy it to the fullest. With that in mind, he began to fight with Sunders happily. Angor felt a little proud when he saw his fists and legs were about to land on Sunders. It seemed he had the upper hand in this first round. However, in the end, his punches and kicks missed. The figure in front of him had turned into an illusion. When did you set up the illusion nodes? He didn't see any illusion nodes while he was chasing after Sunders, but he didn't see any of them. A cold snort came from behind while he was still in a daze. Sunders' tall figure was almost pressed against his back. A great force sent him flying like a cannonball. He crashed through a dozen trees before coming to a stop. Sunders raised an eyebrow. Angor was in a bad condition, but there was no injury on his body. Just as Bosch said, Angor's vitality was abundant, and his body was unbelievably strong. Angor shook his dizzy head and tried to get up from the ground. However, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Sunders was already standing in front of him. At the same time, Sunders launched an attack at Angor's chest. Angor quickly pushed himself up with both hands, gathered his strength on his feet, and kicked. Taking advantage of the feedback when the two forces collided, he leaped back a few steps and arrived not far away. Then, he assumed a battle stance. Sunders clicked his tongue and did not attack. Instead, he suddenly turned around. His face was facing Angor, who was trying to ambush him from behind. The Angor who attacked him was only an illusion. Angor was shocked. He did not expect his illusion to be seen through so easily. However, he did not stop and kept attacking. When his attack touched Sunders' body, Angor's expression darkened. Again, another illusion, a sigh came from behind. Angor quickly returned the attack. However, the illusion in front of him became real again. A great force hit Angor's chest, and he lost control of his body and fell to the ground. Sunders used the same trick twice. He only changed the situation slightly, and Angor still fell for it. What happened next became Sunders' one-man show. Angor did not touch Sunders at all. He did not even touch his clothes. It was all an illusion. More importantly, Angor gradually realized that Sunders did not use any high-level illusions at all. All he used were basic cantrips of various schools. From basic illusions to basic sound illusions, basic reality illusions, and basic mind illusions. Sunders used illusions to perfection. Not only did he rely on Angor's blind vision, but he also used the changes of weather, wind, and even the sound of leaves under his feet to create illusions. Everything in the world, including sound, became an illusion field. Angor was being played like a fool. After a long time, Angor was completely paralyzed on the ground. He begged Sunders with his eyes, asking him to surrender. Sunders had a good time beating up a living sandbag. His anger from the past few days had also dissipated. He slowly approached Angor. However, as soon as Sunders approached, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The begging look in Angor's eyes suddenly turned into a cunning one. Next, a gentle breeze came. The hair covering Angor's right eye was lifted. His eye flashed, and the green lines on it danced. Sunders looked at the change in front of him in surprise. He saw the faint outline of a person appearing behind Angor. It was very blurry, but Sunders still recognized it. He saw this figure in the Nightmare Realm's witch town. It was Angor's projection in the Nightmare Realm. As Sunders thought about it, the blurry eye and Angor's right eye seemed to have merged into one. Angor's eyes flickered, and a terrible pressure suddenly came at him. Even Sunders felt like he could not move under the pressure. Angor took the chance and bounced up from the ground. He swung his fist at Sunders, who was standing still. At least I hit him once. Angor mumbled. However, when his fist came into contact with Sunders, his eyes were filled with astonishment. It was, again, an illusion. The pressure from Sunders' right eye had disappeared, and so did the figure behind Angor. Angor trembled as he turned around. Sunders was right behind him, swinging a karate chop. But before the chop reached Angwar's neck, it suddenly changed direction and was pushed back. It was Angwar's illusion, and Angwar's figure was behind him. However, when Sunders was about to chop the figure behind him, he suddenly realized that the figure behind him was also an illusion. He looked carefully and saw Angwar standing on a tree dozens of meters away. When Sunders flew over, Angwar was holding a dried leaf as a white flag and waving it at Sunders with a pitiful look. Sunders' lips twitched. "You set up a trap and created several synchronized illusions just to run away? You're not even here, Professor. Why should I?" Angwar curled his lips. Sunders was surprised. A moment later, he grinned and showed a look of appreciation. Next, his figure slowly turned into light spots and disappeared. Angwar sighed in his mind. As expected. He already felt something was wrong halfway through. If Sunders could turn the world into an illusion, why did he keep using regular illusions? It would be easier for him to fall into his trap. Then he thought, could it be that I'm trapped in an illusion? And it turned out that he was right. As Sunders' figure turned into light spots, Angwar also noticed the level of the illusion. It was a basic illusion again. Since the beginning, Sunders never used anything beyond the level of a cantrip. Angwar naively thought that he was already stronger than an apprentice in all aspects. But now, he realized that it did not matter. He could not see the world, and he was still being played around. As Angwar lamented, Sunders' real body slowly approached him from afar. While Angwar was complaining about his lack of self-confidence, Sunders was also surprised by Angwar's performance. He didn't use anything other than illusions and body arts, and neither did Angwar. Under the illusion of a fair fight, it wasn't hard for the old man to defeat Angwar with his years of experience in illusions. However, not only did Angwar discover the truth, but he also escaped from the illusion, which was something Sunders did not expect. Besides, Angwar's physical strength, as well as the unexpected light coming from his right eye, surprised Sunders. "Professor." Angwar looked a little listless. "Good job," Sunders praised Angwar, which was rare for him to break his usual routine. He paused and pointed at Angwar's right eye. "Bloodline projection?" "Yes." 2 days ago, Angwar nodded and was about to tell Sunders what happened, but Sunders interrupted him. "We'll talk about it later." Sunders was curious about what happened, but he did not want to talk about it since it was related to a demon god. Besides, some things might not be heard by others, but they would cause ripples in the world line. It would not be good if prophets noticed it. Besides, Sunders already knew the result. Bloodline projection was still a secret between him and Sunders. "You finished the alchemy?" Since Sunders did not want to talk about what happened, he decided to ask about the message Angwar received through his blood essence. "It's done. But it'll take a week or 2 to lift the curse on Toby. According to Odurklas, it would take Toby less than half a month to recover enough strength to lift the curse." However, Sunders did not know how long it would take. Sunders nodded. Then he realized something and asked, "Last time, you said you were going to craft a fire relayer stone. Are you talking about alchemy?" "Yes, a fire relayer stone." Sunders left the room with a blank look on his face. It was not only because Angwar created the best casting medium for wizards, the fire-relaying stone, but also because of something else. According to Angwar, he had gained the friendship of the master of Glacier Valley, Odurklas. What did that mean? Odurklas was now on Phantom Island's side, which meant Angwar now had a powerful ally in the Abyss. If Sunders could manage the relationship well, Phantom Island might be able to establish a safe zone within the master of Glacier Valley's area of influence. A temporary shelter in the Abyss was already a good idea, let alone building a stronghold. Sunders knew the value of such a place. It meant breaking through the Abyss blockade set up by several major wizard alliances. For any adept organization, this was an opportunity they could not afford to miss. What Sunders didn't know was that Angwar had already obtained permission to build a real safe zone in the Abyss. Yuantan continent. After Sunders left, Angwar returned to Glacier Valley. Sunders planned to return to Sky Island to deal with the aftermath of the battle and come back to Glacier Valley in a few days. Angwar didn't see Odurklas when he returned to the Ice Palace. Sunders must have gone to the underground fire crystal mine to recover his strength. Angwar returned to his small alchemy classroom and saw Baboda looking out of the window. Angor thought for a moment and went to Bobota's room. Angor, I just saw. Bobota hesitated. He knew that Angor was trying to craft a fire-relaying stone for Odurklas, but the strange phenomenon outside didn't seem to be anything special. Bobota wondered if Angor had failed. I heard that the chances of failure in alchemy are much higher than the chances of success. Don't be discouraged if you fail, said Bobota. You're right. But I didn't fail. You can redo it. Huh? You didn't fail? Are you saying that you've successfully crafted a fire relayer stone? Bobota was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. Angor nodded noncommittally. But the strange phenomenon outside. Why was it so small? Although Bobota didn't know the exact effect of the fire-relaying stone, he had heard that the wizards were all very fond of this legendary item. Since it was a legendary item, there shouldn't be such an ordinary phenomenon. Angor had no idea what was going on, but he decided to share his thoughts anyway. To be precise, it's not refining, but synthesizing. The tens of thousands of fire-relaying stone fragments combined into a complete fire-relaying stone. That's why the phenomenon is so dull. Bobota didn't know anything about alchemy, nor did he know the true value of the fire relayer. I see. Angor's explanation surprised him. He put the fire stone aside for now and came to Bobota to talk about something else. Just now, I went outside the ice gorge to meet my teacher. Your teacher? You mean Mr. Phantom? Bobota's expression turned serious. Yes. My professor brought some news about Sky Island. Angor glanced at Bobota. Some people are already suspicious of your identity. When Bobota showed up at the top of the Void Tower, he said that he was a Bayuan. Before that, Angor told Samantha and the others that a human named Bobota once showed up at Razudran. Now, some people were already thinking that Bobota might be the one who took away the fire essences and Arusha. However, Bobota was not as strong as the monster who showed up at the top of the tower. Besides, Bobota had been following Angor all this time, so he was protected by Lucci's prophecy aura. However, with the wizard's ability to see through the truth, Bobota was not far from being exposed. Bobota knew that he would be exposed sooner or later. When his plan failed, he was already prepared to be hunted down by Monkey. He only hoped that he could buy some time so that he could see his sister Floral before he died. Angor looked at Bobota's gloomy eyes and sighed in his mind. Angor hated Bobota, but at the same time, he felt sorry for him. He couldn't sympathize with the man, but he couldn't let him die so soon either. Once Bobota died, his soul would go to the Abyss Lord. If the Abyss Lord noticed Angor's strange behavior, he would be in big trouble. Don't worry. They won't be able to find you for now, Angor explained. As long as Bobota wasn't too far away from him, no prophecy aura would be able to detect him. Bobota looked at Angor gratefully. Won't Brute Cavern be dragged into this mess if I'm exposed? Bobota had been staying in Brute Cavern for a long time, and he was still worried about Dodoro. After all, Dodoro was the only Bayuan venerated apart from himself. Don't worry. There are prophecy wizards who can find out the truth. Mr. Monkey wouldn't be the most powerful wizard in the entire southern wizarding region if he couldn't do that. Hearing this, Bobota finally calmed down. Angor's main purpose was to warn Bobota not to wander off on his own. With that, Angor returned to his room to meditate. Before he left, he saw a red flash coming from the corner of his eye. It was the chain Angor crafted for Bobota. It was coming out from Bobota's back like a living creature, swinging gently at Angor. Bobota told Angor that the chain had a spirit, and it seemed to know that Angor was the one who made it, so it was trying to get close to him. As an alchemist, Angor really wanted to study such items. However, the chain's method of doing so was too bloody, not to mention the traces left behind by the Abyss Lord. Too bad. Angor nodded at the chain and left the room. He returned to his room and began his routine meditation. At the same time, he spent most of his time constructing the door model he learned from the strange world. He didn't have the time to do so before. Now that he was getting stronger, he wanted to set his first spell slot as soon as possible. A week passed by in the blink of an eye. He stayed in his room for a week. Apart from meditating, he spent most of his time constructing the model of his door and studying the effects of his new green runes. But generally speaking, he didn't make any progress in his meditation. He had reached a bottleneck in his strength, and he only meditated to recover his mana. As for studying the green patterns, it would take him a lot of time to fully analyze them, so he didn't find anything useful in a week. His biggest improvement was in the construction of the door model. During these days, his progress was increasing at a visible rate. According to his estimation, if he used all the mana he gained from his daily meditation to build the model of his door, it would take him about 20 days to complete it. However, in case something unexpected happened, he did not want to use up all of his mana pool. Otherwise, he would die even faster. After finishing his meditation, Angor didn't start building the model right away. Instead, he opened the door of his room and walked outside. He had been here for almost half a month, and he didn't have the chance to carefully observe Feng Yu's place. Feng Yu's presence in this series of events was too strong. Since Odurklis said that this place was completely sealed off after Feng left, Angor wanted to see if there were any clues left behind by Feng. Starting from the main hall, Angor checked the rooms one by one. He used Narda's vision to check every room, including Babota's studio, Angor's bedroom, and even the small piece of black bread on the dining plate in the main hall. However, he didn't find anything useful. It seemed Feng didn't leave anything behind when he left. Angor sighed. If he wanted to know more about Feng, he would have to wait until Odurklis finished his training. Since he didn't find anything useful, Angor decided to go back to his room and continue building the door model. However, he suddenly stopped in the middle of the hallway. His ears twitched. Did he hear something coming from the wind? He tilted his head and listened carefully. The wind was howling in his ears, making loud noises. After eliminating the noise, Angor faintly heard someone calling him in the language of demons. Angor was surprised. He jumped on the ground and flew toward the exit of the ice valley. The closer he got to the exit, the clearer the voice became. "Where are you, Mr. Mr. Angor heard the familiar voice. He quickly realized that it must be Gregory who came looking for him. Without hesitation, Angor flew out of the ice valley. As soon as he emerged from the ice valley, he saw a fireball with long, thin limbs rushing toward him. "Mister, you're back. You're finally out." He looked back and saw it was Gregory. Angor was about to greet him when he heard Gregory's urgent voice. "Mister, hurry up. Take me into the ice valley." Angor looked at Gregory in confusion. The fire on the fireball had dimmed, and Gregory's eyes were filled with panic. "What's wrong?" Gregory hurriedly said, "When I came to look for you, I was chased and beaten by a crazy woman. She's still following me now. Quick, let's go into the ice valley." "Shit. She's here." Gregory suddenly yelled and tried to drag Angor into the ice valley. Angor quickly activated his firebrand and prepared to take Gregory into the ice valley. However, he suddenly saw a figure flying toward them from above the forest outside the ice valley. Angor froze when he saw the face of the visitor. "Huh? Madeline?" Ruthless Thorn Madeline Celian. A level 1 wizard from Brute Cavern and a plant bloodline user. When Angor first came to the Abyss Plane, he came with Madeline. Along the way, Madeline helped him a lot. Later, when Madeline was in Brute Cavern, she chased after East Sea, who was cursed by disaster, and disappeared without a trace. He didn't expect to reunite with Madeline in this place after their last meeting. Madeline was chasing after Gregory in a fit of rage. She was already brandishing her burning thorny whip into the air. But when she saw the person blocking her way, she froze. "Angor? Why are you here?" A moment later, Angor arrived at the highland outside Ice Valley. He only told Madeline that Toby was cursed by accident and came to Ice Valley to seek help from Odurklis. Madeline wasn't involved in Razudran's business, so she didn't know what happened there. She even thought that Monkey's plan hadn't started yet. Madeline didn't ask why Angor came to Ice Valley. However, she was still surprised that Angor could ask Odurklis to help Toby. Still, Madeline was more concerned about Gregory, who was hiding behind Angor. "You know this little demon?" Angor nodded. "He's called Gregory. He's a young a fire-striped demon." "I know him." "Lady Madeline, why did you get into a conflict with Gregory?" Gregory could already tell that the shop owner seemed to be old acquaintances with the crazy woman who was chasing it. It suddenly began to feel uneasy, unsure if the shop owner would stand on its side. But he was also worried that Madeline would confuse the shop owner and confuse him. I don't know this crazy woman, I don't know her. I just came to Ice Valley to look for the shop owner. I ran into her on my way here, and she started chasing me. Gregory felt wronged. Angor looked at Gregory and didn't think he was lying. He then turned his attention to Madeline and wanted to know what was going on. According to his understanding of Madeline, it was extremely difficult for her to recover her mana in the abyss. She wouldn't waste her mana on a little demon who only cared about running away. There must be some conflict between them. Madeline's expression was gloomy. Not long ago, I captured a person and imprisoned him in the depths of the Thorns Ridge. I went out a few days ago, but when I came back today, I found that the person who was locked up was gone. The only thing I saw around here was the sky. So you think it's Greywood who took your forbidden property? Asked Angor. Madeline nodded without hesitation. There's no one else around. Furthermore, I vaguely sensed that person's aura from it. Especially now that it is no longer still, that aura is now even denser. Who cares? I've been staying in a branch of a demon monastery for the past few days to take care of my own business. When I finally got the job done, I asked for a leave and came to find the owner. I didn't do anything on the way, but she kept pestering me. Angor didn't think Gregory would lie about something so trivial. He wanted to help Gregory explain, but he suddenly remembered a place Madeline mentioned before. Thorns Ridge? Lady Madeline, you said you've imprisoned someone in Thorns Ridge? Angor asked as he suddenly had an idea. Yes. Madeline nodded. She fused with a plant bloodline, which was why she was called Ruthless Thorns. She came to the Thorns Ridge because the place was full of black thorns, which could be cultivated inside her body, so she chose to stay there for the time being. Do you think the person you imprisoned is a little girl? Angor suddenly asked. How did you know? Madeline was surprised. Angor exhaled and snapped his fingers. Several illusion nodes appeared in front of him. Soon, the image of a barefoot girl wearing a white robe appeared in front of him. Isn't that the girl from the other day? Gregory pointed at the girl in the illusion. She was the human who turned into a centipede a few days ago in Molière Land. Angor looked at Madeline carefully. From Madeline's reaction, he could tell that the girl was the one Madeline imprisoned. That's her. Madeline nodded. How do you know her? Have you seen her before? Madeline asked with a puzzled look on her face. Not only have I met her, but I've also fought her. Angor told Madeline what happened half a month ago in Molière Land, which was also the Frigid Ruins. To be more precise, he created an illusion to record everything that happened, from when he first met the apprentices to when he went to them to ask about Izu's identity. When Madeline saw the little girl in the illusion, she immediately said, "That's her." Huh? Was it those apprentices who let her go? Slowly, Madeline saw the fight between Angor and Zafara. Since this was an illusion created by Angor, Madeline believed that Angor must have done something to it. But no matter what, her conclusion remained the same. Angor defeated Zafara. Madeline was quite surprised by the result. However, Madeline wasn't the only one who was surprised. When the girl named Izu suddenly turned into a humanoid centipede, Madeline's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. The spine of the ancient centipede. It's her. I knew it. Madeline suddenly muttered, I was right. That girl must have something to do with Dongming. But I didn't expect her to be Dongming. Dongming? Hearing Madeline's words, Angor immediately thought of the owner of that name. A woman who even Cantor was afraid of, a terrifying wizard who loved experimenting with human bodies and randomly matched them with other people's organs. Her nickname was Grafting Fiend. A level 2 Truthfinder wizard, Angor once heard that Dongming was a woman who was easily jealous of anyone who was prettier than her. Many beautiful witches had all kinds of strange organs grafted onto them because of this. Some even had their organs sewn onto their faces. This was why Dongming was called Grafting Fiend. But this was not important. Not only was Dongming a jealous woman, but she was also cruel. According to Angor, before joining Brute Cavern, Madeline's Celian family was exterminated by Dongming. This was why Madeline was willing to risk everything to fight Dongming even though she knew there was a huge gap between her and Dongming's power. He remembered that East Sea escaped with a terrifying demon who had just woken up from a deep slumber when he was cursed. He never heard from them again after that. Dongming? She's Dongming? Angor couldn't believe it. This little girl's energy level was way too low. Madeline looked at the illusion and nodded. I wasn't sure before because she never showed me this face. But when I saw the spine of the 10,000 generations centipede, I was sure that the so-called Isu was Dongming. Maybe she's just using another body. As Madeline explained, Angor gradually learned more about her story. When Madeline followed Dongming out of Overwatch Base, she tried many times to get rid of Dongming using the Curse of Disaster. But Dongming wasn't easy to deal with, and she managed to survive. However, the Curse of Disaster was too terrifying, and Manjamoni, who had been woken up by Dongming, was not to be underestimated. In the end, Dongming ran to the silent Dead Sea, and while Manjamoni wasn't paying attention, he jumped into the Dead Sea. Since then, Madeline couldn't find any information about Dongming. The silent Dead Sea was too dangerous and full of Curse of Disaster, so Madeline didn't want to take the risk. She could only search around the coast of the Dead Sea, hoping to find Dongming and get rid of her. But in the end, she didn't find Dongming. Instead, she found this little girl named Dongming. Madeline sensed Dongming's aura on the girl, so she thought the girl might have something to do with Dongming. Madeline captured Dongming and brought her to Thorn's Ridge. Since Blackthorn was useful to Madeline, she left it there. Half a month ago, Madeline planned to use Blackthorn to create a new plant bloodline. But she lacked a material, so she decided to go out and collect it. She tied Izu to the center of the Thorn's Ridge and left. However, Madeline did not expect that not long after she left, a group of apprentices would come to the Thorn's Ridge and even rescue Izu. Angor frowned. Ezo. East Sea? Madeline was certain. Yes, Dongming is Izu. Madeline no longer cared about why Angor was in Ice Valley. Her mind was now focused on the Frigid Ruins, which was the last place Eastern Sea Lion went to. Madeline looked back at Angor and said, I'm going to find Dongming. If you need my help, wait for me at Thorn's Ridge. With that, Madeline prepared to leave. After Madeline took a step forward, she suddenly paused and turned to look at Gregory. What happened before was my fault. Since you know Angor, you can come to the Thorn's Ridge to find me if you need any help in the future. After Madeline apologized, she didn't wait for Gregory's response and immediately flew towards the ancient cold ruins. She came and left in a hurry. Angor wanted to ask about Madeline's plans and when she would return to the southern wizarding region. In the end, Madeline only said that she would spend a few years studying the black thorn of the Thorn's Ridge and would not return in a short period of time before her figure disappeared. She did not say anything else. She did not question Angor's presence, nor did she ask how Angor and Gregory knew each other. She had too many things on her mind. She had not finished her own business yet, so she did not want to be curious about other people's business. Mister, who was that crazy woman? Gregory crawled out from behind Madeline's back and asked in a trembling voice. A witch with a strong personality, Angor replied. Strong personality? Gregory did not understand. It was just a misunderstanding. It's fine now that it's resolved. Let's go. I'll take you inside. Angor turned around. Although Gregory was still feeling indignant, it could only swallow the indignation in its heart since the owner had said so. Angor led Gregory through the blizzard and into the depths of the ice valley. Aldurklas was still in seclusion, but Angor had a general idea of what was going on. Aldurklas would ignore all intruders as long as they did not provoke him. Like Babota, Aldurklas treated him like air. Because of this, Angor dared to bring Gregory into this place. Still, this was Aldurklas' territory, so Angor reminded Gregory not to wander around. He brought Gregory all the way to the temporary residence area. Gregory felt uncomfortable in this ice palace. After all, fire and ice could not mix together. He only felt better after transforming back into his human form. You found a place for Alucia? Angor asked casually. He only wanted to get a yes answer, but Gregory quickly told him everything that happened in the past half a month. Alucia had already obtained a body. She had found it in a branch of a demon monastery. It seemed that the body had been sleeping for many years and was protected by a shepherdess. Arusha killed the goat devil and took over his body. However, there seemed to be something strange about that body. Xianxia spent a lot of time fusing her spirit and flesh every day, so she spent most of her time sleeping. She only woke up for a short while every day. As there were no other threats in the vicinity of the demon monastery, Xianxia saw that Gregory was bored to death and told him not to guard her all the time and that he could go out for a stroll. Xianxia had indeed recovered some of her strength, and she had already contacted some of her former subordinates. "I thought Lady Arusha would be fine, so I came here to see you." Gregory's eyes suddenly brightened up. Angor was wondering if Gregory was referring to the demonic monastery branch. Was it the same demonic shepherd who chased after Sennefer? However, when he turned around, he saw Gregory's burning gaze. Angor quickly realized that Gregory was going to get straight to the point. He was going to ask about the demon monastery, but he decided against it after some consideration. After all, he didn't want to have anything to do with Xianxia. "Mister, you promised me a trip to experience the sea." Gregory's eyes shone brightly. Angor took out the ocean melody from his bracelet. Gregory's eyes shone even brighter. Angor sighed. "What Arusha told you is true. The experiential journey is only beneficial to water-type life forms. If you use it, you might be harmed instead." "Are you sure?" Gregory hesitated and nodded. "I understand. But I'll give it a try." After spending some time with the creature, Angor realized that the creature had its own way of doing things despite its stubbornness. Also, Gregory was still several times older than Angor even though he looked like a little boy. Perhaps it was because he was still a young demon, so his mind was not fully matured yet. However, time had given him the ability to think independently and distinguish between different people. Since Gregory insisted on using it, Angor didn't plan to stop him. After all, he would only get hurt at most. Besides, Angor already promised Gregory that he would let the creature join the trip, so he wouldn't go back on his word. "Are you ready?" Angor looked at Gregory and saw the creature's determined expression. Then, he activated the ocean's rhythm. A faint blue light flashed and Gregory slowly closed his eyes. Angor watched quietly from the side. Gregory and all the other experiencers reacted differently. At first, the creature looked calm. But soon, his body began to tremble, and his expression began to twist. His muscles and bones were twitching non-stop. Its face also slowly turned pale. From the looks of it, he seemed to be enduring some kind of great pain. Time passed slowly, and Gregory had already been in the illusion for almost 3 minutes. At the same time, Gregory's change became more obvious. Flames began to seep out of his body. In just a short while, Gregory had completely turned into a flaming man. About 2 minutes later, Gregory was still on fire. Angor was wondering if he should wake Gregory up by force. But before he could do it, Gregory's face changed slightly in the flame. Angor was surprised. He felt that Gregory's short body seemed to be elongated a little. Angor thought it was an illusion. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. In the raging flames, the figure inside had obviously grown a lot taller, and that delicate and cute face had also undergone a transformation at this time. He now looked like a young man who was showing his talent for the first time. He was handsome and full of vigor. Especially that pair of raised eyebrows, which were burning with orange flames and looked very oppressive. He really grew up? Angor looked at the young man in the flame in surprise. So this is what Gregory looks like when he grows up. Could the ocean melody also reverse the growth of a fire creature? Angor was puzzled. As the creator, how come he didn't know about this? Another minute passed. The flame gradually dissipated. To Angor's surprise, the young man in the flame began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the flame was completely gone, Gregory returned to his normal appearance. Next, Gregory opened his eyes. Angor wanted to ask about Gregory's condition. However, when Gregory opened his eyes, he saw Gregory's lifeless eyes. Gregory's body swayed and fell to the ground, unconscious. Angor quickly went to check Gregory. He found that Gregory's aura was unstable, his face was pale, and his whole body was burning hot. When he was worried about Gregory's internal organs, he heard a light snoring sound coming from Gregory's nostrils. So he's asleep? Gregory slept for a long time. When he woke up, it was already the next day. Gregory felt like his body was hollowed out. His limbs were sore, and he felt weak all over. He couldn't help but gasp when he tried to move. It hurt. This is what happens when you force yourself to join the trip, a calm voice spoke into Gregory's ears. He looked up and saw the shop owner sitting not far away, playing with a red bead in his hand. "Mister," Gregory greeted in a hoarse voice. Angor tossed the bead to Gregory. "This is the only one I have. Make do with it." Gregory checked the bead and saw a fragment of a fire stone. It contained some fire energy. Wizards couldn't use it directly because the energy contained the violent and chaotic aura of the abyss. However, Gregory could use it to replenish the energy he lacked. "Thank you." After Gregory crushed the fire-relaying stone fragment, he absorbed the fire energy within it into his body. Only then did he feel slightly better. "How was it? Did you learn anything from your trip?" Angor asked when he saw gravity regaining some strength. Gregory considered for a moment and nodded. Back at Yuan-Tan continent, Gregory absorbed a part of the power of a demon god's soul and felt something inside him being pried open. Gregory quickly realized that the power hidden inside him might be the key to maturity he was looking for. Next, Gregory tried everything he could to release the power. However, he couldn't do anything about it even though he could sense it. He spent a lot of time in the demon monastery but failed to find an answer. In the end, he decided to ask the shop owner for help. After witnessing the wonders of the experience journey in Razudran, Gregory had a strong interest in it. Even if Lady Alucia was right and the trip wouldn't do him any good, Gregory still decided to try it. He wanted to see if he could use the opposite water element to trigger the hidden power inside him. While listening to Gregory's story, Angor recalled the young man in the fire. "You did it, I see." Gregory nodded shyly. "I only sensed the hidden power inside me. I haven't really pried it open yet, but I think that day won't be too far away." "Well, keep it up then." Angor patted Gregory's shoulder with a smile, which caused Gregory to fall to the ground. "Ouch, ouch," Gregory took a deep breath and cried out in pain. Although Gregory got the answer he wanted, the price he paid was his internal injuries. According to Grava's description, its juvenile form was called half-mature. It was the primary form of a flamesprint demon. Once a juvenile demon matured and transformed into a flamesprint demon, it would need a lot of energy to maintain its true form. Therefore, most flamesprint demons would choose half-mature in order to reduce their energy consumption. When they grew stronger in the future and had enough energy reserves, the primary form would slowly disappear. It sounded like a low-energy concept used in machine alchemy. Once low energy was used, the energy consumption would be reduced even further. Angor sighed. Demons didn't develop any special knowledge structure, but their survival philosophy helped them to fill in the gaps. For example, this kind of typical, concealing one's strength and biding one's time model. Grava spent the rest of his time in Ice Valley to recover. However, Grava didn't stay for long. 2 days later, when he was mostly healed, he prepared to return to the demon monastery. Before leaving, Grava left something behind for Angor. 2 origin flames, 1 purple and 1 white. Angor looked at the 2 flames floating in Gregory's hand. "So Arusha came to Lasudran for the origin flames, didn't she? You don't want them anymore?" Gregory shook his head. Master Alucia only needed the origin fire to activate the ancestral flame relic. Now that the ancestral flame relic has been activated and Master Alucia has gotten what she wanted, she asked me to bring these 2 origin fires to the shop owner. "To me?" Grava nodded. "Yes. Lady Arusha also asked me to pass a message to you. The characters in the script are similar, but the stage is different. You crossed your own stage and played the role of my savior. This is what you deserve." Gregory imitated Alucia's words and handed the purple-white essence flame to Angor reluctantly. Angor was surprised. He understood that Arusha was responding to his stage and character. It seemed that Arusha really didn't care about her body anymore. She had let go of her past. Without the shackles of the past, he suddenly felt that Arusha's future was much brighter than he had imagined. Angor chuckled and took the flame from Gravu's hand. These two flames were not as strong as his own, but who would complain about having too much? Gravu waited for Angor to say something. You don't need me to pass a message to Lady Urusha? No. Angor hesitated. But I do have something to tell you. Gravu gave Angor a puzzled look. I'll be leaving in a few days. I won't come to the abyss unless something big happens. I hope that when we meet again, you'll be a flamesprint demon, and we won't be enemies. We're not enemies, Gravu said without hesitation. Angor wasn't so sure. If you want to talk to me, you can leave a message for Wardell. If I'm not mistaken, the next time I come to the abyss, I'll fulfill Wardell's promise. Of course, that's if you can enter Yuantan continent. Gravu nodded. It's a bit difficult to get to Yuantan continent from Moliere's land, but you can go through the void. I can't find the way, but Lady Urusha knows. Angor chuckled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he escorted Gregory out of the valley. Without any parting or words of regret, Gregory left Angor's life for a short time. Angor fell into deep thought after seeing Gravu off. It had nothing to do with Gravu. Instead, he thought about Madeline, who chased after Gravu. Before leaving, Madeline told him something. Aizu was East Sea King. There must be a reason why Aizu hid her identity. But there must be a reason why she exposed herself. Angor was the reason why Aizu exposed herself. Madeline suspected that East Sea King might have noticed Angor. No, not maybe. She must have noticed Angor. Also, she didn't mean to imply anything. East Sea King is an extremely dangerous carabit, Madeline reminded Angor in a serious tone. She has an unusual interest in dissecting bodies. If she has her eyes on you, she must have taken a fancy to some part of you. Perhaps it's your head, your body, or even your limbs. You must be vigilant against her and protect yourself well. Most of the time, the one who knew you the best could be your enemy. Back at the edge of the silent Dead Sea, Madeline already knew that Aizu was related to East Sea King from some clues. Now, she also knew that Aizu was East Sea King. It could be seen that Madeline's understanding of the East Sea was much deeper than ordinary people. Back at the frigid ruins, Angor couldn't figure out why Aizu would suddenly attack him. Now that Madeline explained it to him, he had to take it seriously. Maybe East Sea King really did want him. I need to get stronger as soon as possible. Angor sighed in his mind and returned to the valley. On the 11th day after Angor gave the fire stone to Odurklas, Xianxia, who had been training in the underground mine, finally showed up at the ice palace. The first thing Odurklas did when he came out was to summon Angor. When Angor arrived at the palace, he saw Odurklas still in his human form. His overall appearance didn't change, but Angor could tell that the frost aura around him was much weaker than before. However, the reduction of the frost aura didn't mean that Odurklas's expression would become warmer. Even when facing Angor, whom he admitted as his friend, Odurklas still looked cold. I've recovered some of my strength. I can remove the curse for your bird now. Angor's lips twitched. He ignored the strange bird and quickly took out Toby. Odurklas glanced at the green runes around Toby's body. He was curious, but he didn't ask further. He reached out a hand and lifted Toby into the air. You can remove the green runes now. Angor followed Odurklas' instructions and removed the green runes from Toby's eyes. This made Odurklas ponder again, but he still didn't ask anything. He didn't know what Odurklas did next, but Toby was soon surrounded by a thin layer of fire. The fire kept the Toby from falling while slowly burning away the curse inside his body. Don't touch him. The curse will be gone in 2 days. With that, Odurklas turned around and prepared to leave the palace. Mr. Odurklas, can I ask you something? Angor quickly called out to him. Odurklas stopped and looked at Angor. Although he didn't say anything, his actions were enough to express his intentions. I want to know something about Feng, said Angor. Odurklas stared at Angor for several seconds. Something seemed to be flashing in his multicolored eyes. Sure. Odurklas looked up and slowly walked to the mural at the front of the palace. Using the mural as a starting point, he began to talk about his old friend from hundreds of years ago. Odurklas's voice was cold, but it contained many emotions that could be sensed. The wind and snow outside the palace howled, while the lanterns inside the palace burned brightly. Along with that long and ancient voice, a part of history that had never been known by anyone was slowly revealed. Even after Odurklas finished his story and left the palace, Angor was still immersed in the story. It wasn't that the story was full of twists and turns. It was just that there was a lot of information in it that Angor needed to think about carefully. According to Odurklas, Fong came to him on his own accord. Back then, Pina Jonas had already gone through a drastic change, while Odurklas couldn't do anything about it. He could only look at the dark future in the Ice Valley. It was at this time that Fong came. Before Odurklas could do anything, an old man smiled and said to him, "I'm a painter. If you want, I can draw a painting for you." Odurklas suddenly stopped and refused Feng's offer. Instead, he looked at Feng's painting and hoped that Feng could teach him how to paint. After that, Feng stayed in the Ice Valley for a while. Everything that happened after that was nothing serious. Feng taught Odurklas how to paint in a serious manner, but Odurklas couldn't draw the painting he wanted. Then Feng suggested a way to make Odurklas draw the painting he wanted. In exchange, Feng hoped that Odurklas would not attack humans in the future. In the end, the painting was completed. Feng left with a smile on his face. This was only a general description of Odurklas's relationship with Feng. However, Feng had been here for several years, so there were many details. For example, the Ice Palace was rebuilt under Feng's guidance. Also, Feng told Odurklas many things. These were the details that Angor cared about most. He noticed that most of the things Feng told Odurklas were about human wizards. For example, Feng talked about the three major structures of human wizards, the system structure of human wizards, and the default rules. Odurklas gave Angor the fire stone because Angor told him that he was an alchemist. Feng Yu had told him about alchemists before. Apart from talking about human wizards, Feng mostly talked about trivial things that didn't matter to Angor. He talked about himself the least. Odurklas was a cold man who never cared about other people. Ever since Pina Jonas' death, he paid even less attention to the outside world, so he wasn't curious about Feng's background. Odurklas told him everything about Feng himself. Most of the time, Feng mentioned that he was a painter who traveled around the abyss to paint different sceneries. Feng also mentioned that he had a half-blood demon friend who inherited all the knowledge of the fire relayer. This friend was Knight, who ran a hunting lodge in Razutran. When Feng talked about this, he smiled and said, "If you stay with Pina Jonas, the frost energy she emits will slowly erode your fire source. This will be a great harm to you. If you want to solve these problems in the future, you might as well look for that friend of mine." However, Odurklas didn't want to leave Ice Valley, so he spread the word that anyone who could bring him a fire relayer would gain his friendship. However, the fire relayer was an extremely rare and useful treasure, so no one would give it away for free. Hundreds of years passed, and Angor finally came. Angor already knew that Feng must be setting up a trap for Odurklas by telling him these things. And the person who fell into the trap was probably Angor himself. This was in line with the information he had received from the owner of the nightclub. Feng had set a restriction for the nightclub owner. Feng had once told the nightclub owner that the painting he left for Night must not be turned into a sea of fire before a certain time limit. That time was when a human came looking for Nightcrawler in his name. If Night couldn't turn into a sea of fire, Nightcrawler would not be able to take that step. Therefore, Nightcrawler had been waiting for the person mentioned by Feng. Angor agreed to free Night from the shackles. Obviously, Feng's plan was related to Odurklas's incident. I knew it. I'm the person in Feng's trap. So the person who enters the trap, no matter who it is, or it must be me? Angor believed that it was the latter. But if he had to be involved, Angor felt a sense of dread. He always felt that there was a pair of invisible hands of fate that was manipulating his timeline. He read some records about prophecies before. Even prophet wizards mentioned that fate could fluctuate. Nothing was absolute. However, Feng's plan was set up hundreds of years ago, which made him feel like it was destined to happen. Besides, he still had no idea what Feng wanted him to do by asking him to do this. Also, was he still in the station? Or was he already out of the game? There was another problem. If Feng could set up this trap, it meant that he had foresight. Then was Feng Yu really an artist? Odurklas also told him something else. Feng mentioned that he came from the Turing Rubik's Cube. However, older class did not ask what this Turing Rubik's Cube was or where it was located. Perhaps the only way to find out Feng's origin was to find the Turing Rubik's Cube. This was all Angor could find out about Feng's background, which was basically useless. However, he was sure that he was a character in Feng's plan. He did not know whether he was important or not. He did not know what the result would be. He did not know if he would be eliminated. But if he was still in the station, there might be something he could find. The Tidal Realm. The Tidal Realm was located in the Gold's Pink Kingdom's treasure vault. There was a tunnel smaller than a rat hole, which led to the entrance of the Tidal Realm. And it was Feng who left this information. Currently, Angor was the only one who knew about the Tidal Realm, and it had something to do with Feng. Maybe Angor could find something in there. However, in order to enter the Tidal Realm, one had to first learn the transformation technique. Angor did not think he could do that in a short time. He had to wait and see if the soft larva queen could hatch a new soft larva. 2 days had passed. During this time, Odurklas didn't show up. Angor stayed in the ice palace to look after Toby. Toby floated in the center of the hall. Compared to 2 days ago, the fire on his body was so weak that it almost disappeared. As the fire died down, Toby's aura became cleaner and cleaner. Angor could not tell what the disaster was, but he had been with Toby for many years. He already felt that they shared the same fate. Previously, he could vaguely sense a kind of filthy darkness from Toby. But now, that feeling had disappeared, and it was much clearer. When the last of the fire on Toby's body was extinguished, Toby slowly fell from the air. Angor quickly went to catch it. Odurklas, who had not shown up for 2 days, suddenly came to the ice palace. He looked at Toby in silence. Finally, under Angor's expectant gaze, Odurklas nodded. "The curse has been removed," Odurklas said in a plain tone. Angor's eyes shone with joy. He had been waiting for this moment for so many things in the past month. "Thank you, Mr. Odurklas." Angor did not forget to thank Odurklas for his help. Angor carefully stroked Toby's messy feathers. But after a while, he suddenly realized something. Toby's curse was removed, but it seemed that Toby had not woken up yet. Angor looked at Odurklas in confusion. "I don't know." Odurklas gave a simple answer. "Well, the curse is gone. Maybe there are some side effects. Or maybe, it's just sleeping." Angor brought Toby back into the house and placed him on the table. He looked at Toby's chest, which was rising and falling calmly with a puzzled look. Odurklas said that the curse was gone. But why was Toby not waking up? Was it really as Odurklas said, that Toby was just sleeping? Angor decided to give it a try. He wanted to enter Toby's dream to see what was going on. The last time he entered Toby's dream, Toby dreamed that he was in a manor on an island. A series of strange things happened in that manor. In the dream, Toby was full of jealousy and impudence. He treated everyone in the manor, including head maid Mana, Olga, Leon, John, and even his good friend, the Moon Lily Elf, with a completely different attitude than he did in reality. Scolding, insulting, and accusing. The only person Toby did not vent his emotions on was Angor in the dream. Back then, Angor did not know what was going on. He only guessed that Toby was unhappy in the real world, and the snake's emotion field in Shadow Cave magnified his negative emotions, which led to these scenes in the dream. Later, when he learned that Toby was cursed, Angor realized that the negative emotions in Toby's dream were caused by the curse. Now that the curse was gone, would Toby's dream become better? With this in mind, Angor used Enter Toby's Dream on him. After crossing a long dream bridge, Angor found the entrance to Toby's dream. He slowly entered Toby's dream. However, as soon as he entered Toby's dream, he felt a huge amount of information rushing into his mind like a torrent. Angor felt his head spinning. Angor immediately realized that his dream was discovered. Freud warned him again and again that the worst thing to do when entering a dream was to be discovered by the dreamer. Some dreamers did not even know what they were doing in their dreams. Even if you were their closest kin, you could be trapped in their dreams forever if you were not careful enough. Therefore, it was best not to communicate with the dreamer in the dream unless you learned how to control dreams and take away the dreamer's permission. Of course, Angor had not learned any top-level dream manipulation yet. Even if he did, he would not be able to control the situation in front of him when faced with the torrent of information. Fortunately, he was only halfway into the dream, and the entrance behind him was not closed by the dreamer yet. He had no choice but to ignore the endless messages that kept coming into his mind and return to reality through the dream bridge. When his dream tentacles finally returned to his body, the information in his mind became heavier and heavier. Angor felt dizzy for a second before he fainted on the ground. Angor had a very uncomfortable dream. In the dream, he felt countless people whispering in his ears, and all of them were filled with evil intentions. Angor could not help but scream out loud. Perhaps his voice was too loud and attracted the attention of the terrifying creature hiding in the darkness. In the deep darkness, a cold vertical eye opened. Under the cold glare, Angor felt the rage in his heart growing stronger, almost to the point of hysteria. When he thought he was about to fall into the endless darkness, a warm aura reached him and slowly guided him out of the darkness. Angor opened his eyes and gasped for air. It took him a while to come back to his senses. He finally realized that he was dreaming. Angor's eyes were filled with fear. It was a terrifying dream that almost drove him insane. If it was not for that warm aura, he would not have been able to get out of the darkness. Warm aura, Angor was a little surprised. He sensed something warm in his dream, but he could feel it now too. Puzzled, he put his hand into his inner pocket and took out a drop of dark red blood. The blood was shining brightly, and he could feel the warm aura coming from it. Angor? A hoarse male voice reached Angor's ears through the glowing blood bead in his hand. Angor hesitated for a moment. Professor. The blood bead that gave him warm energy in his dream was the blood essence Sunders left for him. Since Sunders' voice could be heard through the blood bead, it meant Sunders was somewhere very close to him. For example, outside the Ice Valley. After chatting for a while, Angor stood up and prepared to meet up with Sunders outside the valley. According to the hologram tablet, he had been sleeping for half the night. Everything around him was the same as before. Toby was also sleeping on the table, just like yesterday. However, looking at Toby reminded Angor of the dream he had last night. Without a doubt, it was the torrent of information he received from Toby's dream that caused him to have such a horrible dream. What happened to you? Sunders was standing on the trunk of a tree outside the Ice Valley. He returned to Sky Island, took care of some matters regarding Razudran, and returned to the Ice Valley immediately. Just now, he contacted Angor through his blood essence. However, Angor's voice sounded a little strange. It sounded like an accent. Apart from Angor's own voice, there was also a strange noise. It was dark and gloomy, and it was hissing in a guttural voice. It sounded like a snake's cry. Was it an illusion? Or did something happen to Angor? As Sunders wondered, a figure walked out of the Ice Valley. He looked around and didn't see Sunders anywhere. When he was about to use his blood to contact Sunders again, he heard a gust of wind behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Sunders flying toward him from afar, accompanied by a gust of wind filled with energy. Not again. Angor quickly reacted. However, the gust of wind was too close for him to escape. Angor used his arms as a shield and tried to block it with his strong body. Pa! A loud sound was heard. This was the sound of flesh colliding with flesh. He did not feel any pressure from Sunders' hand. He opened his eyes and looked at Sunders through the gap between his arms. Why are you testing me again, Professor? Test? I'm not that bored, said Sunders in a plain tone. I'm helping you get rid of the darkness. Before he could ask what was going on, a gentle energy suddenly flowed into his body from Sunders' hand. It was clean, warm, and bright, just like the warm beacon that had guided him in the endless darkness of his dream not long ago. As the energy swept across his body, he heard a hissing sound coming from his ears. It was loud at first, but it slowly faded away until it was almost inaudible. When the hissing stopped, he felt a sense of relief. It was like seeing a clear blue sky after days of heavy rain. Teacher, what's wrong with me? Angor did not ignore the strange hissing sound and the expelling darkness mentioned by Sunders. In Sunders' eyes, the dark aura around Angor turned into a strange serpent and was driven away by the purification power. Sunders withdrew his hand after hearing Angor's question. I was going to ask you the same thing. Why did you get so much negative energy in just a few days? Negative energy? Angor finally understood what was going on after Sunder's explanation. When Angor came out of the ice valley, he did not feel anything at all. However, in Sunder's eyes, Angor's body was covered in an extremely thick layer of darkness. The darkness was constantly spreading negative emotions to the surroundings. It was like a vengeful spirit, releasing all kinds of negative energy such as hatred, fear, and anger. Angor looked like he was swallowed by the vengeful spirit, which made him look extremely dangerous. This was why Sunders did not tell Angor anything. His attack on Angor was actually accumulating the purifying power to expel the darkness from Angor's body. Angor felt a little dizzy after hearing the explanation. Negative energy all over his body. Did that mean all the curses in his dream came out of his body? Where have you been these days? How did you get so much negative energy? I think you'll turn into a grudge demon if you're not careful. Sunders frowned. Fortunately, Angor had not been exposed to the poison for a long time, so it did not affect his mind yet. Otherwise, the poison would have entered Angor's body and caused all kinds of side effects. Angor shook his head helplessly. No, I didn't go anywhere. I was in the ice valley. Then where did the negative energy come from? Angor hesitated and took out Toby from his chest pocket. If I'm not mistaken, it came from Toby's dream. From Toby's dream? Sunders looked at the sleeping Toby in confusion. He did not see anything strange about the Toby. What's that supposed to mean? Angor told Sunders everything that happened yesterday. Sunders pondered for a moment. You're still unconscious even after the curse was removed, and you were immediately discovered when you entered your dream. Countless torrents of information drilled into your mind. That doesn't sound right. I've been studying dream intrusion recently, and I didn't find anything like this in any of the documents I read. Your dream tentacle was only halfway into your target's dream, and you were already discovered. Unless the target is a real dream manipulator, it's very difficult for them to notice the change in their dream. Plus, you didn't enter the target's dream completely. Angor thought of something. If I wasn't discovered, then the torrents of information in my mind were overflowing? Sunders nodded. It's very possible that you weren't discovered. Toby's dream was completely filled with negative energy, and your dream tentacle just happened to become the outlet for the negative energy. According to what you said, you only went in for an instant and then escaped. Even so, the accumulation of negative energy in your body is still very frightening. This means... Sunders looked at Toby with a strange look in his eyes. The negative energy accumulated in Toby's dream has reached its limit. Perhaps this is why Toby can't wake up from his sleep. Why is Toby like this? Angor asked. What do you think? I think there's only one possibility. Angor frowned. The 5 flavors tribulation. Sunders nodded. That's right. When you entered the dream last time, Toby only showed signs of facing the disaster. It seems he's already faced the real disaster. If it wasn't for the taste disaster, Toby's dream wouldn't have such horrible negative energy. Toby already went through wrath, which meant he had 4 more disasters left: love, hatred, resentment, and sorrow. Considering the jealousy and possessiveness he showed in his dream last time, and the negative energy you just received, it's very likely that Toby is facing resentment disaster now. Sunders paused. You're lucky that you didn't enter his dream completely. Otherwise, you'd be in big trouble. Angor also felt a little scared. But when he calmed down, he began to worry about Toby. 1 disaster, 1 death. Toby's tribulation of 5 flavors was comparable to a death tribulation each time. If he wanted to safely pass through it, not only did he need opportunities, he also needed to test Toby's willpower. Besides, the raft disaster just ended not long ago. According to what Greya said, Toby shouldn't be facing another disaster so soon. However, the world was unpredictable. Toby had been cursed by the disaster curse. Unlucky things naturally wouldn't let Toby go, and this kind of bad luck obviously included the 5-taste calamity. At the same time, not only was Toby cursed, it was also affected by the emotional field of the giant snake in the shadow cave. The combination of the two led to the current situation. Angor wasn't sure if Toby could survive the resentment disaster so soon. More importantly, Toby had to face it alone. No one could help him. Angor suddenly thought of something. If the dream tentacles can reveal the negative energy, can I use them to reduce the negative energy Toby has to face? To reduce the difficulty of the disaster? You want to become a porter for Shadow? Sunders raised an eyebrow. Angor nodded. If we can stop the source of the negative emotions, your method might be able to alleviate the disaster. But what if the source continues to release negative emotions? Sunders paused for a moment. Also, these negative emotions are meaningless to you. But for Toby, as long as he can survive the resentment disaster, these negative energy sources will help him grow stronger. Most importantly, are you sure you're lucky enough to escape from its dreams every time? Angor didn't say anything. If we really want to avoid the disaster, we have to go back and ask Greya if she has any ideas, said Sunders as he ended the conversation. Angor nodded. There was nothing else he could do. Toby isn't awake yet, but his curse has been removed. Let's get ready to leave. We need to get back to the southern wizarding region as soon as possible. Angor considered. He didn't know if the consciousness seal outside Yuantan continent had been removed. Even if it wasn't, there might be other powerful beings who had other ways to track them. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Besides, Moonfrost Union was going to expose Bobota's identity soon. Moonfrost Union would try their best to find Bobota, and Angor couldn't guarantee that he could stay by Bobota's side all the time. If Bobota went too far away from Moonfrost Union's protection, Moonfrost Union's prophets would notice him. With that in mind, Angor nodded. Alright, let's go back. Before returning to the southern wizardry region, Angor decided to visit Ice Valley alone. His main purpose was to take Bobota away. However, when he passed by the Ice Palace, he saw Odurklas inside the hall. Angor thought Odurklas would be training in the underground mine, so he had to leave without saying goodbye. He didn't expect Odurklas to show up in the palace. Angor wouldn't mind if he didn't see Odurklas. He walked into the hall and greeted them respectfully. Then, he told Odurklas that he was about to leave. Odurklas nodded. The flame mark on you is proof of our friendship. I won't take it back. Angor lowered his head and put a hand on his chest. May our friendship last forever. Odurklas was taken aback for a moment before his lips curled up slightly. Before Angor could think his eyes were playing tricks on him, Odurklas returned to his expressionless face. You're interested in Feng, aren't you? Odurklas suddenly changed the topic. Angor nodded. I have something I need to ask him. Odurklas didn't ask what Angor was talking about. Instead, he took out something from an unknown space and tossed it to Angor. Feng left this behind. I don't know what it's for. Since you're interested, here you go. He took a closer look and saw that it was a long key with complicated patterns on it. Arga's secret key? Arga's secret key was a popular encryption tool used by wizards. It could be considered as a self-compiled child and mother key. A locked item would have a mother pattern on it. To open the lock, one would need a corresponding child pattern. Child and mother patterns could be set by themselves. As long as the core was an Arga's secret key, they could avoid repetition. Of course, the encryption tool wasn't just a simple pattern. The density of the energy distribution in the pattern, the source of the energy, and the attribute of the energy were all encryption points. Therefore, it wasn't easy to decipher an Arga's secret key. So you know what it is. I gave it to the right person, Odurklas said in a plain tone. Angor briefly explained the function of the key. Although he could recognize that this was probably a secret key engraved with a child pattern, if he couldn't find the corresponding mother pattern, it was actually a useless item. Maybe one day, you'll meet its mother rune? After pausing for a while, Odurklas said, or maybe Feng is going to give you the key? He considered for a moment and nodded. Alright, I'll take it. Angor accepted the key and left the room. Then, he took Bobota with him and left the icy valley that was constantly buffeted by wind and snow. When Bobota heard that Sunders was right outside the abyss, he felt a bit of fear. But now that he was about to leave the abyss, he felt a bit excited. Bobota finally calmed down when he saw Sunders. He noticed that Sunders only glanced at him with an emotionless expression at first, but he didn't look at him in the eye after that. This made Bobota feel a bit relieved. They took a seat on gondola. Boboda sat alone in the cabin at the back, while Angor and Sundar sat opposite each other. Due to Sundar's warning, they didn't talk about anything sensitive. Sundar was very curious about Angor's recent experiences, but he decided to wait until they returned to the southern wizarding region. Where are we going now? Angor followed Sundar's instructions and took gondola in a certain direction. However, he had no idea where to go next. We're going to pick up Cantor. He came with me this time, but he went to the underground city of Xianxia first to buy some materials. Once we get him, we'll teleport him back to the southern wizarding region using the fragment plane, Sundar explained. Xianxia Underground City was a foothold city on the same level as Street of Immortals and Cinder Rock. However, it wasn't built by Moonfrost Union. It was built by another wizard alliance called Bloodborne Syndicate. Angor nodded. There were many materials from the Abyss Plane that couldn't be found in the southern wizarding region. Most wizards would go to a foothold city to buy some special materials before leaving the Abyss. Angor didn't need them since his bracelet was filled with Abyss materials. He bought a lot of them at Razudran, and most of them were unique materials that only came from the Abyss Plane. They were much cheaper than footholds built by humans. After confirming their destination, Angor drove the gondola forward. There were many things he couldn't talk about, so he told Sundar about what he saw in the ice canyon, including Madeline's whereabouts. Sundar didn't mind Madeline's decision at all. It's good news that she's still alive. As for the fact that she's going to study Blackthorn, it's not a big deal. There are plenty of wizards who stay in Bone Graveyard or Swamp of Miasma for more than 10 years. Compared to Madeline, I want to know more about Izu. Izu? Izu? Sundar nodded. Angor considered for a moment and slowly told Sundar about what happened in Moliere's land. A gloomy light flashed in Sundar's eyes after he heard the words. I didn't expect you to have fought with her. Sundar tapped the table with his finger and pondered for a while. Dong Ming is a narrow-minded and vengeful man. You attacked her and even forced her to retreat. According to Dong Ming's personality, she might take revenge on you. Back then, the Celian family offended Izu because of a small matter, which led to the destruction of their entire family. The Celian family was Madeline's family. Angor felt wronged. She attacked me first. If I didn't fight back, I'd be lying there now. Sundar's words were almost the same as Madeline's. That's even more troublesome. Sundar pondered. She turned into Izu because of the curse of disaster. Maybe she changed her body, or she possessed someone else. Either way, she hid for a long time before attacking you. She must have a purpose. She's probably after your body parts. I reckon that in her heart, you're already one of the people she must deal with. Sundar saw Angor's crestfallen face and tried to comfort him. But she has a lot of enemies. She won't show up anytime soon, let alone return to the southern wizarding region. You don't have to worry about her for now. Angor guessed that there was always a proviso when it came to this topic. As expected, Sundar suddenly changed the topic. But with her body parts, she'll become strong again in 10 or 20 years. Once she returns, she'll probably come for you. You can't let your guard down. You need to improve your strength as much as possible. Angor understood this. Besides, judging from Dong Ming's unscrupulous behavior, she was not a law-abiding wizard. Even if it was not for himself, he still needed to improve his strength to protect his loved ones. Speaking of power, your body is much stronger now. It's time for you to think about spell slots. Have you made up your mind? Sundar changed the topic. Angor nodded. Yes, I have. Sundar wanted to know which cantrip Angor was going to put in the first slot, but Angor stopped talking halfway, which made Sundar curious. You're going to keep me guessing, aren't you? Did you choose alchemy and don't want to say it out loud? Angor shook his head. Sundar narrowed his eyes and thought of something. You're going to create your own cantrip? Sundar was happy to see Angor creating his own cantrip, but time waits for no one. Not really. It's a special ability. Angor did not tell the truth. He already had a vague idea about the ability, but he would have to wait to see what it would do. After all, the door model came from that strange world, and it was related to the alien eye. It was not appropriate for him to tell them about it, so he could only pretend to keep them in suspense. Sunders gave Angor a thoughtful look. Then I'll look forward to it. Without the curse of disaster, Angor's journey went smoothly. The only interlude was that they met a few skinny demons with bat wings on their way back. However, when the demons saw Angor, they quickly ran away as if he was a demon of a higher level. Sunders raised an eyebrow. He was puzzled. Angor pointed at the flame mark on his ear. Odurkla's left it behind. That's why I was able to gain a foothold in Lesutran. Sunders nodded. Then he looked at Angor's earlobe and asked, "Is that still there?" Sunders pointed at Angor's earlobe. Angor didn't know what Sunders meant at first. It took him a while to realize that Sunders was referring to the pale yellow flame that came to him out of nowhere. "Yes, sir." Sunders' eyes lit up at the answer. "Good," Sunders commented and did not ask any more questions. He knew that if he kept asking, he would ask about Angor's recent experiences. It was best not to talk about them in the Abyss Plane. Even if no one was watching him, who knew if those powerful beings had other ways to find out? The underground city of Xianxia was located inside a valley in a mountain range. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary canyon, but underneath the canyon, there was an incomparably vast underground city. Angor was expecting to go to the underground city, but before they could reach the valley, someone jumped up from below and blocked their way. It was an old man with long white eyebrows and a curly beard tied into a bow. He was wearing a dark blue robe and a triangular wizard hat with an embroidered orchid flower on it. He chuckled. "Angor's gondola is so eye-catching. I saw it right away." While speaking, the newcomer hopped onto the gondola and sat down beside Angor. It was Cantor, who Angor had not seen for a while. He still looked the same, but the bow knot on his beard was too eye-catching. Old man, Mr. Cantor." Angor held back his urge to complain and greeted the old man politely. "I'm glad you're okay, Angor. Otherwise, I'd have to bring back an obituary for Keely." Cantor put a hand on Angor's shoulder with a smile. Angor's lips twitched. "What does it have to do with Keely whether I'm okay or not?" "Ignore him. Keep heading southeast." Sunders finally lost his patience and spoke to Angor. "Just ignore him. Keep heading southeast." "Are we still going to Xianxia Underground City?" "Since we've already picked up Cantor, there's no need for that. The space here isn't stable. Keep going southeast and you'll see a fallen mountain. The space there is more stable, so it's safer to use section ephemera there," Sunders explained. Angor nodded and controlled the gondola to fly toward the fallen mountain. Cantor's voice trailed off as he looked at the small compartment at the rear of the gondola. When he noticed the cloaked Baboda inside, his eyes flickered. Cantor wanted to ask something, but his professor stopped him with a meaningful look. Cantor swallowed his words. It was not just about Baboda. Cantor did not ask. It seemed that Sunders had already told Cantor about Angor's recent experiences. Cantor did not mention anything about Angor. Instead, Cantor only talked about some meaningless topics. For example, he was most concerned about Monument Valley. "I've cleared Monument Valley. Are you thinking about doing a sequel?" Before Angor could answer, Sunders sneered. "How did you do it? Don't you know?" Cantor, "Anyway, I've cleared it." It was Baboda who helped Cantor pass the test. Now that Baboda was still on gondola, Cantor had the audacity to claim that he cleared the level by himself. "Not at the moment," Angor replied. "Then I'll think about it for you." "Remember to make it when you get back," Cantor said with a smile. "What's the point of thinking? Are you going to make it or am I going to make it? By the way, don't forget one more thing. How is the Soft Queen now? Did it give birth to any special eggs under the pressure of the Dreamweaver?" Speaking of the Soft Queen, Angor put on a serious look. Since he was heading to Tidal Realm, he had spent a lot of time observing the Soft Queen. Due to the pressure from the outside world, the Soft Queen had stopped reproducing. All the eggs she laid were for combat purposes. So far, she had not found any special eggs. Cantor pondered for a moment. So there's still something missing in the details. Maybe we should increase the pressure and let the Dreamweaver come into contact with the Soft Queen once? Maybe the soft queen will secrete some new substance and give birth to some special eggs. Cantor's suggestion was bold, but Angor was worried that it might backfire. Maybe the soft queen would be so scared that she lost her reproductive instincts. There were plenty of such cases in the world of biology. Sunders, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly spoke up. "Don't do anything stupid. I'll talk to Ness when we get back. He once went to the Heart of Insects research site. Maybe he can find something useful." Angor nodded. The soft queen was very precious. Perhaps Angor was the only one artificially bred in the world, so they had to be careful. After that, Sunders did not speak again. Cantor was the only one who kept talking. Even when no one answered him, he did not feel embarrassed at all. In fact, he did not feel tired at all. Just as they were about to reach the fallen mountain ridge, something strange happened. They ran into a bird that blocked their path. It was a strange-looking red-scaled bird. It had a large body but was as thin as a stick. Every flap of its withered wings brought up a strong gust of wind. Cantor's eyes lit up, and he muttered, "Not bad. I didn't expect to meet a wizard-level monster on the way back." Cantor looked like he was about to attack. However, before Cantor could fly away, Sunders stopped him. That was because a figure had suddenly appeared on the back of the giant bird. Cantor stopped himself before Sunders could say anything. Angor was puzzled by their reaction. Did they know who it was? Angor looked closer and saw a female demon covered in pale green scales. The scales looked dense, but their color was gradually changing. Her body was curvaceous, and her face was beautiful. Especially the pattern on her forehead, which gave her a mysterious sense of beauty. She had a round, glossy butt, and a black demon tail with a greenish-white tip. From Angor's point of view, this was the most attractive female demon he had ever seen, apart from the succubi. "What are you doing, mottled bones?" The female demon spoke in the elegant language of demons. However, she wasn't speaking to them. She was speaking to the bird under her feet. "Roar." The bird let out a strange roar while facing Gondola. At this moment, the female demon looked over. The face of barrenness has been corroded by humans to this extent. Indeed, it is worthy of its name. After saying that, she said to the bird at her feet, "If you want to make a move, hurry up." As soon as the voice fell, the huge bird's eyes immediately lit up, and countless floating hurricanes appeared around its body in an instant. Clearly, this was a powerful wind-type demonic creature. When the bird was about to attack, Sunders and Cantor exchanged a glance and made up their minds. Both the bird and the female demon were not strong enough to threaten Sunders. However, the female demon's identity made Sunders suspicious. Since they were going to attack, Sunders wasn't going to back down just because of that. However, the female demon suddenly noticed something. "Mottled bones, mottled bones. Hold on." The embryonic form of the hurricane that had already formed was interrupted by this call. The bird called mottled bones chirped in frustration, but it didn't attract the female demon's attention. The female demon was now looking at Angor. Angor didn't know why she was looking at him all of a sudden. He felt uncomfortable being stared at for a long time. Is Angor being targeted by that thing? Sunders wondered in his mind. The female demon finally spoke to Angor this time. "Where did you get your death aura?" "Death aura?" Sunders and Cantor looked at Angor in confusion. They didn't sense anything strange about Angor. What did she mean by death aura? Angor didn't know how to react at first. Then he remembered something. A black feather suddenly appeared in his hand. The female demon's pupils shrank as soon as she saw the feather. She quickly approached Angor. However, before she could reach Angor, Sunders reached out a hand and unleashed a violent energy wave, which blocked her way and knocked her away for dozens of meters. Mottled Bones' eyes glowed red when he saw the female demon being knocked away. He released a gust of hot air from his nose. "Mottled Bones, don't do it." The magnetic demon stood up and gave Sunders a wary look. She didn't expect this human to be so strong. She glanced at Sunders and looked at Angor again. "Where did you get that feather, human?" "Someone gave it to me." The female demon didn't change her expression. "His feather isn't real. It can't fall off on its own. That's the only explanation." "But why did you give it to a human?" Angor didn't answer her question. He didn't want to explain himself. But judging from her tone, did she know Krondo? Let's make a deal, human. Give me the feather, and I'll give it to you. Before the female demon could finish, Angor quickly put the feather away. He couldn't let anyone take it away. It was important for him to fulfill his promise with Wardell. The female demon's mouth twitched. After a while, the female demon said, "Forget it. Since he gave it to you, he must have his reasons. Today, for his sake, I won't bicker with you." As she spoke, the female demon stepped on Spotted Bone Yaku's head and commanded it to fly in another direction. Although Kaku was reluctant, he still nodded and left. Even after the demon and bird left, Angor still could not figure out what just happened. That was weird. Why did they show up? And why did they leave? Where did they come from? However, Sunders and Cantor were more confused than Angor. What was that feather in Angor's hand? Both Sunders and Cantor were curious about Black Feather's background, but they chose not to ask. They were already close to Fallen Mountain, so it was better to return to the southern wizarding region first. With this in mind, they soon arrived at Fallen Mountain. Compared to the barren hills around them, Fallen Mountain had a much more stable spatial energy. The vegetation here was much more luxurious. There were also traces of man-made structures around the area. Under Sunders' guidance, they arrived at a secluded corner of Fallen Mountain, where they planned to open a portal to the southern wizarding region. However, Sunders and Cantor had a small argument when determining the coordinates. Sunders was planning to set the portal at Parmajai Highlands so that they could return to Brute Cavern as soon as possible. Cantor suggested that since Sunders never visited Lilith's house, they should set the exit near Lilith's house so that they could show Angor around. After all, it was a tradition between Phantom Island and Lilith's house. If he had to choose, it would be best if he could locate the old Earth. If not, he could go somewhere near Brute Cavern. As for Lilith's clan, he might have a chance in the future, but he was not in the mood right now. Sunders didn't agree with Cantor's suggestion. It was just that Cantor's suggestion reminded him of something else. Due to the failed plane fusion, there were still wizards from various organizations lingering at Parmajai Highlands. Of course, Sunders wanted to keep a low profile so that no one would notice them. Moreover, the Parmajai Highlands had undergone a planar fusion. Even if the fusion failed, the spatial energy around it would still be chaotic for a short period of time. It wasn't safe to set the portal at the Parmajai Highlands. Perhaps the same thing happened to Sunders' spacetime maze last time. With this in mind, Sunders decided to set the exit at Yali Duchy, which was located on the other side of Parmajai Highlands. When Sanders told him his decision, Cantor sighed and accepted it. Angor didn't object. But when he heard Sunders' explanation, he felt a little doubtful. Sunders did mention something about the failed plane fusion last time, but Angor didn't think too much about it. Now that they were about to return to the southern wizarding region, he was more concerned about it. The plane fusion had indeed failed. Could it be that the portal at the Wind Whisper Valley was really the reason for the failure of the plane fusion? Back at the Wind Whisper Valley, he saw the strange energy coming from the portal. It looked like a bunch of fireflies, which then merged into the alien eye and merged with it. That was why he went to that strange world and learned the door model. Angor already had an idea about it. The first time something happened to the alien eye, it happened at Devil's Water. He didn't see it himself, but Nausicaa and Toby did. In the end, after the abnormality, they received news that the plane fusion had failed. Now that the alien eye showed up again, he couldn't help but wonder if the plane fusion at Parmajai Highlands would fail as well. From the looks of it, this was indeed the case. When Sunders took out his section ephemera and prepared to open the portal, Angor rolled his eyes and asked Cantor, "Mr. Cantor, my professor said the plane fusion failed. Do you know what happened?" Cantor didn't doubt Angor's words. "I don't know what happened yet. But Mr. Rain speculated that there was an outside force involved. If that's the case, then it has to be someone at least legendary to be able to break the plane fusion." Cantor sighed. "Why are you so interested in this?" Angor was trying to figure out how to explain when he heard Sunders' voice. "This guy wants a fragment of eternity." "Fragment of eternity?" Cantor's attention was caught by Sunders' words. "What? He's going to build a sorcerer's garden too?" "He wants a magic scroll with luck attribute from Vifit, and Vifit's offer is a drop of fragment of eternity." Sunder's hand stopped moving, and a portal appeared in front of them. It was the portal created by the section ephemera. Alright, let's head back. Now that the portal was complete, Cantor didn't ask any more questions. Everyone stepped into the portal. They didn't run into any trouble this time. On their way to the other side of the portal, Cantor suddenly smiled at Angor. By the way, didn't you ask why the plane fusion failed? There's a rumor going around that Sunders is a jinx who caused the plane fusion to fail as soon as he showed up. For years ago at Devil's Water, the plane fusion failed as soon as Sunders showed up. This time, the same thing happened as soon as he arrived at Parmajai Highlands. Maybe the plane fusion failed because of Sunders' bad luck. Cantor's words earned him several cold glances from Sunders. Angor didn't want to laugh, but he was actually shocked. If Sunders really caused the plane fusion to fail as soon as he arrived at Parmajai Highlands, then it meant that the alien eye was the cause of the plane fusion failure. Because those strange light spots were flying out from the transrealm passageway. And it was Sunders who created the portal. Angor's heart was pounding. If people in the wizarding world found out that he was the cause of the disaster, he was done for. The only good thing was that he was in the abyss plane when the plane fusion failed. No one would think he was the culprit. By the way, why do you want a scroll that increases luck from Bifit? Cantor asked. Alchemy, Angor muttered. Before Cantor could ask more questions, Sunders pointed at a bright spot in front of them. The exit. On the surface of the abyss, in the sky above the sunken mountains, a huge red-scaled bird suddenly flew over. On top of the bird's head was a female demon with a perfect body. Over there, mottled bones. The female demon pointed at a secluded spot on the mountain. The red-scaled bird landed on a lush tree, while the female demon rolled and used her tail to balance herself. She then jumped down from the sky. She circled around the area and sniffed around as if she was looking for something. Soon, she found several footprints on the ground. Those humans were here. But I sensed a strong spatial ripple. Did they leave? The female demon looked a little annoyed. Damn it. I was so close. She was ordered by her master to check out the situation at Yuan-Ten Continent, which was about to collapse. The abyss consciousness surrounding Yuan-Ten Continent was about to dissipate, so she had to move as fast as possible. When she saw Krando's feather in the human's hand, she assumed it belonged to an old friend and let them go. But after flying for a while, she suddenly remembered something. Krando was born on Yuan-Ten Continent. Due to his stupid dog's injury, Krando often stayed on the continent. The feather in the human's hand must have fallen here not long ago, which meant Krando only gave it to the human recently. Krando would never leave Yuan-Ten Continent. How did the human get the feather? There was only one possibility. The human had been to Yuan-Ten Continent. Moreover, it happened recently. Thinking of this, she immediately returned to track them. She tracked them all the way to Oblivion Mountain Ridge, but in the end, she discovered that the group of humans had already left. How could she not be upset? Angor's group didn't know what happened at Fallen Mountain. They had already arrived at Yali Duchy. As soon as they stepped out of the portal, Angor immediately felt the fresh air he hadn't felt in a long time. A gentle breeze with a hint of coolness blew against his face, as if it had cleansed his limbs and bones. Looking at the clear blue sky and the floating white clouds, Angor finally felt a sense of relief. Angor finally understood John's feelings. Perhaps only those who had experienced the journey to another world would understand the obsession of wanting to return to their homeland. Apart from the relief, Angor was also glad that he finally sensed the Dream Wasteland. With the power of Dream Gate, he could turn the Dream Wasteland into a sandbox. He couldn't see the details of what was happening inside, but he still missed the familiar feeling of being in the Dream Wasteland for a long time. We're in luck. There are no energy ripples nearby. Looks like we're far away from the supernatural circle. Cantor's voice reached Angor's ears. He finally calmed down from his excitement and began to check his surroundings. The place they were at was above a lake. The water was so clear that they could see the bottom of the lake. There were many mountains around them, most of which were snowy mountains. The first rays of the morning sun illuminated the peaks of the mountains, making them look like golden halos. This is Fragrant Lake. It's still some distance away from Parmajai Highlands. Let's go. Angor nodded and took out his gondola. Baboda went to the compartment at the back. Under Sunder's guidance, the gondola began to fly toward Parmajai Highlands. However, before they took off, Sunders tapped the table with his finger and summoned countless illusion nodes. Following the arrangement of the nodes, gondola, which was supposed to be quite eye-catching, became invisible in the air. Now that he was back in the southern wizarding region, he felt much better. Away from the shadows of the abyss plane, he no longer felt as depressed as before. Both Angor and Sunders sighed in relief. Now, they could finally ask Sunders something they didn't want to talk about. "What's that feather you took out?" Cantor also looked at Sunders with a curious look. "Well, Sunders," Sunders said, and Cantor looked at Sunders with curiosity. Angor took out the feather from his bracelet and placed it on the table. Sunders and Cantor didn't touch it. They only used their eyes and spirit feelers to observe the feather. However, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Sunders, on the other hand, recognized the feather. "A crow feather? What's so special about it?" "It's Crando's feather." That demon recognized it. "Crando?" Sunders and Cantor looked at each other and immediately thought of a title, the Guide of Death. Crando's name was widely known among the natives of the Abyss Plane and half-blood demons. According to legends, anyone who saw him was going to die soon, which was why he was called the Guide of Death. However, Crando only appeared in stories written by natives. No one had ever seen him in person. Or rather, everyone who had seen him was already dead. This was why both Sunders and Cantor regarded Crando as a legendary figure. But now, Angor told them it was Crando's feather, which surprised them greatly. "Is that really the Guide of Death's feather? You saw Crando?" Sunders and Cantor asked at the same time. Angor shook his head. "I'm not sure. Someone else told me about it. I never saw Crando in person." "Someone else? Who?" Sunders and Cantor didn't say anything else. They were waiting for Angor's explanation. Angor didn't continue. Instead, he asked another question. "Earlier, Mr. Cantor and Professor Cantor, you looked strange when you saw that female demon." Sunders and Cantor's expressions changed when they heard the female demon's name. Sunders remained silent for a long time before he spoke again. "We can't tell who that demon is. However, the pattern on her forehead is the mark of a great existence." He tried to recall the female demon's appearance. Indeed, there was a strange pattern on her forehead, which gave off a mysterious feeling. Angor thought it was just a decorative pattern, but it turned out to be a mark. According to Sunders, he was called a great being? A demon god? Angor nodded. Sunders nodded and whispered the name of the demon god. The moment he said that, a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Red Plague. It took him a while to recover from the shock. Now he understood why both Sunders and Cantor were hesitant to approach the female demon. The Red Plague demon god was a great demon god that spread plague and blood. If all the demon gods were classified as evil, then most of the other demon gods, including Lord of Flameless, Scholar of Cruelty, Demon Eye of Abyss, and so on, could be classified as lawful evil. However, this Red Plague demon god would definitely be classified as chaotic evil. The Red Plague demon never came to the southern wizardry region, but its destructive power was comparable. The other demon gods all had followers in the wizarding world or other general planes. However, the damage they caused was far less than the Red Plague demon god. The Red Plague demon god's followers caused major and minor disasters in the wizarding world almost every day. The Red Plague demon god's job was to spread plague and blood. Every time it happened, not only would wizards get hurt, but many civilians would also die. After thousands of years, the number of Red Plague demon god's followers had reached a terrifying level. This was why the Red Plague demon god never came to the southern wizardry region. As far as Angor knew, some tribes in Parmajai Highlands were experiencing a large-scale blood meltdown. As an expert in blood research, Flora was sent to solve the problem. Later, she found out that the blood meltdown, which affected even wizards, was caused by a kind of blood meltdown virus. Even after discovering the virus, Flora had yet to solve the problem. Before going to the Abyss Plane, Angor heard a rumor that the blood meltdown virus came from the Red Plague demon god's followers. Regardless of whether or not the blood melt virus originated from the Red Plague, these incidents showed just how terrifying the Red Plague was in the sorcerer world. It was even more frightening than the great demon gods. At least, the Crown Clown and other powerful demon gods never came to the southern wizardry region. Even if they did cause some deaths, it was far less frequent than the Red Plague demon god. Angor finally understood why Sunders and Cantor were so scared when they saw the female demon in the Abyss Plane. There were too many Red Plague demons in the wizarding world. They all had the same pattern on their bodies. Next time you see them, try not to come into contact with them. I don't care if they're humans or demons, Cantor said. Cantor added in a serious tone, those Red Plague believers are all lunatics. They got a lot of horrible diseases from the Red Plague devil. Even Truthfinder wizards have been killed by them before. Angor nodded fearfully. According to the books he read, most of the Red Plague demon god's followers were unknown at first. Only when they came into contact with other creatures would they spread like wildfire. Angor didn't mind getting infected himself, but he couldn't let his loved ones get infected because of that. Angor decided to stop talking about the Red Plague for now. Since they were back to the Black Feather, Angor didn't think too much about it. We were trapped in a place called Tongue Continent. We were searching for an exit. During our exploration, we found that the dead continent was the so-called Frigid Ruins. Both Sunders and Cantor knew about the Frigid Ruins, but they didn't expect the ruins to be located in a place called Tongue Continent instead of the surface of the Abyss Plane. Later, we found a dead tree with a black feather on it. That's it. Angor picked up the feather on the table. There was someone, an ancient native. He told me that Crandall left this for me. That's it? Cantor was puzzled. Who is he? Why did he give it to you? How did you end up in Tongue Continent? What happened? Someone cleared his throat and interrupted Cantor's question. Cantor looked back and saw Sunders speaking to him with an expressionless face. We're going back to Brute Cavern. Are you going to Phantom Island as a guest? Cantor didn't know what to say. Sunders was clearly trying to kick him out. Why would he do that when he needed help? Cantor looked between Angor and Sunders and nodded. Sure. I haven't been to Phantom Island in a long time anyway. In the end, Cantor still got off the ship. Or rather, he was forced off by Sunders. Is this really okay? Angor looked at the lonely figure in the sky. It was Cantor. The reason why Sunders gave him a brief explanation was that Sunders already told him to avoid mentioning anything related to the demon god as much as possible. That was why Cantor didn't tell his story at all. He asked on purpose, Sunders snapped. When we agreed to bring him back to the southern wizarding region, we made a promise that he wouldn't ask anything about you, especially when you went missing. It's good for you and him. Since he's so curious, we have no choice but to kick him out. Angor nodded. It made sense. No matter how close Phantom Island and Lilith's clan were, there were still boundaries between them. There were still many sensitive issues that needed to be avoided. On the other side, Cantor, who was kicked off the ship, looked like he was about to cry. When Gondola disappeared into the distance, Cantor quickly put away his sad expression and smiled. Fine, I won't go. I heard that Levita is going back to Nocturnal Forest. When the new issue of Firefly's Night Tale comes out, Angor will become the center of attention. I'll take it back and show it to Keeley. Cantor wasn't really trying to matchmake Angor. He only wanted to show off in front of Angor. After all, it was fun to watch the boy's expression change. Since Keeley was brought up by him, he would naturally support her decision. As for showing Firefly's Night Tale to Keeley, he was trying to motivate her. He knew how stubborn Keeley was, especially when she was facing someone younger than her but more talented than her. Cantor left with a big grin. Angor didn't see Cantor's reaction from Gondola, which made him feel a little guilty. Now that Cantor was gone, Angor planned to tell the story of Blackfeather in its entirety. However, Sunders shook his head. There's no need to rush. It seemed safer to leave the Abyss Plane, but Starliege Temple had many secret means to spy on the entire southern wizarding region. Perhaps someone from Starliege Temple would find out what they were talking about. Besides, the recent plane fusion at Parmagi Highlands had already become the center of attention for wizards in the southern wizarding region. It was better to wait until they reached a safe place. Also, Sunders had a feeling that what Angor was about to say was going to be something big. Yali Duchy. A few hundred kilometers away from the uninhabited area of Parmajai Highlands, there was a border city. The local name of the city was Ephesus, but outsiders liked to call it the city of shepherding. This was because the Icefield blue sheep was the most popular food in Yali Duchy. Almost every farmer living in the city had their own sheep farm. Because of the large number of sheep farms, Muyang City was not surrounded by tall city walls like other cities. The city of shepherding was a semi-open city. It did not have a gate, and there were only guards stationed on certain roads. It looked like Watergrass from fairy tale. However, even though the city of Muyang was a semi-open city, it did not mean that the city was unsafe. The city was surrounded by mountains on both sides. To the west was the Snow River, which flowed from the ever-frozen river in Parmajai Highlands. There was only one side that allowed people to enter the city through the main road. There were also several steam train tracks on this side. Not only did the transportation company have to guard the tracks, but the soldiers of the city of shepherding were also doing their best to ensure safety. Therefore, overall, the safety of this place was still guaranteed. 3 figures appeared out of nowhere near a square in the center of the city. The area was a busy business district. However, no one paid any attention to the 3 figures. It was as if they did not exist. It wasn't until the 3 of them moved that a few people noticed them. However, there were too many people here. Even if they saw them suddenly appear, some people just thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them and didn't think much of it. Moreover, among the 3 of them, 2 of them were dressed like nobles, regardless of their bearing or aura. Ordinary people would not dare to look at them directly, let alone size them up. The 3 of them walked down the plaza road and soon arrived near a small hotel. However, they did not enter the hotel. Instead, they walked to the side of the building and entered an alley between 2 tall buildings. The alley was very dark, and moss had grown on the floor due to the lack of light all year round. "Professor, where are we going?" It was a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes who spoke. His fringe covered his right eye. The young man was Angor, who just returned from the Abyss Plain. As for his question, it was Phantom Master Sunders, the famous god of war in the south. "I'm going to see an old friend of mine and ask him about the current situation at Parmajai Highlands," Sunders said as he looked behind Angor. Baboda, who was covered by the cloak, shivered and lowered his head without saying a word. Sunders' eyes darkened. A gray light flashed on the earring, and Baboda's figure disappeared. "Tell him to stay in the gravity garden for now. Come with me." They walked all the way to the end of the long alley. There was a gas lamp hanging on the wall. The dim yellow light was not very bright, but it illuminated the flowery words beside the door at the end very clearly. "If you are willing to burn the light of your life in exchange for a rose, I think you must be crazy." He frowned as he read the cursive words. He did not understand the meaning of the sentence. Also, he did not understand why the words were carved on the door. Sunders explained, "It's from The Flower Seller Who Danced for Sin, a rather boring novel. But in the book, there's a demon called Slade who turned the main character from a poor peasant into a rich merchant, a knight, and a general. In return, the main character sacrificed his lifespan, soul, and emotions. In the end, the main character got together with a flower girl. He thought he had broken through the demon's limit and found love. However, when they were about to get married, Slade said he wanted to set a test. If the main character could pass the test, not only would he gain love, but he would also regain his lost soul and lifespan. The main character agreed. So the demon turned him into an old beggar who lost his handsome looks and wealth. He wanted to test the flower girl's choice. If the flower girl chose to marry him, the demon's test would be declared as a failure. The protagonist thinks that the flower girl is still the kind and beautiful girl he first met, but he doesn't know that during their time together, the flower girl has already been blinded by luxury. After tasting the life of a rich lady, how could she be willing to follow the protagonist who has become old and poor? Therefore, the flower girl left right before she entered the wedding hall. Angor's lips twitched. It does sound pointless. Demons aren't that kind. But this crappy story is quite famous in Yali Duchy. The newspaper that published it became the biggest newspaper in Yali Duchy. Angor nodded. Stories that depict the betrayal of women and the loyalty of the main character are popular among traditional nobles. Stories are often the opposite of the truth. Sunders did not comment. He only smiled and walked to the door at the end of the hall. Let's go and see my old friend, the kind demon. Angor was not surprised at all. He already knew who the owner of the room was when Sunders told him the story. They entered the room and saw that it was an antique shop. Glass cabinets inlaid with gold rims were filled with antiques from different countries. Angor even saw a spherical navigator from the Age of Silver in Faran continent. There were all kinds of rare treasures in the room. There was plenty of light in the room too. When the light collided with the gold and silver objects, even the most ordinary items would be dazzling. However, for Sunders and Angor, the antiques here were nothing special. They did not attract much attention. At this moment, something that looked like a metal box suddenly spiraled down from where they were facing each other. The first thing that came to his mind was a coffin. But when he opened the coffin door, he realized that it was a mechanical elevator. An old man in a long robe was inside the elevator. His back was facing Angor and Sunders. He slowly turned around while speaking. Anyone who can come in must have something in mind. Esteemed guest, do you wish to trade your lifespan, or your spirit? However, halfway through his speech, he suddenly paused. For he had turned his head and was looking right into Sunders' face. Ahahaha, so it's Mr. Phantom. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. The old man smiled awkwardly. His previous arrogance instantly disappeared. He walked to the side and pressed several buttons. The sound of gears turning was heard. Soon, a table and a chair were lifted from the ground. Angor's eyes flashed with admiration. It was only a simple lifting and landing device, but it was exquisitely made. Mr. Phantom, is this your new student? The old man looked at Angor from head to toe and asked, is this your new student, Mr. Phantom? If I remember correctly, he's called Music Box Sorcerer, Angor? Angor's lips twitched. Yes, I'm Angor. But I don't know Music Box Sorcerer. The old man smiled and said, your nickname hasn't been decided yet, so we're just calling you that in private. Floating Mech City can't find your record in Sky Tower either. Otherwise, we can just use your name in Sky Tower. That's even worse. Angor refused without hesitation. Angor's reaction puzzled the old man. He looked back at Sunders and saw a rare smile on the old man's face. The old man realized something. Angor's nickname in Sky Tower was probably indescribable. It was normal. Back in Brute Cavern, Angor registered himself as Truth's Saint King. People would laugh at him if he went out with that title. Still, he could understand Angor's mentality. Angor was a young man who always thought the world revolved around him. If you want to clear your name, why don't you spread the news to some influential magazines, or go to the Sky Tower and register for a new name? That's fine too. Angor nodded. Changing his name was not a big deal, but it would be boring if people called him Music Box Sorcerer every time they met. It was as if he only knew how to make music boxes. Sunders finally spoke. He's an old friend of mine. You've already guessed his name. It's Slade from Flower Cellar Dancing for Sin. But he's not a demon. He's also from Brute Cavern. But he's been gone for almost 200 years, right? 196 years, to be exact. Slade sighed. I was only 1 year away from Mr. Phantom. Now you're already famous in the southern wizarding region, while I'm still stuck at level 1. Sigh. I wonder if I can become a truth finder in my lifetime. Let's not talk about these sad things. Slider knocked on the metal table, and a mechanical doll floated over with a tray in its hand. However, the tray wasn't filled with food, but with a few small bags filled with light green powder. Here, have a taste. I got some new stuff from the Wizard Fair a few days ago. Slade placed the bags in front of Angor and Sunders, but neither of them opened them. Slade opened the bag himself, scooped a spoonful of the powder into a glass of water, and drank it in one gulp. Slade then realized that neither of them used the powder. He sighed. You're still the same as before. You don't know how to enjoy life at all. Using mana algae powder to release your pheromones isn't a real pleasure. If you're still addicted to it, you won't be able to become a truth finder. Sunders pointed out the bad side of mana algae powder without holding back. It was addictive. It was not harmful to wizards, but it was a waste of time, energy, and money. Slade's hand paused. He sighed and handed the rest of the powder to the mechanical doll. You didn't come here just to teach me a lesson, did you? I haven't asked yet. What do you want from me? The situation at Parmajai Highlands? Slade considered for a moment. Which side do you want to know, Mr. Phantom? Anything. If you think it's worth telling me, feel free to tell me everything. That's too big, Slade muttered. You're the first one to come to me for free information. Sigh, who told me to be unable to beat you? After muttering a bunch of digressions, Slade began to talk about the current situation on the Parmajai Highlands. Angor wasn't sure if Slade was an informant or not. However, his analysis of the information was much more detailed than Angor expected. Slade's analysis was clear and logical, and he was always able to see the bigger picture from small details. For example, Slade mentioned something about Lady Danae. After the plane fusion failed, Lady Danae sent several apprentices from Gravity Forest to search for clues around the River of Everfrost. Speaking of which, you should know what kind of environment the River of Eternal Frost is. What kind of clues can an apprentice find there? I had my doubts back then, so I asked my robot puppet to wander around the lower reaches of the River of Everfrost. Guess what I saw? I saw a group of Song of the Deep hiding in the river. Song of the Deep, under Flunza's guidance, stayed at the center of the highlands. They had a fixed route, so there's no way they would go to the River of Everfrost. I kept an eye on them and observed their movements. Song of the Deep's members seemed to have gone to Gravity Forest on purpose, and they even hid it from Flunza. Hiding it from Flunza? Sunders raised an eyebrow. People from Dauncey's faction? Most wizard organizations had their own internal conflicts. The bigger the organization, the more likely it was to have such conflicts. Most of the time, the leader of an organization could suppress the voices of dissent and maintain a relatively balanced state. Brood Cavern was one such example. However, Song of the Deep was different. Flunza was the strongest member of Song of the Deep, but there was another faction in Song of the Deep, led by Dauncey. Dauncey's strength was on par with Flunza's, and he had a very powerful ally, the Otherworld forces led by Amakan. Now, the otherworldly forces had infiltrated every aspect of Song of the Deep. Flunza had tried his best to get rid of them, but in the end, he was the one who got himself into trouble. Dauncey and Flunza's factions were now at odds with each other. It was Nereus who ambushed him in the Abyss Plain. He was Dauncey's disciple. That's right. Looking at how familiar they are with each other, I reckon that they have been in contact with Gravity Forest for a long time. At the time, I was thinking, with Song of the Deep's size, why would they come into contact with Gravity Forest? Thinking about the rumors in recent years, the only one I can think of is you, Your Excellency. You have a grudge with Dauncey's people, and Gravity Forest's people are eyeing you. I think they're planning to work together to deal with you. As for the time to strike, perhaps it would be when you were in the Abyss? But seeing that you're fine, it seems that they've failed. Slade analyzed the situation layer by layer, and in the end, what he found was the truth. Angor couldn't help but feel surprised. One should never underestimate anyone who embarked on the path of wizardry. Slade's ability to see the bigger picture from small details showed how much he knew about worldly affairs and how to deal with people. Slade's words were all solid facts. Angor listened attentively. Many of the things recorded in books were actually exaggerated. Using the incident at the Parmajai Highlands as an example, Slade analyzed the true situation of the large organizations restraining, mediating, and benefiting each other from his own perspective. Slade saw that Angor was paying attention and told him everything in great detail. He also noticed that Sunders didn't stop him from talking, which meant that Sunders approved of his behavior. Slade's story went from noon to nightfall. Most of the time, Slade was the one who helped Angor build a chain of information between different organizations. When the little bird on the wall clock chimed at 9 o'clock, Slade finally stopped talking. He stretched his back and said, "It's getting late. That's all for now." Angor thanked Slade in embarrassment. He knew that most of the details were meant for him. "Since you're my teacher, I'll let you know everything for free. You can come alone next time, and I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Also, I have a deal I want to make with you," said Slade with a smile. "A deal?" Don't worry. I'm not going to mess with Sunder's beard. I just want to share my alchemy knowledge with you. Besides, I'm not the same as Nelson, who likes to take advantage of others. I'll pay for it, said Slade. Angor was a little surprised when Slade mentioned Nelson. When Angor was sent back to the old Earth by the Whis, the first wizard he met and almost got into a fight with was Nelson. After resolving the misunderstanding, Nelson forced Angor to share his alchemy knowledge with him. Do you know Nelson, Mr. Slade? Yes. I met him a few days ago. He mentioned you and praised you a lot. Slade remembered that Nelson came to him not only to praise Angor, but also to invite Angor to Floating Mech City. However, Nelson only asked for his help and did not mention anything in return. Nelson's tendency to take advantage of others was at its peak. Naturally, Slider ignored his request. Very well. If I have the chance, I'll come to you alone, Mr. Slade. I have something I don't understand about alchemy as well. Angor nodded. Sunders didn't try to stop Angor from talking to Slade. Still, Sunders couldn't help but feel a little emotional. From their conversation, he could tell that Angor's alchemy circle was slowly expanding. And Sunders would never be able to join it. As Angor's teacher, Sunders felt both gratified and a little ashamed. When the conversation was over, Slade looked at Sunders. Are you satisfied with the information I told you, Mr. Phantom? Sunders didn't say yes or no. Instead, he asked, apart from that, there is something else I want to know. Did Mr. Rain show up recently? Sunders remembered when he went to the Abyss Plane with Rain. Rain received a prophecy from Boson and hurried back to the southern wizardry region. Judging from Rain's expression, something big must have happened. Mr. Rain? I didn't notice that. But I think Flunza went to Brute Cavern to look for Mr. Rain. After leaving Brute Cavern, he disappeared from Parmagi Highlands. The people from Song of the Deep also left Parmagi Highlands. Although these two matters weren't related, Slade deliberately pointed this out, which meant that he felt that these two matters were related. Sunders trusted Slade's intuition. Slade was neither strong nor weak among wizards, but the reason why Sunders valued him so much and maintained a friendship with him was because of Slade's keen intuition. Sometimes, when someone mentioned something, Slade would immediately find out what was wrong with it. His intuition was so strong that he could easily tell if a person was lying or not, even using the truth verification spell. I see. Sunders nodded. He would find out more when he returned to Brute Cavern. There's something else I want to know, Mr. Rain. Do you have any idea as to why the plane fusion failed? Slade shook his head. No. But there are rumors that an outside force caused the failure. By the way, Maya came back from Starliege Church. Why don't you ask her? She might know something. Sunders nodded. He didn't really care about the reason for the plane fusion failure, but the incident happened in Brute Cavern's territory, so he had to keep an eye on it. That was the end of the conversation, for it was already evening and Slade invited them to dinner. Sunders didn't have much time to eat in the Abyss Plane, so he accepted the invitation. The atmosphere at dinner was great. Since Angor was back in the wizarding world, he felt a lot more relaxed, and the familiar food helped him to eat more. After dinner, Slade invited them to stay for the night, and Sunders agreed. Slade wanted to talk to Angor about alchemy in the evening. However, when he went to Angor's room in the middle of the night, he found that Angor wasn't there. Inside the Gravity Garden, Angor came to the familiar open-air study. Boboda was sitting on the ground in a daze. He didn't dare to touch Sunders' books or enter the study area. When he saw Angor, Boboda finally came back to his senses. Now that we're back in the southern wizarding world, we can let go of many things. I'll take you to Dodoro when we're back in Brute Cavern. After that, I'll find a way to take you to Little Sparrow. Boboda whispered, thank you. Angor sighed. Before he could say anything else, Sunders showed up in the open-air study. Sunders sat down in front of the desk and glanced at Angor. Now, tell me about Blackfeather, and how did you escape? Angor was about to speak when Sunders interrupted him again. Before you say anything, tell me the truth first. You didn't cause any trouble this time, did you? Angor didn't say anything. Fine. Looks like I was expecting too much from you. Sunders rubbed his temples. Every time Angor did something, he would get a headache. Even if there were great benefits to be gained in the end, the process was still too scary. I hope you didn't cause too much trouble this time. Angor didn't say anything, which made Sunder's heart skip a beat. He calmed himself down and looked at Babota. Never mind. We'll talk about you later. Let's start with you. Babota glanced at Angor. He only heard about Sunders from rumors. He didn't know much about the man, nor did he trust him. The only person he could trust now was Angor. Seeing Angor nodding, Babota considered for a moment before he began to tell his story. Sunders noticed this, but he didn't show any displeasure on his face. Instead, he actually approved of Babota's behavior. This meant that Angor was slowly changing as well. No one interrupted Babota's narration. Apart from the gentle wind and the rustling of the plants, the only other sound in the quiet open-air study was Babota's hoarse, unpleasant, yet somehow moving voice. You're reading on Novel Full. Thanks for your support. Babota began his story from the tragedy of his past, to how he set up his plan and how he created a storm in Resudran. But in the end, Babota failed because he didn't know enough about the Abyss Lord and the Demon God's shadow. Sunders didn't feel much emotion while listening to Babota's story. Back in the Void Tower, Angor had already guessed most of Babota's story. Babota's story was just filling in the last few pieces of the puzzle. Sunders didn't feel anything, but he could understand Babota's actions from a human perspective. Unfortunately, strength was meaningless. Without the right to speak or power, it was a sin. Babota wasn't the only one who did this. Everything Babota did, including the destruction of the Bayuan clan, was a sin. The wizarding world wasn't a society with laws. It wasn't a world where gods looked down from the clouds and set the red lines of order. From Babota's story, Sunders learned many secrets he had never heard of before. For example, all wizards were curious about where the Bayuan clan hid their origin fire. Babota gave them the answer: the Bayuan clan's ancestral altar. Babota told Sunders about how he brought Angor and the others to Yuan-Tan continent. The rest of the story was related to the demon god and Angor's secrets, but Babota didn't overstep his boundaries. You're weakened, and your body is on the verge of collapsing. So your plan failed, Sunders said. But I don't see too much sadness in your eyes, which means you haven't lost your will. So the one who solved your problem must be Angor? Babota nodded. Sunders did not comment further. Instead, he tapped the table with his index finger, which produced a crisp sound. It was a seemingly peaceful movement, but a ripple spread out along with the sound. When the ripple reached Babota, his eyes suddenly became hazy. It didn't take long for Babota to fall unconscious on the ground. I have a general understanding of his situation. What happened next should be linked to you, right? Sunders looked at Angor, who nodded. What makes you think Babota can help him? His actions showed the answer. He did not move, but the flame mark on his earlobe began to glow brightly. Sunders' vision blurred for a second before he noticed a strange yet familiar rhythm. When he looked closer, he saw a pale yellow flame crawling out of the mark and circling around Angor as if it had a life of its own. The flame looked ordinary, but it contained a strange rhythm that made people want to kneel down and worship it. It was the initial flame, the fire that burned when a civilization was born. It was the common belief of all flame worshippers, the origin flame. Sunders' heart raced as he stared at the flame with greed in his eyes. It took him a while to stop himself from grabbing the flame. He closed his eyes and spoke in a restrained tone, I see. Put it away. When the flame disappeared, Sunders opened his eyes again. After restraining his greed, his mind became much clearer, and he could now look at the flame from a neutral perspective. He knew that the yellow origin fire was the last one that floated out of the painting and chose him as its host. It was understandable that the flame was with Angor back then, but now that Angor was taken away by Babota, it did not make sense for the flame to stay with Angor. Babota wasn't the only one who desperately needed it. Even Lord Flameless wouldn't let go of such a treasure. But now, the origin flame was still with him, which meant something horrifying. So you're going to help Babota ignite the ancestral altar with your origin flame? Sunders put his questions aside for now and asked another question about Babota. Yes. Angor did not hide anything. Do you know how important origin fire is to wizards? Sunders looked at Angor with a meaningful look. I do. But I'm not helping Babota. Plus, Babota's current strength isn't enough to sense the ancestral altar. I'm going to help Dodoro. Sunders nodded. Dodoro was also an origin worshipper, so he knew about this. Judging from Dodoro's behavior and his respect for Angor, Angor could be considered a member of Angor's circle, which meant that Dodoro was also a member of Phantom Island. Dodoro's prophetic ability was very useful not only to Phantom Island but also to the entire Brute Cavern. Dodoro and Angor were already close to each other. Now that Dodoro helped Angor ignite the ancestral altar of worship, Dodoro was now on the same side as Angor. This was a good thing for both Angor and Phantom Island. Flame was good, but it was still useful for fire-type lifeforms. Angor gave the flame to Dodoro, which meant he was doing the Bayuan clan a great favor. Currently, Dodoro and Babota were the only two remaining members of the Bayuan clan, but it was hard to say what would happen in the future. If the Bayuan clan were to reappear, Phantom Devil Island would definitely be the biggest winner in this war. With this in mind, Sunders began to agree with Angor's decision. However, he still felt reluctant to use up such a precious flame, even if it wasn't his own. After all, flame essences could only be found by luck. Unlike Sunders, Angor didn't think too far ahead. He didn't want to raise the banner of the origin race high, nor did he think about the benefits he would receive in the future. He only wanted to help Dodoro. That was all. Besides, he had more than one flame essences. The purple-white flame was still in his bracelet. However, he didn't tell Dodoro that he had the purple-white flame essences. Even Babota didn't know about it, so Angor decided to keep it as a secret. As for whether he should tell Dodoro about Arusha and the demons body, Angor didn't hesitate. This was a very important matter, and it was also the foundation of what he was going to tell Dodoro later. Besides, Babota also knew that Angor had the demon's body, so he couldn't hide it from Dodoro. It's fine to give it to Dodoro. But he's still a long way from becoming a wizard. You can keep the flame essences for now and study it. It might help you with your fire cantrips. Sunders nodded in agreement. Sunders paused for a moment and asked why Origin Fire was still in Angor's possession. Sunders sounded a little cautious. He had a feeling that this was going to be a roller coaster ride. That's why Babota didn't get the Essence Fire. Someone showed up on the way. Sunders' eyes glinted. Lord of Flameless? Angor nodded. Yes, Lord Flameless. Did Babota's strength suddenly drop because of Lord Flameless? Sunders asked. Lord Flameless is the main reason. But more importantly, Babota underestimated Lord Abyssal. Next, Angor told Sunders about the battle between Babota and Lord Flameless, as well as how Babota failed to get anything from Lord Flameless. Demon gods are also lifeforms that seek benefits. It is impossible for them to attack another powerful existence without any benefits. Babota already made a mistake when he chose to rely on the Abyss Lord as his backup. But on second thought, if Babota didn't have Lord Abyssal, he wouldn't have been able to stir up so much trouble in Resudran. Perhaps it was a mistake to choose the Deep Lord, but Babota's position meant that he had limited options. What happened next? Didn't Lord Flameless care about your flame essences after defeating Babota? I don't know if he cared about my flame essences because Arusha woke up. Angor didn't keep Sunders in suspense. Arusha fought against Lord Flameless, and she lost. Sunders wasn't surprised. Even though Angor mentioned that Lord Flameless didn't come here in person and only used a clone, the Lord Flameless was much more experienced than Arusha. And then? Next, I fought against Lord Flameless. Angor's expression was calm, and his eyes didn't show any emotion. Sunders couldn't believe what he just said. Sunders gulped. Since Angor already fought with the Lord of Flameless, there had to be a result. He didn't know what happened to Lord Flameless, but Angor was standing right in front of him. What's next? Sunders hesitated. I won. Sunders almost couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? Sunders already had a terrifying answer in his mind, but it wasn't enough to guarantee Angor's victory. An apprentice on one side, and a demon on the other. The disparity in power was like comparing a hill to a mountain. Even if it wasn't the Lord of Flameless, the avatar of a demon was still as strong as a legendary being. If the avatar had a true spirit, it could easily surpass the legendary level. How could such a powerful demon be defeated by Angor? Sundar's expression showed his doubt. Angor also knew that no one would believe him. He considered for a moment and asked, "There shouldn't be anyone watching us, right?" Sundars nodded. Before he could ask what Angor wanted to do, he saw Angor's bracelet flashing. Next, 2 water cubes formed from the frozen water of Nether flowed appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Sundars didn't realize what the water cubes were at first. He only realized what they were when he sensed a powerful aura coming at him. He took a closer look at the blue water cube. When he saw what was inside, his pupils shrank and he took a big step back. What did he see? 2 corpses covered in scars. One of the corpses was covered with burn marks, while the other was headless. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that Sundars recognized the owners of these 2 corpses. The one covered in burn marks belonged to Xianxia. As for the other corpse, it had already turned into porcelain. However, judging from the broken armor and the horrifying aura it released even after death, it was easy to guess that it was the avatar of the demon god that chased after Baboda. Sundars stared at the 2 corpses in horror. At first, his blank expression slowly turned into surprise. Occasionally, a look of greed flashed in his eyes, but in the end, it turned into fear and restraint. The corpse's monkey had been longing for suddenly appeared in front of Sundars without any warning. How could he not be surprised? Also, the dead bodies reminded Sundars of Monkey's legendary method, which was to use the bloodline of a demon to force a breakthrough. This was also the reason why Sundars showed a greedy look in his eyes. Who wouldn't want to reach a higher level as soon as possible? However, when his inner desires were overflowing, his other rational personality pulled him back to the ground from his imagination. Although it was common for wizards to take the unorthodox path, such as learning transfiguration by transplanting the skin of soft morphing worms, it was an unorthodox path. However, when it came to the important path of future choice, taking the unorthodox path was tantamount to courting death. Even if he could rely on the bloodline of a demon god's descendant to advance to a higher level, his future potential would be exhausted. Of course, Sundars did not want his future to end here. After experiencing surprise, greed, he began to control himself. Even so, he still could not calm down about the matter. He sat back down at his desk, lowered his head, and tapped his fingers lightly on the table, relying on the special audio to calm himself down quickly. He used all his strength to calm down the emotions in his heart. Angor had given him too much of a surprise this time. As soon as he released the 2 corpses, his words were proven right. He wasn't lying. He was the real winner in the battle against the demon god. Sundars couldn't help but look at Angor again. He now realized that Angor never noticed anything when he was causing trouble before. But this time even Angor himself knew what he was doing. This was serious. Fortunately, the 2 corpses were found in the gravity garden. If Angor exposed them to the outside world, even if there was no one around, countless people would come to this place in a short time. Especially Monkey. When Sundars returned to Sky Island a few days ago, he saw Monkey releasing a strange aura and asking Lucci to search for Alucia's location day and night. Monchi had even sent a message to the other Adept Alliances in the Abyss, contacting over a dozen prophets to head to Sky Island, all for the sake of following up. If Angor's secret was exposed, it would be a huge disaster. However, if he could keep it a secret, the benefits would be unimaginable. Even if he did not use the bloodline of a demon god's descendant, the bloodline of a demon god's corpse was not the only thing that was valuable. These 2 corpses, especially the headless one, could be called a secret treasure from head to toe. For example, the white porcelain shell could be used as a high-level defensive item by simply melting it down. Sundars didn't even need to give it to an alchemist to cast a transformation spell on it. Sundars felt the greed in his heart rising again. Still, his rationality won over his desire. After calming himself down, Sundars looked at Angor. "I don't even know what to say about you. The surprises you bring to me are really wave after wave." Sundars rubbed his swollen temples and stood up. "You're not done with the dream wasteland yet, and now you're doing this again." Sundars wanted to scold Angor, but he didn't say anything in the end. Even if Angor was really doing something, the benefits were still there. As Sundars' master and student, they both belonged to Phantom Island, and they share the same interests. Sunders didn't mind complaining, but he actually felt a sense of satisfaction in his mind. He even felt proud of Angor, and he didn't want to say it out loud. Sunders muttered to himself for a while and changed the topic to the two corpses. First, how should he deal with the two corpses? Sunders couldn't make up his mind yet. He didn't even think it was safe to leave them in the gravity garden. In the end, they decided to leave the corpse in Angor's hands. Besides, Angor's crimson veil could effectively block the prophecy spell. The gravity garden might be able to block prophecy spells to a certain extent, but it still wasn't as effective as crimson veil. As for how to deal with the corpses, Sunders would think about it later. In the near future, they would need Angor's help to save the otherworldly human, John, or to study the dream wasteland. It would not be too late for them to do their research later. Sunders looked at Angor with a complicated expression. Now, let's talk about the details. What exactly happened back then? What was going on with your battle with Lord Flameless? How did you do it? Since Angor already showed them the two corpses, he didn't want to hide anything. Actually, I'm not the one who defeated the Lord of Flameless. He's the one who defeated the Lord of Flameless. Starting from the fight between Arusha and the Lord of Flameless, Angor told Sunders about almost every detail of the fight. Including how the Lord of Flameless sealed Arusha's soul with his purple-white essence fire, how the cruel scholar attracted the Lord of Flameless with his subdued item, and everything else. When Sunders heard that Angor refused Babota's suggestion to use his subdued item, his eyebrows began to twitch. If Angor didn't use his subdued item, what could he do against the Lord of Flameless? There was only one thing left. Did you do what you did in Midnight Sovereign again? Sunders was puzzled. Angor had both the right time and the right place back then, which was why he created the chaos in Midnight Sovereign. It would be very difficult to replicate something like that. Angor shook his head and told Sunders what happened. So it's him. Sunders wasn't too surprised. He already had this idea when he saw Angor's body getting stronger. I was unconscious at the time. As for what happened, I learned from the memories left behind by him. Angor continued, at first, he was attached to my body, and he was able to fight evenly with the Lord of Flameless. As Angor told the story, Sunders also began to analyze it in his mind. According to Angor's explanation, the Lord of Flameless didn't come with his real body. Only a wisp of his consciousness was attached to Angor's body, yet he was able to fight evenly with the avatar of a half-legendary demon. Just how strong was his real body? While Sunders was still trying to figure out how strong the Lord of Flameless really was, Angor gave him another roller coaster ride. Later, the demon used his true soul, and his power skyrocketed. My body was damaged, so his consciousness left me and fought against the Lord of Flameless using only his consciousness. And then? One strike, he only used one strike. And the Lord of Flameless' head was crushed. Sunders was shocked. A demon god who had already activated his true spirit was killed by that person with a single strike? That's not all. After he killed the devil god's clone, he used a single strike to destroy Lord Flameless' true spirit. This time, Sunders was completely dumbfounded. You mean the Lord of Flameless' true soul? Angor nodded. Yes. The Lord of Flameless' true soul was destroyed on Tongue Continent, and the power of his true soul dissipated, which saved Tongue Continent from destruction. Sunders didn't pay attention to the rest of Angor's words. The only thing in his mind was, the demon's true soul was destroyed. The true soul, and true soul were the three most important parts of a demon's power. Now that the Lord of Flameless' true soul was destroyed, his power would be greatly reduced. And it wasn't just a third of his original strength, but more. He might even lose his position as the great demon god. At the same time, the shadow of a demon that all wizards in the south were worried about because of Monkey's hunting plan was gone. The Lord of Flameless couldn't even take care of himself, let alone invade the south. Sunders was still in a daze. He was still trying to figure out how strong that person was. But now, he realized that he wasn't even qualified to do that. There might not be any legendary wizards in the south right now, but there were still many legendary wizards in the past, so there were many records about them. As a core member of Brute Cavern, Sunders naturally knew a lot about legendary wizards. He could use books as a reference to analyze the power of a legendary wizard. However, he knew nothing about legendary wizards apart from the word miracle. And that person's strength was able to shatter the true spirit of the demon god with a single blow. Obviously, he had reached an indescribable level of strength above the legendary level. How could he figure it out? The sudden disappearance of the demon god's shadow above their heads was already shocking enough. However, if one knew that the reason for the disappearance of the demon god's shadow was that someone had killed the demon god's true spirit with a single strike, it would be even more unimaginable. Even someone as strong as Sunders couldn't comprehend such a thing. It was like how a summer insect couldn't feel the cold of winter, or how a human's heart couldn't comprehend divinity. These were two completely different matters. Sunders already had a hunch that this person was strong, but he still could not believe it when he saw how strong this person was. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes, and he had to believe it. Killing Arusha and the avatar of the demon god was just poking a hole in the sky. But the death of the demon god's soul was a complete disaster. Back in Razudran, when the birdcage was broken, the demons forced the humans into a tight corner. Why did Lord Geralt let them go when they had the absolute advantage? The death of the demon god's soul changed everything. Sunders recalled that after leaving Razudran, the atmosphere in the Abyss Plain did change significantly. According to the people who stayed on Sky Island, they felt someone was spying on them from time to time. They thought it was just an illusion. Now that they thought about it, it was probably those powerful beings trying to find the traces of Lord Flameless' soul before his death. Sunders' shock lasted for half a day. If Angor didn't call his name, Sunders would still be in a daze. Sunders regained his composure, but he still couldn't shake off the shock in his eyes. He looked at Angor and wanted to say something, but each time, he swallowed it back. He really didn't know what to say. The demon god's body, the demon god's soul, and the demon god weren't things he could comment on. In the end, Sunders sighed deeply. Let's call it a day. I need to think about it. Before Angor could say anything, Sunders waved a hand and closed the gravity garden. Apart from Baboda, both Sunders and Angor showed up in their rooms. Go rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow. For Sunders, there were too many shocks today. One after another came before the first one was over. Every single wave contained enough power to drown the entire southern mountain range. Moreover, the waves that were pushed out by the tide were growing taller and taller. Even with his endurance, he still needed to rest. During this time, Sunders needed to sort out the important information he heard from Angor. At the very least, he needed to figure out what would happen to Brute Cavern, Moonfrost Union, and the entire southern wizardry region. Angor considered for a moment. Now that he had told Sunders about the two corpses, he only needed to talk about his bloodline projection and the frozen ancient ruins. As for his encounter with Walder and what happened in the frozen ruins, it wasn't a big deal. It didn't matter if he told Sunders about it earlier or later. With that in mind, he nodded and left. Sunders looked at Angor's back and heard the footsteps from the marble hallway. As the footsteps faded away, he took out a pen and paper and began to jot down notes. Angor returned to his room. Unbeknownst to him, he bumped into Slade, who wanted to discuss alchemy experiences with him. Slade left in frustration, while Angor slowly fell asleep on his bed. He planned to go to the Dream Wasteland again, but he couldn't find the energy to do so. Now that he was back in the southern wizardry region, he could finally relax. What followed was exhaustion and fatigue. He couldn't meditate or log into the Dream Wasteland anymore. As soon as he touched the soft silk quilt, he began to feel drowsy and fell into a deep slumber. When he woke up, the sky was still dark. He didn't wake up naturally. Instead, he was woken up by rustling noises outside. Angor cast a cleanse spell and walked out of his room feeling refreshed. He went to Sunders' room first and saw a young demon falcon with a golden beak, black feathers, and crimson eyes squatting in front of the door. The falcon made an X sign when it saw Angor. Angor recognized the creature. It was Sunders' alchemy familiar. Obviously, the bird didn't want Angor to enter. Sunders was probably not done with his work yet. Angor nodded to the demon falcon and left the room. Angor was about to return to his room when he heard rustling noises coming from the other side of the hallway. It was the same noise that woke him up from his dream. Angor looked back and saw footsteps coming from the other side of the hallway. The footsteps were very slow, and there was a heavy feeling that came from someone who was past his prime. As the footsteps got closer, Angor saw a gray-haired old woman at the other end of the hallway. She was walking slowly with a basket in her hand. Due to the angle, Angor could only see a small part of her path. Soon, the gray-haired old woman left Angor's sight. But judging from the direction, she seemed to be heading for the exit. The gray-haired old woman had a face full of wrinkles. Angor didn't sense any energy signature on her. She should be immortal. But for some reason, Angor felt that she looked familiar. Where did he see her before? But when he searched his memory, he couldn't find anything about her. Was it an illusion? The gray-haired old woman seemed to be heading for the exit of the antique shop. Was she one of Slade's customers? Angor planned to ask Slade about it, but he didn't want to waste too much time. The gray-haired old woman only looked familiar. Besides, she was a mortal who didn't know him at all. With that in mind, he went back to his room and did not think too much about it. The first thing he did was to construct his door model and meditate. By the time he finished these 2 daily chores, it was already past noon. Angor heard a long chirp coming from the window. It was Sunder's alchemy familiar. It came with a message from Sunders. Angor was about to greet Sunders when his vision blurred and he found himself in the gravity garden. Did you have a good night's rest? This was the first thing Angor heard since he arrived at the gravity garden. Sunders looked calm as if he was just asking a normal question. Not bad. I haven't slept in a long time. You look better than yesterday, Professor. Angor was telling the truth. Sunders looked much calmer today. But Sunders felt his chest tighten. He spent the whole night thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. Angor not only did he get a good night's rest, but he also stabbed him in the back. Angor, he really wanted to kick this kid's ass. Sunders held back his urge and cut to the chase. Let's continue our topic. What happened after the demon god's soul was killed? Where did the soul energy go? Also, what happened to him? He organized his words and briefly explained the rest of the information about the power of true soul. As Sunders listened to Angor's explanation, a scene slowly appeared in his mind. Angor didn't use any descriptive words to describe the scene, but the simple words alone were enough for Sunders to imagine the magnificent scene. A tree of true spirit, surrounded by light and fire. The shadow of the tree covered the entire continent. Looking from the sky, one could only see the shadow of the tree. What a magnificent scene. Angor paused for a second and began to talk about him. He left. But before he disappeared, he left something for me. A bloodline projection? Angor didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Sunders in the eyes. As a breeze blew past, the golden hair covering his right eye was gently blown up. What was revealed was a bright blue right eye. The color was as dark as the blue water of a lake on a clear summer day. But why was there something different about the right eye? As Sunders frowned, he saw something strange happening to Angor's right eye. A strange fluid suddenly gushed out of Angor's right eye, which quickly formed into a mask covered with strange patterns. The mask covered half of Angor's face. The mask was completely black with strange patterns. The strangest part was the right eye, which looked like it was squinting because of a smile. However, the strong color and contrast didn't make it funny at all. Instead, it gave off a dark and absurd feeling. You fused your bloodline projection with your right eye? Angor nodded. He didn't mention the painful process of fusing the bloodlines and only explained the result. Activating my right eye with mana will make this mask appear. But I don't know what it does yet. It should be a talent. As for the specific effect, it seems to affect spirit power. Sunders glanced at the strange patterns on the mask and felt his spirit fluctuating a little. Also, activating my right eye with nightmare illusion will create another form. Angor considered. But this form will consume a large amount of nightmare aura. I don't think I can keep it up for long. While speaking, he removed the mask and activated his right eye using nightmare illusion. Sunders was still waiting for Angor's next move when he suddenly saw a cunning look in Angor's eyes. Sunders narrowed his eyes and observed Angor's movements carefully. Angor's aura suddenly changed. Green runes began to appear in his eyes. Sunders already felt that something was wrong. Angor suddenly looked at Sunders in the eyes. Instantly, a strange pressure spread out from Angor's body in a circle. Sunders narrowed his eyes. The pressure was affecting him as well. Apart from the pressure, he also saw a faint shadow appearing behind Angor. Sunders couldn't see the face of the shadow clearly, but he could tell that it was much taller than Angor. It had long blonde hair and a blurry face. The only glowing part of its face was its right eye. Looking at the glowing right eye, Sunders suddenly sensed danger in his mind. When the shadow's glowing right eye slowly merged with Angor's sense of pressure reached its limit. It was even worse than before. Sunders could still move his body, mind, and spirit, but he felt like time was being slowed down. Unbelievable. Sunders was shocked. An apprentice's ability could affect a truth-finder wizard? Only the most talented apprentices could do this. A top-tier talent was something an apprentice could do to a truth-finder wizard no matter how hard he tried. But Angor's talent was enough to threaten him. When the pressure reached its limit, Angor suddenly moved. He turned into a blurry shadow and dashed towards Sunders with excitement in his eyes. Angor dashed forward and appeared in front of Sunders in the blink of an eye. Without any warning, he retracted his fist and aimed at Sunders. Judging from Angor's expression and behavior, it was clear that he was still holding a grudge against Sunders. Sunders' eyes flashed with amusement. Last time, he was caught off guard by Sunders' sudden test outside Ice Valley. Now, he was going to pay Sunders back the same way. He wanted to take advantage of the opening of his right eye to take revenge for this arrow. Angor's plan was simple. He knew he couldn't win. But as long as he could touch Sunders, he could get his revenge. And if he could injure Sunders a little, that would be even better. With this in mind, Angor moved even faster. When he saw Sunders not moving under the influence of his right eye, he felt proud. I won this time. But a moment later, Angor's movements suddenly stopped. Why didn't he touch anything? Why did he feel like he was hitting air? Angor looked up in confusion. He was so close to Sunders that he could clearly see the teasing smile on the man's face. At the same time, Sunders' body slowly turned blurry. Illusion? Angor widened his eyes in shock. How is this possible? When did this happen? When you were planning something, Sunders' voice came from behind. Angor turned around and saw Sunders standing behind him with a cold smile on his face. The light in Angor's right eye had already dimmed. He didn't have enough nightmare aura, so he could only use it for 1 second. Without the help of his right eye, Angor could easily imagine what would happen to him. A moment later, in his daze, he felt himself getting beaten up by Sunders. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was trapped in an illusion. Sunders was watching him quietly in front of his desk. Get up if you're done playing. We're not done yet. Let's continue. Sunders' voice was calm, but he sounded more relaxed than before. He already wanted to beat Angor up. Now that he had the chance, he was more than happy to do so. However, he still needed to explain a lot of things to Angor, so he didn't do it for real. Instead, he created an illusion. Angor finally got out of the illusion. He still felt dizzy and struggled to stand up. When he regained his consciousness, he looked at Sunders in confusion. Clearly, he still didn't understand what happened. The signs before you attacked were too obvious. Sunders quickly pointed out the reason for Angor's failure. Others might have fallen for Angor's trick, but Sunders knew Angor well enough to know what Angor was trying to do. Angor finally realized where he went wrong. Let's put those external factors aside. Just this sneak attack of yours is a pretty good tactic. Under that pressure, even an official magus might fall for it. But you still need to work on your sneak attack. Sunders easily saw through Angor's trick, but he still felt threatened when facing the pressure coming from Angor's right eye. You haven't fully developed the power of your right eye, have you? Angor nodded. He looked a little frustrated. I only know that I can create something like a pressure field. But it consumes a lot of nightmare aura. My right hand needs at least half a month, and I think it can only last for a few seconds. If it was a nightmare stone, it would be even scarier. It's not the same pressure as a pressure field. But it's much better than a pressure field. You should have a lot more room for improvement. Sunders paused. So this is a blessing in disguise for you. Not only did the projected bloodline strengthen Angor's body, but it also gave him a terrifying skill. Although it cost a lot of energy, the fact that he was able to influence a truth-finder wizard with his half-baked skills and unimpressive strength meant that he had a lot of potential in the future. I can't tell whether it's a blessing or a curse. Angor sighed. I feel like the closer my bloodline is to him, the more I feel like I'm not myself. His power has reached an unfathomable level. He won't do anything for nothing. You're obviously useful to him. As for what, I don't know. But at his level, you won't be able to reach him anytime soon. Even if you're useful to him, now is not the time. Maybe you'll only know what he wants when you become a legend or something higher. Until then, you should be safe. The future is a worry. That's true. But now, you won't get an answer no matter how hard you try. It's like looking at a human's mind from the perspective of an ant. You're not on the same level. Just thinking about it is a joke. Sunders changed the topic. Let's continue. I've learned about the projected bloodline. What's next? Many people will be after the power of True Soul, right? Angor nodded. When he left me a memory. It contains everything that happened. At the same time, it also tells me that many people are looking at Yuan-Tan continent. I don't know where they're coming from, but I'm sure they're all after the power of True Soul. The power of True Soul is still bound by the green patterns. I only have one choice now, which is to release it to Yuan-Tan continent, which is about to collapse. That way, the consciousness of the abyss will be attracted, and no one will know what's going on in Yuan-Tan continent for a while. This will buy me time to leave. Sunders felt the pain of losing such a large amount of True Soul power, but he had to admit that it was the best choice for now. He spent the whole night analyzing the situation. His biggest worry was that the death of the demon god's True Soul would attract the attention of the abyss giants. Now, he was finally at ease. From Angor's choice to the fact that Angor was standing in front of him alive, it was clear that he successfully avoided those prying eyes. The memory he left for Angor clearly took into account all of Angor's current circumstances. Next, I scattered the power of True Soul across Yuan-Tan continent. When the consciousness of the abyss arrived, I began to look for an exit. What about the others? Did you let go of Arusha's soul and the young flame demon? Angor nodded and told Sunders about how Gregory saved Toby. If it wasn't for Gregory, Toby would have already disappeared into the void. So, Sunders nodded. He knew how important Toby was to Angor. Arusha's soul was valuable, but it was not as valuable as her corpse. But Angor let Arusha go just like that without worrying about future retaliation. He even lost 2 of his primordial flames. You have to be responsible for your own decisions. I hope you won't regret it. Sunders did not continue the topic. He only gave a simple reminder. At this point, Sunders finally began to relax. In his mind, Angor's trouble was finally over. What came next should be a simple search for an exit and leave Yuan-Tan continent. At most, he would have some lucky encounters, such as finding Kurando's black feather. It only took him a few days to find Angor. Angor did not seem to be injured during this time, so his journey must have been smooth. However, when Angor began to tell his story, Sunders realized that he was wrong. Someone is calling for me on the other side of the continent. Sunders narrowed his eyes when he heard Angor's words. He immediately realized that other than Gregory and Boboda, there must be someone else who saw what happened here. Boboda was in their hands. For some reason, Angor did not need to worry about Gregory and Arusha revealing what happened here. However, if someone else did, Angor's identity would be exposed. But when Sunders learned that Wardle was connected to the continent's consciousness and that the consciousness was close to Angor, he felt a little better. Although this was Wardle's personal opinion, it was logical and self-consistent, so it was quite credible. Besides, Wardle was an ancient who had lived for countless years. He might hide certain details, but there was no reason for him to lie to Angor. In other words, Angor was safe. Sunders relaxed a little after hearing this. If you put Wardle in dramatic literature, he would be a tragic epic character. As a former Frigid emperor, he spent so many years guarding Acropolis, both as a guard and as an atonement for his crimes. Sunders then mentioned Kurando's incident. Kurando only gave Angor a black feather to repay him for saving the continent. Sunders didn't mention anything else. That's all? Asked Sunders. Angor considered for a moment and said, "Oh, there's one more thing. Wardell asked me to do something for him. Although he said he wouldn't force me, under the circumstances, I guessed that if I didn't agree, I wouldn't be able to leave ancient Cold Citadel, so I had no choice but to agree." Sunders raised an eyebrow. "So it's a difficult task?" Angor shook his head. "It's not difficult. It's just troublesome, and it requires a lot of effort." "Tell me about it." Sunders was curious as well. Why would someone as powerful as Wardell need Angor's help? Wardell hoped that the natives who left the continent could return to Tung Continent. However, he is closely related to the continent. He cannot leave the Yuan-Tan continent, so he asked me to help him with this matter. "You mean he wants to rebuild Tung Continent and bring Frigid Citadel back to life?" Sunders quickly realized something. Yes. After using his spirit energy to help Tung Continent return to its rightful place, Wardell felt that he had wasted too much time, so he wanted to make some changes so that the natives could return to their ancestral land and bring back the glory of Frigid Citadel. "How did you answer him?" "Because it's too troublesome, so you didn't agree?" Sunders sounded more anxious than ever, which made Angor feel strange. But he didn't think too much about it. He simply told Sunders his thoughts. "I promised Wardell, but because it's too troublesome, I thought about it for a long time and thought about the stronghold city outside. I made a request to Wardell, hoping that humans could move to the Yuan-Tan continent. After all, the Yuan-Tan continent has been abandoned for too long, and now there are no living resources or ecosystems. Wizards have the ability to transform the landscape, so we can quickly establish a living circle for the natives and humans on the Yuan-Tan continent. This way, there will be other people who will come to Yuan-Tan continent and help with the construction. I won't have to go through so much trouble." Killed two birds with one stone. Sunders' heart raced as he listened to Angor's story. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and forced himself to ask calmly, "What did Wardell say? Did he agree?" "I told him about the peaceful relationship between humans and natives in the stronghold, and Wardell agreed right away. But he also set up a restriction. Humans are not allowed to enter Frozen Ancient Citadel. They can only build settlement cities in the outside world." Angor waited for a long time but did not get a response. He looked at Sunders in confusion. He looked around and saw Sunders' eyes glowing as he mumbled something. "What's wrong, Professor?" Angor asked in a small voice, "Did I do something wrong?" Since all the major wizard organizations were trying to build settlement cities in the Abyss Plain, he didn't think it was a bad thing for them. Besides, many apprentices from wizard organizations were training on the surface of the Abyss Plain. A safe settlement city should be good for them, right? Or maybe Brood Cavern didn't want to reach into the Abyss Plain. Finally, Sunders spoke up. With a look of joy, he said, "That's right. You did the right thing. Did Wardell give you the task of building the settlement city?" Sunders looked at Angor with excitement in his eyes as he asked, "Did Wardell give you the job of building the settlement city? Do you have the right to send humans and natives to Yuan-Tan continent?" Angor nodded. "Yes." Sunders finally couldn't hold back his smile anymore. "You did better than I thought." Angor was still a little confused by Sunders' joy. So he made the right choice. Perhaps Sunders saw Angor's confusion, so he explained with a smile. Establishing a base city of their own in the Abyss was far too advantageous for an adept organization. Most of the Abyss Plain's resources were divided among several wizard alliances in the southern wizarding region, especially Moonfrost Union. The other wizard organizations wanted to explore the Abyss Plain, but their safe settlement cities were all occupied. They couldn't do anything. But now, Yuan-Tan continent appeared out of nowhere. If a wizard organization could build a settlement city on Yuan-Tan continent, it would definitely change the distribution of forces on the surface of the Abyss Plain. After all, there were no demons on Yuan-Tan continent. As long as Wardell didn't go on a killing spree, this place could be considered a safe zone. What did a safe zone mean? Not only did it mean they didn't have to worry about demons, but it was also a great deal for wizard organizations. They could build a teleportation point that led to the southern wizarding region for a long time without worrying about it being destroyed. It should be noted that the resources, manpower, and time consumed by this kind of cross-domain teleportation point were beyond imagination. There would always be such a teleportation point near a settlement city in the outside world. If the settlement city was lost, for example, if the osmium rock was destroyed, the corresponding teleportation point would be abandoned. All the magic crystals spent to build the teleportation point would go to waste. But a safe zone was different. Building a teleportation point here didn't have to worry about danger. The Abyss Plane was rich in resources. Whether it was adventuring, training, or harvesting the magic materials here, an organization could grow rapidly. A safe settlement city would not only benefit the low-level apprentices of a wizard organization. It would also bring unimaginable benefits to middle-level wizards and core forces. After all, even if high-level combatants didn't care about the magic materials on the surface, they would still care about the benefits inside the Abyss Plane. If Yuan-Tan continent could become a gathering point for human wizards, it would be a great stepping stone for them to advance. After listening to Sunder's explanation, Angor finally understood. As a matter of fact, Angor had already considered what Sunders mentioned, but he did not expect it to be so important to a wizard organization. Angor had too little experience and limited knowledge about the Abyss Plane. He didn't have a comprehensive understanding of the Abyss Plane, which was highly sought after by all wizards, which led to the lack of information. In any case, Angor made a good choice. Not only could humans establish a foothold on Yuan-Tan continent, but it was also the best place for Phantom Island and Brute Cavern to develop quickly. Sunders was sure that if he told Rain about this, it would become the most important strategic matter for Brute Cavern for the next 1,000 years. And the most important thing was the right to establish a foothold in Angor's hands. In other words, whether Yuan-Tan continent would become the sole ruler or allow other wizard organizations to establish a foothold was all up to Angor's whim. I didn't think your fear of trouble would lead to such a perfect start. Sunders couldn't help but exclaim. If Angor didn't refuse Wardle's offer, or didn't allow humans to establish a foothold on Yuan-Tan continent, all of this would be nothing but empty talk. No one would believe him even if he told others about it. In the end, it was Angor's fear of trouble that made it happen. Earlier, Sunders felt that it was a waste to give away the power of true spirit to Yuan-Tan continent. But now, it couldn't be any better. Even if Angor could obtain the power of true spirit, it would still be a castle in the sky, which was out of reach. However, the right to establish a foothold on Yuan-Tan continent and develop it was a sustainable benefit. And it was something that could be seen with the naked eye. I can't wait. When I get back to Brute Cavern, I'll discuss with Mr. Rain about what to do next, Sunders said. No, I can't tell anyone yet. I need to think about it carefully. I need to consider every aspect of this matter, whether it's good or bad. Since Wardle didn't give you a time limit, you should keep it a secret for a while. Come up with a detailed plan before you talk to Mr. Rain. Sunders looked at Angor with a serious expression. During this time, you need to improve your strength as quickly as possible. This is a serious matter, and you're the core of it all. If you can't become strong enough to be ignored, you'll only become a puppet in the end. Angor nodded. Sunders shook his head and chuckled. I thought you were done with your mess. I didn't expect you to have something else waiting for me. Don't tell me you're still hiding something important from me? Sunders' heart skipped a beat when he saw Angor's thoughtful look. You have more? Are you done yet? Angor never thought that arranging a foothold city to establish a foothold on Yuan-Tan continent would cause such a huge impact. He thought it was just a trivial matter. If the matter of establishing a foothold on Yuan-Tan continent already shocked Sunders so much, then there should be something else, big too. Angor muttered to himself, a phase gate. There's a phase gate in ancient Frosty Citadel. If a foothold city on Tuntan continent was a base, then a phase gate would be a transportation. For low-leveled apprentices, a phase gate would be useless. But for any high-level combatants, a phase gate was a way out. It was a way to reach another plane of the abyss and another wizarding world. In the past, a wizard would have to travel dozens or even hundreds of years to reach another wizarding world. But if he could use the phase gate to leave, it would save him a lot of time. Even if Angor told them that they had to pay a certain price to trade with Wardell, wizards would still go crazy for it. Phase gates were usually controlled by elite demon lords. Humans could never get their hands on them. If they knew that Frosty Ancient Citadel had a phase gate that could be used by making a trade, all wizard organizations in the southern wizarding region would go crazy for it. Sunders had no plans to leave the southern wizarding region yet, but he still felt excited when he heard about the phase gate. Not leaving now did not mean he would stay in the southern wizarding region forever. The southern wizarding region was too small. The true core of wizardry was the origin world. Using a phase gate, one could go to another wizarding world and set foot on the origin world. Sunders gave Angor a thoughtful look. He did not know what to say anymore. For the past 2 days, Angor had been giving out surprises, or rather, surprises one after another. Now that he thought about it, Angor mentioned that his mentor was a human from another world. What the hell was that? Which one of the things he did later on wasn't as big as this? Sunders rubbed his swollen temples. It's a serious matter. Keep it a secret for now. Don't tell anyone. Angor said, good. Even if humans enter Tunton continent, they are not allowed to go to the Citadel. Therefore, this matter is only known to us for now. Sunders nodded and did not say anything else. What happened today was too much for him. He needed some time to calm down. Sunders did not chase Angor away this time. Instead, he took Angor with him and left the Gravity Garden. There were so many urgent matters to attend to. They could not afford to waste any more time in Shepherding City. Let's go back to Brood Cavern first. We'll talk about the rest later. Angor followed behind him. They walked through the hallway and headed to the front hall. Sunders was still lost in his thoughts. Sunders only regained his senses when Angor asked, Mentor, do you want to meet Lord Slade before you leave? They were now at a crossroad that led to the antique shop and the exit, which was why Angor asked. Sunders considered for a moment and nodded. Sure. Let's say goodbye first. Before they reached the main hall of the antique shop, they heard Slade's voice coming from inside. Unlike when he spoke to them before, Slade's voice was now filled with temptation. It seemed gentle, but every word he said was filled with sincerity and persuasion. He was like a strange old man who was trying to trick a child into giving him a lollipop. Angor glanced at Sunders, who whispered, looks like the old man is playing the role of a demon again. Are we still going in? Angor looked at the door not far from them. The door was wide open with only a red curtain covering it. However, judging from the edge of the curtain, there should be more than one person inside. They must be Slade's guests. Let's wait, said Sunders. Slade was his old friend, and he did not want to ruin his plan. Angor did not want to go in, but he still peeked through the gap between the curtains. In The Flower Seller Who Danced for Sin, Slade was a demon who gave the main character hope, but also gave him despair at the same time. That story was caused by the main character making a deal with Slade. Was Slade making a deal again? Since you followed your intuition and came to me, I'm here. I believe you're ready to make a deal. Slade's voice was strange. It sounded seductive. The last time Angor felt this way was when he encountered Pana Succubus, by. Yes. It was a young noblewoman who spoke. She wore a luxurious violet tutu dress, which combined with her meticulous manner made her look quite elegant. Last time, you gave me your son in exchange for becoming the mistress of the Chamber of Commerce's president. Do you still want to make a deal with me? Slade asked in a plain tone. I didn't expect him to realize that I poisoned him before he died. He left a will to the law firm without telling me and left all his assets to his ex-wife. He was dying, but he still tried to fight back. His will was notarized, and I have no choice but to ask for your help, noble Slade. The noblewoman bowed gracefully. As long as I can get the Chamber of Commerce, and in the future, the Chamber of Commerce will give you all the antiques we have. Not enough. Slade narrowed his eyes. The Chamber of Commerce does not belong to you at the moment, so these are only future promises. I don't think they're worth much. Therefore, you still need to add other things. The noblewoman frowned. Noble Slade, you know what I can give you. What do you want? Your youth, your lifespan, or your other son. Slade's words made the noblewoman's body sway. She wanted to take control of the Chamber of Commerce, so how could she give up her lifespan? Everything would be for naught if she died. Absolutely not, but how should she choose her youth, her beauty, and her 8-year-old son? She couldn't bear to part with her child, but when she thought about giving up her youth and beauty, she felt a knife in her heart. The noblewoman gritted her teeth, hesitating. She didn't see that a humanoid mechanical puppet was floating in the air behind her. The puppet's eyes were blood red, and it was staring at the noblewoman with a cold gaze. After a long time, the noblewoman seemed to have made a decision. Okay, I'll use my youth. No, I'll use my son as a trade. After saying this, the noblewoman seemed to have lost all her strength. However, she was still muttering to herself, "It's okay. It doesn't matter if the child is gone. I can still have another one. Don't blame mother. I'm innocent. It's this demon. It's him who wants to take you away." Slade naturally heard her muttering, but he didn't react. Instead, he smiled and nodded. "Deal. You can go back now. You'll get what you want in 3 days." The noblewoman nodded and walked out in a sorry state. At this time, a series of mechanical sounds came from behind her. The noblewoman turned around in confusion and found that it was a mechanical puppet floating in the air. Its hands were waving in the air when it made that sound. For some reason, the noblewoman looked at the mechanical puppet and felt that it was a bit familiar. It was like her first child. The noblewoman suddenly shook her head and began to hypnotize herself. No, I saw wrong. Slade glanced at the mechanical puppet in the air and smiled at the young noblewoman. "You're probably the only customer who has traded with me twice and come out unscathed. You need to thank me. You gave birth to 2 very special children." As he spoke, Slade stroked the mechanical puppet's head. The puppet affectionately rubbed its head against Slade's palm. The noblewoman gulped. She didn't know what to say. "Leave now. I'm looking forward to your next visit. I wonder what you'll bring me next time." The noblewoman shook her head again. "You're a demon. I won't come back." Slade's eyes curved into crescents. Fate is a strange thing. Who can say for sure? The noblewoman lifted the hem of her dress and turned around. She was so fast that she stumbled and dropped her shoes on the ground. She didn't even pick them up. Instead, she stumbled and ran outside. She lifted the curtain and passed by Sunders and Angor. She didn't react at all. Instead, she ran away in a sorry state. Angor and Sunders exchanged a glance and entered the antique shop. As soon as they entered the shop, Slade's expression immediately changed. He spoke in a respectful tone, "It's a good thing Mr. Phantom didn't barge in. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to keep up the act." "You're still the same as before. You're so obsessed with equivalent exchange that you even follow the rules of mortals," Sunders commented. Slade shrugged. "That's my alchemy rule. I'm planning to use it to find out the truth. I can't just give it up like that. By the way, Mr. Phantom, are you here to continue yesterday's topic?" While Sunders and Slade were talking, Angor glanced at the floating mechanical puppet. He didn't notice it yesterday. Today, he noticed that the puppet was very agile. Its eyes didn't look rigid at all. Currently, the puppet was staring at the ground in a daze, where there was a high-heeled shoe left behind by the noblewoman. Slade didn't say anything when he learned that Sunders was here to say goodbye. He only chatted with Sunders for a while. It was normal for them to part ways. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't get to share his experience with Angor, a rising alchemist. With that in mind, Slade glanced at Angor and noticed that Angor was looking at the puppet. Slade's eyes glinted. "So Angor found it? It carries a human soul?" Angor pointed at the puppet. "Is it that woman's child?" Slider nodded. "That's right. It's the eldest of her twins. He's a child with a special soul. Her other child also has a special soul?" Angor thought about the deal between Slade and the noblewoman. "Yes." Angor didn't comment on it, but he felt a little repulsed by it. Slade seemed to have read Angor's mind. The twins have special souls, but they don't have the talent for cultivation. They will die in the end. But as the core of a mechanical puppet, they can keep their souls intact. And as long as I'm alive, they will never disappear. That's a good ending, isn't it? Angor didn't want to argue. It wasn't up to him to decide whether it was a good ending or not. Slade patted the puppet's head. "Go. You can keep that high-heeled shoe for yourself. Don't ask me." The puppet narrowed its eyes at Slade, nodded happily, and ran off to fetch the shoe. Children cherished their mother's belongings so much, but their mother abandoned them without any hesitation. Angor sighed as he watched the tragedy unfold before his eyes. End of chapter 1252. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.